Chapter 1, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Foster. Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 1, Part 1. The early married life of the Morells. The Bottoms succeeded to Hell Row. Hell Row was a block of thatched, bulging cottages that stood by the brookside on Greenhill Lane. There lived the colliers who worked in the little gin pits 2 fields away. The brook ran under the alder trees, scarcely soiled by these small mines, whose coal was drawn to the surface by donkeys that plodded wearily in a circle round a gin. And all over the countryside were these same pits, some of which had been worked in the time of Charles II. The few colliers and the donkeys burrowing down like ants into the earth, making queer mounds and little black places among the cornfields and the meadows. And the cottages of these coal miners, in blocks and pairs here and there, together with odd farms and homes of the stockingers straying over the parish, formed the village of Bestwood. Then, some 60 years ago, a sudden change took place. The gin pits were elbowed aside by the large mines of the financiers. The coal and iron field of Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire was discovered. Carston, Waite and Co. appeared. Amid tremendous excitement, Lord Palmerston formally opened the company's first mine at Spinney Park, on the edge of Sherwood Forest. About this time the notorious Hell Row, which through growing old had acquired an evil reputation, was burned down, and much dirt was cleansed away. Carston, Waite and Co. found they had struck on a good thing, so, down the valleys of the brooks from Selby and Nuttall, new mines were sunk, until soon there were 6 pits working. From Nuttall, high up on the sandstone among the woods, the railway ran, past the ruined priory of the Carthusians, and past Robin Hood's well, down to Spinney Park, then on to Minton, a large mine among cornfields. From Minton, across the farmlands of the valley side to Bunker's Hill, branching off there, and running north to Beggarly and Selby, that looks over at Critch and the hills of Derbyshire. 6 mines like black studs on the countryside, linked by a loop of fine chain, the railway. To accommodate the regiments of miners, Carston, Waite and Co. built the squares, great quadrangles of dwellings on the hillside of Bestwood, and then in the brook valley, on the site of Hell Row, they erected the Bottoms. The Bottoms consisted of 6 blocks of miners' dwellings, 2 rows of 3, like the dots on a blank 6 domino, and 12 houses in a block. This double row of dwellings sat at the foot of the rather sharp slope from Bestwood, and looked out, from the attic windows at least, on the slow climb of the valley towards Selby. The houses themselves were substantial and very decent. One could walk all round, seeing little front gardens, with auriculas and saxifrage in the shadow of the bottom block, sweet williams and pinks in the sunny top block, seeing neat front windows, little porches, little privet hedges, and dormer windows for the attics. But that was outside. That was the view on to the uninhabited parlours of all the colliers' wives. The dwelling room, the kitchen, was at the back of the house, facing inward between the blocks, looking at a scrubby back garden, and then at the ash pits. And between the rows, between the long lines of ash pits, went the alley, where the children played and the women gossiped, and the men smoked. So the actual conditions of living in the Bottoms, that was so well built and that looked so nice, were quite unsavoury, because people must live in the kitchen, and the kitchens opened on to that nasty alley of ash pits. Mrs. Morell was not anxious to move into the Bottoms, which was already 12 years old, and on the downward path when she descended to it from Bestwood, but it was the best she could do. Moreover, she had an end house in one of the top blocks, and thus had only one neighbour. On the other side an extra strip of garden. And, having an end house, she enjoyed a kind of aristocracy among the other women of the between houses, because her rent was 5 shillings and 6pence, instead of 5 shillings a week. But this superiority in station was not much consolation to Mrs. Morel. She was 31 years old, and had been married 8 years. A rather small woman, of delicate mould, but resolute bearing, she shrank a little from the first contact with the Bottoms women. She came down in the July, and in the September expected her 3rd baby. Her husband was a miner. They had only been in their new home 3 weeks when the wakes, or fair, began. Morel, she knew, was sure to make a holiday of it. He went off early on the Monday morning, day of the fair. The 2 children were highly excited. William, a boy of 7, fled off immediately after breakfast, to prowl round the wakes ground, leaving Annie, who was only 5, to whine all morning to go also. Mrs. Morel did her work. She scarcely knew her neighbours yet, and knew no one with whom to trust the little girl, so she promised to take her to the wakes after dinner. William appeared at 12:30. He was a very active lad, fair-haired, with a touch of the Dane or Norwegian about him. "Can I have my dinner, mother?" he cried, rushing in with his cap on. "'Cause it begins at 1:30. The man says so." "You can have your dinner as soon as it's done," replied the mother. "Isn't it done?" he cried, his blue eyes staring at her in indignation. "Then I'm going to be at it." "You'll do nothing of the sort. It'll be done in 5 minutes. It's only 12:30. "They'll be beginning," the boy half cried, half shouted. "You won't die if they do," said the mother. "Besides, it's only 12:30, so you've a full hour." The lad began hastily to lay the table, and directly the 3 sat down. They were eating batter pudding and jam, when the boy jumped off his chair and stood perfectly still. Some distance away could be heard the first small braying of a merry-go-round, and the tooting of a horn. His face quivered as he looked at his mother. "I told you," he said, running to the dresser for his cap. "Take your pudding in your hand, and it's only 1:05, so you were wrong. You haven't got your 2pence," cried the mother in a breath. The boy came back, bitterly disappointed, for his 2pence, then went off without a word. "I want to go, I want to go," said Annie, beginning to cry. "Well, and you shall go, whining, wizening little stick," said the mother, and later, in the afternoon, she trudged up the hill under the tall hedge with her child. The hay was gathered from the fields, and cattle were turned on to the eddish. It was warm, peaceful. Mrs. Morel did not like the wakes. There were 2 sets of horses, one going by steam, one pulled round by a pony. 3 organs were grinding, and there came odd cracks of pistol-shots, fearful screeching of the cocoa-nut man's rattle, shouts of the Aunt Sally man, screeches from the peep-show lady. The mother perceived her son gazing enraptured outside the Lion Wallace booth at the pictures of this famous lion that had killed a negro and maimed for life 2 white men. She left him alone, and went to get Annie a spin of toffee. Presently the lad stood in front of her, wildly excited. "You never said you was coming. Isn't there a lot of things? That lion's killed 3 men. I've spent me 2pence, and look here." He pulled from his pocket 2 egg cups with pink moss roses on them. "I got these from that store where you have to get them marbles in them holes. And I got these 2 in 2 goes, a penny a go. It got moss roses on. Look here, I wanted these." She knew he wanted them for her. She said, pleased. "They are pretty. Shall you carry 'em, 'cause I'm frightened of breaking 'em?" He was tip-full of excitement now she had come, led her about the ground, showed her everything. Then, at the peep-show, she explained the pictures, in a sort of story, to which he listened, as if spell-bound. He would not leave her. All the time he stuck close to her, bristling with a small boy's pride of her. For no other woman looked such a lady as she did, in her little black bonnet and her cloak, She smiled when she saw women she knew. When she was tired, she said to her son, "Well, are you coming now or later?" "Are you going already?" he cried, his face full of reproach. "Already? It is past 4, I know." "What are you going already for?" he lamented. "You needn't come if you don't want," she said. And she went slowly away with her little girl, whilst her son stood watching her, cut to the heart to let her go, and yet unable to leave the Wakes. As she crossed the open ground in front of the Moon and Stars, she heard men shouting, and smelled the beer, and hurried a little, thinking her husband was probably in the bar. At about 6:30 her son came home, tired now, rather pale, and somewhat wretched. He was miserable, though he did not know it, because he had let her go alone. Since she had gone, he had not enjoyed his Wakes. "Has my dad been?" he asked. "No," said the mother. "He's helping to wait at the Moon and Stars. I seed him through that black tin stuff wi' holes in, on window, wi' his sleeves rolled up." "Ha!" exclaimed the mother shortly. "He's got no money, and he'll be satisfied if he gets his allowance, whether they give him more or not." When the light was fading, and Mrs. Morel could see no more to sew, she rose and went to the door. Everywhere was the sound of excitement, the restlessness of the holiday that at last infected her. She went out into the side garden. Women were coming home from the Wakes, the children hugging a white lamb with green legs, or a wooden horse. Occasionally a man lurched past, almost as full as he could carry. Sometimes a good husband came along with his family, peacefully, but usually the women and children were alone. The stay-at-home mothers stood gossiping at the corners of the alley as the twilight sank, folding their arms under their white aprons. Mrs. Morel was alone, but she was used to it. Her son and her little girl slept upstairs, so, it seemed, her home was there behind her, fixed and stable, but she felt wretched with the coming child. The world seemed a dreary place, where nothing else would happen, for her, at least until William grew up. But for herself, nothing but this dreary endurance, till the children grew up. And the children! She could not afford to have this third. She did not want it. The father was serving beer in a public house, swilling himself drunk. She despised him, and was tied to him. This coming child was too much for her. If it were not for William and Annie, she was sick of it, the struggle with poverty, and ugliness, and meanness. She went into the front garden, feeling too heavy to take herself out, yet unable to stay indoors. The heat suffocated her, and looking ahead, the prospect of her life made her feel as if she were buried alive. The front garden was a small square with a privet hedge. There she stood, trying to soothe herself with the scent of flowers and the fading, beautiful evening. Opposite her small gate was the stile that led uphill, under the tall hedge, between the burning glow of the cut pastures. The sky overhead throbbed and pulsed with light. The glow sank quickly off the field. The earth and the hedges smoked dusk. As it grew dark, a ruddy glare came out on the hilltop, and out of the glare the diminished commotion of the fair. Sometimes, down the trough of darkness formed by the path under the hedges, men came lurching home. One young man lapsed into a run down the steep bit that ended the hill, and went with a crash into the stile. Mrs. Morel shuddered. He picked himself up, swearing viciously, rather pathetically, as if he thought the stile had wanted to hurt him. She went indoors, wondering if things were never going to alter. She was beginning by now to realise that they would not. She seemed so far away from her girlhood, she wondered if it were the same person walking heavily up the back garden at the Bottoms as had run so lightly on the breakwater at Sheerness 10 years before. "What have I to do with it?" she said to herself. "What have I to do with all this? Even the child I'm going to have. It doesn't seem as if I were taken into account." Sometimes life takes hold of one, carries the body along, accomplishes one's history, and yet is not real, but leaves oneself, as it were, slurred over. "I wait," Mrs. Morell said to herself. "I wait, and what I wait for can never come." Then she straightened the kitchen, lit the lamp, mended the fire, looked out the washing for the next day, and put it to soak. After which she sat down to her sewing. Through the long hours her needle flashed regularly through the stuff. Occasionally she sighed, moving to relieve herself, and all the time she was thinking how to make the most of what she had, for the children's sakes. At 11:30 her husband came. His cheeks were very red and very shiny above his black moustache. His head nodded slightly. He was pleased with himself. "Oh, waiting for me, lass? I've been helping Anthony, and what's think he's gen me? Nowt but a lousy half-crown, and that's ivery penny." "He thinks you've made the rest up in beer," she said shortly. "And I haven't. That I haven't. You believe me. I've had very little this day, I haven't all." His voice went tender. "Here, and I've brought thee a bit of brandy, Snap, and a cocoa-nut for the children." He laid the gingerbread and the cocoa-nut, a hairy object, on the table. "Nay, they niver said thank you for naught i' their life, did they?" As a compromise she picked up the cocoa-nut and shook it, to see if it had any milk. "It's a good un, you may back your life for that. I got it for Bill Hodgkinson. Bill, I says, thou none wants them 3 nuts, does te? Had any to forgive me for 'em for me bit of a lad and wench?" "I ham, Walter, my lad," he says. "Say which one of 'em's to mind." And so I took one and thanked him. I didn't like to shake it afore his eyes, but he says I'd better make sure it's a good un, Walt. And so, you see, I knowed it was. He's a nice chap, is Bill Hodgkinson. He's a nice chap. "A man will part with anything so long as he's drunk, and you're drunk along with him," said Mrs. Morell. "Thou mucky little hussy, who's drunk, I should like to know?" said Morell. He was extraordinarily pleased with himself, because of his day's helping to wait in the moon and stars. He chattered on. Mrs. Morell, very tired and sick of his babble, went to bed as quickly as possible, while he raked the fire. Mrs. Morell came of a good old burgher family, famous independents who had fought with Colonel Hutchinson, and who remained stout Congregationalists. Her grandfather had gone bankrupt in the lace market, at a time when so many lace manufacturers were ruined in Nottingham. Her father, George Coppard, was an engineer, a large, handsome, haughty man, proud of his fair skin and blue eyes, but more proud still of his integrity. Gertrude resembled her mother in her small build, but her temper, proud and unyielding, she had from the Coppards. George Coppard was bitterly galled by his own poverty. He became foreman of the engineers in the dockyard at Sheerness. Mrs. Morell, Gertrude, was the second daughter. She favoured her mother, loved her mother best of all, but she had the Coppards' clear, defiant blue eyes, and their broad brow. She remembered to have hated her father's overbearing manner towards her gentle, humorous, kindly-souled mother. She remembered running over the breakwater at Sheerness and finding the boat. She remembered to have been petted and flattered by all the men when she had gone to the dockyard, for she was a delicate, rather proud child. She remembered the funny old mistress, whose assistant she had become, whom she had loved to help in the private school. And she still had the Bible that John Field had given her. She used to walk home from chapel with John Field when she was 19. He was the son of a well-to-do tradesman, had been to college in London, and was to devote himself to business. She could always recall in detail a September Sunday afternoon, when they had sat under the vine at the back of her father's house. The sun came through the chinks in the vine leaves and made beautiful patterns, like a lace scarf, falling on her and on him. Some of the leaves were clean yellow, like yellow flat flowers. "Now sit still," he had cried. "Now your hair. I don't know what it is like. It's as bright as copper and gold, as red as burnt copper, and it has gold threads where the sun shines on it. Fancy their saying it's brown. Your mother calls it mouse colour." She had met his brilliant eyes, but her clear face scarcely showed the elation which rose within her. "But you say you don't like business," she pursued. "I don't. I hate it!" he cried hotly. "And you would like to go into the ministry?" she half implored. "I should. I should love it, if I thought I could make a first-rate preacher." "Then why don't you? Why don't you?" Her voice rang with defiance. "If I were a man, nothing would stop me." She held her head erect. He was rather timid before her. "But my father's so stiff-necked. He means to put me into business, and I know he'll do it." "But if you're a man!" she had cried. "Being a man isn't everything," he replied, frowning with puzzled helplessness. Now, as she moved about her work at the Bottoms, with some experience of what being a man meant, she knew that it was not everything. At 20, owing to her health, she had left Sheerness. Her father had retired home to Nottingham. John Field's father had been ruined. The son had gone as a teacher in Norwood. She did not hear of him until 2 years later she made determined enquiry. He had married his landlady, a woman of 40, a widow with property. And still Mrs. Morell preserved John Field's Bible. She did not now believe him to be, well, she understood pretty well what he might or might not have been. So she preserved his Bible, and kept his memory intact in her heart, for her own sake. To her dying day, for 35 years, she did not speak of him. When she was 23 years old, she met at a Christmas party a young man from the Erewash Valley. Morell was then 27 years old. He was well set up, erect and very smart. He had wavy black hair that shone again, and a vigorous black beard that had never been shaved. His cheeks were ruddy, and his red, moist mouth was noticeable because he laughed so often and so heartily. He had that rare thing, a rich, ringing laugh. Gertrude Coppard had watched him, fascinated. He was so full of colour and animation. His voice ran so easily into comic grotesque. He was so ready and so pleasant with everybody. Her own father had a rich fund of humour, but it was satiric. This man's was different, soft, non-intellectual, warm, a kind of gambling. She herself was opposite. She had a curious, receptive mind, which found much pleasure and amusement in listening to other folk. She was clever in leading folk on to talk. She loved ideas and was considered very intellectual. What she liked most of all was an argument on religion or philosophy or politics with some educated man. This she did not often enjoy, so she always had people tell her about themselves, finding her pleasure so. In her person she was rather small and delicate, with a large brow, and dropping bunches of brown silk curls. Her blue eyes were very straight, honest and searching. She had the beautiful hands of the Coppards. Her dress was always subdued. She wore dark blue silk, with a peculiar silver chain of silver scallops. This and a heavy brooch of twisted gold was her only ornament. She was still perfectly intact, deeply religious, and full of beautiful candour. Walter Morell seemed melted away before her. She was to the miner that thing of mystery and fascination, a lady. When she spoke to him, it was with a southern pronunciation, and a purity of English which thrilled him to hear. She watched him. He danced well, as if it were natural and joyous in him to dance. His grandfather was a French refugee who had married an English barmaid, if it had been a marriage. Gertrude Coppard watched the young miner as he danced, a certain subtle exultation, like glamour, in his movement, and his face the flower of his body, ruddy, with tumbled black hair, and laughing alike whatever partner he bowed above. She thought him rather wonderful, never having met anyone like him. Her father was to her the type of all men, and George Coppard, proud in his bearing, handsome and rather bitter, who preferred theology in reading, and who drew near in sympathy only to one man, the Apostle Paul, who was harsh in government, and in familiarity ironic, who ignored all sensuous pleasure. He was very different from the miner. Gertrude herself was rather contemptuous of dancing. She had not the slightest inclination towards that accomplishment, and had never learned even a Roger de Coverley. She was a Puritan, like her father, high-minded and really stern. Therefore the dusky golden softness of this man's sensuous flame of life, that flowed off his flesh like the flame from a candle, not baffled and gripped into incandescence by thought and spirit as her life was, seemed to her something wonderful, beyond her. He came and bowed above her. A warmth radiated through her as if she had drunk wine. "Now do come and have this one with me," he said caressively. "It's easy, you know. I'm pining to see you dance." She had told him before she could not dance. She glanced at his humility and smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. It moved the man so that he forgot everything. "No, I won't dance," she said softly. Her words came clean and ringing. Not knowing what he was doing, he often did the right thing by instinct, he sat beside her, inclining reverentially. "But you mustn't miss your dance," she reproved. "Nay, I don't want to dance that. It's not one as I care about." "Yet you invited me to it." He laughed very heartily at this. "I never thought of that. That not long in taking the curl out of me." It was her turn to laugh quickly. "You don't look as if you'd come much uncurled," she said. "I'm like a pig's tail. I curl because I canna help it." He laughed rather boisterously. "And you're a miner!" she exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I went down when I was 10. She looked at him in wondering dismay. "When you were 10? And wasn't it very hard?" she asked. "You soon get used to it. You live like th' mice, and you pop out at night to see what's going on." "It makes me feel blind," she frowned. "Like a moody-wop," he laughed. "Yeh, and there's some chaps as does go round like moody-wops." He thrust his face forward in the blind, snout-like way of a mole, seeming to sniff and peer for direction. "They done, though," he protested naively. "They never seed such a way to get in. But they mun let me take thee down sometime, and I can see for the sen." She looked at him, startled. This was a new tract of life suddenly opened before her. She realised the life of the miners, hundreds of them, toiling below earth and coming up at evening. He seemed to her noble. He risked his life daily and with gaiety. She looked at him, with a touch of appeal in her pure humility. "Shouldn't they like it?" he asked tenderly. "Happen not. It would dirty thee." She had never been thee'd and thou'd before. The next Christmas they were married, and for 3 months she was perfectly happy. For 6 months she was very happy. He had signed the pledge, and wore the blue ribbon of a teetotaler. He was nothing if not showy. They lived, she thought, in his own house. It was small, but convenient enough, and quite nicely furnished, with solid, worthy stuff that suited her honest soul. The women, her neighbours, were rather foreign to her, and Morell's mothers and sisters were apt to sneer at her ladylike ways. But she could perfectly well live by herself, so long as she had her husband close. Sometimes, when she herself wearied of love-talk, she tried to open her heart seriously to him. She saw him listen deferentially, but without understanding. This killed her efforts at a finer intimacy, and she had flashes of fear. Sometimes he was restless of an evening. It was not enough for him just to be near her, she realised. She was glad when he set himself to little jobs. He was a remarkably handy man, could make or mend anything. So she would say, "I do like that coal-rake of your mother's. It is small and natty." "Does ter, my wench? Well, I made that, so I can make thee one." "What? Why, it's a steel one." "And what if it is? That's that one very similar, if not exactly same." She did not mind the mess, nor the hammering and noise. He was busy and happy. But in the 7th month, when she was brushing his Sunday coat, she felt papers in the breast pocket, and seized with a sudden curiosity, took them out to read. He very rarely wore the frock coat he was married in, and it had not occurred to her before to feel curious concerning the papers. They were the bills of the household furniture, still unpaid. "Look here," she said at night, after he was washed and had had his dinner. "I found these in the pocket of your wedding coat. Haven't you settled the bills yet?" "No, I haven't had a chance." "But you told me all was paid." "I'd better go into Nottingham on Saturday and settle them. I don't like sitting on another man's chairs and eating from an unpaid table." He did not answer. "I can have your bank book, can't I?" "That can I, for what good it'll be to thee." "I thought," she began. He had told her he had a good bit of money left over, but she realised it was no use asking questions. She sat rigid with bitterness and indignation. The next day she went down to see his mother. "Didn't you buy the furniture for Walter?" she asked. "Yes, I did," tartly retorted the elder woman. "And how much did he give you to pay for it?" The elder woman was stung with fine indignation. £80, if you're so keen on knowing," she replied. £80? But there are £42 still owing." "I can't help that." "But where has it all gone?" "You'll find all the papers, I think, if you look. Beside £10 as he owed me, and £6 as the wedding cost down here." £6? Echoed Gertrude Morell. It seemed to her monstrous that, after her own father had paid so heavily for her wedding, £6 more should have been squandered in eating and drinking at Walter's parents' house, at his expense. "And how much has he sunk in his houses?" she asked. "His houses? Which houses?" Gertrude Morell went white to the lips. He had told her the house he lived in, and the next one, were his own. "I thought the house we live in," she began. "They're my houses, those two," said the mother-in-law. "I'm not clear either. It's as much as I can do to keep the mortgage interest paid." Gertrude sat white and silent. She was her father now. "Then we ought to be paying you rent," she said coldly. "Walter is paying me rent," replied the mother. "And what rent?" asked Gertrude. 6 and 6 a week," retorted the mother. It was more than the house was worth. Gertrude held her head erect, looked straight before her. "It is lucky to be you," said the elder woman bitingly, "to have a husband as takes all the worry of that money, and leaves you a free hand." The young wife was silent. She said very little to her husband, but her manner had changed towards him. Something in her proud, honourable soul had crystallised out, hard as rock. When October came in, she thought only of Christmas. 2 years ago at Christmas she had met him. Last Christmas she had married him. This Christmas she would bear him a child. "You don't dance yourself, do you, missus?" asked her nearest neighbour in October, when there was great talk of opening a dancing class over the brick and tile inn at Bestwood. "No, I've never the least inclination to," Mrs. Morell replied. "Fancy! And how funny as you should have married your Mester. You know he's quite a famous one for dancing." "I didn't know he was famous," laughed Mrs. Morell. "Yeah, he is though. Why, he run that dancing class in the Miners' Arms club room for over 5 year." "Did he?" "Yes, he did." The other woman was defiant. "And it was thronged every Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday. And there was carrying-ons, according to all accounts." This kind of thing was gall and bitterness to Mrs. Morell, and she had a fair share of it. The women did not spare her at first, for she was superior, though she could not help it. He began to be rather late in coming home. "They're working very late now, aren't they?" she said to her washerwoman. "No later than they allers do, I don't think, but they have to stop to have their pint at Ellen's, and they get talking, and there you are, dinner stone cold, and it serves 'em right." "But Mr. Morell does not take any drink." The woman dropped the clothes, looked at Mrs. Morell, then went on with her work, saying nothing. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tony Foster. Gertrude Morell was very ill when the boy was born. Morell was good to her, as good as gold, but she felt very lonely, miles away from her own people. She felt lonely with him now, and his presence only made it more intense. The boy was small and frail at first, but he came on quickly. He was a beautiful child, with dark gold ringlets and dark blue eyes, which changed gradually to a clear grey. His mother loved him passionately. He came just when her own bitterness of disillusion was hardest to bear, when her faith in life was shaken, and her soul felt dreary and lonely. She made much of the child, and the father was jealous. At last Mrs. Morell despised her husband. She turned to the child. She turned from the father. He had begun to neglect her. The novelty of his own home was gone. He had no grit, she said bitterly to herself. What he felt just at the minute, that was all to him. He could not abide by anything. There was nothing at the back of all his show. There began a battle between the husband and wife, a fearful, bloody battle that ended only with the death of one. She fought to make him undertake his own responsibilities, to make him fulfil his obligations. But he was too different from her. His nature was purely sensuous, and she strove to make him moral, religious. She tried to force him to face things. He could not endure it. It drove him out of his mind. While the baby was still tiny, the father's temper had become so irritable that it was not to be trusted. The child had only to give a little trouble when the man began to bully. A little more, and the hard hands of the collier hit the baby. Then Mrs. Morell loathed her husband, loathed him for days, and he went out and drank, and she cared very little what he did. Only, on his return, she scathed him with her satire. The estrangement between them caused him, knowingly or unknowingly, grossly to offend her where he would not have done. William was only 1 year old, and his mother was proud of him. He was so pretty. She was not well off now, but her sisters kept the boy in clothes. Then, with his little white hat curled with an ostrich feather, and his white coat, he was a joy to her. The twining wisps of hair clustering round his head. Mrs. Morell lay listening one Sunday morning to the chatter of the father and child downstairs. Then she dozed off. When she came downstairs, a great fire glowed in the grate. The room was hot. The breakfast was roughly laid, and seated in his armchair against the chimney-piece sat Morell, rather timid, and standing between his legs the child, cropped like a sheep, with such an odd round poll, looking, wondering at her, and on a newspaper spread out upon the hearth-rug, a myriad of crescent-shaped curls, like the petals of a marigold scattered in the reddening firelight. Mrs. Morell stood still. It was her first baby. She went very white, and was unable to speak. "What dost think of him?" Morell laughed uneasily. She gripped her 2 fists, lifted them, and came forward. Morell shrank back. "I could kill you, I could," she said. She choked with rage, her 2 fists uplifted. "You none want to make a wench on him?" Morell said in a frightened tone, bending his head to shield his eyes from hers. His attempt at laughter had vanished. The mother looked down at the jagged, close-clipped head of her child. She put her hands on his hair, and stroked and fondled his head. "Oh, my boy!" she faltered. Her lip trembled, Her face broke, and, snatching up the child, she buried her face in his shoulder and cried painfully. She was one of those women who cannot cry, whom it hurts as it hurts a man. It was like ripping something out of her, her sobbing. Morel sat with his elbows on his knees, his hands gripped together till the knuckles were white. He gazed in the fire, feeling almost stunned, as if he could not breathe. Presently she came to an end, soothed the child, and cleared away the breakfast table. She left the newspaper, littered with curls, spread upon the hearth-rug. At last her husband gathered it up and put it at the back of the fire. She went about her work with closed mouth, and very quiet. Morel was subdued. He crept about wretchedly, and his meals were a misery that day. She spoke to him civilly, but never alluded to what he had done. But he felt something final had happened. Afterwards she said she had been silly, that the boy's hair would have had to be cut sooner or later. In the end she even brought herself to say to her husband it was just as well he had played barber when he did. But she knew, and Morel knew, that that act had caused something momentous to take place in her soul. She remembered the scene all her life, as one in which she had suffered the most intensely. This act of masculine clumsiness was the spear through the side of her love for Morel. Before, while she had striven against him bitterly, she had fretted after him, as if he had gone astray from her. Now she ceased to fret for his love. He was an outsider to her. This made life much more bearable. Nevertheless, she still continued to strive with him. She still had her high moral sense, inherited from generations of Puritans. It was now a religious instinct, and she was almost a fanatic with him, because she loved him, or had loved him. If he sinned, she tortured him. If he drank and lied, was often a poltroon, sometimes a knave, she wielded the lash unmercifully. The pity was, she was too much his opposite. She could not be content with the little he might be. She would have him the much that he ought to be. So, in seeking to make him nobler than he could be, she destroyed him. She injured and hurt and scarred herself, but she lost none of her worth. She also had the children. He drank rather heavily, though not more than many miners, and always beer, so that whilst his health was affected, it was never injured. The week-end was his chief carouse. He sat in the miners' arms until turning-out time, every Friday, every Saturday, and every Sunday evening. On Monday and Tuesday he had to get up and reluctantly leave towards 10 o'clock. Sometimes he stayed at home on Wednesday and Thursday evenings, or was only out for an hour. He practically never had to miss work owing to his drinking. But although he was very steady at work, his wages fell off. He was blab-mouthed, a tongue-wagger. Authority was hateful to him, therefore he could only abuse the pit managers. He would say in the Palmerston, "Th' gaffer come down to our stall this morning, and he says, 'You know, Walter, this here'll not do. What about these props?' And I says to him, 'Why, what it talking about? What's mean about th' props?' 'It'll never do, this here,' he says. 'You'll be having th' roof in one of these days.' And I says, 'Tha'd better stand on a bit of clunch then, and hold it up with thy head.' So he were that mad, he cussed and he swore, and t'other chaps, they did laugh." Morel was a good mimic. He imitated the manager's fat, squeaky voice with its attempt at good English. "I shan't have it, Walter. Who knows more about it, me or you?" So I says, "I've never fun out how much thou knows, Alfred. It'll happen carry thee to bed and back." So Morel would go on to the amusement of his boon companions, and some of this would be true. The pit manager was not an educated man. He had been a boy along with Morel, so that, while the two disliked each other, they more or less took each other for granted. But Alfred Charlesworth did not forgive the butty these public-house sayings. Consequently, although Morel was a good miner, sometimes earning as much as £5 a week when he married, he came gradually to have worse and worse stalls, where the coal was thin and hard to get, and unprofitable. Also, in summer the pits are slack. Often on bright sunny mornings the men are seen trooping home again at 10, 11, or 12 o'clock. No empty trucks stand at the pit mouth. The women on the hillside look across as they shake the hearthrug against the fence and count the wagons the engine is taking along the line up the valley. And the children, as they come home from school at dinner time, looking down the fields and seeing the wheels on the headstocks standing, say, "Minton's knocked off, my dad'll be at home." And there is a sort of shadow over all, women and children and men, because money will be short at the end of the week. Morel was supposed to give his wife 30 shillings a week to provide everything: rent, food, clothes, clubs, insurance, doctors. Occasionally, if he were flush, he gave her 35, but these occasions by no means balanced those when he gave her 25. In winter, with a decent stall, the miner might earn 50 or 55 shillings a week. Then he was happy. On Friday night, Saturday and Sunday he spent royally, getting rid of his sovereign or thereabouts. And out of so much he scarcely spared the children an extra penny, or bought them a pound of apples. It all went in drink. In the bad times matters were more worrying. But he was not so often drunk, so that Mrs. Morel used to say, "I'm not sure I wouldn't rather be short, for when he's flush there isn't a minute of peace." If he earned 40 shillings he kept 10. From 35 he kept 5. From 32 he kept 4. From 28 he kept 3. From 24 he kept 2. From 20 he kept 1 and 6. From 18 he kept a shilling. From 16 he kept 6pence. He never saved a penny, and he gave his wife no opportunity of saving. Instead, she had occasionally to pay his debts, not public-house debts, for those were never passed on to the women, but debts when he had bought a canary or a fancy walking-stick. At the Wakes time, Morel was working badly, and Mrs. Morel was trying to save against her confinement. So it galled her bitterly to think he should be out taking his pleasure and spending money, whilst she remained at home harassed. There were 2 days' holiday. On the Tuesday morning Morel rose early. He was in good spirits. Quite early, before 6 o'clock, she heard him whistling away to himself downstairs. He had a pleasant way of whistling, lively and musical. He nearly always whistled hymns. He had been a choir boy with a beautiful voice, and had taken solos in Southwell Cathedral. His morning whistling alone betrayed it. His wife lay listening to him, tinkering away in the garden, his whistling ringing out as he sawed and hammered away. It always gave her a sense of warmth and peace to hear him thus, as she lay in bed, the children not yet awake, in the bright early morning, happy in his man's fashion. At 9 o'clock, while the children with bare legs and feet were sitting playing on the sofa, and the mother was washing up, he came in from his carpentry, his sleeves rolled up, his waistcoat hanging open. He was still a good-looking man, with black wavy hair and a large black moustache. His face was perhaps too much inflamed, and there was about him a look almost of peevishness. But now he was jolly. He went straight to the sink where his wife was washing up. "What, are thee there?" he said boisterously. "Sluther off and let me wash mysen." "You may wait till I've finished," said his wife. "Oh, munna, and what if I shonna?" This good-humoured threat amused Mrs. Morel. "Then you can go and wash yourself in the soft water tub." "Ha! I can and the mucky little hussy." With which he stood watching her a moment, then went away to wait for her. When he chose, he could still make himself again a real gallant. Usually he preferred to go out with a scarf round his neck. Now, however, he made a toilet. There seemed so much gusto in the way he puffed and swilled as he washed himself, so much alacrity with which he hurried to the mirror in the kitchen, and, bending because it was too low for him, scrupulously parted his wet black hair, that it irritated Mrs. Morel. He put on a turn-down collar, a black bow, and wore his Sunday tail-coat. As such he looked spruce, and what his clothes would not do, his instinct for making the most of his good looks would. At 9:30, Jerry Purdy came to call for his pal. Jerry was Morell's bosom friend, and Mrs. Morell disliked him. He was a tall, thin man, with a rather foxy face, the kind of face that seems to lack eyelashes. He walked with a stiff, brittle dignity, as if his head were on a wooden spring. His nature was cold and shrewd. Generous where he intended to be generous, he seemed to be very fond of Morell, and more or less to take charge of him. Mrs. Morell hated him. She had known his wife, who had died of consumption, and who had, at the end, conceived such a violent dislike of her husband that if he came into her room it caused her hemorrhage. None of which Jerry had seemed to mind. And now his eldest daughter, a girl of 15, kept a poor house for him, and looked after the 2 younger children. "A mean, wizen-hearted stick," Mrs. Morell said of him. "I've never known Jerry mean in my life," protested Morell. "An open-handed and more free a chap you couldn't find anywhere, according to my knowledge." "Open-handed to you," retorted Mrs. Morell, "but his fist is shut tight enough to his children. Poor things." "Poor things? And what for are they poor things, I should like to know?" But Mrs. Morell would not be appeased on Jerry's score. The subject of argument was seen, craning his thin neck over the scullery curtain. He caught Mrs. Morell's eye. "Morning, missus. Mester in?" "Yes, he is." Jerry entered, unasked, and stood by the kitchen doorway. He was not invited to sit down, but stood there, coolly asserting the rights of men and husbands. "A nice day," he said to Mrs. Morell. "Yes." "Grand out this morning? Grand for a walk?" "Do you mean you're going for a walk?" she asked. "Yes, we mean walking to Nottingham," he replied. The 2 men greeted each other, both glad. Jerry, however, full of assurance. Morell rather subdued, afraid to seem too jubilant in presence of his wife. But he laced his boots quickly, with spirit. They were going for a 10-mile walk across the fields to Nottingham. Climbing the hillside from the Bottoms, they mounted gaily into the morning. At the Moon and Stars they had their first drink, then on to the old spot. Then a long 5 miles of drought to carry them into Bulwell, to a glorious pint of bitter. But they stayed in a field with some haymakers, whose gallon bottle was full, so that, when they came in sight of the city, Morell was sleepy. The town spread upwards before them, smoking vaguely in the midday glare, fridging the crest away to the south with spires and factory bulks and chimneys. In the last field Morell lay down under an oak tree and slept soundly for over an hour. When he arose to go forward, he felt queer. The 2 had dinner in the meadows with Jerry's sister, then repaired to the punch bowl, where they mixed in the excitement of pigeon racing. Morell never in his life played cards, considering them as having some occult, malevolent power. The devil's pictures, he called them. But he was a master of skittles and of dominoes. He took a challenge from a Newark man on skittles. All the men in the old long bar took sides, betting either one way or the other. Morell took off his coat. Jerry held the hat containing the money. The men at the tables watched. Some stood with their mugs in their hands. Morell felt his big wooden ball carefully, then launched it. He played havoc among the 9 pins, and won half a crown, which restored him to solvency. By 7 o'clock the 2 were in good condition. They caught the 7:30 train home. In the afternoon the Bottoms was intolerable. Every inhabitant remaining was out of doors. The women, in 2s and 3s, bare-headed and in white aprons, gossiped in the alley between the blocks. Men, having a rest between drinks, sat on their heels and talked. The place smelled stale. The slate roofs glistered in the arid heat. Mrs. Morell took the little girl down to the brook in the meadows, which were not more than 200 yards away. The water ran quickly over stones and broken pots. Mother and child leaned on the rail of the old sheep bridge, watching. Up at the dipping hole, at the other end of the meadow, Mrs. Morel could see the naked forms of boys flashing round the deep yellow water, or an occasional bright figure dart glittering over the blackish stagnant meadow. She knew William was at the dipping hole, and it was the dread of her life lest he should be drowned. Annie played under the tall old hedge, picking up alder cones that she called currants. The child required much attention, and the flies were teasing. The children were put to bed at 7 o'clock. Then she worked a while. When Walter Morel and Jerry arrived at Bestwood, they felt a load off their minds. A railway journey no longer impended, so they could put the finishing touches to a glorious day. They entered the Nelson with the satisfaction of returned travellers. The next day was a work day, and the thought of it put a damper on the men's spirits. Most of them, moreover, had spent their money. Some were already rolling dismally home, to sleep in preparation for the morrow. Mrs. Morel, listening to their mournful singing, went indoors. 9 o'clock passed, and 10, and still the pair had not returned. On a doorstep somewhere a man was singing loudly, in a drawl, "Lead, kindly light." Mrs. Morel was always indignant with drunken men that they must sing that hymn when they got maudlin. "As if Genevieve weren't good enough," she said. The kitchen was full of the scent of boiled herbs and hops. On the hob a large black saucepan steamed slowly. Mrs. Morel took a panchion, a great bowl of thick red earth, streamed a heap of white sugar into the bottom, and then, straining herself to the weight, was pouring in the liquor. Just then Morel came in. He had been very jolly in the Nelson, but coming home had grown irritable. He had not quite got over the feeling of irritability and pain after having slept on the ground when he was so hot, and a bad conscience afflicted him as he neared the house. He did not know he was angry, but when the garden gate resisted his attempts to open it, he kicked it and broke the latch. He entered just as Mrs. Morel was pouring the infusion of herbs out of the saucepan. Swaying lightly, he lurched against the table. The boiling liquor pitched. Mrs. Morel started back. "Good gracious!" she cried. "Coming home in his drunkenness!" "Coming home in his what?" he snarled, his hat over his eye. Suddenly her blood rose in a jet. "Say you're not drunk!" she flashed. She had put down her saucepan, and was stirring the sugar into the beer. He dropped his 2 hands heavily on the table, and thrust his face forward at her. "Say you're not drunk," he repeated. "Why, nobody but a nasty little bitch like you would have such a thought." He thrust his face forward at her. "There's money to bezzle with, if there's money for nothing else." "I've not spent a 2-shilling bit this day," he said. "You don't get as drunk as a lord on nothing," she replied. "And," she cried, flashing into sudden fury, "if you've not been sponging on your beloved Jerry, why, let him look after his children, for they need it." "It's a lie, it's a lie! Shut your face, woman!" They were now at battle pitch. Each forgot everything save the hatred of the other, and the battle between them. She was fiery and furious as he. They went on till he called her a liar. "No," she cried, starting up, scarce able to breathe. "Don't call me that. You, the most despicable liar that ever walked in shoe leather." She forced the last words out of suffocated lungs. "You're a liar!" he yelled, banging the table with his fist. "You're a liar! You're a liar!" She stiffened herself with clenched fist. "The house is filthy with you!" she cried. "Then get out on it. It's mine. Get out on it!" he shouted. "It's me as brings th' money home, not thee. It's my house, not thine. Then get out on't. Get out on't." "And I would," she cried, suddenly shaken into tears of impotence. Wouldn't I have gone long ago, but for those children? Haven't I repented not going years ago, when I'd only the one?" Suddenly drying into rage. "Do you think it's for you I stop? Do you think I'd stop 1 minute for you?" "Go then," he shouted, beside himself. "Go!" "No!" she faced round. "No!" she cried loudly. "You shan't have it all your own way. You shan't do all you like. I've got those children to see to." "My word," she laughed, "I should look well to leave them to you." "Go!" he cried thickly, lifting his fist. He was afraid of her. "Go!" "I should be only too glad. I should laugh, my lord, if I could get away from you," she replied. He came up to her, his red face, with its bloodshot eyes, thrust forward, and gripped her arms. She cried in fear of him, struggled to be free. Coming slightly to himself, panting, he pushed her roughly to the outer door, and thrust her forth, slotting the bolt behind her with a bang. Then he went back into the kitchen, dropped into his arm-chair, his head, bursting full of blood, sinking between his knees. Thus he dipped gradually into a stupor, from exhaustion and intoxication. The moon was high and magnificent in the August night. Mrs. Morell, seared with passion, shivered to find herself out there in a great white light that fell cold on her, and gave a shock to her inflamed soul. She stood for a few moments, helplessly staring at the glistening great rhubarb leaves near the door. Then she got air into her breast. She walked down the garden path, trembling in every limb, while the child boiled within her. For a while she could not control her consciousness. Mechanically she went over the last scene, then over it again, certain phrases, certain moments coming each time like a brand red-hot down on her soul. And each time she enacted again the past hour. Each time the brand came down at the same points, till the mark was burnt in, and the pain burnt out, and at last she came to herself. She must have been half an hour in this delirious condition. Then the presence of the night came again to her. She glanced round in fear. She had wandered to the side garden, where she was walking up and down the path beside the currant bushes under the long wall. The garden was a narrow strip, bounded from the road, that cut transversely between the blocks by a thick thorn hedge. She hurried out of the side garden to the front, where she could stand as if in an immense gulf of white light, the moon streaming high in face of her, the moonlight standing up from the hills in front, and filling the valley where the bottoms crouched, almost blindingly. There, panting and half weeping in reaction from the stress, she murmured to herself over and over again, "The nuisance! The nuisance!" She became aware of something about her. With an effort she roused herself to see what it was that penetrated her consciousness. The tall white lilies were reeling in the moonlight, and the air was charged with their perfume, as with a presence. Mrs. Morell gasped slightly in fear. She touched the big pallid flowers on their petals, then shivered. They seemed to be stretching in the moonlight. She put her hand into one white bin. The gold scarcely showed on her fingers by moonlight. She bent down to look at the binful of yellow pollen, but it appeared only dusky. Then she drank a deep draught of the scent. It almost made her dizzy. Mrs. Morell leaned on the garden gate, looking out, and she lost herself a while. She did not know what she thought. Except for a slight feeling of sickness and her consciousness in the child, herself melted out like scent into the shiny, pale air. After a time the child too melted with her in the mixing pot of moonlight, and she rested with the hills and lilies and houses, all swum together in a kind of swoon. When she came to herself she was tired for sleep. Languidly she looked about her. The clumps of white phlox seemed like bushes spread with linen. A moth ricocheted over them, and right across the garden. Following it with her eye roused her. A few whiffs of the raw, strong scent of phlox invigorated her. She passed along the path, hesitating at the white rose-bush. It smelled sweet and simple. She touched the white ruffles of the roses. Their fresh scent and cool, soft leaves reminded her of the morning time and sunshine. She was very fond of them. But she was tired, and wanted to sleep. In the mysterious out-of-doors she felt forlorn. There was no noise anywhere. Evidently the children had not been awakened, or had gone to sleep again. A train 3 miles away roared across the valley. The night was very large and very strange, stretching its hoary distances infinitely. And out of the silver-grey fog of darkness came sounds vague and hoarse. A corncrake not far off, sound of a train like a sigh, and distant shouts of men. Her quietened heart beginning to beat quickly again, she hurried down the side garden to the back of the house. Softly she lifted the latch. The door was still bolted, shut hard against her. She rapped gently, waited, then rapped again. She must not rouse the children, nor the neighbours. He must be asleep, and he would not wake easily. Her heart began to burn to be indoors. She clung to the door handle. Now it was cold. She would take a chill, and in her present condition. Putting her apron over her head and her arms, she hurried again to the side garden, to the window of the kitchen. Leaning on the sill, she could just see, under the blind, her husband's arms spread out on the table, and his black head on the board. He was sleeping with his face lying on the table. Something in his attitude made her feel tired of things. The lamp was burning smokily. She could tell by the copper colour of the light. She tapped at the window more and more noisily. Almost it seemed as if the glass would break. Still he did not wake up. After vain efforts she began to shiver, partly from contact with the stone, and from exhaustion. Fearful always for the unborn child, she wondered what she could do for warmth. She went down to the coal-house, where was an old hearth-rug she had carried out for the ragman the day before. This she wrapped over her shoulders. It was warm, if grimy. Then she walked up and down the garden path, peeping every now and then under the blind, knocking, and telling herself that in the end the very strain of his position must wake him. At last, after about an hour, she rapped long and low at the window. Gradually the sound penetrated to him. When, in despair, she had ceased to tap, she saw him stir, then lift his face blindly. The labouring of his heart hurt him into consciousness. She rapped imperatively at the window. He started awake. Instantly she saw his fists set and his eyes glare. He had not a grain of physical fear. If it had been 20 burglars he would have gone blindly for them. He glared round, bewildered, but prepared to fight. "Open the door, Walter," she said coldly. His hands relaxed. It dawned on him what he had done. His head dropped, sullen and dogged. She saw him hurry to the door, heard the bolt chock. He tried the latch. It opened, and there stood the silver-grey night, fearful to him, after the tawny light of the lamp. He hurried back. When Mrs. Morell entered, she saw him almost running through the door to the stairs. He had ripped his collar off his neck in his haste to be gone ere she came in, and there it lay with bursten buttonholes. It made her angry. She warmed and soothed herself. In her weariness, forgetting everything, she moved about at the little tasks that remained to be done, set his breakfast, rinsed his pit bottle, put his pit clothes on the hearth to warm, set his pit boots beside them, put him out a clean scarf and snap bag and 2 apples, raked the fire, and went to bed. He was already dead asleep. His narrow black eyebrows were drawn up in a sort of peevish misery into his forehead, while his cheeks, downstrokes, and his sulky mouth seemed to be saying, "I don't care who you are, nor what you are. I shall have my own way." Mrs. Morell knew him too well to look at him. As she unfastened her brooch at the mirror, she smiled faintly to see her face all smeared with the yellow dust of lilies. She brushed it off, and at last lay down. For some time her mind continued, snapping and jetting sparks, but she was asleep before her husband awoke from the first sleep of his drunkenness. End of. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The birth of Paul, and another battle. After such a scene as the last, Walter Morell was for some days abashed and ashamed, but he soon regained his old bullying indifference. Yet there was a slight shrinking, a diminishing in his assurance. Physically even he shrank, and his fine full presence waned. He never grew in the least stout, so that, as he sank from his erect, assertive bearing, his physique seemed to contract, along with his pride and moral strength. But now he realised how hard it was for his wife to drag about at her work, and, his sympathy quickened by penitence, hastened forward with his help. He came straight home from the pit, and stayed in at evening till Friday, and then he could not remain at home. But he was back again by 10 o'clock, almost quite sober. He always made his own breakfast. Being a man who rose early and had plenty of time, he did not, as some miners do, drag his wife out of bed at 6 o'clock. At 5, sometimes earlier, he woke, got straight out of bed, and went downstairs. When she could not sleep, his wife lay waiting for this time, as for a period of peace. The only real rest seemed to be when he was out of the house. He went downstairs in his shirt, and then struggled into his pit trousers, which were left on the hearth to warm all night. There was always a fire, because Mrs. Morell raked, and the first sound in the house was the bang, bang of the poker against the raker, as Morell smashed the remainder of the coal to make the kettle, which was filled and left on the hob, finally boil. His cup and knife and fork, all he wanted except just the food, was laid ready on the table on a newspaper. Then he got his breakfast, made the tea, packed the bottom of the doors with rugs to shut out the draught, piled a big fire, and sat down to an hour of joy. He toasted his bacon on a fork, and caught the drops of fat on his bread. Then he put the rasher on his thick slice of bread, and cut off chunks with a clasp knife, poured his tea into his saucer, and was happy. With his family about, meals were never so pleasant. He loathed the fork. It is a modern introduction which has still scarcely reached common people. What Morell preferred was a clasp knife. Then, in solitude, he ate and drank, often sitting in cold weather on a little stool with his back to the warm chimney-piece, his food on the fender, his cup on the hearth. And then he read the last night's newspaper, what of it he could, spelling it over laboriously. He preferred to keep the blinds down and the candle lit even when it was daylight. It was the habit of the mine. At 5:45 he rose, cut 2 thick slices of bread and butter, and put them in the white calico snap bag. He filled his tin bottle with tea. Cold tea, without milk or sugar, was the drink he preferred for the pit. Then he pulled off his shirt, and put on his pit singlet, a vest of thick flannel, cut low round the neck, and with short sleeves, like a chemise. Then he went upstairs to his wife with a cup of tea because she was ill, and because it occurred to him. "I've brought thee a cup of tea, lass," he said. "Well, you needn't, for you know I don't like it," she replied. "Drink it up. It'll put thee off to sleep again." She accepted the tea. It pleased him to see her take it and sip it. "I'll back my life there's no sugar in," she said. "Yeh, there's one big un," he replied, injured. "It's a wonder," she said, sipping again. She had a winsome face when her hair was loose. He loved her to grumble at him in this manner. He looked at her again, and went without any sort of leave-taking. He never took more than 2 slices of bread and butter to eat in the pit, so an apple or an orange was a treat to him. He always liked it when she put one out for him. He tied a scarf round his neck, put on his great heavy boots, his coat with the big pocket that carried his snap-bag, and his bottle of tea, and went forth into the fresh morning air, closing without locking the door behind him. He loved the early morning, and the walk across the fields. So he appeared at the pit top, often with a stalk from the hedge between his teeth, which he chewed all day to keep his mouth moist, down the mine, feeling quite as happy as when he was in the field. Later, when the time for the baby grew nearer, he would bustle round in his slovenly fashion, poking out the ashes, rubbing the fireplace, sweeping the house before he went to work. Then, feeling very self-righteous, he went upstairs. "Now I'm clean up for thee. There's no occasions to stir a peg all day, but sit and read thy books," which made her laugh, in spite of her indignation. "And the dinner cooks itself?" she answered. I know nowt about th' dinner." "You'd know if there weren't any." "Ay, happen so," he answered, departing. When she got downstairs she would find the house tidy but dirty. She could not rest until she had thoroughly cleaned, so she went down to the ash-pit with her dustpan. Mrs. Kirk, spying her, would contrive to have to go to her own coal-place at that minute. Then, across the wooden fence, she would call, "So you keep wagging on, then?" "Ay," answered Mrs. Morell deprecatingly. "There's nothing else for it." "Have you seen Hose?" called a very small woman from across the road. It was Mrs. Anthony, a black-haired, strange little body, who always wore a brown velvet dress, tight-fitting. "I haven't," said Mrs. Morell. I wish he'd come. I've got a copper full of clothes, and I'm sure I heard his bell. Hark! He's at the end." The 2 women looked down the alley. At the end of the bottoms a man stood in a sort of old-fashioned trap, bending over bundles of cream-coloured stuff, while a cluster of women held up their arms to him, some with bundles. Mrs. Anthony herself had a heap of creamy, undyed stockings hanging over her arm. "I've done 10 dozen this week," she said, proudly, to Mrs. Morell. "Tch, went the other. "I don't know how you can find time." Said Mrs. Anthony, "you can find time if you make time." "I don't know how you do it," said Mrs. Morell. "And how much shall you get for those many?" "2.5 a dozen," replied the other. "Well," said Mrs. Morell, "I'd starve before I'd sit down and seam 24 stockings for 2.5. "I don't know," said Mrs. Anthony. "You can rip along with 'em." Hose was coming along, ringing his bell. Women were waiting at the yard ends with their seamed stockings hanging over their arms. The man, a common fellow, made jokes with them, tried to swindle them, and bullied them. Mrs. Morell went up her yard disdainfully. It was an understood thing that if one woman wanted her neighbour, she should put the poker in the fire and bang at the back of the fireplace, which, as the fires were back to back, would make a great noise in the adjoining house. One morning Mrs. Kirk, mixing a pudding, nearly started out of her skin as she heard the thud, thud in her grate. With her hands all floury, she rushed to the fence. "Did you knock, Mrs. Morell?" "If you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Kirk." Mrs. Kirk climbed onto her copper, got over the wall onto Mrs. Morell's copper, and ran into her neighbour. Dear, how are you feeling?" she cried in concern. "You might fetch Mrs. Bower," said Mrs. Morell. Mrs. Kirk went into the yard, lifted up her strong, shrill voice, and called, "Aggie! Aggie!" The sound was heard from one end of the bottoms to the other. At last Aggie came running up, and was sent for Mrs. Bower, whilst Mrs. Kirk left her pudding and stayed with her neighbour. Mrs. Morell went to bed. Mrs. Kirk had Annie and William for dinner. Mrs. Bower, fat and waddling, bossed the house. "Hash some cold meat up for the master's dinner, and make him an apple charlotte pudding," said Mrs. Morell. "He may go without pudding this day," said Mrs. Bower. Morel was not as a rule one of the first to appear at the bottom of the pit, ready to come up. Some men were there before 4 o'clock, when the whistle blew loose all, but Morel, whose stall, a poor one, was at this time about 1.5 miles away from the bottom, worked usually till the first mate stopped, then he finished also. This day, however, the miner was sick of work. At 2 o'clock he looked at his watch, by the light of the green candle. He was in a safe working, and again at 2:30. He was hewing at a piece of rock that was in the way for the next day's work. As he sat on his heels, or kneeled, giving hard blows with his pick, "Ussa! Ussa!" he went. "Shalt you finish, sorry?" cried Barker, his fellow butty. "Finish? Niver, while the world stands," growled Morel, and he went on striking. He was tired. "It's a heart-breaking job," said Barker. But Morel was too exasperated, at the end of his tether, to answer. Still he struck and hacked with all his might. "Thou might as well leave it, Walter," said Barker. "It'll do to-morrow, without thee hacking thy guts out." "I'll lay no thy finger on this to-morrow, Israel," cried Morel. "Oh, well, if thou wunna, somebody else'll ha' to," said Israel. Then Morel continued to strike. "Hey, up there! Looser!" cried the men, leaving the next stall. Morel continued to strike. "They'll happen catch me up," said Barker, departing. When he had gone, Morel, left alone, felt savage. He had not finished his job. He had overworked himself into a frenzy. Rising, wet with sweat, he threw his tool down, pulled on his coat, blew out his candle, took his lamp, and went. Down the main road the lights of the other men went swinging. There was a hollow sound of many voices. It was a long, heavy tramp underground. He sat at the bottom of the pit, where the great drops of water fell plash. Many colliers were waiting their turns to go up, talking noisily. Morel gave his answers short and disagreeable. "It's raining, sorry," said old Giles, who had the news from the top. Morel found one comfort. He had his old umbrella, which he loved, in the lamp cabin. At last he took his stand on the chair, and was at the top in a moment. Then he handed in his lamp and got his umbrella, which he had bought at an auction for 1 6. He stood on the edge of the pit bank for a moment, looking out over the fields. Grey rain was falling. The trucks stood full of wet, bright coal. Water ran down the sides of the wagons, over the white C, W and Co. Colliers, walking indifferent to the rain, were streaming down the line and up the field, a grey, dismal host. Morel put up his umbrella, and took pleasure from the peppering of the drops thereon. All along the road to Bestwood the miners tramped, wet and grey and dirty, but their red mouths talking with animation. Morel also walked with the gang, but he said nothing. He frowned peevishly as he went. Many men passed into the Prince of Wales, or into Ellen's. Morel, feeling sufficiently disagreeable to resist temptation, trudged along under the dripping trees that overhung the park wall, and down the mud of Greenhill Lane. Mrs. Morel lay in bed, listening to the rain, and the feet of the colliers from Minton, their voices, and the bang-bang of the gates as they went through the stile up the field. "There's some herb beer behind the pantry door," she said. "The master'll want a drink if he doesn't stop." But he was late, so she concluded he had called for a drink, since it was raining. What did he care about the child or her? She was very ill when her children were born. "What is it?" she asked, feeling sick to death. "A boy." And she took consolation in that. The thought of being the mother of men was warming to her heart. She looked at the child. It had blue eyes and a lot of fair hair, and was bonny. Her love came up hot, in spite of everything. She had it in bed with her. Morel, thinking nothing, dragged his way up the garden path, wearily and angrily. He closed his umbrella and stood it in the sink. Then he sluthered his heavy boots into the kitchen. Mrs. Bower appeared in the inner doorway. "Well," she said, "she's about as bad as she can be. It's a boy child." The miner grunted, put his empty snap-bag and his tin bottle on the dresser, went back into the scullery, and hung up his coat, then came and dropped into his chair. "And you got a drink?" he asked. The woman went into the pantry. There was heard the pop of a cork. She set the mug with a little disgusted rap on the table before Morel. He drank, gasped, wiped his big moustache on the end of his scarf, drank, gasped, and lay back in his chair. The woman would not speak to him again. She set his dinner before him, and went upstairs. "Was that the master?" asked Mrs. Morel. "I've gave him his dinner," replied Mrs. Bower. After he had sat with his arms on the table, he resented the fact that Mrs. Bower put no cloth on for him, and gave him a little plate, instead of a full-sized dinner plate. He began to eat. The fact that his wife was ill, that he had another boy, was nothing to him at that moment. He was too tired. He wanted his dinner. He wanted to sit with his arms lying on the board. He did not like having Mrs. Bower about. The fire was too small to please him. After he had finished his meal, he sat for 20 minutes. Then he stoked up a big fire. Then, in his stocking feet, he went reluctantly upstairs. It was a struggle to face his wife at this moment, and he was tired. His face was black and smeared with sweat. His singlet had dried again, soaking the dirt in. He had a dirty woolen scarf round his throat. So he stood at the foot of the bed. "Well, how art her then?" he asked. "As'll be all right," she answered. He stood at a loss what to say next. He was tired, and this bother was rather a nuisance to him, and he didn't quite know where he was. "A lad, tha says," he stammered. She turned down the sheet and showed the child. "Bless him," he murmured, which made her laugh, because he blessed by rote, pretending paternal emotion which he did not feel just then. "Go now," she said. "I will, my lass," he answered, turning away. Dismissed, he wanted to kiss her, but he dared not. She half wanted him to kiss her, but could not bring herself to give any sign. She only breathed freely when he was gone out of the room again, leaving behind him a faint smell of pit dirt. Mrs. Morel had a visit every day from the Congregational clergyman. Mr. Heaton was young and very poor. His wife had died at the birth of his first baby, so he remained alone in the manse. He was a Bachelor of Arts at Cambridge, very shy, and no preacher. Mrs. Morel was fond of him, and he depended on her. For hours he talked to her when she was well. He became the godparent of the child. Occasionally the minister stayed to tea with Mrs. Morel. Then she laid the cloth early, got out her best cups, with a little green rim, and hoped Morel would not come too soon. Indeed, if he stayed for a pint, she would not mind this day. She had always 2 dinners to cook, because she believed children should have their chief meal at midday, whereas Morel needed his at 5 o'clock. So Mr. Heaton would hold the baby, while Mrs. Morel beat up a batter pudding or peeled the potatoes, and he, watching her all the time, would discuss his next sermon. His ideas were quaint and fantastic. She brought him judiciously to earth. It was a discussion of the wedding at CLAR. "When he changed the water into wine at CLAR," he said, "that is a symbol that the ordinary life, even the blood, of the married husband and wife, which had before been uninspired, like water, became filled with the Spirit, and was as wine, because when love enters, the whole spiritual constitution of a man changes, is filled with the Holy Ghost, and almost his form is altered." Mrs. Morel thought to herself, "Yes, poor fellow, his young wife is dead. That is why he makes his love into the Holy Ghost." They were half-way down their first cup of tea when they heard the sluther of pit boots. "Good gracious!" exclaimed Mrs. Morell, in spite of herself. The minister looked rather scared. Morell entered. He was feeling rather savage. He nodded a "How do you do?" to the clergyman, who rose to shake hands with him. "Nay," said Morell, showing his hand. "Look thee at it. Thou niver wants to shake hands wi' a hand like that, does ter? There's too much pick-haft and shovel-dirt on it." The minister flushed with confusion, and sat down again. Mrs. Morell rose, carried out the steaming saucepan. Morell took off his coat, dragged his armchair to table, and sat down heavily. "Are you tired?" asked the clergyman. "Tired? I am that," replied Morell. "You don't know what it is to be tired as I'm tired." "No," replied the clergyman. "Why, look you here," said the miner, showing the shoulders of his singlet. "It's a bit dry now, but it's wet as a clout with sweat even yet. Feel it." "Goodness!" cried Mrs. Morell. "Mr. Heaton doesn't want to feel your nasty singlet." The clergyman put out his hand gingerly. "No, perhaps he doesn't," said Morell, "but it's all come out of me, whether or not. And every day like me singlet's wringing wet. Haven't you got a drink, missus, for a man when he comes home barkled up from pit?" "You know you drank all the beer," said Mrs. Morell, pouring out his tea. "And was there no more to be got?" Turning to the clergyman. "A man gets that caked up with dust, you know, that clogged up down a coal mine, he needs a drink when he comes home." "I'm sure he does," said the clergyman. "But it's 10 to 1 if there's out for him." "There's water and there's tea," said Mrs. Morell. "Water! It's not water as'll clear his throat." He poured out a saucerful of tea, blew it, and sucked it up through his great black moustache, sighing afterwards. Then he poured out another saucerful, and stood his cup on the table. "My cloth!" said Mrs. Morell, putting it on a plate. "A man as comes home as I do's too tired to care about cloths," said Morell. "Pity!" exclaimed his wife, sarcastically. The room was Chapter 2, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He leaned over to the minister, his great moustache thrust forward, his mouth very red in his black face. "Mr. Heaton," he said, "a man as has been down the black hole all day, dinging away at a coal-face, yea, a sight harder than that wall." "Needn't make a moan of it," put in Mrs. Morell. She hated her husband, because whenever he had an audience he whined and played for sympathy. William, sitting nursing the baby, hated him, with a boy's hatred for false sentiment, and for the stupid treatment of his mother. Annie had never liked him. She merely avoided him. When the minister had gone, Mrs. Morell looked at her cloth. "A fine mess," she said. "Dost think I'm going to sit wi' my arms dangling, 'cause thou's got a parson for tea with thee?" he bawled. They were both angry, but she said nothing. The baby began to cry, and Mrs. Morell, picking up a saucepan from the hearth, accidentally knocked Annie on the head, whereupon the little girl began to whine, and Morell to shout at her. In the midst of this pandemonium, William looked up at the big glazed text over the mantelpiece, and read distinctly, "God bless our home." Whereupon Mrs. Morell, trying to soothe the baby, jumped up, rushed at him, boxed his ears, saying, "What are you putting him for?" And then she sat down and laughed, till tears ran over her cheeks, while William kicked the stool he had been sitting on, and Morell growled, "I canna see what there is so much to laugh at." One evening, directly after the parson's visit, feeling unable to bear herself after another display from her husband, she took Annie and the baby and went out. Morell had kicked William, and the mother would never forgive him. She went over to the sheep bridge and across a corner of the meadow to the cricket ground. The meadows seemed one space of ripe evening light, whispering with the distant mill race. She sat on a seat under the alders in the cricket ground, and fronted the evening. Before her, level and solid, spread the big green cricket field like the bed of a sea of light. Children played in the bluish shadow of the pavilion. Many rooks high up came cawing home across the softly woven sky. They stooped in a long curve down into the golden glow, concentrating, cawing, wheeling, like black flakes on a slow vortex, over a tree clump that made a dark boss among the pasture. A few gentlemen were practising, and Mrs. Morell could hear the chock of the ball and the voices of men suddenly roused, could see the white forms of men shifting silently over the green, upon which already the under-shadows were smouldering. Away at the grange, one side of the haystacks was lit up, the other sides blue-grey. A waggon of sheaves rocked small across the melting yellow light. The sun was going down. Every open evening the hills of Derbyshire were blazed over with red sunset. Mrs. Morell watched the sun sink from the glistening sky, leaving a soft flower blue overhead, while the western space went red, as if all the fire had swum down there, leaving the bell cast flawless blue. The mountain ash berries across the field stood fierily out from the dark leaves for a moment. A few shocks of corn in a corner of the fallow stood up, as if alive. She imagined them bowing. Perhaps her son would be a Joseph. In the east a mirrored sunset floated pink opposite the west's scarlet. The big haystacks on the hillside that butted into the glare went cold. With Mrs. Morell it was one of those still moments when the small frets vanish and the beauty of things stands out, and she had the peace and the strength to see herself. Now and again a swallow cut close to her. Now and again Annie came up with a handful of alder currants. The baby was restless on his mother's knee, clambering with his hands at the light. Mrs. Morell looked down at him. She had dreaded this baby like a catastrophe, because of her feeling for her husband. And now she felt strangely toward the infant. Her heart was heavy because of the child, almost as if it were unhealthy or malformed. Yet it seemed quite well. But she noticed the peculiar knitting of the baby's brows, and the peculiar heaviness of its eyes, as if it were trying to understand something that was pain. She felt, when she looked at the child's dark, brooding pupils, as if a burden were on her heart. "He looks as if he was thinking about something, quite sorrowful," said Mrs. Kirk. Suddenly, looking at him, the heavy feeling at the mother's heart melted into passionate grief. She bowed over him, and a few tears shook swiftly out of her very heart. The baby lifted his fingers. "My lamb!" she cried softly. And at that moment she felt, in some far inner place of her soul, that she and her husband were guilty. The baby was looking up at her. It had blue eyes like her own, but its look was heavy, steady, as if it had realised something that had stunned some point of its soul. In her arms lay the delicate baby. Its deep blue eyes, always looking up at her, unblinking, seemed to draw her innermost thoughts out of her. She no longer loved her husband. She had not wanted this child to come, and there it lay in her arms and pulled at her heart. She felt as if the navel string that had connected its frail little body with hers had not been broken. A wave of hot love went over her to the infant. She held it close to her face and breast. With all her force, with all her soul, she would make up to it for having brought it into the world unloved. She would love it all the more now it was here, carry it in her love. Its clear knowing eyes gave her pain and fear. Did it know all about her? When it lay under her heart, had it been listening then? Was there a reproach in the look? She felt the marrow melt in her bones with fear and pain. Once more she was aware of the sun lying red on the rim of the hill opposite. She suddenly held up the child in her hands. "Look!" she cried. "Look, my pretty!" She thrust the infant forward to the crimson, throbbing sun, almost with relief. She saw him lift his little fist. Then she put him to her bosom again, ashamed almost of her impulse to give him back again whence he came. "If he lives," she thought to herself, "what will become of him? What will he be?" Her heart was anxious. "I will call him Paul," she said suddenly. She knew not why. After a while she went home. A fine shadow was flung over the deep green meadow, darkening all. As she expected, she found the house empty. But Morel was home by 10 o'clock, and that day, at least, ended peacefully. Walter Morel was, at this time, exceedingly irritable. His work seemed to exhaust him. When he came home he did not speak civilly to anybody. If the fire were rather low, he bullied about that. He grumbled about his dinner. If the children made a chatter, he shouted at them in a way that made their mother's blood boil, and made them hate him. On the Saturday he was not home by 11 o'clock. The baby was unwell, and was restless, crying if he were put down. Mrs. Morel, tired to death, and still weak, was scarcely under control. "I wish the nuisance would come," she said wearily to herself. The child at last sank down to sleep in her arms. She was too tired to carry him to the cradle. "But I'll say nothing, whatever time he comes," she said. "It only works me up. I won't say anything. But I know if he does anything, it'll make my blood boil," she added to herself. She sighed, hearing him coming, as if he was something she could not bear. He, taking his revenge, was nearly drunk. She kept her head bent over the child as he entered, not wishing to see him. But it went through her like a flash of hot fire, when, in passing, he lurched against the dresser, setting the tins rattling, and clutched at the white pot knobs for support. He hung up his hat and coat, then returned, stood glowering from a distance at her, as she sat bowed over the child. "Is there nothing to eat in the house?" he asked insolently, as if to a servant. In certain stages of his intoxication he affected the clipped, mincing speech of the towns. Mrs. Morel hated him most in this condition. "You know what there is in the house," she said so coldly it sounded impersonal. He stood and glared at her without moving a muscle. "I asked a civil question, and I expect a civil answer," he said affectedly. "And you got it," she said, still ignoring him. He glowered again. Then he came unsteadily forward. He leaned on the table with one hand, and with the other jerked at the table drawer to get a knife to cut bread. The drawer stuck because he pulled sideways. In a temper he dragged it, so that it flew out bodily, and spoons, forks, knives, 100 metallic things splashed with a clatter and a clang upon the brick floor. The baby gave a little convulsed start. "What are you doing, clumsy drunken fool?" the mother cried. "Then thou should get the flaming thing the sen. Thou should get up, like other women after, and wait on a man." "Wait on you? Wait on you?" she cried. "Yes, I see myself. Yes, and I'll learn thee thou's got to. Wait on me. Yes, thou shalt wait on me. Never, my lord. I'd wait on a dog at the door first." "What? What?" He was trying to fit in the drawer. At her last speech he turned round. His face was crimson, his eyes bloodshot. He stared at her one silent second in threat. "Puh!" she went quickly, in contempt. He jerked at the drawer in his excitement. It fell, cut sharply on his shin, and on reflex he flung it at her. One of the corners caught her brow as the shallow drawer crashed into the fireplace. She swayed, almost fell stunned from her chair. To her very soul she was sick. She clasped the child tightly to her bosom. A few moments elapsed, then, with an effort, she brought herself to. The baby was crying plaintively. Her left brow was bleeding rather profusely. As she glanced down at the child, her brain reeling, some drops of blood soaked into its white shawl. But the baby was at least not hurt. She balanced her head to keep equilibrium, so that the blood ran into her eye. Walter Morell remained as he had stood, leaning on the table with one hand, looking blank. When he was sufficiently sure of his balance, he went across to her, swayed, caught hold of the back of her rocking chair, almost tipping her out. Then, leaning forward over her and swaying as he spoke, he said, in a tone of wondering concern, "Did it catch thee?" He swayed again as if he would pitch on to the child. With the catastrophe he had lost all balance. "Go away," she said, struggling to keep her presence of mind. He hiccoughed. Let's look at it," he said, hiccoughing again. "Go away," she cried. Let me look at it, lass." She smelled him of drink, felt the unequal pull of his swaying grasp on the back of her rocking chair. "Go away," she said, and weakly she pushed him off. He stood, uncertain in balance, gazing upon her. Summoning all her strength she rose, the baby on one arm. By a cruel effort of will, moving as if in sleep, she went across to the scullery, where she bathed her eye for a minute in cold water, but she was too dizzy. Afraid lest she would swoon, she returned to her rocking chair, trembling in every fibre. By instinct she kept the baby clasped. Morell, bothered, had succeeded in pushing the drawer back into its cavity, and was on his knees, groping with numb paws for the scattered spoons. Her brow was still bleeding. Presently Morell got up and came, craning his neck towards her. "What has it done to thee, lass?" he asked, in a very wretched, humble tone. "You can see what it's done," she answered. He stood, bending forward, supported on his hands, which grasped his legs just above the knee. He peered to look at the wound. She drew away from the thrust of his face, with its great moustache, averting her own face as much as possible. As he looked at her, who was cold and impassive as stone, with mouth shut tight, he sickened with feebleness and hopelessness of spirit. He was turning drearily away, when he saw a drop of blood fall from the averted wound into the baby's fragile, glistening hair. Fascinated, he watched the heavy dark drop hang in the glistening cloud, and pull down the gossamer. Another drop fell. It would soak through to the baby's scalp. He watched, fascinated, feeling it soak in. Then, finally, his manhood broke. "What of this child?" was all his wife said to him, but her low, intense tones brought his head lower. She softened. "Get me some waddling out of the middle drawer," she said. He stumbled away very obediently, presently returning with a pad, which she singed before the fire, then put on her forehead, as she sat with the baby on her lap. "Now that clean pit scarf." Again he rummaged and fumbled in the drawer, returning presently with a red narrow scarf. She took it, and with trembling fingers proceeded to bind it round her head. "Let me tie it for thee," he said humbly. "I can do it myself," she replied. When it was done she went upstairs, telling him to rake the fire and lock the door. In the morning Mrs. Morell said, "I knocked against the latch of the coal place when I was getting a raker in the dark, because the candle blew out." Her two small children looked up at her with wide, dismayed eyes. They said nothing, but their parted lips seemed to express the unconscious tragedy they felt. Walter Morell lay in bed next day until nearly dinner-time. He did not think of the previous evening's work. He scarcely thought of anything, but he would not think of that. He lay and suffered like a sulking dog. He had hurt himself most, and he was the more damaged because he would never say a word to her, or express his sorrow. He tried to wriggle out of it. It was her own fault, he said to himself. Nothing, however, could prevent his inner consciousness inflicting on him the punishment which ate into his spirit like rust, and which he could only alleviate by drinking. He felt as if he had not the initiative to get up, or to say a word, or to move, but could only lie like a log. Moreover, he had himself violent pains in the head. It was Saturday. Towards noon he rose, cut himself food in the pantry, ate it with his head dropped, then pulled on his boots and went out, to return at 3 o'clock, slightly tipsy and relieved, then once more straight to bed. He rose again at 6 in the evening, had tea, and went straight out. Sunday was the same. Bed till noon, the Palmerston Arms till 2:30, dinner and bed, scarcely a word spoken. When Mrs. Morell went upstairs towards 4 o'clock to put on her Sunday dress, he was fast asleep. She would have felt sorry for him if he had once said, "Wife, I'm sorry." But no, he insisted to himself it was her fault. And so he broke himself. So she merely left him alone. There was this deadlock of passion between them, and she was stronger. The family began tea. Sunday was the only day when all sat down to meals together. "Isn't my father going to get up?" asked William. "Let him lie," the mother replied. There was a feeling of misery over all the house. The children breathed the air that was poisoned, and they felt dreary. They were rather disconsolate, did not know what to do, what to play at. Immediately Morrell woke he got straight out of bed. That was characteristic of him all his life. He was all for activity. The prostrated inactivity of 2 mornings was stifling him. It was near 6 o'clock when he got down. This time he entered without hesitation, his wincing sensitiveness having hardened again. He did not care any longer what the family thought or felt. The tea things were on the table. William was reading aloud from The Child's Own, Annie listening and asking eternally, "Why?" Both children hushed into silence as they heard the approaching thud of their father's stocking feet, and shrank as he entered. Yet he was usually indulgent to them. Morell made the meal alone, brutally. He ate and drank more noisily than he had need. No one spoke to him. The family life withdrew, shrank away, and became hushed as he entered. But he cared no longer about his alienation. Immediately he had finished tea, he rose with alacrity to go out. It was this alacrity, this haste to be gone, which so sickened Mrs. Morell. As she heard him sousing heartily in cold water, heard the eager scratch of the steel comb on the side of the bowl as he wetted his hair, she closed her eyes in disgust. As he bent over, lacing his boots, there was a certain vulgar gusto in his movement that divided him from the reserved, watchful rest of the family. He always ran away from the battle with himself. Even in his own heart's privacy he excused himself, saying, "If she hadn't said so-and-so, it would never have happened. She's asked for what she's got." The children waited in restraint during his preparations. When he had gone, they sighed with relief. He closed the door behind him and was glad. It was a rainy evening. The Palmerston would be the cosier. He hastened forward in anticipation. All the slate roofs of the bottoms shone black with wet. The roads, always dark with coal dust, were full of blackish mud. He hastened along. The Palmerston windows were steamed over. The passage was paddled with wet feet. But the air was warm, if foul, and full of the sound of voices and the smell of beer and smoke. "What shall tie, Walter?" cried a voice as soon as Morell appeared in the doorway. "Oh, Jim, my lad, wherever has he sprung frae?" The men made a seat for him, and took him in warmly. He was glad. In a minute or two they had thawed all responsibility out of him, all shame, all trouble, and he was clear as a bell for a jolly night. On the Wednesday following, Morell was penniless. He dreaded his wife. Having hurt her, he hated her. He did not know what to do with himself that evening, having not even twopence with which to go to the Palmerston, and being already rather deeply in debt. So, while his wife was down the garden with the child, he hunted in the top drawer of the dresser where she kept her purse, found it, and looked inside. It contained a half-crown, 2 halfpennies, and a 6pence. So he took the 6pence, put the purse carefully back, and went out. The next day, when she wanted to pay the greengrocer, she looked in the purse for her 6pence, and her heart sank to her shoes. Then she sat down and thought, was there a 6pence? I hadn't spent it, had I? And I hadn't left it anywhere else. She was much put about. She hunted round everywhere for it. And, as she thought, the conviction came into her heart that her husband had taken it. What she had in her purse was all the money she possessed, but that he should sneak it from her thus was unbearable. He had done so twice before. The first time she had not accused him, and at the week-end he had put the shilling again into her purse. So that was how she had known he had taken it. The second time he had not paid back. This time she felt it was too much. When he had had his dinner, he came home early that day, she said to him coldly, "Did you take 6pence out of my purse last night?" "Me?" he said, looking up in an offended way. "No, I didna. I niver clapped eyes on your purse." But she could detect the lie. "Why, you know you did," she said quietly. "I tell you I didna," he shouted. "You're at me again, are you? I've had about enough on't." "So you've filched 6pence out of my purse while I'm taking the clothes in?" "I'll make you pay for this," he said, pushing back his chair in desperation. He bustled and got washed, then went determinedly upstairs. Presently he came down dressed, and with a big bundle in a blue-checked, enormous handkerchief. "And now," he said, "you'll see me again when you do." "It'll be before I want to," she replied, and at that he marched out of the house with his bundle. She sat trembling slightly, but her heart brimming with contempt. What would she do if he went to some other pit, obtained work, and got in with another woman? But she knew him too well. He couldn't. She was dead sure of him. Nevertheless, her heart was gnawed inside her. "Where's my dad?" said William, coming in from school. "He says he's run away," replied the mother. "Where to?" I don't know. He's taken a bundle in the blue handkerchief, and says he's not coming back." "What shall we do?" cried the boy. Never trouble. He won't go far." "But if he doesn't come back?" wailed Annie. And she and William retired to the sofa and wept. Mrs. Morell sat and laughed. "You pair of gabbies," she explained. "You'll see him before the night's out." But the children were not to be consoled. Twilight came on. Mrs. Morell grew anxious from very weariness. One part of her said it would be a relief to see the last of him. Another part fretted because of keeping the children. And inside her, as yet, she could not quite let him go. At the bottom she knew very well he could not go. When she went down to the coal-place at the end of the garden, however, she felt something behind the door, so she looked, and there, in the dark, lay the big blue bundle. She sat on a piece of coal in front of the bundle, and laughed. Every time she saw it, so fat and yet so ignominious, slunk into its corner in the dark, with its ends flopping like dejected ears from the knots, she laughed again. She was relieved. Mrs. Morell sat waiting. He had not any money, she knew, so if he stopped he was running up a bill. She was very tired of him, tired to death. He had not even the courage to carry his bundle beyond the yard end. As she meditated, at about 9 o'clock, he opened the door and came in, slinking and yet sulky. She said not a word. He took off his coat and slunk to his arm-chair, where he began to take off his boots. "You'd better fetch your bundle before you take your boots off," she said quietly. "You may thank your stars I've come back to-night," he said, looking up from under his dropped head, sulkily, trying to be impressive. "Why, where should you have gone?" You daren't even get your parcel through the yard end," she said. He looked such a fool, she was not even angry with him. He continued to take his boots off and prepare for bed. "I don't know what's in your blue handkerchief," she said, "but if you leave it, the children shall fetch it in the morning." Whereupon he got up and went out of the house, returning presently, and crossing the kitchen with averted face, hurrying upstairs. As Mrs. Morell saw him slink quickly through the inner doorway, holding his bundle, she laughed to herself. But her heart was bitter, because she had Chapter 3 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The casting off of Morell, the taking on of William. During the next week, Morell's temper was almost unbearable. Like all miners, he was a great lover of medicines, which, strangely enough, he would often pay for himself. "You mun get me a drop of laxy vitral," he says. "It's a winder as we canna have a sup i' th' house." So Mrs. Morell bought him elixir of vitriol, his favourite first medicine, and he made himself a jug of wormwood tea. He had hanging in the attic great bunches of dried herbs, wormwood, rue, horehound, elderflowers, parsley pert, marshmallow, hyssop, dandelion, and centaury. Usually there was a jug of one or other decoction standing on the hob, from which he drank largely. "Grand," he said, smacking his lips after wormwood. "Grand!" And he exhorted the children to try. "It's better than any of your tea or your cocoa stews," he vowed, but they were not to be tempted. This time, however, neither pills, nor vitriol, nor all his herbs would shift the nasty peens in his head. He was sickening for an attack of an inflammation of the brain. He had never been well since his sleeping on the ground when he went with Jerry to Nottingham. Since then he had drunk and stormed. Now he fell seriously ill, and Mrs. Morell had him to nurse. He was one of the worst patients imaginable. But in spite of all, and putting aside the fact that he was breadwinner, she never quite wanted him to die. Still, there was one part of her wanted him for herself. The neighbours were very good to her. Occasionally some had the children in to meals. Occasionally some would do the downstairs work for her. One would mind the baby for a day. But it was a great drag, nevertheless. It was not every day the neighbours helped. Then she had nursing of baby and husband, cleaning and cooking, everything to do. She was quite worn out, but she did what was wanted of her, and the money was just sufficient. She had 17 shillings a week from clubs, and every Friday Barker and the other butty put by a portion of the stall's profits for Morell's wife. And the neighbours made broths, and gave eggs, and such invalids' trifles. If they had not helped her so generously in those times, Mrs. Morell would never have pulled through, without incurring debts that would have dragged her down. The weeks passed. Morell, almost against hope, grew better. He had a fine constitution, so that, once on the mend, he went straight forward to recovery. Soon he was pottering about downstairs. During his illness his wife had spoilt him a little. Now he wanted her to continue. He often put his hand to his head, pulled down the corners of his mouth, and shammed pains he did not feel. But there was no deceiving her. At first she merely smiled to herself. Then she scolded him sharply. "Goodness, man, don't be so lachrymose!" That wounded him slightly, but still he continued to feign sickness. "I wouldn't be such a mardy baby," said his wife shortly. Then he was indignant, and cursed under his breath, like a boy. He was forced to resume a normal tone, and to cease to whine. Nevertheless, there was a state of peace in the house for some time. Mrs. Morell was more tolerant of him, and he, depending on her almost like a child, was rather happy. Neither knew that she was more tolerant because she loved him less. Up till this time, in spite of all, he had been her husband and her man. She had felt that, more or less, what he did to himself he did to her. Her living depended on him. There were many, many stages in the ebbing of her love for him, but it was always ebbing. Now, with the birth of this third baby, herself no longer set towards him, helplessly, but was like a tide that scarcely rose, standing off from him. After this she scarcely desired him, and, standing more aloof from him, not feeling him so much part of herself, but merely part of her circumstances, she did not mind so much what he did, could leave him alone. There was the halt, the wistfulness about the ensuing year, which is like autumn in a man's life. His wife was casting him off, half regretfully, but relentlessly, casting him off and turning now for love and life to the children. Henceforward he was more or less a husk, and he half acquiesced, as so many men do, yielding their place to their children. During his recuperation, when it was really over between them, both made an effort to come back somewhat to the old relationship of the first months of their marriage. He sat at home, and, when the children were in bed, and she was sewing, she did all her sewing by hand, made all shirts and children's clothing, he would read to her from the newspaper, slowly pronouncing and delivering the words like a man pitching quoits. Often she hurried him on, giving him a phrase in anticipation, and then he took her words humbly. The silences between them were peculiar. There would be the swift, slight cluck of her needle, the sharp pop of his lips as he let out the smoke, the warmth, the sizzle on the bars as he spat on the fire. Then her thoughts turned to William. Already he was getting a big boy. Already he was top of the class, and the master said he was the smartest lad in the school. She saw him a man, young, full of vigour, making the world glow again for her. And Morel, sitting there, quite alone, and having nothing to think about, would be feeling vaguely uncomfortable. His soul would reach out in its blind way to her and find her gone. He felt a sort of emptiness, almost like a vacuum in his soul. He was unsettled and restless. Soon he could not live in that atmosphere, and he affected his wife. Both felt an oppression on their breathing when they were left together for some time. Then he went to bed, and she settled down to enjoy herself alone, working, thinking, living. Meanwhile another infant was coming, fruit of this little peace and tenderness between the separating parents. Paul was 17 months old when the new baby was born. He was then a plump, pale child, quiet, with heavy blue eyes, and still the peculiar slight knitting of the brows. The last child was also a boy, fair and bonny. Mrs. Morel was sorry when she knew she was with child, both for economic reasons and because she did not love her husband, but not for the sake of the infant. They called the baby Arthur. He was very pretty, with a mop of gold curls, and he loved his father from the first. Mrs. Morel was glad this child loved the father. Hearing the miner's footsteps, the baby would put up his arms and crow, and if Morel were in a good temper, he called back immediately, in his hearty, mellow voice, "What then, my beauty? I shall come to thee in a minute." And as soon as he had taken off his pit-coat, Mrs. Morel would put an apron round the child and give him to his father. "What a sight the lad looks!" she would exclaim sometimes, taking back the baby that was snotted on the face from his father's kisses and play. Then Morel laughed joyfully. "He's a little collier! Bless his bit of mutton!" he exclaimed. And these were the happy moments of her life now, when the children included the father in her heart. Meanwhile William grew bigger and stronger and more active, while Paul, always rather delicate and quiet, got slimmer, and trotted after his mother like her shadow. He was usually active and interested, but sometimes he would have fits of depression. Then the mother would find the boy of 3 or 4 crying on the sofa. "What's the matter?" she asked, and got no answer. "What's the matter?" she insisted, getting cross. "I don't know," sobbed the child. so she tried to reason him out of it, or to amuse him, but without effect. It made her feel beside herself. Then the father, always impatient, would jump from his chair and shout, "If he doesn't stop, I'll smack him till he does." "You'll do nothing of the sort," said the mother coldly, and then she carried the child into the yard, plumped him into his little chair, and said, "Now cry there, misery." And then a butterfly on the rhubarb leaves perhaps caught his eye, or at last he cried himself to sleep. These fits were not often, but they caused a shadow in Mrs. Morell's heart, and her treatment of Paul was different from that of the other children. Suddenly one morning, as she was looking down the alley of the Bottoms for the barn man, she heard a voice calling her. It was the thin little Mrs. Anthony in brown velvet. "Here, Mrs. Morell, I want to tell you about your Willie." "Oh, do you?" replied Mrs. Morell. "Why, what's the matter?" "A lad as gets hold of another and rips his clothes off on his back," Mrs. Anthony said. "Wants showing something." "Your Alfred's as old as my William," said Mrs. Morell. "Happen he is, but that doesn't give him a right to get hold of the boy's collar and fair rip it clean off his back." "Well," said Mrs. Morell, "I don't thrash my children, and even if I did, I should want to hear their side of the tale." "They'd happen be a bit better if they did get a good hiding," retorted Mrs. Anthony, "when it comes to ripping a lad's clean collar off on his back o' purpose." "I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose," said Mrs. Morell. "Make me a liar!" shouted Mrs. Anthony. Mrs. Morell moved away and closed her gate. Her hand trembled as she held her mug of balm. "But I shall let your mester know," Mrs. Anthony cried after her. At dinner time, when William had finished his meal and wanted to be off again, he was then 11 years old, his mother said to him, "What did you tear Alfred Anthony's collar for?" "When did I tear his collar?" "I don't know when, but his mother says you did." "Why, it was yesterday, and it was torn already." "But you tore it more." "Well, I'd got a cobbler as had licked 17, and Alfie Anthony says, 'Adam and Eve and Pinch me went down to a river to bathe. Adam and Eve got drownded. Who do you think got saved?' And so I says, 'Oh, pinch you,' and so I pinched him, and he was mad, and so he snatched my cobbler and run off with it. And so I run after him, and when I was getting hold of him, he dodged and it ripped his collar. But I got my cobbler." He pulled from his pocket a black old horse chestnut, hanging on a string. This old cobbler had cobbled, hit and smashed 17 other cobblers on similar strings. So the boy was proud of his veteran. "Well," said Mrs. Morell, "you know you've got no right to rip his collar." "Well, our mother," he answered, "I never meant to done it, and it was only an old Indy rubber collar as was torn already." "Next time," said his mother, "you be more careful. I shouldn't like it if you came home with your collar torn off." "I don't care, our mother. I never did it a purpose." The boy was rather miserable at being reprimanded. "No. Well, you be more careful." William fled away, glad to be exonerated, and Mrs. Morell, who hated any bother with the neighbours, thought she would explain to Mrs. Anthony, and the business would be over. But that evening Morell came in from the pit looking very sour. He stood in the kitchen and glared round, but did not speak for some minutes. Then, "Where's that Willie?" he asked. "What do you want him for?" asked Mrs. Morell, who had guessed. "I'll let him know when I get him," said Morell, banging his pit bottle onto the dresser. "I suppose Mrs. Anthony's got hold of you and has been yarning to you about their Alfie's collar," said Mrs. Morell, rather sneering. "Never mind who's got hold of me," said Morell. "When I get hold of him, I'll make his bones rattle." "It's a poor tale," said Mrs. Morell, "that you're so ready to side with any snipey vixen who likes to come telling tales against your own children." "I'll learn him," said Morell. "It none matters to me whose lad he is. He's none going ripping and tearing about just as he's a mind." "Ripping and tearing about?" repeated Mrs. Morell. "He was running after that Alfie, who'd taken his cobbler, and he accidentally got hold of his collar because the other dodged, as an Anthony would." "I know," shouted Morell, threateningly. "You would, before you're told," replied his wife, bitingly. "Niver you mind," stormed Morell. "I know my business." "That's more than doubtful," said Mrs. Morell. "Supposing some loud-mouthed creature had been getting you to thrash your own children?" "I know," repeated Morel, and he said no more, but sat and nursed his bad temper. Suddenly William ran in, saying, "Can I have my tea, mother?" "Thou can have more than that," shouted Morel. "Hold your noise, man," said Mrs. Morel, "and don't look so ridiculous." "He'll look ridiculous before I've done with him," shouted Morel, rising from his chair and glaring at his son. William, who was a tall lad for his years, but very sensitive, had gone pale, and was looking in a sort of horror at his father. "Go out," Mrs. Morel commanded her son. William had not the wit to move. Suddenly Morel clenched his fist and crouched. "I'll gie him go out," he shouted like an insane thing. "What?" cried Mrs. Morel, panting with rage. "You shall not touch him, for her telling you shall not." "Shun her!" shouted Morel. "Shun her!" And glaring at the boy, he ran forward. Mrs. Morel sprang in between them, with her fist lifted. "Don't you dare!" she cried. "What?" he shouted, baffled for the moment. "What?" She spun round to her son. "Go out of the house!" she commanded him, in fury. The boy, as if hypnotized by her, turned suddenly and was gone. Morel rushed to the door, but was too late. He returned, pale under his pit dirt with fury. But now his wife was fully roused. "Only dare," she said, in a loud ringing voice, "only dare, my lord, to lay a finger on that child. You'll regret it for ever." He was afraid of her. In a towering rage he sat down. When the children were old enough to be left, Mrs. Morel joined the Women's Guild. It was a little club of women attached to the Co-operative Wholesale Society, which met on Monday night in the long room over the grocery shop of the Bestwood Co-op. The women were supposed to discuss the benefits to be derived from co-operation, and other social questions. Sometimes Mrs. Morel read a paper. It seemed queer to the children to see their mother, who was always busy about the house, sitting writing in her rapid fashion, thinking, referring to books, and writing again. They felt for her on such occasions the deepest respect. But they loved the Guild. It was the only thing to which they did not grudge their mother, and that partly because she enjoyed it, partly because of the treats they derived from it. The Guild was called by some hostile husbands, who found their wives getting too independent, the clat-fart shop. That is, the gossip shop. It is true, from off the basis of the Guild, the women could look at their homes, at the conditions of their own lives, and find fault. So the colliers found their women had a new standard of their own, rather disconcerting. And also, Mrs. Morel always had a lot of news on Monday nights, so that the children liked William to be in when their mother came home, because she told him things. Then, when the lad was 13, she got him a job in the Co-op office. He was a very clever boy, frank, with rather rough features, and real Viking blue eyes. "What does want to make a stool-house jack on him for?" said Morel. "All he'll do is to wear his breeches behind out and earn nowt. What's he starting with?" "It doesn't matter what he's starting with," said Mrs. Morel. "It wouldna. Put him in th' pit wi' me, and he'll earn a easy 10 shilling a week from th' start. But 6 shilling wearing his truck end out on a stool's better than 10 shilling in th' pit wi' me, I know." "He is not going in the pit," said Mrs. Morel, "and there's an end of it. It were good enough for me, but it's none good enough for him. If your mother put you in the pit at 12, it's no reason why I should do the same with my lad." 12? It were a sight afore that." "Whenever it was," said Mrs. Morel. She was very proud of her son. He went to the night school and learned shorthand, so that by the time he was 16 he was the best shorthand clerk and bookkeeper on the place, except one. Then he taught in the night school, but he was so fiery that only his good nature and his size protected him. All the things that men do, the decent things, William did. He could run like the wind. When he was 12 he won a first prize in a race, an inkstand of glass shaped like an anvil. It stood proudly on the dresser, and gave Mrs. Morel a keen pleasure. The boy only ran for her. He flew home with his anvil, breathless, with a "Look, mother!" That was the first real tribute to herself. She took it like a queen. "How pretty!" she exclaimed. Then he began to get ambitious. He gave all his money to his mother. When he earned 14 shillings a week, she gave him back 2 for himself, and, as he never drank, he felt himself rich. He went about with the bourgeois of Bestwood. The townlet contained nothing higher than the clergyman. Then came the bank manager, then the doctors, then the tradespeople, and after that the hosts of colliers. William began to consort with the sons of the chemist, the schoolmaster, and the tradesman. He played billiards in the mechanics' hall. Also he danced, this in spite of his mother. All the life that Bestwood offered he enjoyed, from the sixpenny hops down Church Street to sports and billiards. Paul was treated to dazzling descriptions of all kinds of flower-like ladies, most of whom lived like cut blooms in William's heart for a brief fortnight. Occasionally some flame would come in pursuit of her errant swain. Mrs. Morell would find a strange girl at the door, and immediately she sniffed the air. "Is Mr. Morell in?" the damsel would ask appealingly. "My husband is at home," Mrs. Morell replied. I mean young Mr. Morell," repeated the maiden painfully. "Which one? There are several." Whereupon much blushing and stammering from the fair one. I met Mr. Morell at Ripley," she explained. "Oh, at a dance?" "Yes." "I don't approve of the girls my son meets at dances, and he is not at home." Then he came home angry with his mother for having turned the girl away so rudely. He was a careless, yet eager-looking fellow, who walked with long strides, sometimes frowning, often with his cap pushed jollily to the back of his head. Now he came in frowning. He threw his cap onto the sofa, and took his strong jaw in his hand, and glared down at his mother. She was small, with her hair taken straight back from her forehead. She had a quiet air of authority, and yet of rare warmth. Knowing her son was angry, she trembled inwardly. "Did a lady call for me yesterday, mother?" he asked. "I don't know about a lady. There was a girl came." "And why didn't you tell me?" "Because I forgot, simply." He fumed a little. "A good-looking girl, seemed a lady." "I didn't look at her." "Big brown eyes." "I did not look. And tell your girls, my son, that when they're running after you, they're not to come and ask your mother for you. Tell them that, brazen baggages you meet at dancing classes. I'm sure she was a nice girl. And I'm sure she wasn't." There ended the altercation. Over the dancing there was a great strife between the mother and the son. The grievance reached its height when William said he was going to Hucknall Torkard, considered a low town, to a fancy dress ball. He was to be a Highlander. There was a dress he could hire, which one of his friends had had, and which fitted him perfectly. The Highland suit came home. Mrs. Morell received it coldly, and would not unpack it. "My suit come?" cried William. "There's a parcel in the front room." He rushed in and cut the string. "How do you fancy your son in this?" he said, enraptured, showing her the suit. "You know I don't want to fancy you in it." On the evening of the dance, when he had come home to dress, Mrs. Morell put on her coat and bonnet. "Aren't you going to stop and see me, mother?" he asked. "No, I don't want to see you," she replied. She was rather pale, and her face was closed and hard. She was afraid of her son's going the same way as his father. He hesitated a moment, and his heart stood still with anxiety. Then he caught sight of the Highland bonnet with its ribbons. He picked it up gleefully, forgetting her. She went out. When he was 19, he suddenly left the Co-op office and got a situation in Nottingham. In his new place he had 30 shillings a week instead of 18. This was indeed a rise. His mother and father were brimmed up with pride. Everybody praised William. It seemed he was going to get on rapidly. Mrs. Morell hoped, with his aid, to help her younger sons. Annie was now studying to be a teacher. Paul, also very clever, was getting on well, having lessons in French and German from his godfather, the clergyman who was still a friend to Mrs. Morell. Arthur, a spoilt and very good-looking boy, was at the board school, but there was talk of his trying to get a scholarship for the high school in Nottingham. William remained a year at his new post in Nottingham. He was studying hard and growing serious. Something seemed to be fretting him. Still he went out to the dances and the river parties. He did not drink. The children were all rabid teetotalers. He came home very late at night, and sat yet longer studying. His mother implored him to take more care, to do one thing or another. "Dance if you want to dance, my son, but don't think you can work in the office, then amuse yourself, and then study on top of all. You can't. The human frame won't stand it. Do one thing or the other. Amuse yourself or learn Latin, but don't try to do both." Then he got a place in London, at 120 a year. This seemed a fabulous sum. His mother doubted almost whether to rejoice or to grieve. "They want me in Lime Street on Monday week, mother," he cried, his eyes blazing as he read the letter. Mrs. Morell felt everything go silent inside her. He read the letter. "And will you reply by Thursday whether you accept? Yours faithfully." "They want me, mother, at 120 a year, and don't even ask to see me. Didn't I tell you I could do it? Think of me in London, and I can give you £20 a year, mater. We shall all be rolling in money." "We shall, my son," she answered sadly. It never occurred to him that she might be more hurt at his going away than glad of his success. Indeed, as the days drew near for his departure, her heart began to close and grow dreary with despair. She loved him so much. More than that, she hoped in him so much. Almost she lived by him. She liked to do things for him. She liked to put a cup for his tea, and to iron his collar, of which he was so proud. It was a joy to her to have him proud of his collars. There was no laundry, so she used to rub away at them with her little convex iron, to polish them, till they shone from the sheer pressure of her arm. Now she would not do it for him. Now he was going away. She felt almost as if he were going as well out of her heart. He did not seem to leave her inhabited with himself. That was the grief and the pain to her. He took nearly all himself away. A few days before his departure, he was just 20, he burned his love letters. They had hung on a file at the top of the kitchen cupboard. From some of them he had read extracts to his mother. Some of them she had taken the trouble to read herself, but most were too trivial. Now, on the Saturday morning, he said, "Come on, Postle, let's go through my letters, and you can have the birds and flowers." Mrs. Morell had done her Saturday's work on the Friday, because he was having a last day's holiday. She was making him a rice cake, which he loved, to take with him. He was scarcely conscious that she was so miserable. He took the first letter off the file. It was mauve tinted, and had purple and green thistles. William sniffed the page. "Nice scent. Smell." And he thrust the sheet under Paul's nose. Said Paul, breathing in. "What do you call it? Smell, mother?" His mother ducked her small, fine nose down to the paper. "I don't want to smell their rubbish," she said, sniffing. "This girl's father," said William, "is as rich as Croesus. He owns property without end. She calls me Lafayette because I know French. You will see I have forgiven you. I like her forgiving me. I told mother about you this morning, and she will have much pleasure if you come to tea on Sunday, but she will have to get father's consent. Also, I sincerely hope he will agree. I will let you know how it transpires. If, however, you—" "Let you know how it what?" interrupted Mrs. Morell. "Transpires. Oh, yes." "Transpires," repeated Mrs. Morell, mockingly. "I thought she was so well educated." William felt slightly uncomfortable, and abandoned this maiden, giving Paul the corner with the thistles. He continued to read extracts from his letters, some of which amused his mother, some of which saddened her and made her anxious for him. "My lad," she said, "they're very wise. They know they've only got to flatter your vanity, and you press up to them like a dog that has its head scratched. "Well, they can go on scratching for ever," he replied, "and when they've done, I trot away." "But one day you'll find a string round your neck that you can't pull off," she answered. "Not me. I'm equal to any of 'em, mater. They needn't flatter themselves." "You flatter yourself," she said quietly. Soon there was a heap of twisted black pages, all that remained of the file of scented letters, except that Paul had 30 or 40 pretty tickets from the corners of the notepaper, swallows and forget-me-nots and ivy sprays. And William went to London to start. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Young Life of Paul. Paul would be built like his mother, slightly and rather small. His fair hair went reddish and then dark brown. His eyes were grey. He was a pale, quiet child, with eyes that seemed to listen, and with a full, dropping underlip. As a rule he seemed old for his years. He was so conscious of what other people felt, particularly his mother. When she fretted he understood, and could have no peace. His soul always seemed attentive to her. As he grew older he became stronger. William was too far removed from him to accept him as a companion, so the smaller boy belonged at first almost entirely to Annie. She was a tomboy, and a flyby-skyby, as her mother called her. But she was intensely fond of her second brother. So Paul was towed round at the heels of Annie, sharing her game. She raced wildly at Lurky with the other young wildcats of the bottoms, and always Paul flew beside her, living her share of the game, having as yet no part of his own. He was quiet and not noticeable, but his sister adored him. He always seemed to care for things if she wanted him to. She had a big doll, of which she was fearfully proud, though not so fond. So she laid the doll on the sofa, and covered it with an antimacassar to sleep. Then she forgot it. Meantime Paul must practise jumping off the sofa arm. So he jumped crash into the face of the hidden doll. Annie rushed up, uttered a loud wail, and sat down to weep a dirge. Paul remained quite still. "You couldn't tell it was there, mother. You couldn't tell it was there," he repeated over and over. So long as Annie wept for the doll, he sat helpless with misery. Her grief wore itself out. She forgave her brother. He was so much upset. But a day or two afterwards she was shocked. "Let's make a sacrifice of Arabella," he said. "Let's burn her." She was horrified, yet rather fascinated. She wanted to see what the boy would do. He made an altar of bricks, pulled some of the shavings out of Arabella's body, put the waxen fragments into the hollow face, poured on a little paraffin, and set the whole thing alight. He watched with wicked satisfaction the drops of wax melt off the broken forehead of Arabella, and drop like sweat into the flame. So long as the stupid big doll burned, he rejoiced in silence. At the end he poked among the embers with a stick, fished out the arms and legs, all blackened, and smashed them under stones. "That's the sacrifice of Mrs. Arabella," he said, "and I'm glad there's nothing left of her." Which disturbed Annie inwardly, although she could say nothing. He seemed to hate the doll so intensely, because he had broken it. All the children, but particularly Paul, were peculiarly against their father, along with their mother. Morel continued to bully and to drink. He had periods, months at a time, when he made the whole life of the family a misery. Paul never forgot coming home from the Band of Hope one Monday evening, and finding his mother with her eyes swollen and discoloured, his father standing on the hearthrug, feet astride, his head down, and William, just home from work, glaring at his father. There was a silence as the young children entered. but none of the elders looked round. William was white to the lips, and his fists were clenched. He waited until the children were silent, watching with children's rage and hate. Then he said, "You coward! You daren't do it when I was in." But Morell's blood was up. He swung round on his son. William was bigger, but Morell was hard-muscled and mad with fury. "Doesn't I?" he shouted. "Doesn't I? How much more have I chelp, my young jockey, and I'll rattle my fist about thee. Ay, and I shall that, dost see?" Morell crouched at the knees and showed his fist in an ugly, almost beast-like fashion. William was white with rage. "Will ye?" he said, quiet and intense. "It'd be the last time, though." Morell danced a little nearer, crouching, drawing back his fist to strike. William put his fists ready. A light came into his blue eyes, almost like a laugh. He watched his father. Another word, and the men would have begun to fight. Paul hoped they would. The 3 children sat pale on the sofa. "Stop it, both of you!" cried Mrs. Morell, in a hard voice. "We've had enough for one night. And you," she said, turning on her husband, "look at your children." Morell glanced at the sofa. "Look at the children, you nasty little bitch," he sneered. "Why, what have I done to the children, I should like to know? But they're like yourself. You've put them up to your own tricks and nasty ways. You've learned them in it, you have." She refused to answer him. No one spoke. After a while he threw his boots under the table, and went to bed. "Why didn't you let me have a go at him?" said William, when his father was upstairs. "I could easily have beaten him." "A nice thing, your own father," she replied. "Father!" repeated William. "Call him my father." "Well, he is, and so—" "But why don't you let me settle him? I could do, easily." "The idea!" she cried. "It hasn't come to that, yet." "No," he said, "it's come to worse. Look at yourself. Why didn't you let me give it him?" "Because I couldn't bear it, so never think of it," she cried quickly. And the children went to bed, miserably. When William was growing up, the family moved from the Bottoms to a house on the brow of the hill, commanding a view of the valley, which spread out like a convex cockle-shell or a clamp-shell before it. In front of the house was a huge old ash-tree. The west wind, sweeping from Derbyshire, caught the houses with full force, and the tree shrieked again. Morell liked it. "It's music," he said. "It sends me to sleep." But Paul and Arthur and Annie hated it. To Paul it became almost a demoniacal noise. The winter of their first year in the new house, their father was very bad. The children played in the street, on the brim of the wide, dark valley, until 8 o'clock. Then they went to bed. Their mother sat sewing below. Having such a great space in front of the house gave the children a feeling of night, of vastness, and of terror. This terror came in from the shrieking of the tree, and the anguish of the home discord. Often Paul would wake up, after he had been asleep a long time, aware of thuds downstairs. Instantly he was wide awake. Then he heard the booming shouts of his father, come home nearly drunk. Then the sharp replies of his mother. Then the bang bang of his father's fist on the table, and the nasty snarling shout as the man's voice got higher. And then the whole was drowned in a piercing medley of shrieks and cries from the great wind-swept ash-tree. The children lay silent in suspense, waiting for a lull in the wind to hear what their father was doing. He might hit their mother again. There was a feeling of horror, a kind of bristling in the darkness, and a sense of blood. They lay with their hearts in the grip of an intense anguish. The wind came through the tree fiercer and fiercer. All the chords of the great harp hummed, whistled and shrieked. And then came the horror of the sudden silence. Silence everywhere. Outside and downstairs. What was it? Was it a silence of blood? What had he done? The children lay and breathed the darkness, and then at last they heard their father throw down his boots and tramp upstairs in his stockinged feet. Still they listened. Then at last, if the wind allowed, they heard the water of the tap drumming into the kettle, which their mother was filling for morning, and they could go to sleep in peace. So they were happy in the morning, happy, very happy, playing, dancing at night round the lonely lamp-post in the midst of the darkness. But they had one tight place of anxiety in their hearts, one darkness in their eyes, which showed all their lives. Paul hated his father. As a boy he had a fervent private religion. "Make him stop drinking," he prayed every night. "Lord, let my father die." He prayed very often. "Let him not be killed at pit," he prayed, when after tea the father did not come home from work. That was another time when the family suffered intensely. The children came from school and had their teas. On the hob the big black saucepan was simmering. The stew jar was in the oven, ready for Morel's dinner. He was expected at 5 o'clock, but for months he would stop and drink every night on his way from work. In the winter nights, when it was cold and grew dark early, Mrs. Morel would put a brass candlestick on the table, light a tallow candle to save the gas. The children finished their bread and butter, or dripping, and were ready to go out to play. But if Morel had not come, they faltered. The sense of his sitting in all his pit dirt, drinking, after a long day's work, not coming home and eating and washing, but sitting, getting drunk on an empty stomach, made Mrs. Morel unable to bear herself. From her the feeling was transmitted to the other children. She never suffered alone any more. The children suffered with her. Paul went out to play with the rest. Down in the great trough of twilight, tiny clusters of lights burned where the pits were. A few last colliers straggled up the dim field path. The lamplighter came along. No more colliers came. Darkness shut down over the valley. Work was gone. It was night. Then Paul ran anxiously into the kitchen. The one candle still burned on the table. The big fire glowed red. Mrs. Morel sat alone. On the hob the saucepan steamed. The dinner plate lay waiting on the table. All the room was full of the sense of waiting. Waiting for the man who was sitting in his pit dirt, dinnerless, some mile away from home, across the darkness, drinking himself drunk. Paul stood in the doorway. "Has my dad come?" he asked. "You can see he hasn't," said Mrs. Morel, cross with the futility of the question. Then the boy dawdled about near his mother. They shared the same anxiety. Presently Mrs. Morel went out and strained the potatoes. "They're ruined and black," she said, "but what do I care?" Not many words were spoken. Paul almost hated his mother for suffering because his father did not come home from work. "What do you bother yourself for?" he said. "If he wants to stop and get drunk, why don't you let him?" "Let him!" flashed Mrs. Morel. "You may well say let him." She knew that the man who stops on the way home from work is on a quick way to ruining himself and his home. The children were yet young, and depended on the breadwinner. William gave her the sense of relief, providing her at last with someone to turn to if Morel failed. But the tense atmosphere of the room on these waiting evenings was the same. The minutes ticked away. At 6 o'clock still the cloth lay on the table, still the dinner stood waiting, still the same sense of anxiety and expectation in the room. The boy could not stand it any longer. He could not go out and play, so he ran in to Mrs. Inger, next door but one, for her to talk to him. She had no children. Her husband was good to her, but was in a shop, and came home late, so when she saw the lad at the door, she called, "Come in, Paul." The two sat talking for some time, when suddenly the boy rose, saying, "Well, I'll be going and seeing if my mother wants an errand doing." He pretended to be perfectly cheerful, and did not tell his friend what ailed him. Then he ran indoors. Morel at these times came in churlish and hateful. "This is a nice time to come home," said Mrs. Morell. "What's it matter to you what time I come home?" he shouted. And everybody in the house was still, because he was dangerous. He ate his food in the most brutal manner possible, and, when he had done, pushed all the pots in a heap away from him, to lay his arms on the table. Then he went to sleep. Paul hated his father so. The collier's small, mean head, with its black hair slightly soiled with grey, lay on the bare arms, and the face, dirty and inflamed, with a fleshy nose and thin, paltry brows, was turned sideways, asleep with beer and weariness and nasty temper. If anyone entered suddenly, or a noise were made, the man looked up and shouted, "I'll lay my fist about thy head. I'm telling thee, if thou doesna stop that clatter. Dost hear?" And the two last words, shouted in a bullying fashion, usually at Annie, made the family writhe with hate of the man. He was shut out from all family affairs. No one told him anything. The children, alone with their mother, told her all about the day's happenings, everything. Nothing had really taken place in them until it was told to their mother. But as soon as the father came in, everything stopped. He was like the Scotch in the smooth, happy machinery of the home. And he was always aware of this fall of silence on his entry, the shutting off of life, the unwelcome, but now it was gone too far to alter. He would dearly have liked the children to talk to him, but they could not. Sometimes Mrs. Morell would say, "You ought to tell your father." Paul won a prize in a competition in a child's paper. Everybody was highly jubilant. "Now, you'd better tell your father when he comes in," said Mrs. Morell. "You know how he carries on and says he's never told anything." "All right," said Paul, but he would almost rather have forfeited the prize than have to tell his father. "I've won a prize in a competition, Dad," he said. Morell turned round to him. "Have you, my boy? What sort of competition?" "Oh, nothing. About famous women." "And how much is the prize, then, as you've got?" "It's a book." "Oh, indeed?" "About birds." And that was all. Conversation was impossible between the father and any other member of the family. He was an outsider. He had denied the God in him. The only times when he entered again into the life of his own people was when he worked, and was happy at work. Sometimes, in the evening, he cobbled the boots, or mended the kettle, or his pit bottle. Then he always wanted several attendants, and the children enjoyed it. They united with him in the work, in the actual doing of something, when he was his real self again. He was a good workman, dexterous, and one who, when he was in a good humour, always sang. He had whole periods, months, almost years of friction and nasty temper. Then sometimes he was jolly again. It was nice to see him run with a piece of red-hot iron into the scullery, crying, "Out of me road! Out of me road!" Then he hammered the soft, red-glowing stuff on his iron goose, and made the shape he wanted. Or he sat absorbed for a moment, soldering. Then the children watched with joy as the metal sank suddenly molten, and was shoved about against the nose of the soldering iron, while the room was full of a scent of burnt resin and hot tin, and Morell was silent and intent for a minute. He always sang when he mended boots because of the jolly sound of hammering, and he was rather happy when he sat putting great patches on his moleskin pit trousers, which he would often do, considering them too dirty, and the stuff too hard for his wife to mend. But the best time for the young children was when he made fuses. Morell fetched a sheaf of long, sound wheat straws from the attic. These he cleaned with his hand, till each one gleamed like a stalk of gold, after which he cut the straws into lengths of about 6 inches, leaving, if he could, a notch at the bottom of each piece. He always had a beautifully sharp knife that could cut a straw clean without hurting it. Then he set in the middle of the table a heap of gunpowder, a little pile of black grains upon the white scrubbed board. He made and trimmed the straws, while Paul and Annie filled and plugged them. Paul loved to see the black grains trickle down a crack in his palm into the mouth of the straw, peppering jollily downwards till the straw was full. Then he bunged up the mouth with a bit of soap, which he got on his thumbnail from a pat in the saucer, and the straw was finished. "Look, Dad," he said. "That's right, my beauty," replied Morel, who was peculiarly lavish of endearments to his second son. Paul popped the fuse into the powder tin, ready for the morning, when Morel would take it to the pit and use it to fire a shot that would blast the coal down. Meantime Arthur, still fond of his father, would lean on the arm of Morel's chair and say, "Tell us about Down Pit, Daddy." This Morel loved to do. "Well, there's one little horse, we call him Taffy," he would begin, "and he's a foursome." Morel had a warm way of telling a story. He made one feel Taffy's cunning. "He's a brown un," he would answer, "and not very high. Well, he comes into the stall with a rattle, and then you hear him sneeze. 'Hello, Taff,' you say, 'what art sneezing for? Been taking some snuff?' And he sneezes again. Then he slives up and shoves his head on you. That kidding. 'What's want, Taff?' you say. 'And what does he?' Arthur always asked. 'He wants a bit of bacca, my ducky.'" This story of Taffy would go on interminably, and everybody loved it. Or sometimes it was a new tale. "And what dost think, me darling, when I went to put my coat on at snap time, what should go running up my arm but a mouse? 'Hey up there,' I shouts, and I was just in time to get him off by the tail. And did he kill it? I did, for they're a nuisance. The place is fair snide wi' 'em. And what do they live on? The corn as the osses drops, and they'll get in your pocket and eat your snap if you let 'em, no matter where you hing your coat. The sliving, nibbling little nuisances, for they are." These happy evenings could not take place unless Morel had some job to do, and then he always went to bed very early, often before the children. There was nothing remaining for him to stay up for when he had finished tinkering, and had skimmed the headlines of the newspaper. And the children felt secure when their father was in bed. They lay and talked softly a while. Then they started as the lights went suddenly sprawling over the ceiling from the lamps that swung in the hands of the colliers, tramping by outside, going to take the 9 o'clock shift. They listened to the voices of the men, imagined them dipping down into the dark valley. Sometimes they went to the window and watched the 3 or 4 lamps growing tinier and tinier, swaying down the fields in the darkness. Then it was a joy to rush back to bed and cuddle closely in the warmth. Paul was rather a delicate boy, subject to bronchitis. The others were all quite strong, so this was another reason for his mother's difference in feeling for him. One day he came home at dinner-time feeling ill, but it was not a family to make any fuss. "What's the matter with you?" his mother asked sharply. "Nothing," he replied, but he ate no dinner. "If you eat no dinner, you're not going to school," she said. "Why?" he asked. "That's why." So after dinner he lay down on the sofa, on the warm chintz cushions the children loved. Then he fell into a kind of doze. That afternoon Mrs. Morel was ironing. She listened to the small, restless noise the boy made in his throat as she worked. Again rose in her heart the old, almost weary feeling towards him. She had never expected him to live, and yet he had a great vitality in his young body. Perhaps it would have been a little relief to her if he had died. She always felt a mixture of anguish in her love for him. He, in his semi-conscious sleep, was vaguely aware of the clatter of the iron on the iron-stand, of the faint thud of the ironing-board. Once roused, he opened his eyes to see his mother standing on the hearthrug with the hot iron near her cheek, listening, as it were, to the heat. Her still face, with the mouth closed tight from suffering and disillusion and self-denial, and her nose the smallest bit on one side, and her blue eyes, so young, quick, and warm, made his heart contract with love. When she was quiet, so she looked brave and rich with life, but as if she had been done out of her rights. It hurt the boy keenly, this feeling about her that she had never had her life's fulfilment, and his own incapability to make up to her hurt him with a sense of impotence, yet made him patiently dogged inside. It was his childish aim. She spat on the iron, and a little ball of spit bounded, raced off the dark, glossy surface. Then, kneeling, she rubbed the iron on the sack lining of the hearthrug vigorously. She was warm in the ruddy firelight. Paul loved the way she crouched and put her head on one side. Her movements were light and quick. It was always a pleasure to watch her. Nothing she ever did, no movement she ever made, could have been found fault with by her children. The room was warm and full of the scent of hot linen. Later on, the clergyman came and talked softly with her. Paul was laid up with an attack of bronchitis. He did not mind much. What happened happened, and it was no good kicking against the pricks. He loved the evenings, after 8 o'clock, when the light was put out, and he could watch the fire flames spring over the darkness of the walls and ceiling, could watch huge shadows waving and tossing, till the room seemed full of men who battled silently. On retiring to bed, the father would come into the sick room. He was always very gentle if anyone were ill, but he disturbed the atmosphere for the boy. "Art her asleep, my darling?" Morel asked softly. "No. Is my mother coming?" "She's just finishing folding the clothes. Do you want anything?" Morel rarely "thee'd" his son. "I don't want nothing. But how long will she be?" "Not long, my ducky." The father waited undecidedly on the hearthrug for a moment or two. He felt his son did not want him. Then he went to the top of the stairs, and said to his wife, "This child's axing for thee. How long art going to be?" "Until I've finished. Good gracious! Tell him to go to sleep." "She says you're to go to sleep," the father repeated gently to Paul. "Well, I want her to come," insisted the boy. "He says he can't go off till you come," Morel called downstairs. "Eh, dear, I shan't be long. And do stop shouting downstairs. There's the other children." Then Morel came again, and crouched before the bedroom fire. He loved a fire dearly. "She says she won't be long," he said. He loitered about indefinitely. The boy began to get feverish with irritation. His father's presence seemed to aggravate all his sick impatience. At last Morel, after having stood looking at his son a while, said softly, "Good night, my darling." "Good night," Paul replied, turning round in relief to be alone. Paul loved to sleep with his mother. Sleep is still most perfect, in spite of hygienists, when it is shared with the beloved. The warmth, the security and peace of soul, the utter comfort from the touch of the other knits the sleep, so that it takes the body and soul completely in its healing. Paul lay against her and slept, and got better, whilst she, always a bad sleeper, fell later on into a profound sleep that seemed to give her faith. In convalescence he would sit up in bed, see the fluffy horses feeding at the troughs in the field, scattering their hay on the trodden yellow snow, watch the miners troop home, small black figures trailing slowly in gangs across the white field. Then the night came up in dark blue vapour from the snow. In convalescence everything was wonderful. The snowflakes, suddenly arriving on the window pane, clung there a moment like swallows, then were gone, and a drop of water was crawling down the glass. The snowflakes whirled round the corner of the house like pigeons dashing by. Away across the valley the little black train crawled doubtfully over the great whiteness. While they were so poor, the children were delighted, if they could do anything to help economically. Annie and Paul and Arthur went out early in the morning, in summer, looking for mushrooms, hunting through the wet grass, from which the larks were rising, for the white-skinned, wonderful naked bodies crouched secretly in the green. And if they got £1/2, they felt exceedingly happy. There was the joy of finding something, the joy of accepting something straight from the hand of nature, and the joy of contributing to the family exchequer. But the most important harvest, after gleaning for frumenty, was the blackberries. Mrs. Morell must buy fruit for puddings on the Saturdays. Also she liked blackberries. So Paul and Arthur scoured the coppices and woods and old quarries, so long as a blackberry was to be found. Every week-end going on their search. In that region of mining villages, blackberries became a comparative rarity. But Paul hunted far and wide. He loved being out in the country, among the bushes. But he also could not bear to go home to his mother empty. That, he felt, would disappoint her, and he would have died rather. "Good gracious!" she would claim as the lads came in, late and tired to death, and hungry. "Wherever have you been?" "Well," replied Paul, "there wasn't any, so we went over Misk Hills, and look here, our mother." She peeped into the basket. "Now, those are fine ones," she exclaimed. "And there's over £2. Isn't there over £2? She tried the basket. "Yes," she answered doubtfully. Then Paul fished out a little spray. He always brought her one spray, the best he could find. "Pretty," she said, in a curious tone, of a woman accepting a love token. The boy walked all day, went miles and miles, rather than own himself beaten and come home to her empty-handed. She never realized this, whilst he was young. She was a woman who waited for her children to grow up, and William occupied her chiefly. But when William went to Nottingham and was not so much at home, the mother made a companion of Paul. The latter was unconsciously jealous of his brother, and William was jealous of him. At the same time, they were good friends. Chapter 4, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Morell's intimacy with her second son was more subtle and fine, perhaps not so passionate as with her eldest. It was the rule that Paul should fetch the money on Friday afternoons. The colliers of the 5 pits were paid on Fridays, but not individually. All the earnings of each stall were put down to the chief butty, as contractor, and he divided the wages again, either in the public house or in his own home. So that the children could fetch the money, school closed early on Friday afternoons. Each of the Morell children, William, then Annie, then Paul, had fetched the money on Friday afternoons until they themselves went to work. Paul used to set off at 3:30, with a little calico bag in his pocket. Down all the paths, women, girls, children, and men were seen trooping to the offices. These offices were quite handsome, a new red brick building, almost like a mansion, standing in its own well-kept grounds at the end of Greenhill Lane. The waiting room was the hall, a long bare room paved with blue brick, and having a seat all round, against the wall. Here sat the colliers in their pit dirt. They had come up early. The women and children usually loitered about on the red gravel paths. Paul always examined the grass border and the big grass bank, because in it grew tiny pansies and tiny forget-me-nots. There was a sound of many voices. The women had on their Sunday hats. The girls chattered loudly. Little dogs ran here and there. The green shrubs were silent all around. Then from inside came the cry, "Spinney Park! Spinney Park!" All the folk for Spinney Park trooped inside. When it was time for Bretty to be paid, Paul went in among the crowd. The pay room was quite small. A counter went across, dividing it into half. Behind the counter stood two men, Mr. Braithwaite and his clerk, Mr. Winterbottom. Mr. Braithwaite was large, somewhat of the stern patriarch in appearance, having a rather thin white beard. He was usually muffled in an enormous silk neckerchief, and right up to the hot summer a huge fire burned in the open grate. No window was open. Sometimes in winter the air scorched the throats of the people, coming in from the freshness. Mr. Winterbottom was rather small and fat, and very bald. He made remarks that were not witty, whilst his chief launched forth patriarchal admonitions against the colliers. The room was crowded with miners in their pit dirt, men who had been home and changed, and women, and one or two children, and usually a dog. Paul was quite small, so it was often his fate to be jammed behind the legs of the men, near the fire which scorched him. He knew the order of the names. They went according to stall number. "Holiday!" came the ringing voice of Mr. Braithwaite. Then Mrs. Holiday stepped silently forward, was paid, drew aside. "Bower! John Bower!" A boy stepped to the counter. Mr. Braithwaite, large and irascible, glowered at him over his spectacles. "John Bower!" he repeated. "It's me," said the boy. "Why, you used to have a different nose than that," said glossy Mr. Winterbottom, peering over the counter. The people tittered, thinking of John Bower senior. "How is it your father's not come?" said Mr. Braithwaite, in a large and magisterial voice. "He's badly," piped the boy. "You should tell him to keep off the drink," pronounced the great cashier. "And niver mind if he puts his foot through you," said a mocking voice from behind. All the men laughed. The large and important cashier looked down at his next sheet. "Fred Pilkington," he called, quite indifferent. Mr. Braithwaite was an important shareholder in the firm. Paul knew his turn was next but one, and his heart began to beat. He was pushed against a chimney-piece. His calves were burning, but he did not hope to get through the wall of men. "Walter Morell!" cried the ringing voice. "Here!" piped Paul, small and inadequate. "Morell! Walter Morell!" the cashier repeated, his finger and thumb on the invoice, ready to pass on. Paul was suffering convulsions of self-consciousness, and could not or would not shout. The backs of the men obliterated him. Then Mr. Winterbottom came to the rescue. "He's here. Where is he, Morell's lad?" The fat, red, bald little man peered round with keen eyes. He pointed at the fireplace. The colliers looked round, moved aside, and disclosed the boy. "Here he is," said Mr. Winterbottom. Paul went to the counter. £17, 11 and 5 pence. "Why don't you shout up when you're called?" said Mr. Braithwaite. He banged on to the invoice a £5 bag of silver. Then, in a delicate and pretty movement, picked up a little £10 column of gold, and plumped it beside the silver. The gold slid in a bright stream over the paper. The cashier finished, counting off the money. The boy dragged the whole down the counter to Mr. Winterbottom, to whom the stoppages for rent and tools must be paid. Here he suffered again. 16 and 6, said Mr. Winterbottom. The lad was too much upset to count. He pushed forward some loose silver and half a sovereign. "How much do you think you've given me?" asked Mr. Winterbottom. The boy looked at him, but said nothing. He had not the faintest notion. "Haven't you got a tongue in your head?" Paul bit his lip and pushed forward some more silver. "Don't they teach you to count at the board school?" he asked. "Not but algebra and French," said a collier. "And cheek and impudence," said another. Paul was keeping someone waiting. With trembling fingers he got his money into the bag and slid out. He suffered the tortures of the damned on these occasions. His relief when he got outside and was walking along the Mansfield Road was infinite. On the park wall the mosses were green. There were some gold and some white fowls pecking under the apple trees of an orchard. The colliers were walking home in a stream. The boy went near the wall, self-consciously. He knew many of the men, but could not recognise them in their dirt, and this was a new torture to him. When he got down to the New Inn at Bretty, his father was not yet come. Mrs. Warmby, the landlady, knew him. His grandmother, Morell's mother, had been Mrs. Warmby's friend. "Your father's not come yet," said the landlady, in the peculiar, half-scornful, half-patronising voice of a woman who talks chiefly to grown men. "Sit ye down." Paul sat down on the edge of the bench in the bar. Some colliers were reckoning, sharing out their money, in a corner. Others came in. They all glanced at the boy without speaking. At last Morell came, brisk, and with something of an air, even in his blackness. "Hallo," he said, rather tenderly, to his son. "Have you bested me? Shall you have a drink of something?" Paul and all the children were bred up fierce anti-alcoholists, and he would have suffered more in drinking a lemonade before all the men than in having a tooth drawn. The landlady looked at him de haut en bas, rather pitying, and at the same time resenting his clear, fierce morality. Paul went home, glowering. He entered the house silently. Friday was baking day, and there was usually a hot bun. His mother put it before him. Suddenly he turned on her in a fury, his eyes flashing. "I'm not going to the office any more," he said. "Why, what's the matter?" his mother asked in surprise. His sudden rages rather amused her. "I'm not going any more," he declared. "Oh, very well. Tell your father so." He chewed his bun as if he hated it. I'm not going to fetch the money." "Then one of Carlin's children can go. They'll be glad enough of the sixpence," said Mrs. Morell. This sixpence was Paul's only income. It mostly went in buying birthday presents, but it was an income, and he treasured it. But— "They can have it then," he said. "I don't want it." "Oh, very well," said his mother. "But you needn't bully me about it." "They're hateful and common, and hateful they are, and I'm not going any more. Mr. Braithwaite drops his H's, and Mr. Winterbottom says you was." "And is that why you won't go any more?" smiled Mrs. Morell. The boy was silent for some time. His face was pale, his eyes dark and furious. His mother moved about at her work, taking no notice of him. "They always stand in front of me, so's I can't get out," he says. "Well, my lad, you've only to ask them," she replied. "And then Alfred Winterbottom says, 'What do they teach you at Bird's School?'" "They never taught him much," said Mrs. Morell. "That is a fact. Neither manners nor wit. And his cunning he was born with." So, in her own way, she soothed him. His ridiculous hypersensitiveness made her heart ache. And sometimes the fury in his eyes roused her, made her sleeping soul lift up its head a moment, surprised. "What was the cheque?" she asked. £17 11 and 5pence, and 16 and 6 stoppages," replied the boy. "It's a good week, and only 5 shillings stoppages for my father." So she was able to calculate how much her husband had earned, and could call him to account if he gave her short money. Morell always kept to himself the secret of the week's amount. Friday was the baking night and the market night. It was the rule that Paul should stay at home and bake. He loved to stop in and draw or read. He was very fond of drawing. Annie always gallivanted on Friday nights. Arthur was enjoying himself as usual, so the boy remained alone. Mrs. Morell loved her marketing. In the tiny market-place at the top of the hill, where 4 roads, from Nottingham and Derby, Ilkeston and Mansfield, meet, many stalls were erected. Brakes ran in from surrounding villages. The market-place was full of women, the streets packed with men. It was amazing to see so many men everywhere in the streets. Mrs. Morell usually quarrelled with her lace woman, sympathised with her fruit man, who was a gaby, but his wife was a bad 'un, laughed with the fish man, who was a scamp, but so droll, put the linoleum man in his place, was cold with the odd wares man, and only went to the crockery man when she was driven or drawn by the cornflowers on a little dish. Then she was coldly polite. "I wondered how much that little dish was," she said. "7 pence to you." "Thank you." She put the dish down and walked away, but she could not leave the market-place without it. Again she went by where the pots lay coldly on the floor, and she glanced at the dish furtively, pretending not to. She was a little woman in a bonnet and a black costume. Her bonnet was in its 3rd year. It was a great grievance to Annie. "Mother," the girl implored, "don't wear that nubbly little bonnet." "Then what else shall I wear?" replied the mother tartly, "and I'm sure it's right enough." It had started with a tip, then had had flowers, now was reduced to black lace and a bit of jet. "It looks rather come down," said Paul. "Couldn't you give it a pick-me-up?" "I'll jowl your head for impudence," said Mrs. Morell, and she tied the strings of the black bonnet valiantly under her chin. She glanced at the dish again. Both she and her enemy, the potman, had an uncomfortable feeling, as if there was something between them. Suddenly he shouted, "Do you want it for 5 pence?" She started. Her heart hardened, but then she stooped and took up the dish. "I'll have it," she said. "You'll do me the favour, like," he said. "You'd better spit in it, like you do when you have something give you." Mrs. Morell paid him the 5 pence in a cold manner. "I don't see you give it to me," she said. "You wouldn't have let me have it for 5 pence if you didn't want to." "In this flaming, scrattling place you may count yourself lucky if you can give your things away," he growled. "Yes, there are bad times, and good," said Mrs. Morell. But she had forgiven the potman. They were friends. She dare now finger his pots. So she was happy. Paul was waiting for her. He loved her homecoming. She was always her best so, triumphant, tired, laden with parcels, feeling rich in spirit. He heard her quick, light step in the entry and looked up from his drawing. "Oh," she sighed, smiling at him from the doorway. "My word, you are loaded," he exclaimed, putting down his brush. "I am," she gasped. "That brazen Annie said she'd meet me. Such a weight!" She dropped her string bag and her packages on the table. "Is the bread done?" she asked, going to the oven. "The last one is soaking," he replied. "You needn't look. I've not forgotten it." "Oh, that potman," she said, closing the oven door. "You know what a wretch I've said he was. Well, I don't think he's quite so bad." "Don't you?" The boy was attentive to her. She took off her little black bonnet. "No, I think he can't make any money. Well, it's everybody's cry alike nowadays, and it makes him disagreeable." "It would me," said Paul. "Well, one can't wonder at it. And he let me have— How much do you think he let me have this for?" She took the dish out of its rag of newspaper and stood looking on it with joy. "Show me," said Paul. The two stood together, gloating over the dish. "I love cornflowers on things," said Paul. "Yes, and I thought of the teapot you bought me." 1 and 3, said Paul. 5 pence. It's not enough, mother. No, do you know I fairly sneaked off with it, but I'd been extravagant. I couldn't afford any more. And he needn't have let me have it if he hadn't wanted to. No, he needn't, need he, said Paul, and the two comforted each other from the fear of having robbed the potman. We can have stewed fruit in it, said Paul. Or custard, or a jelly, said his mother. Or radishes and lettuce, said he. Don't forget that bread, she said, her voice bright with glee. Paul looked in the oven, tapped the loaf on the base. It's done, he said, giving it to her. She tapped it also. Yes, she replied, going to unpack her bag. Oh, and I'm a wicked, extravagant woman. I know I shall come to want. He hopped to her side eagerly to see her latest extravagance. She unfolded another lump of newspaper and disclosed some roots of pansies and of crimson daisies. "4 penn'orth," she moaned. "How cheap!" he cried. "Yes, but I couldn't afford it this week of all weeks." "But lovely!" he cried. "Aren't they?" she exclaimed, giving way to pure joy. "Paul, look at this yellow one. Isn't it? And a face just like an old man." "Just!" cried Paul, stooping to sniff. "And smells that nice! But he's a bit splashed." He ran in the scullery, came back with the flannel, and carefully washed the pansy. "Now look at him now he's wet," he said. "Yes!" she exclaimed, brimful of satisfaction. The children of Scargill Street felt quite select. At the end where the Morells lived there were not many young things, so the few were more united. Boys and girls played together, the girls joining in the fights and the rough games, the boys taking part in the dancing games and rings and make-believe of the girls. Annie and Paul and Arthur loved the winter evenings when it was not wet. They stayed indoors till the colliers were all gone home, till it was thick dark and the street would be deserted. Then they tied their scarves round their necks, for they scorned overcoats, as all the colliers' children did, and went out. The entry was very dark, and at the end the whole great night opened out in a hollow, with a little tangle of lights below where Minton Pit lay, and another far away opposite for Selby. The farthest tiny lights seemed to stretch out the darkness for ever. The children looked anxiously down the road at the one lamp-post which stood at the end of the field path. If the little luminous space were deserted, the two boys felt genuine desolation. They stood with their hands in their pockets under the lamp, turning their backs on the night, quite miserable, watching the dark houses. Suddenly a pinafore under a short coat was seen, and a long-legged girl came flying up. "Where's Billy Pillins and your Annie and Eddie Dakin?" "I don't know." But it did not matter so much. There were 3 now. They set up a game round the lamp-post, till the others rushed up, yelling. Then the play went fast and furious. There was only this one lamp-post. Behind was the great scoop of darkness, as if all the night were there. In front, another wide, dark way opened over the hill brow. Occasionally somebody came out of this way, and went into the field down the path. In a dozen yards the night had swallowed them. The children played on. They were brought exceedingly close together owing to their isolation. If a quarrel took place, the whole play was spoilt. Arthur was very touchy, and Billy Pillins, really Phillips, was worse. Then Paul had to side with Arthur, and on Paul's side went Alice, while Billy Pillins always had Emmy Limb and Eddie Dakin to back him up. Then the 6 would fight, hate with a fury of hatred, and flee home in terror. Paul never forgot, after one of these fierce internecine fights, seeing a big red moon lift itself up, slowly, between the waste road over the hilltop, steadily, like a great bird. And he thought of the Bible, that the moon should be turned to blood. And the next day he made haste to be friends with Billy Pillins. And then the wild, intense games went on again under the lamp-post, surrounded by so much darkness. Mrs. Morell, going into her parlour, would hear the children singing away. "My shoes are made of Spanish leather, my socks are made of silk. I wear a ring on every finger, I washed myself in milk." They sounded so perfectly absorbed in the game, as their voices came out of the night, that they had the feel of wild creatures singing. It stirred the mother, and she understood when they came in at 8 o'clock, ruddy, with brilliant eyes, and quick, passionate speech. They all loved the Scargill Street house for its openness, for the great scallop of the world it had in view. On summer evenings the women would stand against the field fence, gossiping, facing the west, watching the sunsets flare quickly out, till the Derbyshire hills ridged across the crimson far away, like the black crest of a newt. In this summer season the pits never turned full time, particularly the soft coal. Mrs. Dakin, who lived next door to Mrs. Morell, going to the field fence to shake her hearthrug, would spy men coming slowly up the hill. She saw at once they were colliers. Then she waited, a tall, thin, shrew-faced woman, standing on the hill brow, almost like a menace to the poor colliers who were toiling up. It was only 11 o'clock. From the far-off wooded hills the haze that hangs like fine black crape at the back of a summer morning had not yet dissipated. The first man came to the stile. "Chock, chock," went the gate under his thrust. "What, han you knocked off?" cried Mrs. Dakin. "We han, missus." "It's a pity as they're letting you go," she said, sarcastically. "It is that," replied the man. "Nay, you know you're flig to come up again," she said. And the man went on. Mrs. Dakin, going up her yard, spied Mrs. Morell taking the ashes to the ash pit. "I reckon Minton's knocked off, missus," she cried. "Isn't it sickening?" exclaimed Mrs. Morell in wrath. "Ha! But I''n just seed John Hutchby." "They might as well have saved their shoe leather," said Mrs. Morell, and both women went indoors, disgusted. The colliers, their faces scarcely blackened, were trooping home again. Morell hated to go back. He loved the sunny morning. But he had gone to pit to work, and to be sent home again spoilt his temper. "Good gracious, at this time!" exclaimed his wife, as he entered. "Can I help it, woman?" he shouted. "And I've not done half enough dinner." "Then I'll eat me bit o' snappers I took with me," he bawled pathetically. He felt ignominious and sore. And the children, coming home from school, would wonder to see their father eating with his dinner the 2 thick slices of rather dry and dirty bread and butter that had been to pit and back. "What's my dad eating his snap for now?" asked Arthur. "I should hae it hauled at me if I didna," snorted Morell. "What a story!" exclaimed his wife. "And is it going to be wasted?" said Morell. "I'm not such an extravagant mortal as you lot, with your waste. If I drop a bit of bread at pit, in all the dust and dirt, I pick it up and eat it." "The mice would eat it," said Paul. "It wouldn't be wasted." "Good bread and butter's not for mice either," said Morell. "Dirty or not dirty, I'd eat it rather than it should be wasted." "You might leave it for the mice and pay for it out of your next pint," said Mrs. Morell. "Oh, might I?" he exclaimed. They were very poor that autumn. William had just gone away to London, and his mother missed his money. He sent 10 shillings once or twice, but he had many things to pay for at first. His letters came regularly once a week. He wrote a good deal to his mother, telling her all his life how he made friends, and was exchanging lessons with a Frenchman, how he enjoyed London. His mother felt again he was remaining to her just as when he was at home. She wrote to him every week her direct, rather witty letters. All day long, as she cleaned the house, she thought of him. He was in London. He would do well. Almost he was like her knight who wore her favour in the battle. He was coming at Christmas for 5 days. There had never been such preparations. Paul and Arthur scoured the land for holly and evergreens. Annie made the pretty paper hoops in the old-fashioned way, and there was unheard-of extravagance in the larder. Mrs. Morell made a big and magnificent cake. Then, feeling queenly, she showed Paul how to blanch almonds. He skinned the long nuts reverently, counting them all, to see not one was lost. It was said that eggs whisked better in a cold place, so the boy stood in the scullery, where the temperature was nearly at freezing point, and whisked, and flew in excitement to his mother as the white of egg grew stiffer and more snowy. "Just look, mother! Isn't it lovely?" And he balanced a bit on his nose, then blew it in the air. "Now, don't waste it," said the mother. Everybody was mad with excitement. William was coming on Christmas Eve. Mrs. Morell surveyed her pantry. There was a big plum cake, and a rice cake, jam tarts, lemon tarts, and mince pies, 2 enormous dishes. She was finishing cooking Spanish tarts and cheesecakes. Everywhere was decorated. The kissing bunch of berried holly hung with bright and glittering things, spun slowly over Mrs. Morell's head as she trimmed her little tarts in the kitchen. A great fire roared. There was a scent of cooked pastry. He was due at 7 o'clock, but he would be late. The 3 children had gone to meet him. She was alone, but at 7:15 Morell came in again. Neither wife nor husband spoke. He sat in his armchair, quite awkward with excitement, and she quietly went on with her baking. Only by the careful way in which she did things could it be told how much moved she was. The clock ticked on. "What time does say he's coming?" Morell asked for the 5th time. "The train gets in at 6:30, she replied emphatically. "Then he'll be here at 7:10. Bless you, it'll be hours late on the Midland," she said indifferently. But she hoped, by expecting him late, to bring him early. Morell went down the entry to look for him. Then he came back. "Goodness, man," she said, "you're like an ill-sitting hen." "I know you'd better get him something to eat ready," said the father. "There's plenty of time," she answered. "There's not so much as I can see on," he answered, turning crossly in his chair. She began to clear her table. The kettle was singing. They waited and waited. Meantime, the 3 children were on the platform at Sethley Bridge, on the Midland main line, 2 miles from home. They waited 1 hour. A train came. He was not there. Down the line the red and green lights shone. It was very dark and very cold. "Ask him if the London train's come," said Paul to Annie, when they saw a man in a tip cap. "I'm not," said Annie. "You be quiet. You might send us off." But Paul was dying for the man to know they were expecting someone by the London train. It sounded so grand. Yet he was too much scared of broaching any man, let alone one in a peaked cap, to dare to ask. The 3 children could scarcely go into the waiting room for fear of being sent away, and for fear something should happen whilst they were off the platform. Still they waited in the dark and cold. "It's an hour and a half late," said Arthur pathetically. "Well," said Annie, "it's Christmas Eve." They all grew silent. He wasn't coming. They looked down the darkness of the railway. There was London. It seemed the uttermost of distance. They thought anything might happen if one came from London. They were all too troubled to talk. Cold and unhappy and silent, they huddled together on the platform. At last, after more than 2 hours, they saw the lights of an engine peering round, away down the darkness. A porter ran out. The children drew back with beating hearts. A great train, bound for Manchester, drew up. 2 doors opened, and from one of them, William. They flew to him. He handed parcels to them cheerily, and immediately began to explain that this great train had stopped for his sake at such a small station as Sethley Bridge. It was not booked to stop. Meanwhile the parents were getting anxious. The table was set, the chop was cooked, everything was ready. Mrs. Morell put on her black apron. She was wearing her best dress. Then she sat, pretending to read. The minutes were a torture to her. Said Morell, "it's an hour and a half." "And those children waiting," she said. "The train canna ha' come in yet," he said. "I tell you, on Christmas Eve they're hours wrong." They were both a bit cross with each other, so gnawed with anxiety. The ash tree moaned outside in a cold, raw wind, and all that space of night from London home. Mrs. Morell suffered. The slight click of the works inside the clock irritated her. It was getting so late. It was getting unbearable. At last there was a sound of voices and a footstep in the entry. "Ha's here!" cried Morell, jumping up. Then he stood back. The mother ran a few steps towards the door and waited. There was a rush and a patter of feet. The door burst open. William was there. He dropped his Gladstone bag and took his mother in his arms. "Mater," he said. "My boy!" she cried. And for 2 seconds, no longer, she clasped him and kissed him. Then she withdrew and said, trying to be quite normal, "But how late you are!" "Aren't I?" he cried, turning to his father. "Well, Dad?" The two men shook hands. "Well, my lad?" Morel's eyes were wet. "We thought that'd niver be coming," he said. "Oh, I'd come!" exclaimed William. Then the son turned round to his mother. "But you look well," she said, proudly, laughing. "Well!" he exclaimed. "I should think so, coming home." He was a fine fellow, big, straight, and fearless looking. He looked round at the evergreens and the kissing bunch and the little tarts that lay in their tins on the hearth. "By Jove! Mother, it's not different," he said, as if in relief. Everybody was still for a second. Then he suddenly sprang forward, picked a tart from the hearth, and pushed it whole into his mouth. "Well, did ever you see such a parish oven?" his father exclaimed. He had brought them endless presents. Every penny he had spent on them. There was a sense of luxury overflowing in the house. For his mother there was an umbrella with gold on the pale handle. She kept it to her dying day, and would have lost anything rather than that. Everybody had something gorgeous, and besides there were pounds of unknown sweets, Turkish delight, crystallized pineapple, and such like things, which the children thought only the splendour of London could provide. And Paul boasted of these sweets among his friends. "Real pineapple, cut off in slices, then turned into crystal, fair grand." Everybody was mad with happiness in the family. Home was home, and they loved it with a passion of love, whatever the suffering had been. There were parties, there were rejoicings. People came in to see William, to see what difference London had made to him, and they all found him such a gentleman, and such a fine fellow, my word! When he went away again, the children retired to various places to weep alone. Morel went to bed in misery, and Mrs. Morel felt as if she were numbed by some drug, as if her feelings were paralysed. She loved him passionately. He was in the office of a lawyer connected with a large shipping firm, and at the midsummer his chief offered him a trip in the Mediterranean on one of his boats for quite a small cost. Mrs. Morel wrote, "Go, go, my boy, you may never have a chance again, and I should love to think of you cruising there in the Mediterranean, almost better than to have you at home." But William came home for his fortnight's holiday. Not even the Mediterranean, which pulled at all his young man's desire to travel, and at his poor man's wonder at the glamorous south, could take him away when he might come home. That compensated his mother for much. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paul launches into life. Morel was rather a heedless man, careless of danger, so he had endless accidents. Now, when Mrs. Morel heard the rattle of an empty coal cart cease at her entry end, she ran into the parlour to look, expecting almost to see her husband seated in the waggon, his face grey under his dirt, his body limp and sick with some hurt or other. If it were he, she would run out to help. About a year after William went to London, and just after Paul had left school, before he got work, Mrs. Morel was upstairs, and her son was painting in the kitchen. He was very clever with his brush. When there came a knock at the door. Crossly he put down his brush to go. At the same moment his mother opened a window upstairs and looked down. A pit lad in his dirt stood on the threshold. "Is this Walter Morel's?" he asked. "Yes," said Mrs. Morel. "What is it?" but she had guessed already. "Your mester's got hurt," he said. "Eh, dear me," she exclaimed. "It's a wonder if he hadn't, lad. And what's he done this time?" "I don't know for sure, but it's his leg somewhere. They're taking him to th' hospital." "Good gracious me!" she exclaimed. "Eh, dear, what a one he is! There's not 5 minutes of peace. I'll be hanged if there is. His thumb nearly better, and now— Did you see him?" "I seed him at th' bottom, and I seed him bring him up in a tub, and he were in a dead faint. But he shouted like anything when Dr. Fraser examined him in th' lamp cabin, and cussed and swore, and said as he were going to be taken home. He won't go into th' hospital." The boy faltered to an end. "He would want to come home, so that I can have all the bother. Thank you, my lad. Eh, dear, if I'm not sick and surfeited I am." She came downstairs. Paul had mechanically resumed his painting. "And it must be pretty bad if they've taken him to the hospital," she went on. "But what a careless creature he is! Other men don't have all these accidents. Yes, he would want to put all the burden on me. Eh, dear, just as we were getting easy a bit at last. Put those things away. There's no time to be painting now. What time is there a train? I know I shall have to go trailing to Keston. I shall have to leave that bedroom." "I can finish it," said Paul. "You needn't. I shall catch the 7 o'clock back, I should think. Oh, my blessed heart, the fuss and commotion he'll make. And those granite sets at Tinder Hill, he might well call them kidney pebbles. They'll jolt him almost to bits. I wonder why they can't mend them, the state they're in, and all the men go across in that ambulance. You'd think they'd have a hospital here. The men bought the ground, and my sirs, there'd be accidents enough to keep it going. But no, they must trail them 10 miles in a slow ambulance to Nottingham. It's a crying shame. Oh, and the fuss he'll make. I know he will. I wonder who's with him. Barker, I should think. Poor beggar. He'll wish himself anywhere rather. But he'll look after him, I know. Now there's no telling how long he'll be stuck in that hospital. And won't he hate it? But if it's only his leg, it's not so bad." All the time she was getting ready. Hurriedly taking off her bodice, she crouched at the boiler, while the water ran slowly into her lading can. "I wish this boiler was at the bottom of the sea," she exclaimed, wriggling the handle impatiently. She had very handsome, strong arms, rather surprising on a smallish woman. Paul cleared away, put on the kettle, and set the table. "There isn't a train till 4:20, he said. "You've time enough." "Oh, no, I haven't," she cried, blinking at him over the towel, as she wiped her face. "Yes, you have. You must drink a cup of tea at any rate. Should I come with you to Keston?" "Come with me? What for, I should like to know? Now, what have I to take him? Eh, dear, his clean shirt, and it's a blessing it is clean, but it had better be aired, and stockings, he won't want them, and a towel, I suppose, and handkerchiefs. Now what else?" "A comb, a knife and fork and spoon," said Paul. His father had been in the hospital before. "Goodness knows what sort of state his feet were in," continued Mrs. Morell, as she combed her long brown hair, that was fine as silk, and was touched now with grey. "He's very particular to wash himself to the waist, but below he thinks it doesn't matter. But there, I suppose they see plenty like it." Paul had laid the table. He cut his mother 1 or 2 pieces of very thin bread and butter. "Here you are," he said, putting her cup of tea in her place. "I can't be bothered," she exclaimed crossly. "Well, you've got to, so there, now it's put out ready," he insisted. So she sat down and sipped her tea, and ate a little in silence. She was thinking. In a few minutes she was gone, to walk the 2½ miles to Keston station. All the things she was taking him she had in her bulging string bag. Paul watched her go up the road between the hedges, a little quick-stepping figure, and his heart ached for her, that she was thrust forward again into pain and trouble, and she, tripping so quickly in her anxiety, felt at the back of her son's heart waiting on her, felt him bearing what part of the burden he could, even supporting her. And when she was at the hospital she thought, "It will upset that lad when I tell him how bad it is. I'd better be careful." and when she was trudging home again, she felt she was coming to share her burden. "Is it bad?" asked Paul, as soon as she entered the house. "It's bad enough," she replied. "What?" She sighed and sat down, undoing her bonnet strings. Her son watched her face as it was lifted, and her small, work-hardened hands fingering at the bow, under her chin. "Well," she answered, "it's not really dangerous, but the nurse says it's a dreadful smash. You see, a great piece of rock fell on his leg, here, and it's a compound fracture. There are pieces of bone sticking through." "Oh, how horrid!" exclaimed the children. "And," she continued, "of course he says he's going to die. It wouldn't be him if he didn't. 'I'm done for, my lass,' he said, looking at me. 'Don't be so silly,' I said to him. 'You're not going to die of a broken leg, however badly it's smashed.' 'I shall never come out of here but in a wooden box,' he groaned. 'Well,' I said, 'if you want them to carry you into the garden in a wooden box when you're better, I've no doubt they will.' 'If we think it's good for him,' said the sister. She's an awfully nice sister, but rather strict." Mrs. Morell took off her bonnet. The children waited in silence. "Of course he is bad," she continued, "and he will be. It's a great shock, and he's lost a lot of blood. And, of course, it is a very dangerous smash. It's not at all sure that it'll mend so easily. And then there's the fever and the mortification. If it took bad ways he'd quickly be gone. But there, he's a clean-blooded man, with wonderful healing flesh, and so I see no reason why it should take bad ways. Of course there's a wound." She was pale now with emotion and anxiety. The three children realised that it was very bad for their father, and the house was silent, anxious. "But he always gets better," said Paul, after a while. "That's what I tell him," said the mother. Everybody moved about in silence. "And he really looked nearly done for," she said. "But the sister says that is the pain." Annie took away her mother's coat and bonnet. "And he looked at me when I came away. I said, 'I shall have to go now, Walter, because of the train and the children,' and he looked at me. It seems hard." Paul took up his brush again and went on painting. Arthur went outside for some coal. Annie sat looking dismal, and Mrs. Morell, in her little rocking-chair that her husband had made for her when the first baby was coming, remained motionless, brooding. She was grieved and bitterly sorry for the man who was hurt so much, but still, in her heart of hearts, where the love should have burned, there was a blank. Now, when all her woman's pity was roused to its full extent, when she would have slaved herself to death to nurse him and to save him, when she would have taken the pain herself if she could, somewhere far away inside her, she felt indifferent to him and to his suffering. It hurt her most of all, this failure to love him, even when he roused her strong emotions. She brooded a while. "And there," she said suddenly, "when I'd got half-way to Keston, I found I'd come out in my working boots. And look at them!" They were an old pair of Paul's, brown and rubbed through at the toes. "I didn't know what to do with myself, for shame," she added. In the morning, when Annie and Arthur were at school, Mrs. Morell talked again to her son, who was helping her with the housework. "I found Barker at the hospital. He did look bad, poor little fellow. Well, I said to him, 'What sort of a journey did you have with him?' 'Dunna ask me, missus,' he said. 'Eh?' I said. 'I know what he'd be. But it wor bad for him, Mrs. Morell, it wor that,' he said. 'I know,' I said. 'At every jolt I thought my heart would have flown clean out of my mouth,' he said. 'And the scream he gives sometimes. Missus, not for a fortune would I go through wi' it again.' 'I can quite understand it,' I said. 'It's a nasty job, though,' he said, 'and one as'll be a long while afore it's right again.' 'I'm afraid it will,' I said. 'I like Mr. Barker. I do like him. There's something so manly about him.' Paul resumed his task silently. 'And, of course,' Mrs. Morell continued, 'for a man like your father, the hospital is hard. He can't understand rules and regulations, and he won't let anybody else touch him, not if he can help it. When he smashed the muscles of his thigh, and it had to be dressed 4 times a day, would he let anybody but me or his mother do it? He wouldn't. So, of course, he'll suffer in there with the nurses. And I didn't like leaving him. I'm sure when I kissed him and came away, it seemed a shame." So she talked to her son almost as if she were thinking aloud to him, and he took it in as best he could, by sharing her trouble to lighten it. And in the end she shared almost everything with him without knowing. Morel had a very bad time. For a week he was in a critical condition. Then he began to mend, and then, knowing he was going to get better, the whole family sighed with relief, and proceeded to live happily. They were not badly off whilst Morel was in the hospital. There were 14 shillings a week from the pit, 10 shillings from the sick club, and 5 shillings from the disability fund. And then every week the Butties had something for Mrs. Morel, 5 or 7 shillings, so that she was quite well to do. And whilst Morel was progressing favourably in the hospital, the family was extraordinarily happy and peaceful. On Saturdays and Wednesdays Mrs. Morel went to Nottingham to see her husband. Then she always brought back some little thing, a small tube of paints for Paul, or some thick paper, a couple of postcards for Annie, that the whole family rejoiced over for days before the girl was allowed to send them away, or a fret-saw for Arthur, or a bit of pretty wood. She described her adventures into the big shops with joy. Soon the folk in the picture shop knew her, and knew about Paul. The girl in the bookshop took a keen interest in her. Mrs. Morel was full of information when she got home from Nottingham. The three sat round till bedtime, listening, putting in, arguing. Then Paul often raked the fire. "I'm the man of the house now," he used to say to his mother with joy. They learned how perfectly peaceful the home could be. And they almost regretted, though none of them would have owned to such callousness, that their father was soon coming back. Paul was now 14, and was looking for work. He was a rather small and rather finely made boy, with dark brown hair and light blue eyes. His face had already lost its youthful chubbiness, and was becoming somewhat like William's, rough-featured, almost rugged, and it was extraordinarily mobile. Usually he looked as if he saw things, was full of life and warm, then his smile, like his mother's, came suddenly, and was very lovable. And then, when there was any clog in his soul's quick running, his face went stupid and ugly. He was the sort of boy that becomes a clown and a lout as soon as he is not understood, or feels himself held cheap, and, again, is adorable at the first touch of warmth. He suffered very much from the first contact with anything. When he was 7, the starting school had been a nightmare and a torture to him, but afterwards he liked it. And now that he felt he had to go out into life, he went through agonies of shrinking self-consciousness. He was quite a clever painter for a boy of his years, and he knew some French and German and mathematics that Mr. Heaton had taught him. But nothing he had was of any commercial value. He was not strong enough for heavy manual work, his mother said. He did not care for making things with his hands, preferred racing about, or making excursions into the country, or reading, or painting. "What do you want to be?" his mother asked. "Anything." "That is no answer," said Mrs. Morel. But it was quite truthfully the only answer he could give. His ambition, as far as this world's gear went, was quietly to earn his 30 or 35 shillings a week somewhere near home, and then, when his father died, have a cottage with his mother, paint and go out as he liked, and live happy ever after. That was his programme as far as doing things went. But he was proud within himself, measuring people against himself, and placing them inexorably. And he thought that perhaps he might also make a painter, the real thing, but that he left alone. "Then," said his mother, "you must look in the paper for the advertisements." He looked at her. It seemed to him a bitter humiliation and an anguish to go through, but he said nothing. When he got up in the morning, his whole being was knotted up over this one thought. "I've got to go and look for advertisements for a job." It stood in front of the morning, that thought, killing all joy and even life for him. His heart felt like a tight knot. And then at 10 o'clock he set off. He was supposed to be a queer, quiet child. Going up the sunny street of the little town, he felt as if all the folk he met said to themselves, "He's going to the Co-op reading room to look in the papers for a place. He can't get a job. I suppose he's living on his mother." Then he crept up the stone stairs behind the drapery shop at the Co-op, and peeped in the reading room. Usually 1 or 2 men were there, either old, useless fellows, or colliers on the club. So he entered, full of shrinking and suffering when they looked up, seated himself at the table, and pretended to scan the news. He knew they would think, "What does a lad of 13 want in a reading room, with a newspaper?" And he suffered. Then he looked wistfully out of the window. Already he was a prisoner of industrialism. Large sunflowers stared over the old red wall of the garden opposite, looking, in their jolly way, down on the women who were hurrying with something for dinner. The valley was full of corn, brightening in the sun. 2 colliers among the fields waved their small white plumes of steam. Far off on the hills were the woods of Annesley, dark and fascinating. Already his heart went down. He was being taken into bondage. His freedom in the beloved home valley was going now. The brewers' wagons came rolling up from Keston with enormous barrels, 4 aside, like beans in a burst bean pod. The waggoner, throned aloft, rolling massively in his seat, was not so much below Paul's eye. The man's hair on his small bullet head was bleached almost white by the sun, and on his thick red arms, rocking idly on his sack apron, the white hairs glistened. His red face shone and was almost asleep with sunshine. The horses, handsome and brown, went on by themselves, looking by far the masters of the show. Paul wished he was stupid. "I wish," he thought to himself, "I was fat like him, and like a dog in the sun. I wish I was a pig, and a brewer's waggoner." Then, the room being at last empty, he would hastily copy an advertisement on a scrap of paper, then another, and slip out in immense relief. His mother would scan over his copies. "Yes," she said, "you may try." William had written out a letter of application, couched in admirable business language, which Paul copied, with variations. The boy's handwriting was execrable, so that William, who did all things well, got into a fever of impatience. The elder brother was becoming quite swanky. In London he found that he could associate with men far above his Bestwood friends in station. Some of the clerks in the office had studied for the law, and were more or less going through a kind of apprenticeship. William always made friends among men wherever he went, he was so jolly. Therefore he was soon visiting and staying in houses of men who, in Bestwood, would have looked down on the unapproachable bank manager, and would merely have called indifferently on the rector. So he began to fancy himself as a great gun. He was, indeed, rather surprised at the ease with which he became a gentleman. His mother was glad, he seemed so pleased, and his lodging in Walthamstow was so dreary. But now there seemed to come a kind of fever into the young man's letters. He was unsettled by all the change. He did not stand firm on his own feet, but seemed to spin rather giddily on the quick current of the new life. His mother was anxious for him. She could feel him losing himself. He had danced and gone to the theatre, boated on the river, been out with friends, and she knew he sat up afterwards in his cold bedroom, grinding away at Latin, because he intended to get on in his office, and in the law, as much as he could. He never sent his mother any money now. It was all taken, the little he had, for his own life. And she did not want any, except sometimes when she was in a tight corner, and when 10 shillings would have saved her much worry. She still dreamed of William, and of what he would do, with herself behind him. Never for a minute would she admit to herself how heavy and anxious her heart was because of him. Also he talked a good deal now of a girl he had met at a dance, a handsome brunette, quite young, and a lady, after whom the men were running thick and fast. "I wonder if you would run, my boy," his mother wrote to him. unless you saw all the other men chasing her too. You feel safe enough and vain enough in a crowd, but take care, and see how you feel when you find yourself alone and in triumph. William resented these things, and continued the chase. He had taken the girl on the river. If you saw her, mother, you would know how I feel. Tall and elegant, with the clearest of clear, transparent olive complexions, hair as black as jet, and such grey eyes, bright, mocking, like the lights on water at night. It's all very well to be a bit satirical till you see her. And she dresses as well as any woman in London. I tell you, your son doesn't half put his head up when she goes walking down Piccadilly with him. Mrs. Morell wondered in her heart if her son did not go walking down Piccadilly with an elegant figure and fine clothes, rather than with a woman who was near to him. But she congratulated him in her doubtful fashion. And as she stood over the washing tub, the mother brooded over her son. She saw him saddled with an elegant and expensive wife, earning little money, dragging along and getting draggled in some small, ugly house in a suburb. But there, she told herself, I am very likely as silly, meeting trouble half-way. Nevertheless, the load of anxiety scarcely ever left her heart, lest William should do the wrong thing by himself. Presently, Paul was bidden call upon Thomas Jordan, manufacturer of surgical appliances, at 21 Spaniel Row, Nottingham. Mrs. Morell was all joy. "There, you see," she cried, her eyes shining. "You've only written 4 letters, and the 3rd is answered. You're lucky, my boy, as I always said you were." Paul looked at the picture of a wooden leg, adorned with elastic stockings and other appliances that figured on Mr. Jordan's note-paper, and he felt alarmed. He had not known that elastic stockings existed, and he seemed to feel the business world, with its regulated system of values and its impersonality, and he dreaded it. It seemed monstrous also that a business could be run on wooden legs. Mother and son set off together one Tuesday morning. It was August, and blazing hot. Paul walked with something screwed up tight inside him. He would have suffered much physical pain rather than this unreasonable suffering at being exposed to strangers, to be accepted or rejected. Yet he chattered away with his mother. He would never have confessed to her how he suffered over these things, and she only partly guessed. She was gay, like a sweetheart. She stood in front of the ticket office at Bestwood, and Paul watched her take from her purse the money for the tickets. As he saw her hands in their old black kid gloves getting the silver out of the worn purse, his heart contracted with pain of love of her. She was quite excited, and quite gay. He suffered because she would talk aloud in presence of the other travellers. "Now look at that silly cow," she said, "careering round as if it thought it was a circus." "It's most likely a botfly," he said, very low. "A what?" she asked, brightly and unashamed. They thought a while. He was sensible all the time of having her opposite him. Suddenly their eyes met, and she smiled to him, a rare, intimate smile, beautiful with brightness and love. Then each looked out of the window. The 16 slow miles of railway journey passed. The mother and son walked down Station Street, feeling the excitement of lovers having an adventure together. In Carrington Street they stopped to hang over the parapet and look at the barges on the canal below. "It's just like Venice," he said, seeing the sunshine on the water that lay between high factory walls. "Perhaps," she answered, smiling. They enjoyed the shops immensely. "Now, you see that blouse," she would say. "Wouldn't that just suit our Annie? And for 1 and 11/3. Isn't that cheap?" "And made of needlework as well," he said. "Yes." They had plenty of time, so they did not hurry. The town was strange and delightful to them, but the boy was tied up inside a knot of apprehension. He dreaded the interview with Thomas Jordan. It was nearly 11 o'clock by St. Peter's Church. They turned up a narrow street that led to the castle. It was gloomy and old-fashioned. having low dark shops, and dark green house doors with brass knockers, and yellow ochred doorsteps projecting onto the pavement. Then another old shop, whose small window looked like a cunning half-shut eye. Mother and son went cautiously, looking everywhere for Thomas Jordan and Son. It was like hunting in some wild place. They were on tiptoe of excitement. Suddenly they spied a big dark archway, in which were names of various firms, Thomas Jordan among them. "Here it is," said Mrs. Morell. "But now where is it?" They looked round. On one side was a queer, dark, cardboard factory, on the other a commercial hotel. "It's up the entry," said Paul. And they ventured under the archway, as into the jaws of the dragon. They emerged into a wide yard, like a well, with buildings all round. It was littered with straw and boxes and cardboard. The sunshine actually caught one crate whose straw was streaming onto the yard like gold. But elsewhere the place was like a pit. There were several doors and 2 flights of steps. Straight in front, on a dirty glass door, at the top of a staircase, loomed the ominous words, "Thomas Jordan and Son, Surgical Appliances." Mrs. Morell went first. Her son followed her. Charles I mounted his scaffold with a lighter heart than had Paul Morell, as he followed his mother up the dirty steps to the dirty door. She pushed open the door, and stood in pleased surprise. In front of her was a big warehouse, with creamy paper parcels everywhere, and clerks, with their shirt-sleeves rolled back, were going about in an at-home sort of way. The light was subdued, the glossy cream parcels seemed luminous, the counters were of dark brown wood. All was quiet and very homely. Mrs. Morell took 2 steps forward, then waited. Paul stood behind her. She had on her Sunday bonnet and a black veil. He wore a boy's broad white collar and a Norfolk suit. One of the clerks looked up. He was thin and tall, with a small face. His way of looking was alert. Then he glanced round to the other end of the room, where was a glass office. And then he came forward. He did not say anything, but leaned in a gentle, inquiring fashion towards Mrs. Morell. "Can I see Mr. Jordan?" she asked. "I'll fetch him," answered the young man. He went down to the glass office. A red-faced, white-whiskered old man looked up. He reminded Paul of a Pomeranian dog. Then the same little man came up the room. He had short legs, was rather stout, and wore an alpaca jacket. So, with one ear up, as it were, he came stoutly and inquiringly down the room. "Good morning," he said, hesitating before Mrs. Morell, in doubt as to whether she were a customer or not. "Good morning. I came with my son, Paul Morell. You asked him to call this morning." "Come this way," said Mr. Jordan, in a rather snappy little manner intended to be business-like. They followed the manufacturer into a grubby little room, upholstered in black American leather, glossy with the rubbing of many customers. On the table was a pile of trusses, yellow wash-leather hoops tangled together. They looked new and living. Paul sniffed the odour of new wash-leather. He wondered what the things were. By this time he was so much stunned that he only noticed the outside things. "Sit down," said Mr. Jordan, irritably pointing Mrs. Morell to a horsehair chair. She sat on the edge in an uncertain fashion. Then the little old man fidgeted and found a paper. "Did you write this letter?" he snapped, thrusting what Paul recognised as his own note-paper in front of him. "Yes," he answered. At that moment he was occupied in 2 ways. First, in feeling guilty for telling a lie, since William had composed the letter. Second, in wondering why his letter seemed so strange and different, in the fat red hand of the man, from what it had been when it lay on the kitchen table. It was like part of himself gone astray. He resented the way the man held it. "Where did you learn to write?" said the old man crossly. Paul merely looked at him shamedly, and did not answer. "He is a bad writer," put in Mrs. Morell apologetically. Then she pushed up her veil. Paul hated her for not being prouder with this common little man, and he loved her face clear of the veil. "And you say you know French?" inquired the little man, still sharply. "Yes," said Paul. "What school did you go to?" "The board school." "And did you learn it there?" "No, The boy went crimson and got no further. "His godfather gave him lessons," said Mrs. Morell, half pleading and rather distant. Mr. Jordan hesitated. Then, in his irritable manner, he always seemed to keep his hands ready for action, he pulled another sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it. The paper made a crackling noise. He handed it to Paul. "Read that," he said. It was a note in French, in thin, flimsy foreign handwriting that the boy could not decipher. He stared blankly at the paper. "Monsieur," he began. Then he looked in great confusion at Mr. Jordan. It's the... He wanted to say handwriting, but his wit would no longer work even sufficiently to supply him with the word. Feeling an utter fool, and hating Mr. Jordan, he turned desperately to the paper again. "Sir, please send me, I can't tell, the, 2 pairs, grey thread stockings, sans, without, I can't tell the words, doigts, fingers, I can't tell the..." He wanted to say handwriting, but the words still refused to come. Seeing him stuck, Mr. Jordan snatched the paper from him. "Please send by return 2 pairs grey thread stockings without toes." "Well," flashed Paul, "doigts means fingers as well, as a rule." The little man looked at him. He did not know whether doigts meant fingers. He knew that for all his purposes it meant toes. "Fingers to stockings?" he snapped. "Well, it does mean fingers," the boy persisted. He hated the little man who had made such a clod of him. Mr. Jordan looked at the pale, stupid, defiant boy, then at the mother, who sat quiet, and with that peculiar shut-off look of the poor who have to depend on the favour of others. "And when could he come?" he asked. "Well," said Mrs. Morell, "as soon as you wish. He has finished school now." "He would live in Bestwood?" "Yes, but he could be at the station at 7:45. It ended by Paul's being engaged as junior spiral clerk at 8 shillings a week. The boy did not open his mouth to say another word, after having insisted that doigts meant fingers. He followed his mother down the stairs. She looked at him with her bright blue eyes, full of love and joy. "I think you'll like it," she said. "Doigts does mean fingers, mother, and it was the writing. I couldn't read the writing." "Never mind, my boy. I'm sure he'll be all right, and you won't see much of him. Wasn't that first young fellow nice? I'm sure you'll like him." "But wasn't Mr. Jordan common, mother? Does he own it all?" "I suppose he was a workman who has got on," she said. "You mustn't mind people so much. They're not being disagreeable to you. It's their way. You always think people are meaning things for you, but they don't." It was very sunny. Over the big desolate space of the market-place the blue sky shimmered, and the granite cobbles of the paving glistened. Shops down the long row were deep in obscurity, and the shadow was full of colour. Just where the horse trams trundled across the market was a row of fruit stalls, with fruit blazing in the sun, apples and piles of reddish oranges, small green-gage plums and bananas. There was a warm scent of fruit as mother and son passed. Gradually his feeling of ignominy and of rage sank. "Where should we go for dinner?" asked the mother. It was felt to be a reckless extravagance. Paul had only been in an eating-house once or twice in his life, and then only to have a cup of tea and a bun. Most of the people of Bestwood considered that tea and bread and butter, and perhaps potted beef, was all they could afford to eat in Nottingham. Real cooked dinner was considered great extravagance. Paul felt rather guilty. They found a place that looked quite cheap, but when Mrs. Morell scanned the bill of fare, her heart was heavy. Things were so dear. So she ordered kidney pies and potatoes as the cheapest available dish. "We oughtn't to come here, mother," said Paul. "Never mind," she said, "we won't come again." She insisted on his having a small currant tart, because he liked sweets. "I don't want it, mother," he pleaded. "Yes," she insisted, "you'll have it." And she looked round for the waitress. But the waitress was busy, and Mrs. Morell did not like to bother her then. So the mother and son waited for the girl's pleasure, whilst she flirted among the men. "Brazen hussy," said Mrs. Morell to Paul. "Look now, she's taking that man his pudding, and he came long after us." "Doesn't matter, mother," said Paul. Mrs. Morell was angry, but she was too poor, and her orders were too meagre, so that she had not the courage to insist on her rights just then. They waited and waited. "Should we go, mother?" he said. Then Mrs. Morell stood up. The girl was passing near. "Will you bring one currant tart?" said Mrs. Morell clearly. The girl looked round insolently. "Directly," she said. "We have waited quite long enough," said Mrs. Morell. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a moment the girl came back with the tart. Mrs. Morell asked coldly for the bill. Paul wanted to sink through the floor. He marvelled at his mother's hardness. He knew that only years of battling had taught her to insist even so little on her rights. She shrank as much as he. "It's the last time I go there for anything," she declared, when they were outside the place, thankful to be clear. "We'll go," she said, "and look at keeps and boots, and one or two places, shall we?" They had discussions over the pictures, and Mrs. Morell wanted to buy him a little sable brush that he hankered after. But this indulgence he refused. He stood in front of the milliners' shops and drapers' shops, almost bored, but content for her to be interested. They wandered on. "Now just look at those black grapes," she said. "They make your mouth water. I've wanted some of those for years, but I shall have to wait a bit before I get them." Then she rejoiced in the florists, standing in the doorway, sniffing. Oh, isn't it simply lovely?" Paul saw, in the darkness of the shop, an elegant young lady in black peering over the counter curiously. "They're looking at you," he said, trying to draw his mother away. "But what is it?" she exclaimed, refusing to be moved. "Stocks," he answered, sniffing hastily. "Look, there's a tubful." "So there is, red and white. But really, I never knew stocks to smell like it." And, to his great relief, she moved out of the doorway, but only to stand in front of the window. "Paul!" she cried to him, who was trying to get out of sight of the elegant young lady in black, the shop girl. "Paul! Just look here!" He came reluctantly back. "Now, just look at that fuchsia!" she exclaimed, pointing. He made a curious, interested sound. "You'd think every second as the flowers was going to fall off, they hang so big and heavy." "And such an abundance!" she cried. "And the way they drop downwards with their threads and knots." "Yes!" she exclaimed. "Lovely!" "I wonder who'll buy it," he said. "I wonder," she answered. "Not us. It would die in our parlour. Yes, beastly cold, sunless hole. It kills every bit of plant you put in it, and the kitchen chokes them to death." They bought a few things and set off towards the station. Looking up the canal, through the dark pass of the buildings, they saw the castle on its bluff of brown, green-bushed rock, in a positive miracle of delicate sunshine. "Won't it be nice for me to come out at dinner time?" said Paul. "I can go all round here and see everything. I shall love it." "You will," assented his mother. He had spent a perfect afternoon with his mother. They arrived home in the mellow evening, happy, and glowing, and tired. In the morning he filled in the form for his season ticket and took it to the station. When he got back, his mother was just beginning to wash the floor. He sat crouched up on the sofa. "He says it'll be here by Saturday," he said. "And how much will it be?" "About £1.11, he said. She went on washing her floor in silence. "Is it a lot?" he asked. "It's no more than I thought," she answered. "And I shall earn 8 shillings a week," he said. She did not answer, but went on with her work. At last she said, "That William promised me, when he went to London, as he'd give me £1 a month. He's given me 10 shillings, twice. And now I know he hasn't a farthing if I asked him. Not that I want it. Only just now you'd think he might be able to help with this ticket, which I never expected." "He earns a lot," said Paul. "He earns £130, but they're all alike. They're large in promises, but it's precious little fulfilment you get." "He spends over 50 shillings a week on himself," said Paul. "And I keep this house on less than 30, she replied, "and am supposed to find money for extras. But they don't care about helping you once they've gone. He'd rather spend it on that dressed-up creature." "She should have her own money if she's so grand," said Paul. "She should, but she hasn't. I asked him. And I know he doesn't buy her a gold bangle for nothing. I wonder who ever bought me a gold bangle." William was succeeding with his gypsy, as he called her. He asked the girl, her name was Louisa Lily Denise Weston, for a photograph to send to his mother. The photo came, a handsome brunette, taken in profile, smirking slightly, and, it might be, quite naked, for on the photograph not a scrap of clothing was to be seen, only a naked bust. "Yes," wrote Mrs. Morel to her son, "the photograph of Louis is very striking, and I can see she must be attractive. But do you think, my boy, it was very good taste of a girl to give her young man that photo to send to his mother, the first? Certainly the shoulders are beautiful, as you say, but I hardly expected to see so much of them at the first view." Morel found the photograph standing on the chiffonier in the parlour. He came out with it between his thick thumb and finger. "Who dost reckon this is?" he asked of his wife. "It's the girl our William is going with," replied Mrs. Morel. There's a bright spark from the look on her, and one as wunna do him o'er much good neither. Who is she?" "Her name is Louisa Lily Denise Weston." "And come again to-morrow!" exclaimed the miner. "And is her an actress?" "She is not. She's supposed to be a lady." "I'll bet!" he exclaimed, still staring at the photo. "A lady, is she? And how much does she reckon to keep up this sort of game on?" "On nothing. She lives with an old aunt whom she hates, and takes what bit of money's given her." "Humph!" said Morel, laying down the photograph. "Then he's a fool to have taken up with such a one as that." "Dear mater," William replied, "I'm sorry you didn't like the photograph. It never occurred to me when I sent it that you mightn't think it decent. However, I told Jip that it didn't quite suit your prim and proper notions, so she's going to send you another, that I hope will please you better. She's always been photographed. In fact, the photographers ask her if they may take her for nothing." Presently the new photograph came, with a little silly note from the girl. This time the young lady was seen in a black satin evening bodice, cut square with little puff sleeves, and black lace hanging down her beautiful arms. "I wonder if she ever wears anything except evening clothes," said Mrs. Morel sarcastically. "I'm sure I ought to be impressed." "You are disagreeable, mother," said Paul. "I think the first one with bare shoulders is lovely." "Do you?" answered his mother. "Well, I don't." On the Monday morning the boy got up at 6 to start work. He had the season ticket, which had cost such bitterness, in his waistcoat pocket. He loved it with its bars of yellow across. His mother packed his dinner in a small shut-up basket, and he set off at 7:15 to catch the 7:15 train. Mrs. Morel came to the entry end to see him off. It was a perfect morning. From the ash tree the slender green fruits that the children call pigeons were twinkling gaily down on a little breeze into the front gardens of the houses. The valley was full of a lustrous dark haze, through which the ripe corn shimmered, and in which the steam from Minton Pit melted swiftly. Puffs of wind came. Paul looked over the high woods of Aldersley, where the country gleamed and home had never pulled at him so powerfully. "Good morning, mother," he said, smiling, but feeling very unhappy. "Good morning," she replied, cheerfully and tenderly. She stood in her white apron on the open road, watching him as he crossed the field. He had a small, compact body that looked full of life. She felt, as she saw him trudging over the field, that where he determined to go he would get. She thought of William. He would have leaped the fence instead of going round to the stile. He was away in London, doing well. Paul would be working in Nottingham. Now she had 2 sons in the world. She could think of 2 places, great centres of industry, and feel that she had put a man into each of them, that these men would work out what she wanted. They were derived from her, they were of her, and their works also would be hers. All the morning long she thought of Paul. At 8 o'clock he climbed the dismal stairs of Jordan's surgical appliance factory, and stood helplessly against the first great parcel rack, waiting for somebody to pick him up. The place was still not awake. Over the counters were great dust sheets. 2 men only had arrived, and were heard talking in a corner, as they took off their coats and rolled up their shirt sleeves. It was 8:10. Evidently there was no rush of punctuality. Paul listened to the voices of the 2 clerks. Then he heard someone cough, and saw in the office at the end of the room an old decaying clerk in a round smoking cap of black velvet embroidered with red and green, opening letters. He waited and waited. One of the junior clerks went to the old man, greeted him cheerily and loudly. Evidently the old chief was deaf. Then the young fellow came striding importantly down to his counter. He spied Paul. "Hello," he said. "You the new lad?" "Yes," said Paul. What's your name?" "Paul Morell." "Paul Morell? All right, you come on round here." Paul followed him round the rectangle of counters. The room was 2nd story. It had a great hole in the middle of the floor, fenced as with a wall of counters, and down this wide shaft the lifts went, and the light for the bottom story. Also there was a corresponding big oblong hole in the ceiling, and one could see above, over the fence of the top floor, some machinery, and right away overhead was the glass roof, and all light for the 3 stories came downwards, getting dimmer, so that it was always night on the ground floor, and rather gloomy on the 2nd floor. The factory was the top floor, the warehouse the 2nd, the storehouse the ground floor. It was an insanitary, ancient place. Paul was led round to a very dark corner. "This is the Spiral corner," said the clerk. "You're Spiral, with Pappleworth. He's your boss, but he's not come yet. He doesn't get here till 8:30. So you can fetch the letters if you like, from Mr. Melling down there." The young man pointed to the old clerk in the office. "All right," said Paul. "Here's a peg to hang your cap on. Here are your entry ledgers. Mr. Pappleworth won't be long." And the thin young man stalked away, with long busy strides, over the hollow wooden floor. After a minute or 2 Paul went down and stood in the door of the glass office. The old clerk in the smoking cap looked down over the rim of his spectacles. "Good morning," he said, kindly and impressively. "You want the letters for the Spiral department, Thomas?" Paul resented being called Thomas, but he took the letters and returned to his dark place, where the counter made an angle, where the great parcel rack came to an end, and where there were 3 doors in the corner. He sat on a high stool and read the letters, those whose handwriting was not too difficult. They ran as follows: "Will you please send me at once a pair of ladies' silk spiral thigh hose, without feet, such as I had from you last year, length thigh to knee, etc., or Major Chamberlain wishes to repeat his previous order for a silk non-elastic suspensory bandage. Many of these letters, some of them in French or Norwegian, were a great puzzle to the boy. He sat on his stool nervously awaiting the arrival of his boss. He suffered tortures of shyness when, at 8:30, the factory girls for upstairs trooped past him. Mr. Pappleworth arrived, chewing a chlorodyne gum, at about 9:20, when all the other men were at work. He was a thin, sallow man with a red nose, quick, staccato, and smartly but stiffly dressed. He was about 36 years old. There was something rather doggy, rather smart, rather cute and shrewd, and something warm and slightly contemptible about him. "You my new lad?" he said. Paul stood up and said he was. "Fetch the letters?" Mr. Pappleworth gave a chew to his gum. "Yes." "Copied 'em?" "No." "Well, come on then, let's look slippy. Changed your coat?" "No." "You want to bring an old coat and leave it here." He pronounced the last words with the chlorodyne gum between his side teeth. He vanished into darkness behind the great parcel rack, reappeared coatless, turning up a smart striped shirt cuff over a thin and hairy arm. Then he slipped into his coat. Paul noticed how thin he was, and that his trousers were in folds behind. He seized a stool, dragged it beside the boys, and sat down. "Sit down," he said. Paul took a seat. Mr. Pappleworth was very close to him. The man seized the letters, snatched a long entry book out of a rack in front of him, flung it open, seized a pen, and said, "Now look here, you want to copy these letters in here." He sniffed twice, gave a quick chew at his gum, stared fixedly at a letter, then went very still and absorbed, and wrote the entry rapidly, in a beautiful flourishing hand. He glanced quickly at Paul. "See that?" "Yes." "Think you can do it all right?" "Yes." "All right then, let's see you." He sprang off his stool. Paul took a pen. Mr. Pappleworth disappeared. Paul rather liked copying the letters, but he wrote slowly, laboriously, and exceedingly badly. He was doing the 4th letter, and feeling quite busy and happy, when Mr. Pappleworth reappeared. "Now then, how you getting on? Done 'em?" He leaned over the boy's shoulder, chewing and smelling of chlorodyne. "Strike my bob, lad, but you're a beautiful writer!" he exclaimed satirically. "Never mind. How many you done?" "Only 3. I'd ha' eaten 'em. Get on, my lad, and put numbers on 'em. Here, look. Get on." Paul ground away at the letters, while Mr. Pappleworth fussed over various jobs. Suddenly the boy started as a shrill whistle sounded near his ear. Mr. Pappleworth came, took a plug out of a pipe, and said, in an amazingly cross and bossy voice, "Yes!" Paul heard a faint voice like a woman's out of the mouth of the tube. He gazed in wonder, never having seen a speaking tube before. "Well," said Mr. Pappleworth disagreeably into the tube, "you'd better get some of your back work done then." Again the woman's tiny voice was heard, sounding pretty and cross. "I've not time to stand here while you talk," said Mr. Pappleworth, and he pushed the plug into the tube. "Come, my lad," he said imploringly to Paul. "There's Polly crying out for them orders. Can't you buck up a bit? Here, come out." He took the book, to Paul's immense chagrin, and began the copying himself. He worked quickly and well. This done, he seized some strips of long yellow paper, about 3 inches wide, and made out the day's orders for the work girls. "You'd better watch me," he said to Paul, working all the while rapidly. Paul watched the weird little drawings of legs and thighs and ankles, with the strokes across and the numbers, and the few brief directions which his chief made upon the yellow paper. Then Mr. Pappleworth finished and jumped up. "Come on with me," he said. And the yellow papers flying in his hands, he dashed through a door and down some stairs into the basement where the gas was burning. They crossed the cold, damp storeroom, then a long, dreary room with a long table on trestles, into a smaller, cosy apartment, not very high, which had been built on to the main building. In this room a small woman with a red serge blouse and her black hair done on top of her head was waiting like a proud little bantam. "Here you are," said Pappleworth. "I think it is here you are," exclaimed Polly. "The girls have been here nearly half an hour waiting. Just think of the time wasted." "You think of getting your work done and not talking so much," said Mr. Pappleworth. "You could have been finishing off." "You know quite well we finished everything off on Saturday," cried Polly, flying at him, her dark eyes flashing. "Tut, he mocked. "Here's your new lad. Don't ruin him as you did the last." "As we did the last," repeated Polly. "Yes, we do a lot of ruining, we do. My word, a lad would take some ruining after he'd been with you." "It's time for work now, not for talk," said Mr. Pappleworth, severely and coldly. "It was time for work some time back," said Polly, marching away with her head in the air. She was an erect little body of 40. In that room were 2 round spiral machines on the bench under the window. Through the inner doorway was another longer room with 6 more machines. A little group of girls, nicely dressed and in white aprons, stood talking together. "Have you nothing else to do but talk?" said Mr. Pappleworth. "Only wait for you," said one handsome girl, laughing. "Well, get on, he said. "Come on, my lad, you'll know your road down here again." And Paul ran upstairs after his chief. He was given some checking and invoicing to do. He stood at the desk, labouring in his execrable handwriting. Presently Mr. Jordan came strutting down from the glass office and stood behind him, to the boy's great discomfort. Suddenly a red and fat finger was thrust on the form he was filling in. "Mr. J. A. Bates, Esquire," exclaimed the cross voice just behind his ear. Paul looked at Mr. J. A. Bates, Esquire, in his own vile writing, and wondered what was the matter now. Didn't they teach you any better than that while they were at it? If you put Mr., you don't put Esquire. A man can't be both at once. The boy regretted his too much generosity in disposing of honours, hesitated, and with trembling fingers scratched out the Mr. Then all at once Mr. Jordan snatched away the invoice. "Make another. Are you going to send that to a gentleman?" And he tore up the blue form irritably. Paul, his ears red with shame, began again. Still Mr. Jordan watched. "I don't know what they do teach in school. You'll have to write better than that. Lads learn nothing nowadays but how to recite poetry and play the fiddle. Have you seen his writing?" he asked of Mr. Pappleworth. "Yes, prime, isn't it?" replied Mr. Pappleworth indifferently. Mr. Jordan gave a little grunt, not unamiable. Paul divined that his master's bark was worse than his bite. Indeed, the little manufacturer, although he spoke bad English, was quite gentleman enough to leave his men alone, and to take no notice of trifles. But he knew he did not look like the boss and owner of the show, so he had to play his role of proprietor at first, to put things on a right footing. "Let's see. What's your name?" asked Mr. Pappleworth of the boy. "Paul Morell." It is curious that children suffer so much at having to pronounce their own names. "Paul Morell, is it? All right, you, Paul Morell. Through them things there, and then—" Mr. Pappleworth subsided onto a stool and began writing. A girl came up from out of a door just behind, put some newly pressed elastic web appliances on the counter, and returned. Mr. Pappleworth picked up the whitey blue knee-band, examined it and its yellow order paper quickly, and put it on one side. Next was a flesh-pink leg. He went through the few things, wrote out a couple of orders, and called to Paul to accompany him. This time they went through the door whence the girl had emerged. There Paul found himself at the top of a little wooden flight of steps, and below him saw a room with windows round 2 sides, and at the farther end 6 girls sitting bending over the benches in the light from the window, sewing. They were singing together, 2 little girls in blue. Hearing the door opened, they all turned round, to see Mr. Pappleworth and Paul looking down on them from the far end of the room. They stopped singing. "Can't you make a bit less row?" said Mr. Pappleworth. Folk'll think we keep cats." A hunchbacked woman on a high stool turned her long, rather heavy face towards Mr. Pappleworth, and said, in a contralto voice, "They're all tom-cats, then." In vain Mr. Pappleworth tried to be impressive for Paul's benefit. He descended the steps into the finishing-off room, and went to the hunchback Fanny. She had such a short body on her high stool, that her head, with its great bands of bright brown hair, seemed over-large, as did her pale, heavy face. She wore a dress of green-black cashmere, and her wrists, coming out of the narrow cuffs, were thin and flat, as she put her work down nervously. He showed her something that was wrong with a knee-cap. "Well," she said, "you needn't come blaming it on to me. It's not my fault." Her colour mounted to her cheek. "I never said it was your fault. Will you do as I tell you?" replied Mr. Pappleworth shortly. "You don't say it's my fault, but you'd like to make out as it was," the hunchbacked woman cried, almost in tears. Then she snatched the knee-cap from her boss, saying, "Yes, I'll do it for you, but you needn't be so snappy." "Here's your new lad," said Mr. Pappleworth. Fanny turned, smiling very gently on Paul. "Oh," she said. "Yes, don't make a softy of him between you." "It's not us as 'ud make a softy of him," she said indignantly. "Come on then, Paul," said Mr. Pappleworth. "Au revoir, Paul," said one of the girls. There was a titter of laughter. Paul went out, blushing deeply, not having spoken a word. The day was very long. All morning the work-people were coming to speak to Mr. Pappleworth. Paul was writing or learning to make up parcels, ready for the midday post. At 1 o'clock, or rather at 1:15, Mr. Pappleworth disappeared to catch his train. He lived in the suburbs. At 1 o'clock, Paul, feeling very lost, took his dinner-basket down into the stock-room in the basement, that had the long table on trestles, and ate his meal hurriedly, alone in that cellar of gloom and desolation. Then he went out of doors. The brightness and the freedom of the streets made him feel adventurous and happy. But at 2 o'clock he was back in the corner of the big room. Soon the work-girls went trooping past, making remarks. It was the commoner girls who worked upstairs at the heavy tasks of truss-making and the finishing of artificial limbs. He waited for Mr. Pappleworth, not knowing what to do, sitting scribbling on the yellow order paper. Mr. Pappleworth came at 3:20. Then he sat and gossiped with Paul, treating the boy entirely as an equal, even in age. In the afternoon there was never very much to do, unless it were near the week-end, and the accounts had to be made up. At 5 o'clock all the men went down into the dungeon with the table on trestles, and there they had tea, eating bread and butter on the bare, dirty boards, talking with the same kind of ugly haste and slovenliness with which they ate their meal. And yet upstairs the atmosphere among them was always jolly and clear. The cellar and the trestles affected them. After tea, when all the gases were lighted, work went more briskly. There was the big evening post to get off. The hose came up warm and newly pressed from the workrooms. Paul had made out the invoices. Now he had the packing up and addressing to do. Then he had to weigh his stock of parcels on the scales. Everywhere voices were calling weights. There was the chink of metal, the rapid snapping of string, the hurrying to old Mr. Melling for stamps. And at last the postman came with his sack, laughing and jolly. Then everything slacked off, and Paul took his dinner-basket and ran to the station to catch the 8:20 train. The day in the factory was just 12 hours long. His mother sat waiting for him rather anxiously. He had to walk from Keston, so was not home until about 9:20, and he left the house before 7 in the morning. Mrs. Morell was rather anxious about his health, but she herself had had to put up with so much that she expected her children to take the same odds. They must go through with what came. And Paul stayed at Jordan's, although all the time he was there his health suffered from the darkness and lack of air and the long hours. He came in pale and tired. His mother looked at him. She saw he was rather pleased, and her anxiety all went. "Well, and how was it?" she asked. "Ever so funny, mother," he replied. "You don't have to work a bit hard, and they're nice with you." "And did you get on all right?" "Yes. They only say my writing's bad, but Mr. Pappleworth, he's my man, said to Mr. Jordan I should be all right. I'm Spiral, mother. You must come and see. It's ever so nice." Soon he liked Jordan's. Mr. Pappleworth, who had a certain saloon-bar flavour about him, was always natural, and treated him as if he had been a comrade. Sometimes the Spiral boss was irritable, and chewed more lozenges than ever. Even then, however, he was not offensive, but one of those people who hurt themselves by their own irritability more than they hurt other people. "Haven't you done that yet?" he would cry. "Go on, be a month of Sundays." Again, and Paul could understand him least then, he was jocular and in high spirits. "I'm going to bring my little Yorkshire Terrier bitch to-morrow," he said jubilantly to Paul. "What's a Yorkshire Terrier?" "Don't know what a Yorkshire Terrier is? Don't know a Yorkshire?" Mr. Pappleworth was aghast. "Is it a little silky one, colours of iron and rusty silver?" "That's it, my lad. She's a gem. She's had £5 worth of pups already, and she's worth over £7 herself, and she doesn't weigh 20 ounces. The next day the bitch came. She was a shivering, miserable morsel. Paul did not care for her. She seemed so like a wet rag that would never dry. Then a man called for her, and began to make coarse jokes, but Mr. Pappleworth nodded his head in the direction of the boy, and the talk went on, sotto voce. Mr. Jordan only made one more excursion to watch Paul, and then the only fault he found was seeing the boy lay his pen on the counter. "Put your pen in your ear if you're going to be a clerk. Pen in your ear." And one day he said to the lad, "Why don't you hold your shoulders straighter? Come down here," when he took him into the glass office and fitted him with special braces for keeping the shoulders square. But Paul liked the girls best. The men seemed common and rather dull. He liked them all, but they were uninteresting. Polly, the little brisk overseer downstairs, finding Paul eating in the cellar, asked him if she could cook him anything on her little stove. Next day his mother gave him a dish that could be heated up. He took it into the pleasant, clean room to Polly, and very soon it grew to be an established custom that he should have dinner with her. When he came in at 8 in the morning, he took his basket to her, and when he came down at 1 o'clock, she had his dinner ready. He was not very tall and pale, with thick chestnut hair, irregular features, and a wide, full mouth. She was like a small bird. He often called her a robinette. Though naturally rather quiet, he would sit and chatter with her for hours, telling her about his home. The girls all liked to hear him talk. They often gathered in a little circle while he sat on a bench, and held forth to them, laughing. Some of them regarded him as a curious little creature, so serious, yet so bright and jolly, and always so delicate in his way with them. They all liked him, and he adored them. Polly he felt he belonged to. Then Connie, with her mane of red hair, her face of apple blossom, her murmuring voice, such a lady in her shabby black frock, appealed to his romantic side. "When you sit winding," he said, "it looks as if you were spinning at a spinning wheel. It looks ever so nice. You remind me of Elaine in the Idylls of the King. I'd draw you if I could." And she glanced at him, blushing shyly. And later on he had a sketch he prized very much. Connie sitting on the stool before the wheel, her flowing mane of red hair on her rusty black frock, her red mouth shut and serious, running the scarlet thread off the hank onto the reel. With Louis, handsome and brazen, who always seemed to thrust her hip at him, he usually joked. Emma was rather plain, rather old and condescending, but to condescend to him made her happy, and he did not mind. "How do you put needles in?" he asked. "Go away and don't bother." "But I ought to know how to put needles in." She ground at her machine all the while steadily. "There are many things you ought to know," she replied. "Tell me, then, how to stick needles in the machine." Oh, the boy, what a nuisance he is! Why, this is how you do it." He watched her attentively. Suddenly a whistle piped. Then Polly appeared, and said in a clear voice, "Mr. Pappleworth wants to know how much longer you're going to be down here playing with the girls, Paul." Paul flew upstairs, calling "Good-bye," and Emma drew herself up. "It wasn't me who wanted him to play with the machine," she said. As a rule, when all the girls came back at 2 o'clock, he ran upstairs to Fanny, the hunchback, in the finishing-off room. Mr. Pappleworth did not appear till 3:20, and he often found his boy sitting beside Fanny, talking, or drawing, or singing with the girls. Often, after a minute's hesitation, Fanny would begin to sing. She had a fine contralto voice. Everybody joined in the chorus, and it went well. Paul was not at all embarrassed, after a while sitting in the room with the half-a-dozen work-girls. At the end of the song, Fanny would say, "I know you've been laughing at me." "Don't be so soft, Fanny," cried one of the girls. Once there was mention of Connie's red hair. "Fanny's is better, to my fancy," said Emma. "You needn't try to make a fool of me," said Fanny, flushing deeply. "No, but she has, Paul. She's got beautiful hair." "It's a treat of a colour," said he. "That coldish colour, like earth and yet shiny. It's like bog water." "Goodness me!" exclaimed one girl, laughing. "How I do but get criticised," said Fanny. "But you should see it down, Paul," cried Emma earnestly. "It's simply beautiful. Put it down for him, Fanny, if he wants something to paint." Fanny would not, and yet she wanted to. "Then I'll take it down myself," said the lad. "Well, you can if you like," said Fanny. And he carefully took the pins out of the knot, and the rush of hair, of uniform dark brown, slid over the humped back. "What a lovely lot!" he exclaimed. The girls watched. There was silence. The youth shook the hair loose from the coil. "It's splendid," he said, smelling its perfume. "I'll bet it's worth pounds." "I'll leave it to you, when I die, Paul," said Fanny, half joking. "You look just like anybody else, sitting drying their hair," said one of the girls to the long-legged hunchback. Poor Fanny was morbidly sensitive, always imagining insults. Polly was curt and business-like. The two departments were for ever at war, and Paul was always finding Fanny in tears. Then he was made the recipient of all her woes, and he had to plead her cause with Polly. So the time went along happily enough. The factory had a homely feel. No one was rushed or driven. Paul always enjoyed it when the work got faster, towards post-time, and all the men united in labour. He liked to watch his fellow clerks at work. The man was the work, and the work was the man, one thing for the time being. It was different with the girls. The real woman never seemed to be there at the task, but as if left out, waiting. From the train going home at night he used to watch the lights of the town, sprinkled thick on the hills, fusing together in a blaze in the valleys. He felt rich in life and happy. Drawing farther off, there was a patch of lights at Bulwell, like myriad petals shaken to the ground from the shed stars, and beyond was the red glare of the furnaces, playing like hot breath on the clouds. He had to walk 2 and more miles from Keston home, up 2 long hills, down 2 short hills. He was often tired, and he counted the lamps, climbing the hill above him, how many more to pass. And from the hill-top, on pitch-dark nights, he looked round on the villages 5 or 6 miles away, that shone like swarms of glittering, living things, almost a heaven against his feet. Marlpool and Heanor scattered the far-off darkness with brilliance, and occasionally the black valley space between was traced, violated by a great train rushing south to London or north to Scotland. The trains roared by like projectiles level on the darkness, fuming and burning, making the valley clang with their passage. They were gone, and the lights of the towns and villages glittered in silence. And then he came to the corner at home, which faced the other side of the night. The ash tree seemed a friend now. His mother rose with gladness as he entered. He put his 8 shillings proudly on the table. "It'll help, mother?" he asked, wistfully. "There's precious little left," she answered, "after your ticket and dinners and such are taken off." Then he told her the budget of the day. His life story, like an Arabian Nights, was told night after night to his mother. It was almost as if it were her own life. End of Chapter 5, Part Chapter 6, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death in the Family. Arthur Morell was growing up. He was a quick, careless, impulsive boy, a good deal like his father. He hated study, made a great moan if he had to work, and escaped as soon as possible to his sport again. In appearance he remained the flower of the family, being well made, graceful, and full of life. His dark brown hair and fresh colouring, and his exquisite dark blue eyes shaded with long lashes, together with his generous manner and fiery temper, made him a favourite. But as he grew older his temper became uncertain. He flew into rages over nothing, seemed unbearably raw and irritable. His mother, whom he loved, wearied of him sometimes. He thought only of himself. When he wanted amusement, all that stood in his way he hated, even if it was she. When he was in trouble, he moaned to her ceaselessly. "Goodness, boy," she said, when he groaned about a master who, he said, hated him, "if you don't like it, alter it, and if you can't alter it, put up with it." And his father, whom he had loved and who had worshipped him, he came to detest. As he grew older, Morell fell into a slow ruin. His body, which had been beautiful in movement and in being, shrank, did not seem to ripen with the years, but to get mean and rather despicable. There came over him a look of meanness and of paltriness. And when the mean-looking elderly man bullied or ordered the boy about, Arthur was furious. Moreover, Morell's manners got worse and worse, his habits somewhat disgusting. When the children were growing up and in the crucial stage of adolescence, the father was like some ugly irritant to their souls. His manners in the house were the same as he used among the colliers down pit. "Dirty nuisance!" Arthur would cry, jumping up and going straight out of the house, when his father disgusted him. And Morell persisted the more because his children hated it. He seemed to take a kind of satisfaction in disgusting them, and driving them nearly mad, while they were so irritably sensitive at the age of 14 or 15. So that Arthur, who was growing up when his father was degenerate and elderly, hated him worst of all. Then, sometimes, the father would seem to feel the contemptuous hatred of his children. "There's not a man tries harder for his family," he would shout. "He does his best for them, and then gets treated like a dog. But I'm not going to stand it, I tell you." But for the threat and the fact that he did not try so hard as he imagined, they would have felt sorry. As it was, the battle now went on nearly all between father and children, he persisting in his dirty and disgusting ways, just to assert his independence. They loathed him. Arthur was so inflamed and irritable at last, that when he won a scholarship for the grammar school in Nottingham, his mother decided to let him live in town, with one of her sisters, and only come home at week-ends. Annie was still a junior teacher in the board school, earning about 4 shillings a week, but soon she would have 15 shillings, since she had passed her examination, and there would be financial peace in the house. Mrs. Morell clung now to Paul. He was quiet and not brilliant, but still he stuck to his painting, and still he stuck to his mother. Everything he did was for her. She waited for his coming home in the evening, and then she unburdened herself of all she had pondered, or of all that had occurred to her during the day. He sat and listened with his earnestness. The two shared lives. William was engaged now to this brunette, and had bought her an engagement ring that cost 8 guineas. The children gasped at such a fabulous price. 8 guineas, said Morel. More fool him. If he'd given me some on it, it'd look better on him. Given you some of it? Cried Mrs. Morel. Why give you some of it? She remembered he had bought no engagement ring at all, and she preferred William, who was not mean if he were foolish. But now the young man talked only of the dances to which he went with his betrothed, and the different resplendent clothes she wore, or he told his mother with glee how they went to the theatre like great swells. He wanted to bring the girl home. Mrs. Morel said she should come at the Christmas. This time William arrived with a lady, but with no presents. Mrs. Morel had prepared supper. Hearing footsteps, she rose and went to the door. William entered. "Hello, mother!" He kissed her hastily, then stood aside to present a tall, handsome girl who was wearing a costume of fine black and white check, and furs. "Here's Jip!" Miss Weston held out her hand and showed her teeth in a small smile. "Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Morel?" she exclaimed. "I am afraid you'll be hungry," said Mrs. Morel. "Oh no, we had dinner in the train. Have you got my gloves, Chubby?" William Morel, big and raw-boned, looked at her quickly. "How should I?" he said. "Then I've lost them. Don't be cross with me." A frown went over his face, but he said nothing. She glanced round the kitchen. It was small and curious to her, with its glittering kissing bunch, its evergreens behind the pictures, its wooden chairs and little deal table. At that moment Morel came in. "Hello, Dad!" "Hello, my son! Thou's let on me." The two shook hands, and William presented the lady. She gave the same smile that showed her teeth. "How do you do, Mr. Morel?" Morel bowed obsequiously. "I'm very well, and I hope so are you. You must make yourself very welcome." "Oh, thank you," she replied, rather amused. "You will like to go upstairs?" said Mrs. Morel. "If you don't mind, but not if it's any trouble to you." "It is no trouble. Annie will take you. Walter, carry up this box." "And don't be an hour dressing yourself up," said William to his betrothed. Annie took a brass candlestick, and, too shy almost to speak, preceded the young lady to the front bedroom, which Mr. and Mrs. Morel had vacated for her. It, too, was small and cold by candlelight. The colliers' wives only lit fires in bedrooms in case of extreme illness. "Shall I unstrap the box?" asked Annie. "Oh, thank you very much." Annie played the part of maid, then went downstairs for hot water. "I think she's rather tired, mother," said William. "It's a beastly journey, and we had such a rush." "Is there anything I can give her?" asked Mrs. Morel. "Oh no, she'll be all right." But there was a chill in the atmosphere. After half an hour Miss Weston came down, having put on a purplish-coloured dress, very fine for the collier's kitchen. "I told you you'd no need to change," said William to her. "Oh, Chubby!" Then she turned with that sweetish smile to Mrs. Morel. "Don't you think he's always grumbling, Mrs. Morel?" "Is he?" said Mrs. Morel. "That's not very nice of him." "It isn't really." "You are cold," said the mother. "Won't you come near the fire?" Morel jumped out of his arm-chair. "Come and sit you here," he cried. "Come and sit you here." "No, Dad, keep your own chair. Sit on the sofa, Jip," said William. "No, no," cried Morel. "This chair's warmest. Come and sit here, Miss Weston." "Thank you so much," said the girl, seating herself in the collier's arm-chair, the place of honour. She shivered, feeling the warmth of the kitchen penetrate her. "Fetch me a hanky, Chubby dear," she said, putting up her mouth to him, and using the same intimate tone as if they were alone, which made the rest of the family feel as if they ought not to be present. The young lady evidently did not realise them as people. They were creatures to her for the present. William winced. In such a household in Streatham, Miss Weston would have been a lady condescending to her inferiors. These people were, to her, certainly clownish, In short, the working classes. How was she to adjust herself? "I'll go," said Annie. Miss Weston took no notice, as if a servant had spoken; but when the girl came downstairs again with the handkerchief, she said, "Oh, thank you," in a gracious way. She sat and talked about the dinner on the train, which had been so poor, about London, about dances. She was really very nervous, and chattered from fear. Morel sat all the time smoking his thick twist tobacco, watching her, and listening to her glib London speech as he puffed. Mrs. Morel, dressed up in her best black silk blouse, answered quietly and rather briefly. The three children sat round in silence and admiration. Miss Weston was the princess. Everything of the best was got out for her, the best cups, the best spoons, the best tablecloth, the best coffee-jug. The children thought she must find it quite grand. She felt strange, not able to realise the people, not knowing how to treat them. William joked, and was slightly uncomfortable. At about 10 o'clock he said to her, "Aren't you tired, Jip?" "Rather, Chubby," she answered, at once in the intimate tones, and putting her head slightly on one side. "I'll light her the candle, mother," he said. "Very well," replied the mother. Miss Weston stood up, held out her hand to Mrs. Morel. "Good night, Mrs. Morel," she said. Paul sat at the boiler, letting the water run from the tap into a stone beer bottle. Annie swathed the bottle in an old flannel pit singlet, and kissed her mother good night. She was to share the room with the lady, because the house was full. "You wait a minute," said Mrs. Morel to Annie, and Annie sat nursing the hot water bottle. Miss Weston shook hands all round to everybody's discomfort, and took her departure, preceded by William. In 5 minutes he was downstairs again. His heart was rather sore. He did not know why. He talked very little till everybody had gone to bed, but himself and his mother. Then he stood with his legs apart, in his old attitude on the hearth-rug, and said hesitatingly, "Well, mother?" "Well, my son?" She sat in her best silk blouse in the rocking-chair, feeling somehow hurt and humiliated for his sake. "Do you like her?" "Yes," came the slow answer. "She's shy yet, mother. She's not used to it. It's different from her aunt's house, you know." "Of course it is, my boy, and she must find it difficult." "She does." Then he frowned swiftly. "If only she wouldn't put on her blessed airs." "It's only her first awkwardness, my boy. She'll be all right." "That's it, mother," he replied gratefully, but his brow was gloomy. "You know, she's not like you, mother. She's not serious, and she can't think." "She's young, my boy." "Yes, and she's had no sort of show. Her mother died when she was a child. Since then she's lived with her aunt, whom she can't bear, and her father was a rake. She's had no love." "No." "Well, you must make up to her. And so, you have to forgive her a lot of things." "What do you have to forgive her, my boy?" "I don't know. When she seems shallow, you have to remember she's never had anybody to bring her deeper side out. And she's fearfully fond of me. Anybody can see that. But you know, mother, she's different from us. Those sort of people, like those she lives amongst, they don't seem to have the same principles." "You mustn't judge too hastily," said Mrs. Morel, but he seemed uneasy within himself. In the morning, however, he was up singing and larking round the house. "Hello!" he called, sitting on the stairs. "Are you getting up?" "Yes," her voice called faintly. "Merry Christmas!" he shouted to her. Her laugh, pretty and tinkling, was heard in the bedroom. She did not come down in half an hour. "Was she really getting up when she said she was?" he asked of Annie. "Yes, she was," replied Annie. He waited a while, then went to the stairs again. "Happy New Year!" he called. "Thank you, Chubby dear," came the laughing voice, far away. "Buck up!" he implored. It was nearly an hour, and still he was waiting for her. Morel, who always rose before 6, looked at the clock. "Well, it's a winder!" he exclaimed. The family had breakfasted, all but William. He went to the foot of the stairs. "Shall I have to send you an Easter egg up there?" he called, rather crossly. She only laughed. The family expected, after that time of preparation, something like magic. At last she came, looking very nice in a blouse and skirt. "Have you really been all this time getting ready?" he asked. "Chubby dear, that question is not permitted, is it, Mrs. Morel?" She played the grand lady at first. When she went with William to chapel, he in his frock coat and silk hat, she in her furs and London-made costume. Paul and Arthur and Annie expected everybody to bow to the ground in admiration. And Morel, standing in his Sunday suit at the end of the road, watching the gallant pair go, felt he was the father of princes and princesses. And yet she was not so grand. For a year now she had been a sort of secretary or clerk in a London office, but while she was with the Morels she queened it. She sat and let Annie or Paul wait on her as if they were her servants. She treated Mrs. Morel with a certain glibness, and Morel with patronage. But after a day or so she began to change her tune. William always wanted Paul or Annie to go along with them on their walks. It was so much more interesting. And Paul really did admire Gypsy wholeheartedly. In fact, his mother scarcely forgave the boy for the adulation with which he treated the girl. On the second day, when Lily said, "Oh, Annie, do you know where I left my muff?" William replied, "You know it's in your bedroom. Why do you ask Annie?" And Lily went upstairs with a cross, shut mouth. But it angered the young man that she made a servant of his sister. On the third evening William and Lily were sitting together in the parlour by the fire in the dark. At 11:15 Mrs. Morel was heard raking the fire. William came out of the kitchen, followed by his beloved. "Is it as late as that, mother?" he said. She had been sitting alone. "It is not late, my boy, but it is as late as I usually sit up." "Won't you go to bed, then?" he asked. "And leave you two? No, my boy, I don't believe in it." "Can't you trust us, mother?" "Whether I can or not, I won't do it. You can stay till 11 if you like, and I can read." "Go to bed, Jip," he said to his girl. "We won't keep Mater waiting." "Annie has left the candle burning, Lily," said Mrs. Morel. "I think you will see." "Yes, thank you. Good night, Mrs. Morel." William kissed his sweetheart at the foot of the stairs, and she went. He returned to the kitchen. "Can't you trust us, mother?" he repeated, rather offended. "My boy, I tell you, I don't believe in leaving two young things like you alone downstairs when every one else is in bed." And he was forced to take this answer. He kissed his mother good night. At Easter he came over alone, and then he discussed his sweetheart endlessly with his mother. "You know, mother, when I'm away from her, I don't care for her a bit. I shouldn't care if I never saw her again. But then, when I'm with her in the evenings, I'm awfully fond of her." "It's a queer sort of love to marry on," said Mrs. Morel, "if she holds you no more than that." "It is funny!" he exclaimed. It worried and perplexed him. "But yet, there's so much between us now, I couldn't give her up." "You know best," said Mrs. Morel. "But if it is as you say, I wouldn't call it love. At any rate, it doesn't look much like it." "Oh, I don't know, mother. She's an orphan, and—" They never came to any sort of conclusion. He seemed puzzled and rather fretted. She was rather reserved. All his strength and money went in keeping this girl. He could scarcely afford to take his mother to Nottingham when he came over. Paul's wages had been raised at Christmas to 10 shillings, to his great joy. He was quite happy at Jordan's, but his health suffered from the long hours and the confinement. His mother, to whom he became more and more significant, thought how to help. His half-holiday was on Monday afternoon. On a Monday morning in May, as the two sat alone at breakfast, she said, "I think it will be a fine day." He looked up in surprise. This meant something. "You know Mr. Lavers has gone to live on a new farm. Well, he asked me last week if I wouldn't go and see Mrs. Lavers, and I promised to bring you on Monday if it's fine. Shall we go?" "I say, little woman, how lovely!" he cried. "And we'll go this afternoon?" Paul hurried off to the station, jubilant. Down Derby Road was a cherry tree that glistened. The old brick wall by the statutes ground burned scarlet. Spring was a very flame of green. and the steep swoop of high road lay, in its cool morning dusk, splendid with patterns of sunshine and shadow, perfectly still. The trees sloped their great green shoulders proudly, and inside the warehouse all the morning the boy had a vision of spring outside. When he came home at dinner time, his mother was rather excited. "Are we going?" he asked. "When I'm ready," she replied. Presently he got up. "Go and get dressed while I wash up," he said. She did so. He washed the pots, straightened, and then took her boots. They were quite clean. Mrs. Morell was one of those naturally exquisite people who can walk in mud without dirtying their shoes. But Paul had to clean them for her. They were kid boots at 8 shillings a pair. He, however, thought them the most dainty boots in the world, and he cleaned them with as much reverence as if they had been flowers. Suddenly she appeared in the inner doorway, rather shyly. She had got a new cotton blouse on. Paul jumped up and went forward. "Oh, my stars!" he exclaimed. "What a bobby dazzler!" She sniffed in a little haughty way, and put her head up. "It's not a bobby dazzler at all," she replied. "It's very quiet." She walked forward, whilst he hovered round her. "Well?" she asked, quite shy, but pretending to be high and mighty. "Do you like it?" "Awfully! You are a fine little woman to go jaunting out with." He went and surveyed her from the back. "Well," he said, "if I was walking down the street behind you, I should say, 'Doesn't that little person fancy herself?'" "Well, she doesn't," replied Mrs. Morell. "She's not sure it suits her." "Oh, no! She wants to be in dirty black, looking as if she was wrapped in burnt paper. It does suit you, and I say you look nice." She sniffed in her little way, pleased, but pretending to know better. "Well," she said, "it's cost me just 3 shillings. You couldn't have got it ready-made for that price, could you?" "I should think you couldn't," he replied. "And you know it's good stuff." "Awfully pretty," he said. The blouse was white, with a little sprig of heliotrope and black. "Too young for me, though, I'm afraid," she said. "Too young for you!" he exclaimed in disgust. "Why don't you buy some false white hair and stick it on your head?" "I shall soon have no need," she replied. "I'm going white fast enough." "Well, you've no business to," he said. "What do I want with a white-haired mother?" "I'm afraid you'll have to put up with one, my lad," she said, rather strangely. They set off in great style, she carrying the umbrella William had given her because of the sun. Paul was considerably taller than she, though he was not big. He fancied himself. On the fallow land the young wheat shone silkily. Minton Pit waved its plumes of white steam, coughed, and rattled hoarsely. "Now look at that!" said Mrs. Morell. Mother and son stood on the road to watch. Along the ridge of the great pit hill crawled a little group in silhouette against the sky, a horse, a small truck, and a man. They climbed the incline against the heavens. At the end the man tipped the waggon. There was an undue rattle as the waste fell down the sheer slope of the enormous bank. "You sit a minute, mother," he said, and she took a seat on a bank, whilst he sketched rapidly. She was silent whilst he worked, looking round at the afternoon, the red cottages shining among their greenness. "The world is a wonderful place," she said, "and wonderfully beautiful." "And so's the pit," he said. "Look how it heaps together, like something alive almost, a big creature that you don't know." "Yes," she said, "perhaps." "And all the trucks standing waiting, like a string of beasts to be fed," he said. "And very thankful I am they are standing," she said, "for that means they'll turn middling time this week. But I like the feel of men on things while they're alive. There's a feel of men about trucks, because they've been handled with men's hands, all of them." "Yes," said Mrs. Morell. They went along under the trees of the high road. He was constantly informing her, but she was interested. They passed the end of Nethermere, that was tossing its sunshine like petals lightly in its lap. Then they turned on a private road, and in some trepidation approached a big farm. A dog barked furiously. A woman came out to see. "Is this the way to Willey Farm?" Mrs. Morell asked. Paul hung behind in terror of being sent back. But the woman was amiable, and directed them. The mother and son went through the wheat and oats, over a little bridge, into a wild meadow. Peewits, with their white breasts glistening, wheeled and screamed about them. The lake was still and blue. High overhead a heron floated. Opposite the wood heaped on the hill, green and still. "It's a wild road, mother," said Paul, "just like Canada." "Isn't it beautiful?" said Mrs. Morell, looking round. "See that heron. See her legs." He directed his mother what she must see and what not, and she was quite content. "But now," she said, "which way? He told me through the wood." The wood, fenced and dark, lay on their left. "I can feel a bit of path this road," said Paul. "You've got town feet, somehow or other you have." They found a little gate, and soon were in a broad green alley of the wood, with a new thicket of fir and pine on one hand, an old oak glade dipping down on the other. And among the oaks the bluebells stood in pools of azure, under the new green hazels, upon a pale fawn floor of oak leaves. He found flowers for her. "Here's a bit of new-mown hay," he said. Then, again, he brought her forget-me-nots, and again his heart hurt with love, seeing her hand, used with work, holding the little bunch of flowers he gave her. She was perfectly happy. But at the end of the riding was a fence to climb. Paul was over in a second. "Come," he said, "let me help you." "No, go away. I will do it in my own way." He stood below with his hands up ready to help her. She climbed cautiously. "What a way to climb!" he exclaimed scornfully, when she was safely to earth again. "Hateful stiles!" she cried. "Duffer of a little woman," he replied, "who can't get over 'em." In front, along the edge of the wood, was a cluster of low red farm buildings. The two hastened forward. Flush with the wood was the apple orchard, where blossom was falling on the grindstone. The pond was deep under a hedge and overhanging oak trees. Some cows stood in the shade. The farm and buildings, three sides of a quadrangle, embraced the sunshine towards the wood. It was very still. Mother and son went into the small railed garden, where was a scent of red gillivers. By the open door were some floury loaves, put out to cool. A hen was just coming to peck them. Then, in the doorway suddenly appeared a girl in a dirty apron. She was about 14 years old, had a rosy dark face, a bunch of short black curls, very fine and free, and dark eyes, shy, questioning, a little resentful of the strangers. She disappeared. In a minute another figure appeared, a small frail woman, rosy, with great dark brown eyes. "Oh!" she exclaimed, smiling with a little glow, "you've come then? I am glad to see you." Her voice was intimate and rather sad. The two women shook hands. "Now, are you sure we're not a bother to you?" said Mrs. Morell. "I know what a farming life is." "Oh no, we're only too thankful to see a new face. It's so lost up here." "I suppose so," said Mrs. Morell. They were taken through into the parlour, a long low room, with a great bunch of guelder roses in the fireplace. There the women talked, whilst Paul went out to survey the land. He was in the garden, smelling the gillivers and looking at the plants, when the girl came out quickly to the heap of coal, which stood by the fence. "I suppose these are cabbage roses when they come out," he said. "I don't know," she faltered. "They're white with pink middles." "Then they're maiden blush." Miriam flushed. She had a beautiful warm colouring. "I don't know," she said. "You don't have much in your garden?" he said. "This is our first year here," she answered, in a distant, rather superior way, drawing back and going indoors. He did not notice, but went his round of exploration. Presently his mother came out, and they went through the buildings. Paul was hugely delighted. "And I suppose you have the fowls and calves and pigs to look after?" said Mrs. Morell to Mrs. Lavers. "No," replied the women, "I can't find time to look after cattle, and I'm not used to it. It's as much as I can do to keep going in the house." "Well, I suppose it is," said Mrs. Morell. Presently the girl came out. "Tea is ready, mother," she said, in a musical, quiet voice. "Oh, thank you, Miriam, then we'll come," replied her mother, almost ingratiatingly. "Would you care to have tea now, Mrs. Morell?" "Of course," said Mrs. Morell, "whenever it's ready." Paul and his mother and Mrs. Lavers had tea together. Then they went out into the wood that was flooded with bluebells, while fumy forget-me-nots were in the paths. The mother and son were in ecstasy together. When they got back to the house, Mr. Lavers and Edgar, the eldest son, were in the kitchen. Edgar was about 18. Then Geoffrey and Maurice, big lads of 12 and 13, were in from school. Mr. Lavers was a good-looking man in the prime of life, with a golden-brown moustache, and blue eyes screwed up against the weather. The boys were condescending, but Paul scarcely observed it. They went round for eggs, scrambling into all sorts of places. As they were feeding the fowls, Miriam came out. The boys took no notice of her. One hen, with her yellow chickens, was in a coop. Maurice took his hand full of corn, and let the hen peck from it. "Dost you do it?" he asked of Paul. "Let's see," said Paul. He had a small hand, warm and rather capable looking. Miriam watched. He held the corn to the hen. The bird eyed it with a hard, bright eye, and suddenly made a peck into his hand. He started, and laughed. "Rap, rap, rap," went the bird's beak in his palm. He laughed again, and the other boys joined. "She knocks you and nips you, but she never hurts," said Paul, when the last corn had gone. "Now, Miriam," said Maurice, "you come and have a go." "No," she cried, shrinking back. "Ha, baby, the mardy kid," said her brothers. "It doesn't hurt a bit," said Paul. "It only just nips rather nicely." "No," she still cried, shaking her black curls and shrinking. "She dursn't," said Geoffrey. "She never does do anything except recite poetry. Dursn't jump off a gate, dursn't tweedle, dursn't go on a slide, dursn't stop a girl hitting her. She can do nought but go about thinking herself somebody. The Lady of the Lake." "Yah!" cried Maurice. Miriam was crimson with shame and misery. "I dare do more than you," she cried. "You're never anything but cowards and bullies." "Oh, cowards and bullies," they repeated, mincingly mocking her speech. "Not such a clown shall anger me, a boor is answered silently," he quoted against her, shouting with laughter. She went indoors. Paul went with the boys into the orchard, where they had rigged up a parallel bar. They did feats of strength. He was more agile than strong, but it served. He fingered a piece of apple blossom that hung low on a swinging bough. "I wouldn't get the apple blossom," said Edgar, the eldest brother. "There'll be no apples next year." "I wasn't going to get it," replied Paul, going away. The boys felt hostile to him. They were more interested in their own pursuits. He wandered back to the house to look for his mother. As he went round the back, he saw Miriam kneeling in front of the hen coop, some maize in her hand, biting her lip and crouching in an intense attitude. The hen was eyeing her wickedly. Very gingerly she put forward her hand. The hen bobbed for her. She drew back quickly with a cry, half of fear, half of chagrin. "It won't hurt you," said Paul. She flushed crimson and started up. "I only wanted to try," she said, in a low voice. "See, it doesn't hurt," he said, and putting only 2 corns in his palm, he let the hen peck, peck, peck at his bare hand. "It only makes you laugh," he said. She put her hand forward and dragged it away, tried again, and started back with a cry. He frowned. "Why, I'd let her take corn from my face," said Paul, "only she bumps a bit. She's ever so neat. If she wasn't, look how much ground she'd peck up every day." He waited grimly and watched. At last Miriam let the bird peck from her hand. She gave a little cry, fear, and pain because of fear, rather pathetic. But she had done it. And she did it again. "There, you see," said the boy. "It doesn't hurt, does it?" She looked at him with dilated dark eyes. "No," she laughed, trembling. Then she rose and went indoors. She seemed to be in some way resentful of the boy. "He thinks I'm only a common girl," she thought, and she wanted to prove she was a grand person, like the Lady of the Lake. Chapter 6, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paul found his mother ready to go home. She smiled on her son. He took the great bunch of flowers. Mr. and Mrs. Lovers walked down the fields with them. The hills were golden with evening. Deep in the wood showed the darkening purple of bluebells. It was everywhere perfectly still, save for the rustling of leaves and birds. "But it is a beautiful place," said Mrs. Morell. "Yes," answered Mrs. Lavers, "it's a nice little place, if only it weren't for the rabbits. The pasture's bitten down to nothing. I don't know if I shall ever get the rent off it." He clapped his hands, and the field broke into motion near the woods, brown rabbits hopping everywhere. "Would you believe it?" exclaimed Mrs. Morell. She and Paul went on alone together. "Wasn't it lovely, mother?" he said quietly. A thin moon was coming out. His heart was full of happiness till it hurt. His mother had to chatter, because she too wanted to cry with happiness. "Now wouldn't I help that man?" she said. "Wouldn't I see to the fowls and the young stock? And I'd learn to milk, and I'd talk with him, and I'd plan with him. My word, if I were his wife, the farm would be run, I know. But there, she hasn't the strength. She simply hasn't the strength. She ought never to have been burdened like it, you know. I'm sorry for her, and I'm sorry for him too. My word, if I'd had him, I shouldn't have thought him a bad husband. Not that she does either, and she's very lovable." William came home again with his sweetheart at the Whitsuntide. He had 1 week of his holidays then. It was beautiful weather. As a rule, William and Lily and Paul went out in the morning together for a walk. William did not talk to his beloved much, except to tell her things from his boyhood. Paul talked endlessly to both of them. They lay down, all three, in a meadow by Minton Church. On one side, by the Castle Farm, was a beautiful quivering screen of poplars. Hawthorn was dropping from the hedges. Penny daisies and ragged robin were in the field like laughter. William, a big fellow of 23, thinner now, and even a bit gaunt, lay back in the sunshine and dreamed, while she fingered with his hair. Paul went gathering the big daisies. She had taken off her hat. Her hair was black as a horse's mane. Paul came back and threaded daisies in her jet-black hair, big spangles of white and yellow, and just a pink touch of ragged robin. "Now you look like a young witch woman," the boy said to her. "Doesn't she, William?" Lily laughed. William opened his eyes and looked at her. In his gaze was a certain baffled look of misery and fierce appreciation. "Has he made a sight of me?" she asked, laughing down on her lover. "That he has," said William, smiling. He looked at her. Her beauty seemed to hurt him. He glanced at her flower-decked head and frowned. "You look nice enough, if that's what you want to know," he said. And she walked without her hat. In a little while William recovered, and was rather tender to her. Coming to a bridge, he carved her initials, and his in a heart. LLW, WM. She watched his strong, nervous hand, with its glistening hairs and freckles, as he carved, and she seemed fascinated by it. All the time there was a feeling of sadness and warmth, and a certain tenderness in the house, whilst William and Lily were at home. But often he got irritable. She had brought, for an 8 days' stay, 5 dresses and 6 blouses. "Oh, would you mind," she said to Annie, "washing me these 2 blouses and these things?" And Annie stood washing when William and Lily went out the next morning. Mrs. Morell was furious. and sometimes the young man, catching a glimpse of his sweetheart's attitude towards his sister, hated her. On Sunday morning she looked very beautiful in a dress of foulard, silky and sweeping, and blue as a jay-bird's feather, and in a large cream hat covered with many roses, mostly crimson. Nobody could admire her enough, but in the evening, when she was going out, she asked again, "Chubby, have you got my gloves?" "Which?" asked William. "My new black suede." No. There was a hunt. She had lost them. "Look here, mother," said William, "that's the 4th pair she's lost since Christmas, at 5 shillings a pair." "You only gave me 2 of them," she remonstrated. And in the evening, after supper, he stood on the hearthrug whilst she sat on the sofa, and he seemed to hate her. In the afternoon he had left her whilst he went to see some old friend. She had sat looking at a book. After supper William wanted to write a letter. "Here is your book, Lily," said Mrs. Morell. "Would you care to go on with it for a few minutes?" "No, thank you," said the girl. "I'll sit still." "But it is so dull." William scribbled irritably at a great rate. As he sealed the envelope he said, "Read a book? Why, she's never read a book in her life." "Oh, go along," said Mrs. Morell, cross with the exaggeration. "It's true, mother, she hasn't," he cried, jumping up and taking his old position on the hearthrug. "She's never read a book in her life." "Her's like me," chimed in Morell. "Her canna see what there is in books, to sit boring your nose in 'em for. No more can I." "But you shouldn't say these things," said Mrs. Morell to her son. "But it's true, mother, she can't read." "What did you give her?" "Well, I gave her a little thing of Annie Swan's. Nobody wants to read dry stuff on Sunday afternoon." "Well, I'll bet she didn't read 10 lines of it." "You are mistaken," said his mother. All the time Lily sat miserably on the sofa. He turned to her swiftly. "Did you read any?" he asked. "Yes, I did," she replied. "How much?" "I don't know how many pages." "Tell me one thing you read." She could not. She never got beyond the 2nd page. He read a great deal, and had a quick, active intelligence. She could understand nothing but love-making and chatter. He was accustomed to having all his thoughts sifted through his mother's mind. So when he wanted companionship, and was asked in reply to be the billing and twittering lover, he hated his betrothed. "You know, mother," he said, when he was alone with her at night, "she's no idea of money. She's so wettle-brained. When she's paid, she'll suddenly buy such rot as Marron's glasses, and then I have to buy her season ticket, and her extras, even her underclothing. And she wants to get married, and I think myself we might as well get married next year. But at this rate—" "A fine mess of a marriage it would be," replied his mother. "I should consider it again, my boy." "Oh, well, I've gone too far to break off now," he said, "and so I shall get married as soon as I can." "Very well, my boy, if you will, you will, and there's no stopping you. But I tell you, I can't sleep when I think about it." "Oh, she'll be all right, mother. We shall manage." "And she lets you buy her underclothing?" asked the mother. "Well," he began apologetically, "she didn't ask me, but one morning, and it was cold, I found her on the station shivering, not able to keep still, so I asked her if she was well wrapped up. She said, 'I think so.' So I said, 'Have you got warm underthings on?' And she said, 'No, they are cotton.' I asked her why on earth she hadn't got something thicker on in weather like that, and she said because she had nothing. And there she is, a bronchial subject. I had to take her and get some warm things. Well, mother, I shouldn't mind the money if we had any. And you know, she ought to keep enough to pay for a season ticket. But no, she comes to me about that, and I have to find the money." "It's a poor look-out," said Mrs. Morell bitterly. He was pale, and his rugged face, that used to be so perfectly careless and laughing, was stamped with conflict and despair. "But I can't give her up now, it's gone too far," he said. "And besides, for some things I couldn't do without her." "My boy, remember you're taking your life in your hands," said Mrs. Morell. "Nothing is as bad as a marriage that's a hopeless failure. Mine was bad enough, God knows, and ought to teach you something, but it might have been worse by a long chalk." He leaned with his back against the side of the chimney-piece, his hands in his pockets. He was a big, raw-boned man, who looked as if he would go to the world's end if he wanted to. But she saw the despair on his face. "I couldn't give her up now," he said. "Well," she said, "remember there are worse wrongs than breaking off an engagement." "I can't give her up now," he said. The clock ticked on. Mother and son remained in silence, a conflict between them, but he would say no more. At last she said, "Well, go to bed, my son. You'll feel better in the morning, and perhaps you'll know better." He kissed her and went. She raked the fire. Her heart was heavy now as it had never been. Before, with her husband, things had seemed to be breaking down in her, but they did not destroy her power to live. Now her soul felt lamed in itself. It was her hope that was struck. And so often William manifested the same hatred towards his betrothed. On the last evening at home he was railing against her. "Well," he said, "if you don't believe me what she's like, would you believe she has been confirmed 3 times? "Nonsense!" laughed Mrs. Morell. "Nonsense or not, she has. That's what confirmation means for her. A bit of a theatrical show, where she can cut a figure." "I haven't, Mrs. Morell," cried the girl. "I haven't. It is not true." "What?" he cried, flashing round on her. "Once in Bromley, once in Beckenham, and once somewhere else." "Nowhere else," she said, in tears. "Nowhere else." "It was. And if it wasn't, why were you confirmed twice?" "Once I was only 14, Mrs. Morell," she pleaded, tears in her eyes. "Yes," said Mrs. Morell, "I can quite understand it, child. Take no notice of him. You ought to be ashamed, William, saying such things." "But it's true. She's religious. She has blue velvet prayer books, and she's not as much religion or anything else in her than that table leg. Gets confirmed 3 times for show, to show herself off, and that's how she is in everything. Everything!" The girl sat on the sofa, crying. She was not strong. "As for love," he cried, "you might as well fly to love you. It'll love settling on you." "Now say no more," commanded Mrs. Morell. "If you want to say these things, you must find another place than this. I am ashamed of you, William. Why don't you be more manly? To do nothing but find fault with a girl, and then pretend you're engaged to her." Mrs. Morell subsided in wrath and indignation. William was silent, and later he repented, kissed and comforted the girl. Yet it was true, what he had said. He hated her. When they were going away, Mrs. Morell accompanied them as far as Nottingham. It was a long way to Keston station. "You know, mother," he said to her, "Jip's shallow. Nothing goes deep with her." "William, I wish you wouldn't say these things," said Mrs. Morell, very uncomfortable for the girl who walked beside her. "But it doesn't, mother. She's very much in love with me now. But if I died, she'd have forgotten me in 3 months." Mrs. Morell was afraid. Her heart beat furiously, hearing the quiet bitterness of her son's last speech. "How do you know?" she replied. "You don't know, and therefore you've no right to say such a thing." "He's always saying these things," cried the girl. "In 3 months after I was buried, you'd have somebody else, and I should be forgotten," he said. "And that's your love." Mrs. Morell saw them into the train in Nottingham. Then she returned home. "There's one comfort," she said to Paul. "He'll never have any money to marry on. That I am sure of. And so she'll save him that way." So she took cheer. Matters were not yet very desperate. She firmly believed William would never marry his gipsy. She waited, and she kept Paul near to her. All summer long William's letters had a feverish tone. He seemed unnatural and intense. Sometimes he was exaggeratedly jolly. Usually he was flat and bitter in his letter. "Ay," his mother said, "I'm afraid he's ruining himself against that creature, who isn't worthy of his love. No more than a rag doll." He wanted to come home. The midsummer holiday was gone. It was a long while to Christmas. He wrote in wild excitement, saying he could come for Saturday and Sunday at Goose Fair, the first week in October. "You're not well, my boy," said his mother when she saw him. She was almost in tears at having him to herself again. "No, I've not been well," he said. "I seem to have a dragging cold all the last month, but it's going, I think." It was sunny October weather. He seemed wild with joy, like a schoolboy escaped. Then again he was silent and reserved. He was more gaunt than ever, and there was a haggard look in his eyes. "You're doing too much," said his mother to him. He was doing extra work, trying to make some money to marry on, he said. He only talked to his mother once on the Saturday night, then he was sad and tender about his beloved. "And yet, you know, mother, for all that, if I died she'd be broken-hearted for 2 months, and then she'd start to forget me. You see, she'd never come home here to look at my grave, not even once." "Why, William," said his mother, "you're not going to die, so why talk about it?" "But whether or not," he replied. "And she can't help it. She is like that, and if you choose her, well, you can't grumble," said his mother. On the Sunday morning, as he was putting his collar on, "Look," he said to his mother, holding up his chin, "what a rash my collar's made under my chin." Just at the junction of chin and throat was a big red inflammation. "It ought not to do that," said his mother. "Here, put a bit of this soothing ointment on. You should wear different collars." He went away on Sunday midnight, seeming better and more solid for his 2 days at home. On Tuesday morning came a telegram from London that he was ill. Mrs. Morell got off her knees from washing the floor, read the telegram, called a neighbour, went to her landlady and borrowed a sovereign, put on her things, and set off. She hurried to Keston, caught an express for London in Nottingham. She had to wait in Nottingham nearly an hour. A small figure in her black bonnet, she was anxiously asking the porters if they knew how to get to Elmer's End. The journey was 3 hours. She sat in her corner in a kind of stupor, never moving. At King's Cross still no one could tell her how to get to Elmer's End. Carrying her string bag that contained her nightdress, comb and brush, she went from person to person. At last they sent her underground to Cannon Street. It was 6 o'clock when she arrived at William's lodging. The blinds were not down. "How is he?" she asked. "No better," said the landlady. She followed the woman upstairs. William lay on the bed with bloodshot eyes, his face rather discoloured. The clothes were tossed about. There was no fire in the room. A glass of milk stood on the stand at his bedside. No one had been with him. "Why, my son?" said the mother bravely. He did not answer. He looked at her, but did not see her. Then he began to say, in a dull voice, as if repeating a letter from dictation, "Owing to a leakage in the hold of this vessel, the sugar had set, and become converted into rock. It needed hacking." He was quite unconscious. It had been his business to examine some such cargo of sugar in the port of London. "How long has he been like this?" the mother asked the landlady. "He got home at 6 o'clock on Monday morning, and he seemed to sleep all day. Then in the night we heard him talking, and this morning he asked for you. So I wired, and we fetched the doctor. Will you have a fire made?" Mrs. Morell tried to soothe her son, to keep him still. The doctor came. It was pneumonia, and, he said, a peculiar erysipelas, which had started under the chin, where the collar chafed, and was spreading over the face. He hoped it would not get to the brain. Mrs. Morell settled down to nurse. She prayed for William, prayed that he would recognise her. But the young man's face grew more discoloured. In the night she struggled with him. He raved and would not come to consciousness. At 2 o'clock, in a dreadful paroxysm, he died. Mrs. Morell sat perfectly still for an hour in the lodging bedroom. Then she roused the household. At 6 o'clock, with the aid of the charwoman, she laid him out. Then she went round the dreary London village to the registrar and the doctor. At 9 o'clock to the cottage on Scargill Street came another wire. William died last night. Let father come. Bring money. Annie, Paul and Arthur were at home. Mr. Morell was gone to work. The 3 children said not a word. Annie began to whimper with fear. Paul set off for his father. It was a beautiful day. At Brinsley Pit the white steam melted slowly in the sunshine of a soft blue sky. The wheels of the headstocks twinkled high up. The screen, shuffling its coal into the trucks, made a busy noise. "I want my father. He's got to go to London," said the boy to the first man he met on the bank. "Thou wants Walter Morell? Go in theer and tell Joe Ward." Paul went into the little top office. "I want my father. He's got to go to London." "The feather? Is he down? What's his name?" "Mr. Morell." "What, Walter? He's out amiss." "He's got to go to London." The man went to the telephone and rang up the bottom office. "Walter Morell's wanted. Number 42. Hard. Summat's amiss. There's his lad here." Then he turned round to Paul. "He'll be up in a few minutes," he said. Paul wandered out to the pit top. He watched the chair come up, with its waggon of coal. The great iron cage sank back on its rest. A full carful was hauled off. An empty tram run on to the chair. A bell tinged somewhere. The chair heaved, then dropped like a stone. Paul did not realise William was dead. It was impossible, with such a bustle going on. The puller off swung the small truck onto the turntable. Another man ran with it along the bank down the curving lines. "And William is dead, and my mother's in London, and what will she be doing?" the boy asked himself, as if it were a conundrum. He watched chair after chair come up, and still no father. At last, standing beside a waggon, a man's form. The chair sank on its rests. Morell stepped off. He was slightly lame from an accident. "Is it thee, Paul? Is he worse? You've got to go to London." The 2 walked off the pit bank, where men were watching curiously. As they came out and went along the railway, with the sunny autumn field on one side and a wall of trucks on the other, Morell said, in a frightened voice, "He's never gone, child." "Yes." "When what?" The miner's voice was terrified. "Last night. We had a telegram from my mother." Morell walked on a few strides, then leaned up against the truck's side, his hands over his eyes. He was not crying. Paul stood looking around, waiting. On the weighing machine a truck trundled slowly. Paul saw everything, except his father leaning against the truck as if he were tired. Morell had only once before been to London. He set off, scared and piqued, to help his wife. That was on Wednesday. The children were left alone in the house. Paul went to work, Arthur went to school, and Annie had in a friend to be with her. On Saturday night, as Paul was turning the corner, coming home from Keston, he saw his mother and father, who had come to Sethley Bridge Station. They were walking in silence, in the dark, tired, straggling apart. The boy waited. "Mother!" he said, in the darkness. Mrs. Morell's small figure seemed not to observe. He spoke again. "Paul!" she said, uninterestedly. She let him kiss her, but she seemed unaware of him. In the house she was the same, small, white and mute. She noticed nothing. She said nothing, only, "The coffin will be here tonight, Walter. You'd better see about some help." Then, turning to the children, "We're bringing him home." Then she relapsed into the same mute, looking into space, her hands folded on her lap. Paul, looking at her, felt he could not breathe. The house was dead silent. "I went to work, mother," he said plaintively. "Did you?" she answered dully. After half an hour, Morell, troubled and bewildered, came in again. "Where shall we hide when he does come?" he asked his wife. "In the front room." "Then I'd better shift the table." "Yes." "And I'm across the chairs?" "You know, there. Yes, I suppose so." Morell and Paul went with a candle into the parlour. There was no gas there. The father unscrewed the top of the big mahogany oval table and cleared the middle of the room. Then he arranged 6 chairs opposite each other, so that the coffin could stand on their beds. "You never see such a length as he is," said the miner, and watching anxiously as he worked. Paul went to the bay window and looked out. The ash tree stood monstrous and black in front of the wide darkness. It was a faintly luminous night. Paul went back to his mother. At 10 o'clock Morel called, "He's here!" Everyone started. There was a noise of unbarring and unlocking the front door, which opened straight from the night into the room. "Bring another candle," called Morel. Annie and Arthur went. Paul followed with his mother. He stood with his arm round her waist in the inner doorway. Down the middle of the cleared room waited 6 chairs, face to face. In the window, against the lace curtains, Arthur held up 1 candle, and by the open door, against the night, Annie stood leaning forward, her brass candlestick glittering. There was the noise of wheels. Outside, in the darkness of the street below, Paul could see horses and a black vehicle, 1 lamp, and a few pale faces. Then some men, miners, all in their shirt sleeves, seemed to struggle in the obscurity. Presently 2 men appeared, bowed beneath a great weight. It was Morel and his neighbour. "Steady!" called Morel, out of breath. He and his fellow mounted the steep garden step, heaved into the candlelight with their gleaming coffin end. Limbs of other men were seen struggling behind. Morel and Burns, in front, staggered. The great dark weight swayed. "Steady! Steady!" cried Morel, as if in pain. All the 6 bearers were up in the small garden, holding the great coffin aloft. There were 3 more steps to the door. The yellow lamp of the carriage shone alone down in the black road. "Now then," said Morel. The coffin swayed. The men began to mount the 3 steps with their load. Annie's candle flickered, and she whimpered as the first men appeared, and the limbs and bowed heads of 6 men struggled to climb into the room, bearing the coffin that rode like sorrow on their living flesh. "Oh, my son, my son," Mrs. Morel sang softly, and each time the coffin swung to the unequal climbing of the men. "Oh, my son, my son, my son." "Mother!" Paul whimpered, his hand round her waist. "Mother!" She did not hear. "Oh, my son, she repeated. Paul saw drops of sweat fall from his father's brow. 6 men were in the room, 6 coatless men, with yielding, struggling limbs, filling the room and knocking against the furniture. The coffin veered and was gently lowered onto the chairs. The sweat fell from Morel's face on its boards. "My word, he's a weight," said a man, and the 5 miners sighed, bowed, and, trembling with the struggle, descended the steps again, closing the door behind them. The family was alone in the parlour with the great polished box. William, when laid out, was 6 feet 4 inches long. Like a monument lay the bright brown, ponderous coffin. Paul thought it would never be got out of the room again. His mother was stroking the polished wood. They buried him on the Monday in the little cemetery on the hillside that looks over the fields at the big church and the houses. It was sunny, and the white chrysanthemums frilled themselves in the warmth. Mrs. Morel could not be persuaded after this to talk and take her old bright interest in life. She remained shut off. All the way home in the train she had said to herself, "If only it could have been me." When Paul came home at night he found his mother sitting, her day's work done, with hands folded in her lap upon her coarse apron. She always used to have changed her dress and put on a black apron before. Now Annie set his supper, and his mother sat looking blankly in front of her, her mouth shut tight. Then he beat his brains for news to tell her. "Mother, Miss Jordan was down to-day, and she said my sketch of a colliery at work was beautiful." But Mrs. Morel took no notice. Night after night he forced himself to tell her things, although she did not listen. It drove him almost insane to have her thus. At last, "What's the matter, mother?" he asked. She did not hear. "What's the matter?" he persisted. "Mother, what's the matter?" "You know what's the matter," she said irritably, turning away. The lad, he was 16 years old, went to bed drearily. He was cut off and wretched through October, November, and December. His mother tried, but she could not rouse herself. She could only brood on her dead son. He had been let to die so cruelly. At last, on December 23rd, with his 5 shillings Christmas box in his pocket, Paul wandered blindly home. His mother looked at him, and her heart stood still. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I'm badly, mother," he replied. "Mr. Jordan gave me 5 shillings for a Christmas box." He handed it to her with trembling hands. She put it on the table. "You aren't glad?" he reproached her, but he trembled violently. "Where hurts you?" she said, unbuttoning his overcoat. It was the old question. "I feel badly, mother." She undressed him and put him to bed. He had pneumonia dangerously, the doctor said. Might he never have had it if I'd kept him at home, not let him go to Nottingham, was one of the first things she asked. "He might not have been so bad," said the doctor. Mrs. Morell stood condemned on her own ground. "I should have watched the living, not the dead," she told herself. Paul was very ill. His mother lay in bed at nights with him. They could not afford a nurse. He grew worse, and the crisis approached. One night he tossed into consciousness in the ghastly, sickly feeling of dissolution, when all the cells in the boy seemed in intense irritability to be breaking down, and consciousness makes a last flare of struggle, like madness. "I shall die, mother!" he cried, heaving for breath on the pillow. She lifted him up, crying in a small voice, "Oh, my son, my son!" That brought him to. He realised her. His whole will rose up and arrested him. He put his head on her breast, and took ease of her for love. "For some things," said his aunt, "it was a good thing Paul was ill that Christmas. I believe it saved his mother." Paul was in bed for 7 weeks. He got up white and fragile. His father had bought him a pot of scarlet and gold tulips. They used to flame in the window in the March sunshine as he sat on the sofa, chattering to his mother. The two knitted together in perfect intimacy. Mrs. Morell's life now rooted itself in Paul. William had been a prophet. Mrs. Morell had a little present and a letter from Lily at Christmas. Mrs. Morell's sister had a letter at the New Year. "I was at a ball last night. Some delightful people were there, and I enjoyed myself thoroughly," said the letter. "I had every dance, did not sit out one." Mrs. Morell never heard any more of her. Morell and his wife were gentle with each other for some time after the death of their son. He would go into a kind of daze, staring wide-eyed and blank across the room. Then he would get up suddenly and hurry out to the 3 spots, returning in his normal state. But never in his life would he go for a walk up Shepstone, past the office where his son had worked, and he always avoided the cemetery. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lad and girl love. Paul had been many times up to Willey Farm during the autumn. He was friends with the 2 youngest boys. Edgar, the eldest, would not condescend at first, and Miriam also refused to be approached. She was afraid of being set at naught, as by her own brothers. The girl was romantic in her soul. Everywhere was a Walter Scott heroine being loved by men with helmets or with plumes in their caps. She herself was something of a princess turned into a swine girl, in her own imagination. And she was afraid lest this boy, who nevertheless looked something like a Walter Scott hero, who could paint and speak French, and knew what algebra meant, and who went by train to Nottingham every day, might consider her simply as the swine girl, unable to perceive the princess beneath. So she held aloof. Her great companion was her mother. They were both brown-eyed, and inclined to be mystical. Such women as treasure religion inside them, breathe it in their nostrils, and see the whole of life in a mist thereof. So to Miriam, Christ and God made one great figure, which she loved tremblingly and passionately when a tremendous sunset burned out the western sky. And Ediths and Lucys and Rowenas, Brian de Bois Gilberts, Rob Roys and Guy Mannerings rustled the sunny leaves in the morning, or sat in her bedroom aloft, alone, when it snowed. That was life to her. For the rest, she drudged in the house, which work she would not have minded had not her clean red floor been mucked up immediately by the trampling farm boots of her brothers. She madly wanted her little brother of 4 to let her swathe him and stifle him in her love. She went to church reverently, with bowed head, and quivered in anguish from the vulgarity of the other choir girls, and from the common-sounding voice of the curate. She fought with her brothers, whom she considered brutal louts, and she held not her father in too high esteem, because he did not carry any mystical ideals cherished in his heart, but only wanted to have as easy a time as he could, and his meals when he was ready for them. She hated her position as swine girl. She wanted to be considered. She wanted to learn, thinking that if she could read, as Paul said he could read, Colombe or Voyage autour de ma chambre, the world would have a different face for her and a deepened respect. She could not be princess by wealth or standing. So she was mad to have learning whereon to pride herself. For she was different from other folk, and must not be scooped up among the common fry. Learning was the only distinction to which she thought to aspire. Her beauty, that of a shy, wild, quiveringly sensitive thing, seemed nothing to her. Even her soul, so strong for that rhapsody, was not enough. She must have something to reinforce her pride, because she felt different from other people. Paul she eyed rather wistfully. On the whole, she scorned the male sex. But here was a new specimen, quick, light, graceful, who could be gentle, and who could be sad, and who was clever, and who knew a lot, and who had had a death in the family. The boy's poor morsel of learning exalted him almost sky-high in her esteem. Yet she tried hard to scorn him, because he would not see in her the princess, but only the swine girl, and he scarcely observed her. Then he was so ill, and she felt he would be weak. Then she would be stronger than he. Then she could love him. If she could be the mistress of him in his weakness, take care of him, if he could depend on her, if she could, as it were, have him in her arms, how she would love him! As soon as the skies brightened and plum blossom was out, Paul drove off in the milkman's heavy float up to Willey Farm. Mr. Lavers shouted in a kindly fashion at the boy, then clicked to the horse as they climbed the hill slowly, in the freshness of the morning. White clouds went on their way, crowding to the back of the hills that were rousing in the spring-time. The water of Nethermere lay below, very blue, against the seared meadows and the thorn trees. It was 4.5 miles' drive. Tiny buds on the hedges, vivid as copper green, were opening into rosettes, and thrushes called, and blackbirds shrieked and scolded. It was a new, glamorous world. Miriam, peeping through the kitchen window, saw the horse walk through the big white gate into the farmyard that was backed by the oak wood, still bare. Then a youth in a heavy overcoat climbed down. He put up his hands for the whip and the rug that the good-looking, ruddy farmer handed down to him. Miriam appeared in the doorway. She was nearly 16, very beautiful, with her warm colouring, her gravity, her eyes dilating suddenly like an ecstasy. "I say," said Paul, turning shyly aside, "the daffodils are nearly out. Isn't it early? But don't they look cold?" "Cold?" said Miriam, in her musical, caressing voice. "The green on their buds," and he faltered into silence timidly. "Let me take the rug," said Miriam, over gently. "I can carry it," he answered, rather injured, but he yielded it to her. Then Mrs. Lavers appeared. "I'm sure you're tired and cold," she said. "Let me take your coat. It is heavy. You mustn't walk far in it." She helped him off with his coat. He was quite unused to such attention. She was almost smothered under its weight. "Why, mother," laughed the farmer, as he passed through the kitchen, swinging the great milk churns, "you've got almost more than you can manage there." She beat up the sofa cushions for the youth. The kitchen was very small and irregular. The farm had been originally a labourer's cottage, and the furniture was old and battered, but Paul loved it, loved the sack bag that formed the hearthrug, and the funny little corner under the stairs, and the small window deep in the corner, through which, bending a little, he could see the plum trees in the back garden, and the lovely round hills beyond. "Won't you lie down?" said Mrs. Lavers. "Oh no, I'm not tired," he said. "Isn't it lovely coming out, don't you think? I saw a sloe bush in blossom, and a lot of celandines. I'm glad it's sunny. Can I give you anything to eat or to drink?" "No, thank you." "How's your mother?" "I think she's tired now. I think she's had too much to do. Perhaps in a little while she'll go to Skegness with me. Then she'll be able to rest. I shall be glad if you can." "Yes," replied Mrs. Lavers. "It's a wonder she isn't ill herself." Miriam was moving about, preparing dinner. Paul watched everything that happened. His face was pale and thin, but his eyes were quick and bright with life as ever. He watched the strange, almost rhapsodic way in which the girl moved about, carrying a great stew jar to the oven, or looking in the saucepan. The atmosphere was different from that of his own home, where everything seemed so ordinary. When Mr. Lavers called loudly outside to the horse that was reaching over to feed on the rose-bushes in the garden, the girl started, looked round with dark eyes, as if something had come breaking in on her world. There was a sense of silence inside the house and out. Miriam seemed as in some dreamy tale, a maiden in bondage, her spirit dreaming in a land far away and magical. And her discoloured old blue frock and her broken boots seemed only like the romantic rags of King Cophetua's beggar maid. She suddenly became aware of his keen blue eyes upon her, taking her all in. Instantly her broken boots and her frayed old frock hurt her. She resented his seeing everything. Even he knew that her stocking was not pulled up. She went into the scullery, blushing deeply. And afterwards her hands trembled slightly at her work. She nearly dropped all she handled. When her inside dream was shaken, her body quivered with trepidation. She resented that he saw so much. Mrs. Lavers sat for some time talking to the boy, although she was needed at her work. She was too polite to leave him. Presently she excused herself and rose. After a while she looked into the tin saucepan. "Oh dear, Miriam," she cried, "these potatoes have boiled dry." Miriam started as if she had been stung. "Have they, mother?" she cried. "I shouldn't care, Miriam," said the mother, "if I hadn't trusted them to you." She peered into the pan. The girl stiffened as if from a blow. Her dark eyes dilated. She remained standing in the same spot. "Well," she answered, gripped tight in self-conscious shame, "I'm sure I looked at them 5 minutes since." "Yes," said the mother, "I know it's easily done." "They're not much burnt," said Paul. "It doesn't matter, does it?" Mrs. Lavers looked at the youth with her brown, hurt eyes. "It wouldn't matter but for the boys," she said to him. "Only Miriam knows what a trouble they make if the potatoes are caught." Then, thought Paul to himself, you shouldn't let them make a trouble. After a while Edgar came in. He wore leggings and his boots were covered with earth. He was rather small, rather formal for a farmer. He glanced at Paul, nodded to him distantly and said, "Dinner ready?" "Nearly, Edgar," replied the mother apologetically. "I'm ready for mine," said the young man, taking up the newspaper and reading. Presently the rest of the family trooped in. Dinner was served. The meal went rather brutally. The over-gentleness and apologetic tone of the mother brought out all the brutality of manners in the sons. Edgar tasted the potatoes, moved his mouth quickly like a rabbit, looked indignantly at his mother, and said, "These potatoes are burnt, mother." "Yes, Edgar, I forgot them for a minute. Perhaps you'll have bread if you can't eat them." Edgar looked in anger across at Miriam. "What was Miriam doing that she couldn't attend to them?" he said. Miriam looked up. Her mouth opened, her dark eyes blazed and winced, but she said nothing. She swallowed her anger and her shame, bowing her dark head. "I'm sure she was trying hard," said the mother. "She hasn't got sense even to boil the potatoes," said Edgar. "What is she kept at home for?" "Only for eating everything that's left in the pantry," said Maurice. "They don't forget that potato pie against our Miriam," laughed the father. She was utterly humiliated. The mother sat in silence, suffering, like some saint out of place at the brutal board. It puzzled Paul. He wondered vaguely why all this intense feeling went running because of a few burnt potatoes. The mother exalted everything, even a bit of housework, to the plane of a religious trust. The sons resented this. They felt themselves cut away underneath, and they answered with brutality and also with a sneering superciliousness. Paul was just opening out from childhood into manhood. This atmosphere, where everything took a religious value, came with a subtle fascination to him. There was something in the air. His own mother was logical. Here there was something different, something he loved, something that at times he hated. Miriam quarrelled with her brothers fiercely. Later in the afternoon, when they had gone away again, her mother said, "You disappointed me at dinner-time, Miriam." The girl dropped her head. "They are such brutes!" she suddenly cried, looking up with flashing eyes. "But hadn't you promised not to answer them?" said the mother. "And I believed in you. I can't stand it when you wrangle." "But they're so hateful!" cried Miriam. And low." "Yes, dear, but how often have I asked you not to answer Edgar back? Can't you let him say what he likes?" "But why should he say what he likes?" "Aren't you strong enough to bear it, Miriam, if even for my sake? Are you so weak that you must wrangle with them?" Mrs. Lavers stuck unflinchingly to this doctrine of the other cheek. She could not instil it at all into the boys. With the girls she succeeded better, and Miriam was the child of her heart. The boys loathed the other cheek when it was presented to them. Miriam was often sufficiently lofty to turn it. Then they spat on her and hated her, but she walked in her proud humility, living within herself. There was always this feeling of jangle and discord in the Lavers family. Although the boys resented so bitterly this eternal appeal to their deeper feelings of resignation and proud humility, yet it had its effect on them. They could not establish between themselves and an outsider just the ordinary human feeling and unexaggerated friendship. They were always restless for the something deeper. Ordinary folks seemed shallow to them, trivial and inconsiderable. And so they were unaccustomed, painfully uncouth in the simplest social intercourse, suffering, and yet insolent in their superiority. Then beneath was the yearning for the soul intimacy to which they could not attain because they were too dumb, and every approach to close connection was blocked by their clumsy contempt of other people. They wanted genuine intimacy, but they could not get even normally near to anyone, because they scorned to take the first steps. They scorned the triviality which forms common human intercourse. Paul fell under Mrs. Lavers' spell. Everything had a religious and intensified meaning when he was with her. His soul, hurt, highly developed, sought her as if for nourishment. Together they seemed to sift the vital fact from an experience. Miriam was her mother's daughter. In the sunshine of the afternoon, mother and daughter went down the fields with him. They looked for nests. There was a Jenny Wren's in the hedge by the orchard. "I do want you to see this," said Mrs. Lavers. He crouched down and carefully put his finger through the thorns into the round door of the nest. "It's almost as if you were feeling inside the live body of the bird," he said. "It's so warm. They say a bird makes its nest round like a cup, with pressing its breast on it. Then how did it make the ceiling round, I wonder?" The nest seemed to start into life for the two women. After that, Miriam came to see it every day. It seemed so close to her. Again, going down the hedge-side with the girl, he noticed the celandines, scalloped splashes of gold, on the side of the ditch. "I like them," he said, "when the petals go flat back with the sunshine. They seem to be pressing themselves at the sun." And then the celandines ever after drew her with a little spell. Anthropomorphic as she was, she stimulated him into appreciating things thus, and then they lived for her. She seemed to need things kindling in her imagination or in her soul before she felt she had them. And she was cut off from ordinary life by her religious intensity, which made the world for her either a nunnery garden or a paradise, where sin and knowledge were not, or else an ugly, cruel thing. So it was, in this atmosphere of subtle intimacy, this meeting in their common feeling for something in nature, that their love started. Personally, he was a long time before he realised her. For 10 months he had to stay at home after his illness. For a while he went to Skegness with his mother, and was perfectly happy. But even from the seaside he wrote long letters to Mrs. Lavers about the shore and the sea. And he brought back his beloved sketches of the flat Lincoln coast, anxious for them to see. Almost they would interest the Lavers more than they interested his mother. It was not his art Mrs. Morell cared about, it was himself and his achievement. But Mrs. Lavers and her children were almost his disciples. They kindled him and made him glow to his work, whereas his mother's influence was to make him quietly determined, patient, dogged, unwearied. He was soon friends with the boys, whose rudeness was only superficial. They had all, when they could trust themselves, a strange gentleness and lovableness. "Will you come with me on to the fallow?" asked Edgar, rather hesitatingly. Paul went joyfully, and spent the afternoon helping to hoe or to single turnips with his friend. He used to lie with the 3 brothers in the hay piled up in the barn, and tell them about Nottingham and about Jordan's. In return they taught him to milk, and let him do little jobs, chopping hay or pulping turnips, just as much as he liked. At midsummer he worked all through the hay harvest with them, and then he loved them. The family was so cut off from the world, actually. They seemed, somehow, like les derniers fils d'une race épuisée. Though the lads were strong and healthy, yet they had all that over-sensitiveness and hanging back which made them so lonely, yet also such close, delicate friends once their intimacy was won. Paul loved them dearly, and they him. Miriam came later, but he had come into her life before she made any mark on his. One dull afternoon, when the men were on the land and the rest at school, only Miriam and her mother at home, the girl said to him, after having hesitated for some time, "Have you seen the swing?" "No," he answered. "Where?" "In the cowshed," she replied. She always hesitated to offer or to show him anything. Men have such different standards of worth from women, and her dear things, the valuable things to her, her brothers had so often mocked or flouted. "Come on, then," he replied, jumping up. There were 2 cowsheds, one on either side of the barn. In the lower, darker shed there was standing for 4 cows. Hens flew scolding over the manger wall as the youth and girl went forward for the great thick rope which hung from the beam in the darkness overhead, and was pushed back over a peg in the wall. "It's something like a rope," he exclaimed appreciatively, and he sat down on it, anxious to try it. Then immediately he rose. "Come on then, and have first go," he said to the girl. "See," she answered, going into the barn, "we've put some bags on the seat," and she made the swing comfortable for him. That gave her pleasure. He held the rope. "Come on then," he said to her. "No, I won't go first," she answered. She stood aside in her still, aloof fashion. "Why?" "You go," she pleaded. Almost for the first time in her life she had the pleasure of giving up to a man, of spoiling him. Paul looked at her. "All right," he said, sitting down. "Mind out!" He set off with a spring, and in a moment was flying through the air, almost out of the door of the shed, the upper half of which was open, showing outside the drizzling rain, the filthy yard, the cattle standing disconsolate against the black cart shed, and at the back of all the grey-green wall of the wood. She stood below in her crimson tam-o'-shanter and watched. He looked down at her, and she saw his blue eyes sparkling. "It's a treat of a swing," he said. "Yes." He was swinging through the air, every bit of him swinging, like a bird that swoops for joy of movement. And he looked down at her. Her crimson cap hung over her dark curls. Her beautiful warm face, so still in a kind of brooding, was lifted towards him. It was dark and rather cold in the shed. Suddenly a swallow came down from the high roof and darted out of the door. "I didn't know a bird was watching," he called. He swung negligently. She could feel him falling and lifting through the air, as if he were lying on some force. "Now I'll die," he said, in a detached, dreamy voice, as though he were the dying motion of the swing. She watched him, fascinated. Suddenly he put on the brake and jumped out. "I've had a long turn," he said, "but it's a treat of a swing. It's a real treat of a swing." Miriam was amused that he took a swing so seriously, and felt so warmly over it. "No, you go on," she said. "Why, don't you want one?" he asked, astonished. "Well, not much. I'll have just a little." She sat down, whilst he kept the bags in place for her. "It's so ripping," he said, setting her in motion. "Keep your heels up, or they'll bang the manger wall." She felt the accuracy with which he caught her, exactly at the right moment, and the exactly proportionate strength of his thrust, and she was afraid. Down to her bowels went the hot wave of fear. She was in his hands. Again, firm and inevitable, came the thrust at the right moment. She gripped the rope, almost swooning. "Ha!" she laughed in fear. "No higher!" "But you're not a bit high," he remonstrated. "But no higher." He heard the fear in her voice, and desisted. Her heart melted in hot pain when the moment came for him to thrust her forward again. But he left her alone. She began to breathe. "Won't you really go any farther?" he asked. "Should I keep you there?" "No, let me go by myself," she answered. He moved aside and watched her. "Why, you're scarcely moving," he said. She laughed slightly with shame, and in a moment got down. "They say if you can swing you won't be seasick," he said, as he mounted again. "I don't believe I should ever be seasick." Away he went. There was something fascinating to her in him. For the moment he was nothing but a piece of swinging stuff, not a particle of him that did not swing. She could never lose herself so, nor could her brothers. It roused a warmth in her. It were almost as if he were a flame that had lit a warmth in her whilst he swung in the middle air. And gradually the intimacy with the family concentrated for Paul on three persons, the mother, Edgar, and Miriam. To the mother he went for that sympathy and that appeal which seemed to draw him out. Edgar was his very close friend. And to Miriam he more or less condescended, because she seemed so humble. But the girl gradually sought him out. If he brought up his sketch-book, it was she who pondered longest over the last picture. Then she would look up at him. Suddenly her dark eyes alight like water that shakes with a stream of gold in the dark, she would ask, "Why do I like this so?" Always something in his breast shrank from these close, intimate, dazzled looks of hers. "Why do you?" he asked. "I don't know. It seems so true." It's because there is scarcely any shadow in it. It's more shimmery, as if I'd painted the shimmering protoplasm in the leaves and everywhere, and not the stiffness of the shape. That seems dead to me. Only this shimmeriness is the real living. The shape is a dead crust. The shimmer is inside, really. And she, with her little finger in her mouth, would ponder these sayings. They gave her a feeling of life again, and vivified things which had meant nothing to her. She managed to find some meaning in his struggling, abstract speeches, and they were the medium through which she came distinctly at her beloved objects. Another day she sat at sunset whilst he was painting some pine trees which caught the red glare from the west. He had been quiet. "There you are," he said suddenly. "I wanted that. Now look at them and tell me, are they pine trunks or are they red coals, standing up pieces of fire in that darkness? There's God's burning bush for you. That burned not away." Miriam looked and was frightened, but the pine trunks were wonderful to her, and distinct. He packed his box and rose. Suddenly he looked at her. "Why are you always sad?" he asked her. "Sad!" she exclaimed, looking at him with startled, wonderful brown eyes. "Yes," he replied. "You are always, always sad." "I'm not. Oh, not a bit!" she cried. "But even your joy is like a flame coming off of sadness," he persisted. "You're never jolly, or even just all right." "No," she wondered. "I wonder why." "Because you're not. Because you're different inside, like a pine tree, and then you flare up, but you're not just like an ordinary tree, with fidgety leaves and jolly—" He got tangled up in his own speech, but she brooded on it, and he had a strange roused sensation, as if his feelings were new. She got so near him. It was a strange stimulant. Then sometimes he hated her. Her youngest brother was only 5. He was a frail lad, with immense brown eyes in his quaint, fragile face, one of Reynolds' choir of angels, with a touch of elf. Often Miriam kneeled to the child and drew him to her. "Eh, my Hubert," she sang, in a voice heavy and surcharged with love. "Eh, my Hubert." And folding him in her arms, she swayed slightly from side to side with love. Her face half lifted, her eyes half closed, her voice drenched with love. "Don't," said the child, uneasy. "Don't, Miriam." "Yes, you love me, don't you?" she murmured deep in her throat, almost as if she were in a trance, and swaying also as if she were swooned in an ecstasy of love. "Don't," repeated the child, a frown on his clear brow. "You love me, don't you?" she murmured. "What do you make such a fuss for?" cried Paul, all in suffering because of her extreme emotion. "Why can't you be ordinary with him?" She let the child go and rose and said nothing. Her intensity, which would leave no emotion on a normal plane, irritated the youth into a frenzy. And this tearful, naked contact of her on small occasions shocked him. He was used to his mother's reserve, and on such occasions he was thankful in his heart and soul that he had his mother, so sane and wholesome. All the life of Miriam's body was in her eyes, which were usually dark as a dark church, but could flame with light like a conflagration. Her face scarcely ever altered from its look of brooding. She might have been one of the women who went with Mary when Jesus was dead. Her body was not flexible and living. She walked with a swing, rather heavily, her head bowed forward, pondering. She was not clumsy, and yet none of her movements seemed quite the movement. Often when wiping the dishes she would stand in bewilderment and chagrin because she had pulled in 2 halves a cup or a tumbler. It was as if, in her fear and self-mistrust, she put too much strength into the effort. There was no looseness or abandon about her. Everything was gripped stiff with intensity, and her effort, overcharged, closed in on itself. Chapter 7, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She rarely varied from her swinging, forward, intense walk. Occasionally she ran with Paul down the fields. Then her eyes blazed naked in a kind of ecstasy that frightened him. But she was physically afraid. If she were getting over a stile, she gripped his hands in a little hard anguish, and began to lose her presence of mind. And he could not persuade her to jump from even a small height. Her eyes dilated, became exposed and palpitating. "No!" she cried, half laughing in terror. "No!" "You shall!" he cried once, and jerking her forward, he brought her falling from the fence. But her wild "ah!" of pain, as if she were losing consciousness, cut him. She landed on her feet safely, and afterwards had courage in this respect. She was very much dissatisfied with her lot. "Don't you like being at home?" Paul asked her, surprised. "Who would?" she answered, low and intense. "What is it? I'm all day cleaning, what the boys make just as bad in 5 minutes. I don't want to be at home." "What do you want, then?" "I want to do something. I want a chance like anybody else. Why should I, because I'm a girl, be kept at home and not allowed to be anything? What chance have I?" "Chance of what?" "Of knowing anything, of learning, of doing anything. It's not fair, because I'm a woman." She seemed very bitter. Paul wondered. In his own home Annie was almost glad to be a girl. She had not so much responsibility. Things were lighter for her. She never wanted to be other than a girl. But Miriam almost fiercely wished she were a man, and yet she hated men at the same time. "But it's as well to be a woman as a man," he said, frowning. "Ha! Is it? Men have everything." "I should think women ought to be as glad to be women as men are to be men," he answered. "No," she shook her head. "No. Everything the men have." "But what do you want?" he asked. "I want to learn. Why should it be that I know nothing?" "What, such as mathematics and French?" "Why shouldn't I know mathematics? Yes!" she cried, her eye expanding in a kind of defiance. "Well, you can learn as much as I know," he said. "I'll teach you if you like." Her eyes dilated. She mistrusted him as teacher. "Would you?" he asked. Her head had dropped, and she was sucking her finger broodingly. "Yes," she said, hesitatingly. He used to tell his mother all these things. "I'm going to teach Miriam algebra," he said. "Well," replied Mrs. Morell, "I hope she'll get fat on it." When he went up to the farm on the Monday evening, it was drawing twilight. Miriam was just sweeping up the kitchen, and was kneeling at the hearth when he entered. Every one was out but her. She looked round at him, flushed, her dark eyes shining, her fine hair falling about her face. "Hello," she said, soft and musical. "I knew it was you." "How?" "I knew your step. Nobody treads so quick and firm." He sat down, sighing. "Ready to do some algebra?" he asked, drawing a little book from his pocket. "But—" He could feel her backing away. "You said you wanted," he insisted. "Tonight, though," she faltered. "But I came on purpose, and if you want to learn it, you must begin." She took up her ashes in the dustpan and looked at him half tremulously, laughing. "Yes, but tonight! You see, I haven't thought of it." "Well, my goodness! Take the ashes and come." He went and sat on the stone bench in the backyard, where the big milk cans were standing, tipped up to air. The men were in the cowsheds. He could hear the little sing-song of the milk spurting into the pails. Presently she came, bringing some big greenish apples. "You know you like them," she said. He took a bite. "Sit down," he said, with his mouth full. She was short-sighted and peered over his shoulder. It irritated him. He gave her the book quickly. "Here," he said, "it's only letters for figures. You put down A instead of 2 or 6. They worked, he talking, she with her head down on the book. He was quick and hasty. She never answered. Occasionally, when he demanded of her, "Do you see?" she looked up at him, her eyes wide with the half-laugh that comes of fear. "Don't you?" he cried. He had been too fast, but she said nothing. He questioned her more, and then got hot. It made his blood rouse to see her there, as it were, at his mercy, her mouth open, her eyes dilated with laughter that was afraid, apologetic, ashamed. Then Edgar came along with 2 buckets of milk. "Hello," he said. "What are you doing?" "Algebra," replied Paul. "Algebra?" repeated Edgar curiously. Then he passed on with a laugh. Paul took a bite at his forgotten apple, looked at the miserable cabbages in the garden, pecked into lace by the fowls, and he wanted to pull them up. Then he glanced at Miriam. She was poring over the book, seemed absorbed in it, yet trembling lest she could not get at it. It made him cross. She was ruddy and beautiful, yet her soul seemed to be intensely supplicating. The algebra book she closed, shrinking, knowing he was angered, and at the same instant he grew gentle, seeing her hurt because she did not understand. But things came slowly to her, and when she held herself in a grip, seemed so utterly humble before the lesson, it made his blood rouse. He stormed at her, got ashamed, continued the lesson, and grew furious again, abusing her. She listened in silence. Occasionally, very rarely, she defended herself. Her liquid dark eyes blazed at him. "You don't give me time to learn it," she said. "All right," he answered, throwing the book on the table, and lighting a cigarette. Then, after a while, he went back to her repentant. So the lessons went. He was always either in a rage or very gentle. "What do you tremble your soul before it for?" he cried. "You don't learn algebra with your blessed soul. Can't you look at it with your clear simple wits?" Often when he went again into the kitchen, Mrs. Lavers would look at him reproachfully, saying, "Paul, don't be so hard on Miriam. She may not be quick, but I'm sure she tries." "I can't help it," he said rather pitiably. "I go off like it." "You don't mind me, Miriam, do you?" he asked of the girl later. "No," she reassured him, in her beautiful deep tones. "No, I don't mind." "Don't mind me. It's my fault." But in spite of himself his blood began to boil with her. It was strange that no one else made him in such fury. He flared against her. Once he threw the pencil in her face. There was a silence. She turned her face slightly aside. I didn't—" he began, but got no farther, feeling weak in all his bones. She never reproached him or was angry with him. He was often cruelly ashamed. But still again his anger burst like a bubble surcharged, and still, when he saw her eager, silent as it were, blind face, he wanted to throw the pencil in it, and still, when he saw her hand trembling and her mouth parted with suffering, his heart was scalded with pain for her, and because of the intensity to which she roused him, he sought her. Then he often avoided her, and went with Edgar. Miriam and her brother were naturally antagonistic. Edgar was a rationalist who was curious, and had a sort of scientific interest in life. It was a great bitterness to Miriam to see herself deserted by Paul for Edgar, who seemed so much lower. But the youth was very happy with her elder brother. The 2 men spent afternoons together on the land or in the loft doing carpentry when it rained. And they talked together, or Paul taught Edgar the songs he himself had learned from Annie at the piano. And often all the men, Mr. Lavers as well, had bitter debates on the nationalising of the land and similar problems. Paul had already heard his mother's views, and as these were yet his own, he argued for her. Miriam attended and took part, but was all the time waiting until it should be over and a personal communication might begin. "After all," she said within herself, "if the land were nationalised, Edgar and Paul and I would be just the same." So she waited for the youth to come back to her. He was studying for his painting. He loved to sit at home, alone with his mother at night, working and working. She sewed or read. Then, looking up from his task, he would rest his eyes for a moment on her face, that was bright with living warmth, and returned gladly to his work. "I can do my best things when you sit there in your rocking-chair, mother," he said. "I'm sure," she exclaimed, sniffing with mock scepticism. But she felt it was so, and her heart quivered with brightness. For many hours she sat still, slightly conscious of him labouring away, whilst she worked or read her book. And he, with all his soul's intensity directing his pencil, could feel her warmth inside him like strength. They were both very happy so, and both unconscious of it. These times, that meant so much, and which were real living, they almost ignored. He was conscious only when stimulated. A sketch finished, he always wanted to take it to Miriam. Then he was stimulated into knowledge of the work he had produced unconsciously. In contact with Miriam, he gained insight, his vision went deeper. From his mother he drew the life-warmth, the strength to produce. Miriam urged this warmth into intensity, like a white light. When he returned to the factory the conditions of work were better. He had Wednesday afternoon off to go to the art school, Miss Jordan's provision, returning in the evening. Then the factory closed at 6 instead of 8 on Thursday and Friday evenings. One evening in the summer Miriam and he went over the fields by Herod's farm on their way from the library home. So it was only 3 miles to Willey Farm. There was a yellow glow over the mowing grass, and the sorrel heads burned crimson. Gradually, as they walked along the high land, the gold in the west sank down to red, the red to crimson, and then the chill blue crept up against the glow. They came out upon the high road to Alfreton, which ran white between the darkening fields. There Paul hesitated. It was 2 miles home for him, 1 mile forward for Miriam. They both looked up the road that ran in shadow, right under the glow of the northwest sky. On the crest of the hill, Selby, with its stark houses, and the up-pricked headstocks of the pit, stood in black silhouette, small against the sky. He looked at his watch. 9 o'clock, he said. The pair stood, loath to part, hugging their books. The wood is so lovely now, she said. I wanted you to see it. He followed her slowly across the road to the white gate. They grumble so if I'm late, he said. But you're not doing anything wrong, she answered impatiently. He followed her across the nibbled pasture in the dusk. There was a coolness in the wood, a scent of leaves, of honeysuckle, and a twilight. The two walked in silence. Night came wonderfully there, among the throng of dark tree trunks. He looked round, expectant. She wanted to show him a certain wild rose-bush she had discovered. She knew it was wonderful, and yet, till he had seen it, she felt it had not come into her soul. Only he could make it her own, immortal. She was dissatisfied. Dew was already on the paths. In the old oak wood a mist was rising, and he hesitated, wondering whether one whiteness were a strand of fog, or only campion flowers pallid in a cloud. By the time they came to the pine trees, Miriam was getting very eager and very tense. Her bush might be gone. She might not be able to find it, and she wanted it so much. Almost passionately she wanted to be with him when he stood before the flowers. They were going to have a communion together, something that thrilled her, something holy. He was walking beside her in silence. They were very near to each other. She trembled and he listened, vaguely anxious. Coming to the edge of the wood, they saw the sky in front, like mother of pearl, and the earth growing dark. Somewhere on the outermost branches of the pine wood the honeysuckle was streaming scent. "Where?" he asked. "Down the middle path," she murmured, quivering. When they turned the corner of the path she stood still. In the wide walk between the pines, gazing rather frightened, she could distinguish nothing for some moments. The greying light robbed things of their colour. Then she saw her bush. "Ah!" she cried, hastening forward. It was very still. The tree was tall and straggling. It had thrown its briars over a hawthorn bush, and its long streamers trailed thick, right down to the grass, splashing the darkness everywhere with great spilt stars, pure white. In bosses of ivory, and in large splash stars, the roses gleamed on the darkness of foliage, and stems and grass. Paul and Miriam stood close together, silent, and watched. Point after point the steady roses shone out to them, seeming to kindle something in their souls. The dusk came like smoke around, and still did not put out the roses. Paul looked into Miriam's eyes. She was pale and expectant with wonder. Her lips were parted, and her dark eyes lay open to him. His look seemed to travel down into her. Her soul quivered. It was the communion she wanted. He turned aside as if pained. He turned to the bush. "They seem as if they walk like butterflies, and shake themselves," he said. She looked at her roses. They were white, some incurved and holy, others expanded in an ecstasy. The tree was dark as a shadow. She lifted her hand impulsively to the flowers. She went forward and touched them in worship. "Let us go," he said. There was a cool scent of ivory roses, a white, virgin scent. Something made him feel anxious and imprisoned. The two walked in silence. "Till Sunday," he said quietly, and left her, and she walked home slowly, feeling her soul satisfied with the holiness of the night. He stumbled down the path, and as soon as he was out of the wood, in the free open meadow where he could breathe, he started to run as fast as he could. It was like a delicious delirium in his veins. Always when he went with Miriam, and it grew rather late, he knew his mother was fretting and getting angry about him. Why, he could not understand. As he went into the house, flinging down his cap, his mother looked up at the clock. She had been sitting thinking, because a chill to her eyes prevented her reading. She could feel Paul being drawn away by this girl. And she did not care for Miriam. "She is one of those who will want to suck a man's soul out till he has none of his own left," she said to herself. "And he is such a gaby as to let himself be absorbed. She will never let him become a man. She never will." So, while he was away with Miriam, Mrs. Morell grew more and more worked up. She glanced at the clock and said, coldly and rather tired, "You have been far enough to-night." His soul, warm and exposed from contact with the girl, shrank. "You must have been right home with her," his mother continued. He would not answer. Mrs. Morell, looking at him quickly, saw his hair was damp on his forehead with haste, saw him frowning in his heavy fashion, resentfully. "She must be wonderfully fascinating, that you can't get away from her, but must go trailing 8 miles at this time of night." He was hurt between the past glamour with Miriam and the knowledge that his mother fretted. He had meant not to say anything, to refuse to answer, but he could not harden his heart to ignore his mother. "I do like to talk to her," he answered irritably. "Is there nobody else to talk to?" "You wouldn't say anything if I went with Edgar." "You know I should. You know, whoever you went with, I should say it was too far for you to go trailing, late at night, when you've been to Nottingham. Besides," her voice suddenly flashed into anger and contempt, "it is disgusting, bits of lads and girls courting." "It is not courting," he cried. "I don't know what else you call it." "It's not. Do you think we spoon and do? We only talk." "Till goodness knows what time and distance," was the sarcastic rejoinder. Paul snapped at the laces of his boots angrily. "What are you so mad about?" he asked. "Because you don't like her?" "I don't say I don't like her, but I don't hold with children keeping company, and never did. But you don't mind our Annie going out with Jim Inger? They've more sense than you two." "Why?" "Our Annie's not one of the deep sort." He failed to see the meaning of this remark, but his mother looked tired. She was never so strong after William's death, and her eyes hurt her. "Well," he said, "it's so pretty in the country. Mr. Sleeth asked about you. He said he'd missed you. Are you a bit better?" "I ought to have been in bed a long time ago," she replied. "Why, mother, you know you shouldn't have gone before 10:15. "Oh, yes, I should." "Oh, little woman, you'd say anything now you're disagreeable with me, wouldn't you?" He kissed her forehead that he knew so well, the deep marks between the brows, the rising of the fine hair, greying now, and the proud setting of the temples. His hand lingered on her shoulder after his kiss. Then he went slowly to bed. He had forgotten Miriam. He only saw how his mother's hair was lifted back from her warm, broad brow, and somehow she was hurt. Then the next time he saw Miriam, he said to her, "Don't let me be late tonight, not later than 10 o'clock. My mother gets so upset." Miriam dropped her head, brooding. "Why does she get upset?" she asked. "Because she says I oughtn't to be out late when I have to get up early." "Very well," said Miriam, rather quietly, and with just a touch of a sneer. He resented that, and he was usually late again. That there was any love growing between him and Miriam neither of them would have acknowledged. He thought he was too sane for such sentimentality, and she thought herself too lofty. They both were late in coming to maturity, and psychical ripeness was much behind even the physical. Miriam was exceedingly sensitive, as her mother had always been. The slightest grossness made her recoil almost in anguish. Her brothers were brutal, but never coarse in speech. The men did all the discussing of farm matters outside, but perhaps because of the continual business of birth and of begetting which goes on upon every farm, Miriam was the more hypersensitive to the matter, and her blood was chastened almost to disgust of the faintest suggestion of such intercourse. Paul took his pitch from her, and their intimacy went on in an utterly blanched and chaste fashion. It could never be mentioned that the mare was in foal. Chapter 7, Part 3, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When he was 19, he was earning only 20 shillings a week, but he was happy. His painting went well, and life went well enough. On the Good Friday he organised a walk to the Hemlock Stone. There were 3 lads of his own age then, Annie and Arthur, Miriam and Geoffrey. Arthur apprenticed as an electrician in Nottingham, was home for the holiday. Morell, as usual, was up early, whistling and sawing in the yard. At 7 o'clock the family heard him buy 3 pennyworth of hot cross buns. He talked with gusto to the little girl who brought them, calling her "my darling." He turned away several boys who came with more buns, telling them they had been "kested" by a little lass. Then Mrs. Morell got up, and the family straggled down. It was an immense luxury to everybody, this lying in bed just before the ordinary time on a week-day. And Paul and Arthur read before breakfast, and had the meal unwashed, sitting in their shirt-sleeves. This was another holiday luxury. The room was warm. Everything felt free of care and anxiety. There was a sense of plenty in the house. While the boys were reading, Mrs. Morell went into the garden. They were now in another house, an old one, near the Scargill Street home, which had been left soon after William had died. Directly came an excited cry from the garden. "Paul! Paul! Come and look!" It was his mother's voice. He threw down his book and went out. There was a long garden that ran to a field. It was a grey, cold day, with a sharp wind blowing out of Derbyshire. 2 fields away Bestwood began, with a jumble of roofs and red house-ends, out of which rose the church tower and the spire of the Congregational Chapel. And beyond went woods and hills, right away to the pale grey heights of the Pennine chain. Paul looked down the garden for his mother. Her head appeared among the young currant bushes. "Come here!" she cried. "What for?" he answered. "Come and see." She'd been looking at the buds on the currant trees. Paul went up. "To think," she said, "that here I might never have seen them." Her son went to her side. Under the fence, in a little bed, was a ravel of poor grassy leaves, such as come from very immature bulbs, and 3 scillas in bloom. Mrs. Morell pointed to the deep blue flowers. "Now, just see those!" she exclaimed. "I was looking at the currant bushes, when, thinks I to myself, there's something very blue. Is it a bit of sugar-bag? And there, behold you, sugar-bag! 3 glories of the snow, and such beauties! But where on earth did they come from?" "I don't know," said Paul. "Well, that's a marvel now. I thought I knew every weed and blade in this garden, but haven't they done well? You see, that gooseberry bush just shelters them, not nipped, not touched." He crouched down and turned up the bells of the little blue flowers. "They're a glorious colour," he said. "Aren't they?" she cried. "I guess they come from Switzerland, where they say they have such lovely things. Fancy them against the snow! But where have they come from? They can't have blown here, can they?" Then he remembered having set here a lot of little trash of bulbs to mature. "And you never told me," she said. "No, I thought I'd leave it till they might flower. And now, you see, I might have missed them, and I've never had a glory of the snow in my garden in my life." She was full of excitement and elation. The garden was an endless joy to her. Paul was thankful for her sake at last to be in a house with a long garden that went down to a field. Every morning after breakfast she went out and was happy pottering about in it. And it was true, she knew every weed and blade. Everybody turned up for the walk. Food was packed, and they set off, a merry, delighted party. They hung over the wall of the mill race, dropped paper in the water on one side of the tunnel, and watched it shoot out on the other. They stood on the footbridge over Boathouse Station, and looked at the metals gleaming coldly. "You should see the Flying Scotchman come through at 6:30, said Leonard, whose father was a signalman. "Lad, but she doesn't half buzz." And the little party looked up the lines, one way to London and the other way to Scotland, and they felt the touch of these two magical places. In Ilkeston the colliers were waiting in gangs for the public houses to open. It was a town of idleness and lounging. At Stanton Gate the iron foundry blazed. Over everything there were great discussions. At Trowell they crossed again from Derbyshire into Nottinghamshire. They came to the Hemlock at dinner time. Its field was crowded with folk from Nottingham and Ilkeston. They had expected a venerable and dignified monument. They found a little gnarled, twisted stump of rock, something like a decayed mushroom, standing out pathetically on the side of a field. Leonard and Dick immediately proceeded to carve their initials L.W. and R.P. in the old red sandstone, but Paul desisted, because he had read in the newspaper satirical remarks about initial carvers, who could find no other road to immortality. Then all the lads climbed to the top of the rock to look round. Everywhere in the field below, factory girls and lads were eating lunch or sporting about. Beyond was the garden of an old manor. It had yew hedges and thick clumps and borders of yellow crocuses round the lawn. "See," said Paul to Miriam, "what a quiet garden." She saw the dark yews and the golden crocuses, then she looked at him gratefully. He had not seemed to belong to her among all these others. He was different then, not her Paul, who understood the slightest quiver of her innermost soul, but something else, speaking another language than hers. How it hurt her and deadened her very perceptions. Only when he came right back to her, leaving his other, his lesser self, as she thought, would she feel alive again. And now he asked her to look at this garden, wanting the contact with her again. Impatient of the set in the field, she turned to the quiet lawn, surrounded by sheaves of shut-up crocuses. A feeling of stillness, almost of ecstasy, came over her. It felt almost as if she were alone with him in this garden. Then he left her again and joined the others. Soon they started home. Miriam loitered behind, alone. She did not fit in with the others. She could very rarely get into human relations with anyone. So her friend, her companion, her lover, was nature. She saw the sun declining wanly. In the dusky, cold hedgerows were some red leaves. She lingered to gather them, tenderly, passionately. The love in her fingertips caressed the leaves. The passion in her heart came to a glow upon the leaves. Suddenly she realised she was alone in a strange road, and she hurried forward. Turning a corner in the lane, she came upon Paul, who stood bent over something, his mind fixed on it, working away steadily, patiently, a little hopelessly. She hesitated in her approach, to watch. He remained concentrated in the middle of the road. Beyond, one rift of rich gold in that colourless grey evening seemed to make him stand out in dark relief. She saw him, slender and firm, as if the setting sun had given him to her. A deep pain took hold of her, and she knew she must love him. And she had discovered him, discovered in him a rare potentiality, discovered his loneliness. Quivering as at some annunciation, she went slowly forward. At last he looked up. "Why," he exclaimed gratefully, "have you waited for me?" She saw a deep shadow in his eyes. "What was it?" she asked. "The spring broken here," and he showed her where his umbrella was injured. Instantly, with some shame, she knew he had not done the damage himself, but that Geoffrey was responsible. "It is only an old umbrella, isn't it?" she asked. She wondered why he, who did not usually trouble over trifles, made such a mountain of this molehill. "But it was William's, and my mother can't help but know," he said quietly, still patiently working at the umbrella. The words went through Miriam like a blade. This, then, was the confirmation of her vision of him. She looked at him, but there was about him a certain reserve, and she dared not comfort him, not even speak softly to him. "Come on," he said, "I can't do it," and they went in silence along the road. That same evening they were walking along under the trees by Nether Green. He was talking to her fretfully, seemed to be struggling to convince himself. "You know," he said with an effort, "if one person loves, the other does." "Ah," she answered, "like mother said to me when I was little, love begets love." "Yes, something like that. I think it must be." "I hope so, because if it were not, love might be a very terrible thing," she said. "Yes, but it is, at least with some people," he answered. And Miriam, thinking he had assured himself, felt strong in herself. She always regarded that sudden coming upon him in the lane as a revelation. And this conversation remained graven in her mind as one of the letters of the law. Now she stood with him and for him. When, about this time, he outraged the family feeling at Willey Farm by some overbearing insult, she stuck to him, and believed he was right. And at this time she dreamed dreams of him, vivid, unforgettable. These dreams came again later on, developed to a more subtle psychological stage. On the Easter Monday the same party took an excursion to Wingfield Manor. It was great excitement to Miriam to catch a train at Sethley Bridge, amid all the bustle of the Bank Holiday crowd. They left the train at Alfreton. Paul was interested in the street and in the colliers with their dogs. Here was a new race of miners. Miriam did not live till they came to the church. They were all rather timid of entering, with their bags of food, for fear of being turned out. Leonard, a comic, thin fellow, went first. Paul, who would have died rather than be sent back, went last. The place was decorated for Easter. In the font, hundreds of white narcissi seemed to be growing. The air was dim and coloured from the windows, and thrilled with a subtle scent of lilies and narcissi. In that atmosphere, Miriam's soul came into a glow. Paul was afraid of the things he mustn't do, and he was sensitive to the feel of the place. Miriam turned to him. He answered. They were together. He would not go beyond the communion rail. She loved him for that. Her soul expanded into prayer beside him. He felt the strange fascination of shadowy religious places. All his latent mysticism quivered into life. She was drawn to him. He was a prayer along with her. Miriam very rarely talked to the other lads. They at once became awkward in conversation with her, so usually she was silent. It was past midday when they climbed the steep path to the manor. All things shone softly in the sun, which was wonderfully warm and enlivening. celandines and violets were out. Everybody was tip-top full with happiness. The glitter of the ivy, the soft atmospheric grey of the castle walls, the gentleness of everything near the ruin, was perfect. The manor is of hard, pale grey stone, and the outer walls are blank and calm. The young folk were in raptures. They went in trepidation, almost afraid that the delight of exploring this ruin might be denied them. In the first courtyard, within the high broken walls, were farm carts, with their shafts lying idle on the ground, the tyres of the wheels brilliant with gold-red rust. It was very still. All eagerly paid their sixpences, and went timidly through the fine clean arch of the inner courtyard. They were shy. Here on the pavement where the hall had been, an old thorn-tree was budding. All kinds of strange openings and broken rooms were in the shadow around them. After lunch they set off once more to explore the ruin. This time the girls went with the boys, who could act as guides and expositors. There was one tall tower in a corner, rather tottering, where they say Mary Queen of Scots was imprisoned. "Think of the Queen going up here," said Miriam, in a low voice, as she climbed the hollow stairs. "If she could get up," said Paul, "for she had rheumatism like anything. I reckon they treated her rottenly." "You don't think she deserved it?" asked Miriam. "No, I don't. She was only lively." They continued to mount the winding staircase. A high wind, blowing through the loopholes, went rushing up the shaft, and filled the girl's skirts like a balloon, so that she was ashamed, until he took the hem of her dress and held it down for her. He did it perfectly simply, as he would have picked up her glove. She remembered this always. Round the broken top of the tower the ivy bushed out, old and handsome. Also there were a few chill gillivers in pale cold bud. Miriam wanted to lean over for some ivy, but he would not let her. Instead she had to wait behind him, and take from him each spray as he gathered it and held it to her, each one separately, in the purest manner of chivalry. The tower seemed to rock in the wind. They looked over miles and miles of wooded country, and country with gleams of pasture. The crypt underneath the manor was beautiful, and in perfect preservation. Paul made a drawing. Miriam stayed with him. She was thinking of Mary Queen of Scots looking with her strained, hopeless eyes that could not understand misery, over the fields whence no help came, or sitting in this crypt, being told of a God as cold as the place she sat in. They set off again gaily, looking round on their beloved manor that stood so clean and big on its hill. "Supposing you could have that form," said Paul to Miriam. "Yes! Wouldn't it be lovely to come and see you?" They were now in the bare country of stone walls, which he loved, and which, though only 10 miles from home, seemed so foreign to Miriam. The party was straggling. As they were crossing a large meadow that sloped away from the sun, along a path embedded with innumerable tiny glittering points, Paul, walking alongside, laced his fingers in the strings of the bag Miriam was carrying, and instantly she felt Annie behind, watchful and jealous. But the meadow was bathed in a glory of sunshine, and the path was jewelled, and it was seldom that he gave her any sign. She held her fingers very still among the strings of the bag, his fingers touching, and the place was golden as a vision. At last they came into the straggling grey village of Critch that lies high. Beyond the village was the famous Critch stand that Paul could see from the garden at home. The party pushed on. Great expanse of country spread around and below. The lads were eager to get to the top of the hill. It was capped by a round knoll, half of which was by now cut away, and on the top of which stood an ancient monument, sturdy and squat, for signalling in old days far down into the level lands of Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. It was blowing so hard, high up there in the exposed place, that the only way to be safe was to stand nailed by the wind to the wall of the tower. At their feet fell the precipice where the limestone was quarried away. Below was a jumble of hills and tiny villages, Matlock, Ambergate, Stony Middleton. The lads were eager to spy out the church of Bestwood, far away among the rather crowded country on the left. They were disgusted that it seemed to stand on a plain. They saw the hills of Derbyshire fall into the monotony of the Midlands that swept away south. Miriam was somewhat scared by the wind, but the lads enjoyed it. They went on, miles and miles, to Whatstanwell. All the food was eaten, everybody was hungry, and there was very little money to get home with. But they managed to procure a loaf and a currant loaf, which they hacked into pieces with shut knives, and ate sitting on the wall near the bridge, watching the bright Derwent rushing by, and the brakes from Matlock pulling up at the inn. Paul was now pale with weariness. He had been responsible for the party all day, and now he was done. Miriam understood, and kept close to him, and he left himself in her hands. They had an hour to wait at Ambergate station. Trains came, crowded with excursionists returning to Manchester, Birmingham, and London. "We might be going there. Folk easily might think we're going that far," said Paul. They got back rather late. Miriam, walking home with Geoffrey, watched the moon rise big and red and misty. She felt something was fulfilled in her. She had an elder sister, Agatha, who was a school-teacher. Between the two girls was a feud. Miriam considered Agatha worldly, and she wanted herself to be a school-teacher. One Saturday afternoon Agatha and Miriam were upstairs dressing. Their bedroom was over the stable. It was a low room, not very large and bare. Miriam had nailed on the wall a reproduction of Veronese's St. Catherine. She loved the woman who sat in the window dreaming. Her own windows were too small to sit in, but the front one was dripped over with honeysuckle and Virginia creeper, and looked upon the tree-tops of the oak wood across the yard, while the little back window, no bigger than a handkerchief, was a loophole to the east, to the dawn beating up against the beloved round hills. The two sisters did not talk much to each other. Agatha, who was fair and small and determined, had rebelled against the home atmosphere, against the doctrine of the other cheek. She was out in the world now, in a fair way to be independent, and she insisted on worldly values, on appearance, on manners, on position, which Miriam would fain have ignored. Both girls liked to be upstairs out of the way when Paul came. They preferred to come running down, open the stair-foot door, and see him watching, expectant of them. Miriam stood painfully pulling over her head a rosary he had given her. It caught in the fine mesh of her hair, but at last she had it on, and the red-brown wooden beads looked well against her cool brown neck. She was a well-developed girl, and very handsome. But in the little looking-glass nailed against the whitewashed wall she could only see a fragment of herself at a time. Agatha had bought a little mirror of her own, which she propped up to suit herself. Miriam was near the window. Suddenly she heard the well-known click of the chain, and she saw Paul fling open the gate, push his bicycle into the yard. She saw him look at the house, and she shrank away. He walked in a nonchalant fashion, and his bicycle went with him as if it were a live thing. "Paul's come," she explained. "Aren't you glad?" said Agatha cuttingly. Miriam stood still in amazement and bewilderment. "Well, aren't you?" she asked. "Yes, but I'm not going to let him see it, and think I wanted him." Miriam was startled. She heard him putting his bicycle in the stable underneath, and talking to Jimmy, who had been a pit horse, and who was seedy. "Well, Jimmy, my lad, how art-a? Nobbut sick and sadly like? Why then, it's a shame, my old lad." She heard the rope run through the hole as the horse lifted its head from the lad's caress. How she loved to listen when he thought only the horse could hear. But there was a serpent in her Eden. She searched earnestly in herself to see if she wanted Paul Morell. She felt there would be some disgrace in it. Full of twisted feeling, she was afraid she did want him. She stood self-convicted. Then came an agony of new shame. She shrank within herself in a coil of torture. Did she want Paul Morell, and did he know she wanted him? What a subtle infamy upon her! She felt as if her whole soul coiled into knots of shame. Agatha was dressed first and ran downstairs. Miriam heard her greet the lad gaily, knew exactly how brilliant her grey eyes became with that tone. She herself would have felt it bold to have greeted him in such wise. Yet there she stood under the self-accusation of wanting him, tied to that stake of torture. In bitter perplexity she kneeled down and prayed, "O Lord, let me not love Paul Morell. Keep me from loving him, if I ought not to love him." Something anomalous in the prayer arrested her. She lifted her head and pondered. How could it be wrong to love him? Love was God's gift, and yet it caused her shame. That was because of him, Paul Morell. But then it was not his affair, it was her own, between herself and God. She was to be a sacrifice, but it was God's sacrifice, not Paul Morell's or her own. After a few minutes she hid her face in the pillow again and said, "But Lord, if it is thy will that I should love him, make me love him as Christ would, who died for the souls of men. Make me love him splendidly, because he is thy Son." She remained kneeling for some time, quite still and deeply moved, her black hair against the red squares and the lavender sprigged squares of the patchwork quilt. Prayer was almost essential to her. Then she fell into that rapture of self-sacrifice, identifying herself with a God who was sacrificed, which gives to so many human souls their deepest bliss. When she went downstairs, Paul was lying back in an armchair, holding forth with much vehemence to Agatha, who was scorning a little painting he had brought to show her. Miriam glanced at the two, and avoided their levity. She went into the parlour to be alone. It was tea-time before she was able to speak to Paul, and then her manner was so distant he thought he had offended her. Miriam discontinued her practice of going each Thursday evening to the library in Bestwood. After calling for Paul regularly during the whole spring, a number of trifling incidents and tiny insults from his family awakened her to their attitude towards her, and she decided to go no more. So she announced to Paul one evening she would not call at his house again for him on Thursday nights. "Why?" he asked, very short. "Nothing, only I'd rather not." "Very well." "But," she faltered, "if you care to meet me, we could still go together." "Meet you where?" "Somewhere. Where you like." "I shan't meet you anywhere. I don't see why you shouldn't keep calling for me. But if you won't, I don't want to meet you." So the Thursday evenings, which had been so precious to her and to him, were dropped. He worked instead. Mrs. Morell sniffed with satisfaction at this arrangement. He would not have it that they were lovers. The intimacy between them had been kept so abstract, such a matter of the soul, all thought and weary struggle into consciousness, that he saw it only as a platonic friendship. He stoutly denied there was anything else between them. Miriam was silent, or else she very quietly agreed. He was a fool who did not know what was happening to himself. By tacit agreement they ignored the remarks and insinuations of their acquaintances. "We aren't lovers, we are friends," he said to her. "We know it. Let them talk. What does it matter what they say?" Sometimes, as they were walking together, she slipped her arm timidly into his. But he always resented it, and she knew it. It caused a violent conflict in him. With Miriam he was always on the high plane of abstraction, when his natural fire of love was transmitted into the fine stream of thought. She would have it so. If he were jolly and, as she put it, flippant, she waited till he came back to her, till the change had taken place in him again, and he was wrestling with his own soul, frowning, passionate in his desire for understanding. And in this passion for understanding, her soul lay close to his. She had him all to herself, but he must be made abstract first. Then, if she put her arm in his, it caused him almost torture. His consciousness seemed to split. The place where she was touching him ran hot with friction. He was one internecine battle, and he became cruel to her because of it. One evening in midsummer, Miriam called at the house, warm from climbing. Paul was alone in the kitchen. His mother could be heard moving about upstairs. "Come and look at the sweet peas," he said to the girl. They went into the garden. The sky behind the townlet and church was orange-red. The flower garden was flooded with a strange warm light that lifted every leaf into significance. Paul passed along a fine row of sweet peas, gathering a blossom here and there, all cream and pale blue. Miriam followed, breathing the fragrance. To her, flowers appealed with such strength she felt she must make them part of herself. When she bent and breathed the flower, it was as if she and the flower were loving each other. Paul hated her for it. There seemed a sort of exposure about the action, something too intimate. When he had got a fair bunch, they returned to the house. He listened for a moment to his mother's quiet movements upstairs, and then he said, "Come here, and let me pin them in for you." He arranged them 2 or 3 at a time in the bosom of her dress, stepping back now and then to see the effect. "You know," he said, taking the pin out of his mouth, "a woman ought always to arrange her flowers before her glass." Miriam laughed. She thought flowers ought to be pinned in one's dress without any care. That Paul should take pains to fix her flowers for her was his whim. He was rather offended at her laughter. "Some women do. Those who look decent," he said. Miriam laughed again, but mirthlessly. To hear him thus mix her up with women in a general way. From most men she would have ignored it, but from him it hurt her. He had nearly finished arranging the flowers when he heard his mother's footstep on the stairs. Hurriedly he pushed in the last pin and turned away. "Don't let Mater know," he said. Miriam picked up her books and stood in the doorway, looking with chagrin at the beautiful sunset. She would call for Paul no more, she said. "Good evening, Mrs. Morell," she said, in a deferential way. She sounded as if she felt she had no right to be there. "Oh, is it you, Miriam?" replied Mrs. Morell coolly. But Paul insisted on everybody's accepting his friendship with the girl, and Mrs. Morell was too wise to have any open rupture. It was not till he was 20 years old that the family could ever afford to go away for a holiday. Mrs. Morell had never been away for a holiday, except to see her sister, since she had been married. Now at last Paul had saved enough money, and they were all going. There was to be a party. Some of Annie's friends, one friend of Paul's, a young man in the same office where William had previously been, and Miriam. It was great excitement writing for rooms. Paul and his mother debated it endlessly between them. They wanted a furnished cottage for 2 weeks. She thought 1 week would be enough, but he insisted on 2. At last they got an answer from Mablethorpe, a cottage such as they wished for 30 shillings a week. There was immense jubilation. Paul was wild with joy for his mother's sake. She would have a real holiday now. He and she sat at evening picturing what it would be like. Annie came in, and Leonard, and Alice, and Kitty. There was wild rejoicing and anticipation. Paul told Miriam. She seemed to brood with joy over it, but the Morells' house rang with excitement. They were to go on Saturday morning by the 7 train. Paul suggested that Miriam should sleep at his house, because it was so far for her to walk. She came down for supper. Everybody was so excited that even Miriam was accepted with warmth. But almost as soon as she entered, the feeling in the family became close and tight. He had discovered a poem by Jean Ingelow which mentioned Mablethorpe, and so he must read it to Miriam. He would never have got so far in the direction of sentimentality as to read poetry to his own family. But now they condescended to listen. Miriam sat on the sofa, absorbed in him. She always seemed absorbed in him, and by him, when he was present. Mrs. Morell sat jealously in her own chair. She was going to hear also. And even Annie and the father attended. Morell with his head cocked on one side, like somebody listening to a sermon and feeling conscious of the fact. Paul ducked his head over the book. He had got now all the audience he cared for. and Mrs. Morell and Annie almost contested with Miriam who should listen best and win his favour. He was in very high feather. "But," interrupted Mrs. Morell, "what is the Bride of Enderby that the bells are supposed to ring?" "It's an old tune they used to play on the bells for a warning against water. I suppose the Bride of Enderby was drowned in a flood," he replied. He had not the faintest knowledge what it really was, but he would never have sunk so low as to confess that to his women folk. They listened and believed him. He believed himself. "And the people knew what that tune meant?" said his mother. "Yes, just like the Scotch when they heard the Flowers of the Forest, and when they used to ring the bells backward for alarm." "How?" said Annie. "A bell sounds the same whether it's rung backwards or forwards." "But," he said, "if you start with the deep bell and ring up to the high one, duh, 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 duh." He ran up the scale. Everybody thought it clever. He thought so too. Then, waiting a minute, he continued the poem. Said Mrs. Morell curiously when he finished. "But I wish everything that's written weren't so sad." "I canna see what they want drowning themselves for," said Morell. There was a pause. Annie got up to clear the table. Miriam rose to help with the pots. "Let me help to wash up," she said. "Certainly not," cried Annie. "You sit down again. There aren't many." And Miriam, who could not be familiar and insist, sat down again to look at the book with Paul. He was master of the party. His father was no good, and great tortures he suffered lest the tin box should be put out at Thursby instead of at Mablethorpe. And he wasn't equal to getting a carriage. His bold little mother did that. "Here!" she cried to a man. "Here!" Paul and Annie got behind the rest, convulsed with shamed laughter. "How much will it be to drive to Brook Cottage?" said Mrs. Morell. 2 shillings. "Why, how far is it?" "A good way." "I don't believe it," she said. But she scrambled in. There were 8 crowded in one old seaside carriage. "You see," said Mrs. Morell, "it's only 3d each, and if it were a tram-car—" They drove along. Each cottage they came to, Mrs. Morell cried, "Is it this? Now this is it?" Everybody sat breathless. They drove past. There was a universal sigh. "I'm thankful it wasn't that brute," said Mrs. Morell. "I was frightened." They drove on and on. At last they descended at a house that stood alone over the dyke by the high road. There was wild excitement, because they had to cross a little bridge to get into the front garden. But they loved the house that lay so solitary, with a sea meadow on one side, and immense expanse of land patched in white barley, yellow oats, red wheat, and green root crops, flat and stretching level to the sky. Paul kept accounts. He and his mother ran the show. The total expenses, lodging, food, everything, was 16 shillings a week per person. He and Leonard went bathing in the morning. Morell was wandering abroad quite early. "You, Paul," his mother called from the bedroom, "eat a piece of bread and butter." "All right," he answered. And when he got back he saw his mother presiding in state at the breakfast table. The woman of the house was young. Her husband was blind, and she did laundry work, so Mrs. Morell always washed the pots in the kitchen and made the beds. "But you said you'd have a real holiday," said Paul, "and now you work." "Work!" she exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" He loved to go with her across the fields to the village and the sea. She was afraid of the plank bridges, and he abused her for being such a baby. On the whole he stuck to her as if he were her man. Miriam did not get much of him, except perhaps when all the others went to the Coons. Coons were insufferably stupid to Miriam, so he thought they were to himself also, and he preached priggishly to Annie about the fatuity of listening to them. Yet he too knew all their songs, and sang them along the roads roisterously. And if he found himself listening, the stupidity pleased him very much. Yet to Annie he said, "Such rot! There isn't a grain of intelligence in it. Nobody with more gumption than a grasshopper could go and sit and listen." And to Miriam he said, with much scorn of Annie and the others, "I suppose they're at the Coons." It was queer to see Miriam singing coon songs. She had a straight chin that went in a perpendicular line from the lower lip to the turn. She always reminded Paul of some sad Botticelli angel when she sang, even when it was, "Come down Lovers' Lane for a walk with me, talk with me." Only when he sketched, or at evening when the others were at the Coombe's, she had him to himself. He talked to her endlessly about his love of horizontals, how they, the great levels of sky and land in Lincolnshire, meant to him the eternality of the will, just as the bowed Norman arches of the church, repeating themselves, meant the dogged leaping forward of the persistent human soul, on and on, nobody knows where, in contradiction to the perpendicular lines and to the Gothic arch, which, he said, leapt up at heaven and touched the ecstasy, and lost itself in the divine. Himself, he said, was Norman. Miriam was Gothic. She bowed in consent even to that. One evening he and she went up the great sweeping shore of sand towards Thedlethorpe. The long breakers plunged and ran in a hiss of foam along the coast. It was a warm evening. There was not a figure but themselves on the far reaches of sand, no noise but the sound of the sea. Paul loved to see it clanging at the land. He loved to feel himself between the noise of it and the silence of the sandy shore. Miriam was with him. Everything grew very intense. It was quite dark when they turned again. The way home was through a gap in the sandhills, and then along a raised grass road between two dykes. The country was black and still. From behind the sandhills came the whisper of the sea. Paul and Miriam walked in silence. Suddenly he started. The whole of his blood seemed to burst into flame, and he could scarcely breathe. An enormous orange moon was staring at them from the rim of the sandhills. He stood still, looking at it. "Ah!" cried Miriam, when she saw it. He remained perfectly still, staring at the immense and ruddy moon, the only thing in the far-reaching darkness of the level. His heart beat heavily, the muscles of his arms contracted. "What is it?" murmured Miriam, waiting for him. He turned and looked at her. She stood beside him, forever in shadow. Her face, covered with the darkness of her hat, was watching him unseen. But she was brooding. She was slightly afraid, deeply moved and religious. That was her best state. He was impotent against it. His blood was concentrated like a flame in his chest, but he could not get across to her. There were flashes in his blood, but somehow she ignored them. She was expecting some religious state in him. Still yearning, she was half aware of his passion, and gazed at him, troubled. "What is it?" she murmured again. "It's the moon," he answered, frowning. "Yes," she assented. "Isn't it wonderful?" She was curious about him. The crisis was past. He did not know himself what was the matter. He was naturally so young, and their intimacy was so abstract. He did not know he wanted to crush her onto his breast and ease the ache there. He was afraid of her. The fact that he might want her as a man wants a woman had in him been suppressed into a shame. When she shrank in her convulsed coiled torture from the thought of such a thing, he had winced to the depths of his soul. And now this purity prevented even their first love-kiss. It was as if she could scarcely stand the shock of physical love, even a passionate kiss, and then he was too shrinking and sensitive to give it. As they walked along the dark fen meadow, he watched the moon and did not speak. She plodded beside him. He hated her, for she seemed in some way to make him despise himself. Looking ahead, he saw the one light in the darkness, the window of their lamp-lit cottage. He loved to think of his mother and the other jolly people. "Well, everybody else has been in long ago," said his mother as they entered. "What does that matter?" he cried irritably. "I can go for a walk if I like, can't I?" "And I should have thought you could get in to supper with the rest," said Mrs. Morell. "I shall please myself," he retorted. "It's not late. I shall do as I like." "Very well," said his mother cuttingly. "Then do as you like." And she took no further notice of him that evening. which he pretended neither to notice nor to care about, but sat reading. Miriam read also, obliterating herself. Mrs. Morel hated her for making her son like this. She watched Paul, growing irritable, priggish, and melancholic. For this she put the blame on Miriam. Annie and all her friends joined against the girl. Miriam had no friend of her own, only Paul. But she did not suffer so much, because she despised the triviality of these other people. And Paul hated her because, somehow, she spoilt his ease and naturalness, and he writhed himself with a feeling of humiliation. End of chapter Chapter 8, Part 1, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strife in Love. Arthur finished his apprenticeship, and got a job on the electrical plant at Minton Pit. He earned very little, but had a good chance of getting on. But he was wild and restless. He did not drink nor gamble. Yet he somehow contrived to get into endless scrapes, always through some hot-headed thoughtlessness. Either he went rabbiting in the woods, like a poacher, or he stayed in Nottingham all night instead of coming home, or he miscalculated his dive into the canal at Bestwood, and scored his chest into one mass of wounds on the raw stones and tins at the bottom. He had not been at his work many months when again he did not come home at night. "Do you know where Arthur is?" asked Paul at breakfast. "I do not," replied his mother. "He is a fool," said Paul, "and if he did anything I shouldn't mind. But no, he simply can't come away from a game of whist, or else he must see a girl home from the skating rink, quite proprietorily, and so can't get home. He's a fool." "I don't know that it would make it any better if he did something to make us all ashamed," said Mrs. Morel. "Well, I should respect him more," said Paul. "I very much doubt it," said his mother coldly. They went on with breakfast. "Are you fearfully fond of him?" Paul asked his mother. "What do you ask that for?" "Because they say a woman always likes the youngest best." "She may do, but I don't. No, he wearies me." "And you'd actually rather he was good?" "I'd rather he showed some of a man's common sense." Paul was raw and irritable. He also wearied his mother very often. She saw the sunshine going out of him, and she resented it. As they were finishing breakfast came the postman with a letter from Derby. Mrs. Morel screwed up her eyes to look at the address. "Give it here, blind eye!" exclaimed her son, snatching it away from her. She started, and almost boxed his ears. "It's from your son Arthur," he said. "What now?" cried Mrs. Morel. "My dearest mother," Paul read, "I don't know what made me such a fool. I want you to come and fetch me back from here. I came with Jack Breeden yesterday, instead of going to work, and enlisted. He said he was sick of wearing the seat of a stool out, and like the idiot you know I am, I came away with him. I have taken the king's shilling, but perhaps if you came for me they would let me go back with you. I was a fool when I did it. I don't want to be in the army. My dear mother, I am nothing but a trouble to you, but if you get me out of this, I promise I will have more sense and consideration." Mrs. Morel sat down in a rocking chair. "Well now," she cried, "let him stop." "Yes," said Paul, "let him stop." There was silence. The mother sat with her hands folded in her apron, her face set, thinking. "If I'm not sick!" she cried suddenly. "Sick!" "Now," said Paul, beginning to frown, "you're not going to worry your soul out about this, do you hear?" "I suppose I'm to take it as a blessing," she flashed, turning on her son. "You're not going to mount it up to a tragedy, so there!" he retorted. "The fool! The young fool!" she cried. "He'll look well in uniform," said Paul irritatingly. His mother turned on him like a fury. "Oh, will he?" she cried. "Not in my eyes." "He should get in a cavalry regiment, He'll have the time of his life, and will look an awful swell. Swell? Swell? A mighty swell indeed. A common soldier. Well, said Paul, what am I but a common clerk? A good deal, my boy, cried his mother, stung. What? At any rate a man, and not a thing in a red coat. I shouldn't mind being in a red coat, or dark blue, that would suit me better, if they didn't boss me about too much. But his mother had ceased to listen. Just as he was getting on, might have been getting on, at his job, a young nuisance. There he goes and ruins himself for life. What good will he be, do you think, after this? It may lick him into shape beautifully, said Paul. Lick him into shape? Lick what marrow there was out of his bones. A soldier, and a common soldier. Nothing but a body that makes movements when it hears a shout. It's a fine thing. I can't understand why it upsets you, said Paul. No, perhaps you can't, but I understand. And she sat back in her chair, her chin in one hand, holding her elbow with the other, brimmed up with wrath and chagrin. And you shall go to Derby? asked Paul. Yes. It's no good. I'll see for myself. And why on earth don't you let him stop? It's just what he wants. Of course, cried Mother, you know what he wants. She got ready and went by the first train to Derby, where she saw her son and the sergeant. It was, however, no good. When Morel was having his dinner in the evening, she said suddenly, I've had to go to Derby to-day. The miner turned up his eyes, showing the whites in his black face. I still ask, what took thee there? That Arthur. Oh, and what's agait now? He's only enlisted. Morel put down his knife and leaned back in his chair. Nay, he said, that he niver has. And he's going down to Aldershot tomorrow. Well, exclaimed the miner, that's a winder. He considered it a moment, said, and proceeded with his dinner. Suddenly his face contracted with wrath. I hope he may never set foot in my house again, he said. The idea, cried Mrs. Morel, saying such a thing. I do, replied Morel. A fool as runs away for a soldier, let him look after hisself, as'll do no more for him. A fat sight you have done as it is, she said. And Morel was almost ashamed to go to his public house that evening. Well, did you go? Said Paul to his mother when he came home. I did. And could you see him? Yes. And what did he say? He blubbered when I came away. And so did I, so you didn't, Mrs. Morel fretted after her son. She knew he would not like the army. He did not. The discipline was intolerable to him. But the doctor, she said with some pride to Paul, said he was perfectly proportioned, almost exactly. All his measurements were correct. He is good-looking, you know. He's awfully nice-looking, but he doesn't fetch the girls like William, does he? No, it's a different character. He's a good deal like his father, irresponsible. To console his mother, Paul did not go much to Willey Farm at this time, and in the autumn exhibition of students' work in the castle he had two studies, a landscape in water-colour and a still life in oil, both of which had first prize awards. He was highly excited. What do you think I've got for my pictures, mother? He asked, coming home one evening. She saw by his eye he was glad. Her face flushed. Now, how should I know, my boy? A first prize for those glass jars. And a first prize for that sketch up at Willey Farm. Both first? Yes. There was a rosy, bright look about her, though she said nothing. It's nice, he said, isn't it? It is. Why don't you praise me up to the skies? She laughed. I should have the trouble of dragging you down again, she said. But she was full of joy nevertheless. William had brought her his sporting trophies. She kept them still, and she did not forgive his death. Arthur was handsome, at least a good specimen, and warm and generous, and probably would do well in the end. But Paul was going to distinguish himself. She had a great belief in him, the more because he was unaware of his own powers. There was so much to come out of him. Life for her was rich with promise. She was to see herself fulfilled. Not for nothing had been her struggle. Several times during the exhibition Mrs. Morell went to the castle unknown to Paul. She wandered down the long room, looking at the other exhibits. Yes, they were good, but they had not in them a certain something which she demanded for her satisfaction. Some made her jealous, they were so good. She looked at them a long time, trying to find fault with them. Then suddenly she had a shock that made her heart beat. There hung Paul's picture. She knew it as if it were printed on her heart. Name Paul Morell, first prize. It looked so strange there in public, on the walls of the castle gallery, where in her lifetime she had seen so many pictures. And she glanced round to see if anyone had noticed her again in front of the same sketch. But she felt a proud woman. When she met well-dressed ladies going home to the park, she thought to herself, "Yes, you look very well, but I wonder if your son has 2 first prizes in the castle." And she walked on, as proud a little woman as any in Nottingham, and Paul felt he had done something for her, if only a trifle. All his work was hers. One day, as he was going up Castle Gate, he met Miriam. He had seen her on the Sunday, and had not expected to meet her in town. She was walking with a rather striking woman, blonde, with a sullen expression and a defiant carriage. It was strange how Miriam, in her bowed, meditative bearing, looked dwarfed beside this woman with the handsome shoulders. Miriam watched Paul, searchingly. His gaze was on the stranger, who ignored him. The girl saw his masculine spirit rear its head. "Hello," he said. "You didn't tell me you were coming to town." "No," replied Miriam, half apologetically. "I drove into Cattle Market with father." He looked at her companion. "I've told you about Mrs. Dawes," said Miriam huskily. She was nervous. "Clara, do you know Paul?" "I think I've seen him before," replied Mrs. Dawes indifferently, as she shook hands with him. She had scornful grey eyes, a skin like white honey, and a full mouth, with a slightly lifted upper lip that did not know whether it was raised in scorn of all men, or out of eagerness to be kissed, but which believed the former. She carried her head back, as if she had drawn away in contempt, perhaps from men also. She wore a large dowdy hat of black beaver, and a sort of slightly affected simple dress that made her look rather sack-like. She was evidently poor, and had not much taste. Miriam usually looked nice. "Where have you seen me?" Paul asked of the woman. She looked at him as if she would not trouble to answer. Then, "Walking with Louis Travers," she said. Louis was one of the Spiral girls. "Why, do you know her?" he asked. She did not answer. He turned to Miriam. "Where are you going?" he asked. "To the castle." "What train are you going home by?" "I'm driving with father. I wish you could come too. What time are you free?" "You know not till 8 tonight, damn it." And directly the 2 women moved on. Paul remembered that Clara Dawes was the daughter of an old friend of Mrs. Laver's. Miriam had sought her out because she had once been spiral overseer at Jordan's, and because her husband, Baxter Dawes, was smith for the factory, making the irons for cripple instruments and so on. Through her Miriam felt she got into direct contact with Jordan's, and could estimate better Paul's position. But Mrs. Dawes was separated from her husband, and had taken up women's rights. She was supposed to be clever. It interested Paul. Baxter Dawes he knew and disliked. The smith was a man of 31 or 32. He came occasionally through Paul's corner, a big, well-set man, also striking to look at and handsome. There was a peculiar similarity between himself and his wife. He had the same white skin, with a clear golden tinge. His hair was of soft brown, his moustache was golden. And he had a similar defiance in his bearing and manner. But then came the difference. His eyes, dark brown and quick-shifting, were dissolute. They protruded very slightly, and his eyelids hung over them in a way that was half hate. His mouth, too, was sensual. His whole manner was of cowed defiance, as if he were ready to knock anybody down who disapproved of him, perhaps because he really disapproved of himself. From the first day he had hated Paul. Finding the lad's impersonal, deliberate gaze of an artist on his face, he got into a fury. "What are you looking at?" he sneered, bullying. The boy glanced away, but the smith used to stand behind the counter and talk to Mr. Pappleworth. His speech was dirty, with a kind of rottenness. Again he found the youth with his cool, critical gaze fixed on his face. The smith started round as if he had been stung. "What are you looking at, 3/8 of pap?" he snarled. The boy shrugged his shoulders slightly. "Why, you—" shouted Dawes. "Leave him alone," said Pappleworth, in that insinuating voice, which means he's only one of your good little sops who can't help it. Since that time the boy used to look at the man every time he came through with the same curious criticism, glancing away before he met the smith's eyes. It made Dawes furious. They hated each other in silence. Clara Dawes had no children. When she had left her husband, the home had been broken up, and she had gone to live with her mother. Dawes lodged with his sister. In the same house was a sister-in-law, and somehow Paul knew that this girl, Louis Travers, was now Dawes's woman. She was a handsome, insolent hussy, who mocked at the youth, and yet flushed if he walked along to the station with her as she went home. The next time he went to see Miriam it was Saturday evening. She had a fire in the parlour, and was waiting for him. The others, except her father and mother and the young children, had gone out, so the two had the parlour together. It was a long, low, warm room. There were 3 of Paul's small sketches on the wall, and his photo was on the mantelpiece. On the table and on the high old rosewood piano were bowls of coloured leaves. He sat in the armchair, she crouched on the hearthrug near his feet. The glow was warm on her handsome, pensive face as she kneeled there like a devotee. "What did you think of Mrs. Dawes?" she asked quietly. "She doesn't look very amiable," he replied. "No, but don't you think she's a fine woman?" she said in a deep tone. "Yes, in stature, but without a grain of taste. I like her for some things. Is she disagreeable?" "I don't think so. I think she's dissatisfied." "What with?" "Well, how would you like to be tied for life to a man like that?" "Why did she marry him then, if she was to have revulsions so soon?" "Ay, why did she?" repeated Miriam bitterly. "And I should have thought she had enough fight in her to match him," he said. Miriam bowed her head. "Ay?" she queried satirically. "What makes you think so?" "Look at her mouth, made for passion, and the very set back of her throat." He threw his head back in Clara's defiant manner. Miriam bowed a little lower. "Yes," she said. There was a silence for some moments, while he thought of Clara. "And what were the things you liked about her?" she asked. "I don't know. Her skin and the texture of her, and I don't know, there's a sort of fierceness somewhere in her. I appreciate her as an artist, that's all." "Yes." He wondered why Miriam crouched there, brooding in that strange way. It irritated him. "You don't really like her, do you?" he asked the girl. She looked at him with her great, dazzled, dark eyes. "I do," she said. "You don't. You can't. Not really." "Then what?" she asked slowly. I don't know. Perhaps you like her because she's got a grudge against men." That was probably one of his own reasons for liking Mrs. Dawes, but this did not occur to him. They were silent. There had come into his forehead a knitting of the brows which was becoming habitual with him, particularly when he was with Miriam. She longed to smooth it away, and she was afraid of it. It seemed the stamp of a man who was not her man in Paul Morell. There were some crimson berries among the leaves in the bowl. He reached over and pulled out a bunch. "If you put red berries in your hair," he said, "why would you look like some witch or priestess, and never like a reveller?" She laughed with a naked, painful sound. "I don't know," she said. His vigorous, warm hands were playing excitedly with the berries. "Why can't you laugh?" he said. "You never laugh laughter. You only laugh when something is odd or incongruous. and then it almost seems to hurt you." She bowed her head as if he were scolding her. "I wish you could laugh at me just for 1 minute. Just for 1 minute. I feel as if it would set something free." "But," and she looked up at him with eyes frightened and struggling, "I do laugh at you. I do." "Never. There's always a kind of intensity. When you laugh, I could always cry. It seems as if it shows up your suffering. Oh, you make me knit the brows of my very soul, and cogitate." Slowly she shook her head, despairingly. "I'm sure I don't want to," she said. "I'm so damned spiritual with you, always," he cried. She remained silent, thinking. "Then why don't you be otherwise?" But he saw her crouching, brooding figure, and it seemed to tear him in two. "But there, it's autumn," he said, "and everybody feels like a disembodied spirit then." There was still another silence. This peculiar sadness between them thrilled her soul. He seemed so beautiful, with his eyes gone dark, and looking as if they were deep as the deepest well. "You make me so spiritual," he lamented, "and I don't want to be spiritual." She took her finger from her mouth with a little pop, and looked up at him almost challenging. But still her soul was naked in her great dark eyes, and there was the same yearning appeal upon her. If he could have kissed her in abstract purity, he would have done so. But he could not kiss her thus, and she seemed to leave no other way, and she yearned to him. He gave a brief laugh. "Well," he said, "get that French and we'll do some Verlaine." "Yes," she said, in a deep tone, almost of resignation, and she rose and got the books. And her rather red, nervous hands looked so pitiful he was mad to comfort her and kiss her, but then he dared not, or could not. There was something prevented him. His kisses were wrong for her. They continued the reading till 10 o'clock, when they went into the kitchen, and Paul was natural and jolly again with the father and mother. His eyes were dark and shining. There was a kind of fascination about him. When he went into the barn for his bicycle, he found the front wheel punctured. "Fetch me a drop of water in a bowl," he said to her. "I shall be late, and then I shall catch it." He lighted the hurricane lamp, took off his coat, turned up the bicycle, and set speedily to work. Miriam came with the bowl of water and stood close to him, watching. She loved to see his hands doing things. He was slim and vigorous, with a kind of easiness even in his most hasty movements. And, busy at his work, he seemed to forget her. She loved him absorbedly. She wanted to run her hands down his sides. She always wanted to embrace him, so long as he did not want her. "There," he said, rising suddenly. "Now, could you have done it quicker?" "No," she laughed. He straightened himself. His back was towards her. She put her 2 hands on his sides, and ran them quickly down. "You are so fine," she said. He laughed, hating her voice, but his blood roused to a wave of flame by her hands. She did not seem to realize him in all this. He might have been an object. She never realized the male he was. He lighted his bicycle lamp, bounced the machine on the barn floor to see that the tyres were sound, and buttoned his coat. "That's all right," he said. She was trying the brakes, that she knew were broken. "Did you have them mended?" she asked. "No." "But why didn't you?" "The back one goes on a bit." "But it's not safe." "I can use my toe." "I wish you'd had them mended," she murmured. "Don't worry. Come to tea tomorrow with Edgar." "Shall we?" "Do, about 4. I'll come to meet you." "Very well." She was pleased. They went across the dark yard to the gate. Looking across, he saw through the uncurtained window of the kitchen the heads of Mr. and Mrs. Lavers in the warm glow. It looked very cosy. The road, with pine trees, was quite black in front. "Till tomorrow," he said, jumping on his bicycle. "You'll take care, won't you?" she pleaded. "Yes." His voice already came out of the darkness. She stood a moment watching the light from his lamp race into obscurity along the ground. She turned very slowly indoors. Orion was wheeling up over the wood, his dog twinkling after him, half smothered. For the rest, the world was full of darkness, and silent, save for the breathing of cattle in their stalls. She prayed earnestly for his safety that night. When he left her, she often lay in anxiety, wondering if he had got home safely. He dropped down the hills on his bicycle. The roads were greasy, so he had to let it go. He felt a pleasure as the machine plunged over the second, steeper drop in the hill. "Here goes," he said. It was risky because of the curve in the darkness at the bottom, and because of the brewers' wagons with drunken waggoners asleep. His bicycle seemed to fall beneath him, and he loved it. Recklessness is almost a man's revenge on his woman. He feels he is not valued, so he will risk destroying himself to deprive her altogether. The stars on the lake seemed to leap like grasshoppers, silver upon the blackness, as he spun past. Then there was the long climb home. "See, mother," he said, as he threw her the berries and leaves onto the table. She said, glancing at them, then away again. She sat reading, alone, as she always did. "Aren't they pretty?" "Yes." He knew she was cross with him. After a few minutes he said, "Edgar and Miriam are coming to tea tomorrow." She did not answer. "You don't mind?" Still she did not answer. "Do you?" he asked. "You know whether I mind or not." "I don't see why you should. I have plenty of meals there." "You do? Then why do you begrudge them tea?" "I begrudge whom tea?" "What are you so horrid for?" "Oh, say no more. You've asked her to tea. It's quite sufficient. She'll come." He was very angry with his mother. He knew it was merely Miriam she objected to. He flung off his boots and went to bed. Paul went to meet his friends the next afternoon. He was glad to see them coming. They arrived home at about 4 o'clock. Everywhere was clean and still for Sunday afternoon. Mrs. Morell sat in her black dress and black apron. She rose to meet the visitors. With Edgar she was cordial, but with Miriam cold and rather grudging. Yet Paul thought the girl looked so nice in her brown cashmere frock. He helped his mother to get the tea ready. Miriam would have gladly proffered, but was afraid. He was rather proud of his home. There was about it now, he thought, a certain distinction. The chairs were only wooden, and the sofa was old, but the hearthrug and cushions were cosy. The pictures were prints in good taste. There was a simplicity in everything, and plenty of books. He was never ashamed in the least of his home, nor was Miriam of hers, because both were what they should be, and warm. And then he was proud of the table. The china was pretty, the cloth was fine. It did not matter that the spoons were not silver, nor the knives ivory-handled. Everything looked nice. Mrs. Morell had managed wonderfully while her children were growing up, so that nothing was out of place. Miriam talked books a little. That was her unfailing topic, but Mrs. Morell was not cordial, and turned soon to Edgar. At first Edgar and Miriam used to go into Mrs. Morell's pew. Morell never went to chapel, preferring the public house. Mrs. Morell, like a little champion, sat at the head of her pew. Paul at the other end, and at first Miriam sat next to him. Then the chapel was like home. It was a pretty place, with dark pews and slim, elegant pillars and flowers. And the same people had sat in the same places ever since he was a boy. It was wonderfully sweet and soothing to sit there for an hour and a half, next to Miriam and near to his mother, uniting his two loves under the spell of the place of worship. Then he felt warm and happy and religious at once. And after chapel he walked home with Miriam, whilst Mrs. Morell spent the rest of the evening with her old friend, Mrs. Burns. He was keenly alive on his walks on Sunday nights with Edgar and Miriam. He never went past the pits at night, by the lighted lamp-house, the tall black headstocks and lines of trucks, past the fans spinning slowly like shadows, without the feeling of Miriam returning to him, keen and almost unbearable. She did not very long occupy the Morells' pew. Her father took one for themselves once more. It was under the little gallery opposite the Morells. When Paul and his mother came in the chapel, the lavers' pew was always empty. He was anxious for fear she would not come. It was so far, and there were so many rainy Sundays. Then, often very late indeed, she came in with her long stride, her head bowed, her face hidden under her hat of dark green velvet. Her face, as she sat opposite, was always in shadow, but it gave him a very keen feeling, as if all his soul stirred within him, to see her there. It was not the same glow, happiness and pride that he felt in having his mother in charge. Something more wonderful, less human, and tinged to intensity by a pain, as if there was something he could not get to. At this time he was beginning to question the orthodox creed. He was 21, and she was 20. She was beginning to dread the spring. He became so wild, and hurt her so much. All the way he went cruelly smashing her beliefs. Edgar enjoyed it. He was by nature critical and rather dispassionate, but Miriam suffered exquisite pain as, with an intellect like a knife, the man she loved examined her religion in which she lived and moved and had her being. But he did not spare her. He was cruel. And when they went alone he was even more fierce, as if he would kill her soul. He bled her beliefs till she almost lost consciousness. She exults as she carries him off from me," Mrs. Morell cried in her heart when Paul had gone. "She's not like an ordinary woman, who can leave me my share in him. She wants to absorb him. She wants to draw him out and absorb him till there is nothing left of him even for himself. He will never be a man on his own feet. She will suck him up." So the mother sat and battled and brooded bitterly. And he, coming home from his walks with Miriam, was wild with torture. He walked biting his lips and with clenched fists, going at a great rate. Then, brought up against a stile, he stood for some minutes and did not move. There was a great hollow of darkness fronting him, and on the black upslopes patches of tiny lights, and in the lowest trough of the night a flare of the pit. It was all weird and dreadful. Why was he torn so, almost bewildered and unable to move? Why did his mother sit at home and suffer? He knew she suffered badly, but why should she? And why did he hate Miriam, and feel so cruel towards her at the thought of his mother? If Miriam caused his mother suffering, then he hated her, and he easily hated her. Why did she make him feel as if he were uncertain of himself, insecure, an indefinite thing, as if he had not sufficient sheathing to prevent the night and the space breaking into him? How he hated her! And then, what a rush of tenderness and humility! Suddenly he plunged on again, running home. His mother saw on him the marks of some agony, and she said nothing. But he had to make her talk to him. Then she was angry with him for going so far with Miriam. "Why don't you like her, mother?" he cried in despair. "I don't know, my boy," she replied piteously. "I'm sure I've tried to like her. I've tried and tried, but I can't. I can't." And he felt dreary and hopeless between the two. Spring was the worst time. He was changeable and intense and cruel, so he decided to stay away from her. Then came the hours when he knew Miriam was expecting him. His mother watched him growing restless. He could not go on with his work. He could do nothing. It was as if something were drawing his soul out towards Willey Farm. Then he put on his hat and went, saying nothing. And his mother knew he was gone. And as soon as he was on the way, he sighed with relief, and when he was with her, he was cruel again. One day in March he lay on the bank of Nethermere, with Miriam sitting beside him. It was a glistening white and blue day. Big clouds, so brilliant, went by overhead. White shadows stole along on the water. The clear spaces in the sky were of clean, cold blue. Paul lay on his back in the old grass, looking up. He could not bear to look at Miriam. She seemed to want him, and he resisted. He resisted all the time. He wanted now to give her passion and tenderness, and he could not. He felt that she wanted the soul out of his body and not him. All his strength and energy she drew into herself through some channel which united them. She did not want to meet him, so that there were two of them, man and woman together. She wanted to draw all of him into her. It urged him to an intensity like madness, which fascinated him, as drug-taking might. He was discussing Michelangelo. It felt to her as if she were fingering the very quivering tissue, the very protoplasm of life, as she heard him. It gave her her deepest satisfaction, and in the end it frightened her. There he lay in the white intensity of his search, and his voice gradually filled her with fear, so level it was, almost inhuman, as if in a trance. "Don't talk any more," she pleaded softly, laying her hand on his forehead. He lay quite still, almost unable to move. His body was somewhere discarded. "Why not? Are you tired?" "Yes, and it wears you out." He laughed shortly, realizing. "Yet you always make me like it," he said. "I don't wish to," she said, very low. "Not when you've gone too far and you feel you can't bear it. But your unconscious self always asks it of me. And I suppose I want it." He went on in his dead fashion. "If only you could want me, and not want what I can reel off for you." "I!" she cried bitterly. "I! Why, when would you let me take you?" "Then it's my fault," he said, and gathering himself together, he got up and began to talk trivialities. He felt insubstantial. In a vague way he hated her for it, and he knew he was as much to blame himself. This, however, did not prevent his hating her. One evening about this time he had walked along the home road with her. They stood by the pasture leading down to the wood, unable to part. As the stars came out the clouds closed. They had glimpses of their own constellation, Orion, towards the west. His jewels glimmered for a moment. His dog ran low, struggling with difficulty through the spume of cloud. Orion was for them chief in significance among the constellations. They had gazed at him in their strange, surcharged hours of feeling, until they seemed themselves to live in every one of his stars. This evening Paul had been moody and perverse. Orion had seemed just an ordinary constellation to him. He had fought against his glamour and fascination. Miriam was watching her lover's mood carefully, but he said nothing that gave him away, till the moment came to part, when he stood frowning gloomily at the gathered clouds, behind which the great constellation must be striding still. There was to be a little party at his house the next day, at which she was to attend. "I shan't come and meet you," he said. "Oh, very well. It's not very nice out," she replied, slowly. "It's not that, only they don't like me to. They say I care more for you than for them. And you understand, don't you? You know it's only friendship." Miriam was astonished and hurt for him. It had cost him an effort. She left him, wanting to spare him any further humiliation. A fine rain blew in her face as she walked along the road. She was hurt deep down, and she despised him for being blown about by any wind of authority. And in her heart of hearts, unconsciously, she felt that he was trying to get away from her. This she would never have acknowledged. She pitied him. At this time Paul became an important factor in Jordan's warehouse. Mr. Pappleworth left to set up a business of his own, and Paul remained with Mr. Jordan as spiral overseer. His wages were to be raised to 30 shillings at the year-end, if things went well. Still on Friday night Miriam often came down for her French lesson. Paul did not go so frequently to Willey Farm, and she grieved at the thought of her education's coming to an end, Moreover, they both loved to be together, in spite of discords. So they read Balzac, and did compositions, and felt highly cultured. Friday night was reckoning night for the miners. Morel reckoned, shared up the money at the stall, either in the New Inn at Bretty or in his own house, according as his fellow butties wished. Barker had turned a non-drinker, so now the men reckoned at Morel's house. Annie, who had been teaching away, was at home again. She was still a tomboy, and she was engaged to be married. Paul was studying design. Morel was always in good spirits on Friday evening, unless the week's earnings were small. He bustled immediately after his dinner, prepared to get washed. It was decorum for the women to absent themselves while the men reckoned. Women were not supposed to spy into such a masculine privacy as the butties' reckoning, nor were they to know the exact amount of the week's earnings. So, whilst her father was spluttering in the scullery, Annie went out to spend an hour with a neighbour. Mrs. Morel attended to her baking. "Shut that door!" bawled Morel furiously. Annie banged it behind her, and was gone. "If thou opens it again while I'm washing me, I'll make thy jaw rattle," he threatened from the midst of his soap suds. Paul and the mother frowned to hear him. Presently he came running out of the scullery, with the soapy water dripping from him, dithering with cold. "Oh, my sirs," he said, "where's my towel?" It was hung on a chair to warm before the fire, otherwise he would have bullied and blustered. He squatted on his heels before the hot baking fire to dry himself. He went, pretending to shudder with cold. "Goodness, man, don't be such a kid," said Mrs. Morel. "It's not cold." "Thee strip the sen stark naked to wish the flesh i' that scullery," said the miner, as he rubbed his hair. "Not brace ass." "And I shouldn't make that fuss," replied his wife. "No, tha'd drop down stiff, as dead as a door-knob, with thy nesh sides." "Why is a door-knob deader than anything else?" asked Paul, curious. I don't know. That's what they say," replied his father. "But there is that much draught i' yon scullery, as it blows through your ribs like through a 5-barred gate." "It would have some difficulty in blowing through yours," said Mrs. Morel. Morel looked down ruefully at his sides. "Me!" he exclaimed. "I'm nowt but a skinned rabbit. My bones fair juts out on me." "I should like to know where," retorted his wife. "Everywhere. I'm nobbut a sack of faggots." Mrs. Morel laughed. He had still a wonderfully young body, muscular, without any fat. His skin was smooth and clear. It might have been the body of a man of 28, except that there were, perhaps, too many blue scars, like tattoo marks, where the coal dust remained under the skin, and that his chest was too hairy. But he put his hands on his sides ruefully. It was his fixed belief that, because he did not get fat, he was as thin as a starved rat. End of Chapter 8, Part 2, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paul looked at his father's thick, brownish hands, all scarred, with broken nails, rubbing the fine smoothness of his sides, and the incongruity struck him. It seemed strange they were the same flesh. "I suppose," he said to his father, "you had a good figure once?" "Eh?" exclaimed the miner, glancing round, startled and timid, like a child. "He had," exclaimed Mrs. Morel, "if he didn't hurtle himself up as if he was trying to get in the smallest space he could." "Me?" exclaimed Morel. "Me a good figure? I were niver much more than a skeleton." "Man," cried his wife, "don't be such a palamiter." "Struth," he said, "tha's niver knowed me but what I looked as if I were going off in a rapid decline." She sat and laughed. "You've had a constitution like iron," she said, "and never a man had a better start, if it was body that counted. You should have seen him as a young man," she cried suddenly to Paul, drawing herself up to imitate her husband's once handsome bearing. Morel watched her shyly. He saw again the passion she had had for him. It blazed upon her for a moment. He was shy, rather scared and humble. Yet again he felt his old glow, and then immediately he felt the ruin he had made during these years. He wanted to bustle about, to run away from it. "Give me back a bit of a wesh," he asked her. His wife brought a well-soaped flannel and clapped it on his shoulders. He gave a jump. "Eh, that mucky little hussy!" he cried. "Cold as death!" "You ought to have been a salamander," she laughed, washing his back. It was very rarely she would do anything so personal for him. The children did those things. "The next world won't be half hot enough for you," she added. "No," he said. "Thou'lt see as it's draughty for me." But she had finished. She wiped him in a desultory fashion, and went upstairs, returning immediately with his shifting trousers. When he was dried he struggled into his shirt. Then, ruddy and shiny, with hair on end, and his flannelette shirt hanging over his pit trousers, he stood warming the garments he was going to put on. He turned them, he pulled them inside out, he scorched them. "Goodness, man!" cried Mrs. Morel. "Get dressed!" "Should thee like to clap thysen into breeches as cold as a tub of water?" he said. At last he took off his pit trousers and donned decent black. He did all this on the hearthrug, as he would have done if Annie and her familiar friends had been present. Mrs. Morel turned the bread in the oven. Then from the red earthenware panchion of dough that stood in a corner she took another handful of paste, worked it to the proper shape, and dropped it into a tin. As she was doing so, Barker knocked and entered. He was a quiet, compact little man, who looked as if he would go through a stone wall. His black hair was cropped short, his head was bony. Like most miners, he was pale, but healthy and taut. "Evening, missus," he nodded to Mrs. Morel, and he seated himself with a sigh. "Good evening," she replied cordially. "Thou's made thy heels crack," said Morel. "I dunno as I have," said Barker. He sat, as the men always did in Mrs. Morel's kitchen, effacing himself rather. "How's missus?" she asked of him. He had told her, some time back. "We're expecting us third just now, you see." "Well," he answered, rubbing his head, "she keeps pretty middling, I think." "Let's see. When?" asked Mrs. Morel. "Well, I shouldn't be surprised any time now." "Ah, and she's kept fairly?" "Yes, tidy. That's a blessing, for she's none too strong. No, and I've done another silly trick." "What's that?" Mrs. Morel knew Barker wouldn't do anything very silly. "I'm come out be out market bag." "You can have mine." "Nay, you'll be wanting that yourself." "I shan't. I take a string bag always." She saw the determined little collier buying in the week's groceries and meat on the Friday nights, and she admired him. "Barker's little, but he's 10 times the man you are," she said to her husband. Just then Wesson entered. He was thin, rather frail-looking, with a boyish ingenuousness, and a slightly foolish smile, despite his 7 children. But his wife was a passionate woman. "I see you've kested me," he said, smiling rather vapidly. "Yes," replied Barker. The newcomer took off his cap and his big wooden muffler. His nose was pointed and red. "I'm afraid you're cold, Mr. Wesson," said Mrs. Morel. "It's a bit nippy," he replied. "Then come to the fire." "Nay, as'll do where I am." Both colliers sat away back. They could not be induced to come on to the hearth. The hearth is sacred to the family. "Go thy ways i' th' arm-chair," cried Morel cheerily. "Nay, thank you, I'm very nicely here." "Yes, come, of course," insisted Mrs. Morel. He rose and went awkwardly. He sat in Morel's arm-chair awkwardly. It was too great a familiarity, but the fire made him blissfully happy. "And how's that chest of yours?" demanded Mrs. Morel. He smiled again, with his blue eyes rather sunny. "Oh, it's very middling," he said. "We are rattling it like a kettle drum," said Barker shortly. "Tsk, tsk, tsk," went Mrs. Morel rapidly with her tongue. "Did you have that flannel singlet made?" "Not yet," he smiled. "Then why didn't you?" she cried. "It'll come. he smiled. "Aye, and Doomsday," exclaimed Barker. Barker and Morell were both impatient of Wesson, but then they were both hard as nails physically. When Morell was nearly ready, he pushed the bag of money to Paul. "Count it, boy?" he asked, humbly. Paul impatiently turned from his books and pencil, tipped the bag upside down on the table. There was a £5 bag of silver, sovereigns and loose money. He counted quickly, referred to the cheques, the written papers giving amount of coal, put the money in order. Then Barker glanced at the cheques. Mrs. Morell went upstairs, and the three men came to table. Morell, as master of the house, sat in his arm-chair, with his back to the hot fire. The two butties had cooler seats. None of them counted the money. "What did we say Simpson's was?" asked Morell, and the butties cavilled for a minute over the dayman's earnings. Then the amount was put aside. "And Bill Naylor's?" This money was also taken from the pack. Then, because Wesson lived in one of the company's houses, and his rent had been deducted, Morell and Barker took 4 and 6 each. And because Morell's coals had come, and the leading was stopped, Barker and Wesson took 4 shillings each. Then it was plain sailing. Morell gave each of them a sovereign till there were no more sovereigns, each half a crown till there were no more half-crowns, each a shilling till there were no more shillings. If there was anything at the end that wouldn't split, Morell took it and stood drinks. Then the 3 men rose and went. Morell scuttled out of the house before his wife came down. She heard the door close, and descended. She looked hastily at the bread in the oven. Then, glancing on the table, she saw her money lying. Paul had been working all the time, but now he felt his mother counting the week's money, and her wrath rising. Went her tongue. He frowned. He could not work when she was cross. She counted again. "A measly 25 shillings!" she exclaimed. "How much was the cheque?" £10.11, said Paul irritably. He dreaded what was coming. "And he gives me a scrattling 25 and his club this week. But I know him. He thinks because you're earning he needn't keep the house any longer. No, all he has to do with his money is to guttle it. But I'll show him." "Oh, mother, don't!" cried Paul. "Don't what, I should like to know?" she exclaimed. "Don't carry on again. I can't work." She went very quiet. "Yes, it's all very well," she said, "but how do you think I'm going to manage?" "Well, it won't make it any better to whittle about it. I should like to know what you'd do if you had it to put up with." "It won't be long. You can have my money. Tell him to go to hell." He went back to his work, and she tied her bonnet strings grimly. When she was fretted, he could not bear it, but now he began to insist on her recognising him. "The 2 loaves at the top," she said, "will be done in 20 minutes. Don't forget them." "All right," he answered, and she went to market. He remained alone working, but his usual intense concentration became unsettled. He listened for the yard gate. At 7:15 came a low knock, and Miriam entered. "All alone?" she said. "Yes." As if at home, she took off her tam-o'-shanter and her long coat, hanging them up. It gave him a thrill. This might be their own house, his and hers. Then she came back and peered over his work. "What is it?" she asked. "Still design, for decorating stuffs, and for embroidery." She bent short-sightedly over the drawings. It irritated him that she peered so into everything that was his, searching him out. He went into the parlour and returned with a bundle of brownish linen. Carefully unfolding it, he spread it on the floor. It proved to be a curtain or portière, beautifully stencilled with a design on roses. "Ah, how beautiful!" she cried. The spread cloth, with its wonderful reddish roses and dark green stems, all so simple and somehow so wicked-looking, lay at her feet. She went on her knees before it, her dark curls dropping. He saw her crouched voluptuously before his work, and his heart beat quickly. Suddenly she looked up at him. "Why does it seem cruel?" she asked. "What?" "There seems a feeling of cruelty about it," she said. "It's jolly good, whether or not," he replied, folding up his work with a lover's hands. She rose slowly, pondering. "And what will you do with it?" she asked. "Send it to Liberty's. I did it for my mother, but I think she'd rather have the money." "Yes," said Miriam. He had spoken with a touch of bitterness, and Miriam sympathised. Money would have been nothing to her. He took the cloth back into the parlour. When he returned, he threw to Miriam a smaller piece. It was a cushion cover with the same design. "I did that for you," he said. She fingered the work with trembling hands, and did not speak. He became embarrassed. "By Jove, the bread!" he cried. He took the top loaves out, tapped them vigorously. They were done. He put them on the hearth to cool. Then he went to the scullery, wetted his hands, scooped the last white dough out of the puncheon, and dropped it in a baking tin. Miriam was still bent over her painted cloth. He stood rubbing the bits of dough from his hands. "You do like it?" he asked. She looked up at him, with her dark eyes one flame of love. He laughed uncomfortably. Then he began to talk about the design. There was for him the most intense pleasure in talking about his work to Miriam. All his passion, all his wild blood went into this intercourse with her, when he talked and conceived his work. She brought forth to him his imaginations. She did not understand any more than a woman understands when she conceives a child in her womb. But this was life for her, and for him. While they were talking, a young woman of about 22, small and pale, hollow-eyed, yet with a relentless look about her, entered the room. She was a friend at the Morells. "Take your things off," said Paul. "No, I'm not stopping." She sat down in the armchair opposite Paul and Miriam, who were on the sofa. Miriam moved a little farther from him. The room was hot, with a scent of new bread. Brown, crisp loaves stood on the hearth. "I shouldn't have expected to see you here tonight, Miriam Lavers," said Beatrice, wickedly. "Why not?" murmured Miriam huskily. "Why? Let's look at your shoes." Miriam remained uncomfortably still. "If thou doesna, thou dursna," laughed Beatrice. Miriam put her feet from under her dress. Her boots had that queer, irresolute, rather pathetic look about them, which showed how self-conscious and self-mistrustful she was. And they were covered with mud. "Glory, you're a positive muck-heap!" exclaimed Beatrice. "Who cleans your boots?" "I clean them myself." "Then you wanted a job," said Beatrice. "It would have taken a lot of men to have brought me down here tonight. But love laughs at sludge, doesn't it? Postle, my duck." "Inter alia," he said. "Oh, Lord, are you going to spout foreign languages? What does it mean, Miriam?" There was a fine sarcasm in the last question, but Miriam did not see it. "Among other things, I believe," she said humbly. Beatrice put her tongue between her teeth, and laughed wickedly. "Among other things, Postle," she repeated. "Do you mean love laughs at mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers, and men friends, and lady friends, and even at the beloved himself?" She affected a great innocence. "In fact, it's one big smile," he replied. "Up its sleeve? Postle Morell, you believe me," she said, and she went off into another burst of wicked, silent laughter. Miriam sat silent, withdrawn into herself. Every one of Paul's friends delighted in taking sides against her, and he left her in the lurch. Seemed almost to have a sort of revenge upon her then. "Are you still at school?" asked Miriam of Beatrice. "Yes." "You've not had your notice, then?" "I expect it at Easter." "Isn't it an awful shame to turn you off merely because you didn't pass the exam?" "I don't know," said Beatrice coldly. "Agatha says you're as good as any teacher anywhere. It seems to me ridiculous. I wonder why you didn't pass." "Short of brains, eh, Postle?" said Beatrice briefly. "Only brains to bite with," replied Paul, laughing. "Nuisance!" she cried, and springing from her seat she rushed and boxed his ears. She had beautiful small hands. He held her wrists while she wrestled with him. At last she broke free, and seized 2 handfuls of his thick dark brown hair, which she shook. "Beat," he said, as he pulled his hair straight with his fingers. "I hate you." She laughed with glee. "Mind," she said, "I want to sit next to you." "I'd as lief be neighbours with a vixen," he said, nevertheless making place for her between him and Miriam. "Did it ruffle his pretty hair, then?" she cried, and with her hair-comb she combed him straight. "And his nice little moustache!" she exclaimed. She tilted his head back and combed his young moustache. "It's a wicked moustache, Postle," she said. "It's a red for danger. Have you got any of those cigarettes?" He pulled his cigarette case from his pocket. Beatrice looked inside it. "And fancy me having Connie's last cig," said Beatrice, putting the thing between her teeth. He held a lit match to her, and she puffed daintily. "Thanks so much, darling," she said mockingly. It gave her a wicked delight. "Don't you think he does it nicely, Miriam?" she asked. "Oh, very," said Miriam. He took a cigarette for himself. "Light, old boy," said Beatrice, tilting her cigarette at him. He bent forward to her to light his cigarette at hers. She was winking at him as he did so. Miriam saw his eyes trembling with mischief, and his full, almost sensual mouth quivering. He was not himself, and she could not bear it. As he was now, she had no connection with him. She might as well not have existed. She saw the cigarette dancing on his full red lips. She hated his thick hair for being tumbled loose on his forehead. "Sweet boy," said Beatrice, tipping up his chin and giving him a little kiss on the cheek. "I'll kiss thee back, Beat," he said. "Thou wunna," she giggled, jumping up and going away. "Isn't he shameless, Miriam?" "Quite," said Miriam. "By the way, aren't you forgetting the bread?" "By Jove!" he cried, flinging open the oven door. Out puffed the bluish smoke and a smell of burned bread. "Oh, golly!" cried Beatrice, coming to his side. He crouched before the oven. She peered over his shoulder. "This is what comes of the oblivion of love, my boy." Paul was ruefully removing the loaves. One was burnt black on the hot side, another was hard as a brick. "Poor mater," said Paul. "You want to grate it," said Beatrice. "Fetch me the nutmeg grater." She arranged the bread in the oven. He brought the grater, and she grated the bread onto a newspaper on the table. He set the doors open to blow away the smell of burned bread. Beatrice grated away, puffing her cigarette, knocking the charcoal off the poor loaf. "My word, Miriam, you're in for it this time," said Beatrice. "I?" exclaimed Miriam, in amazement. "You'd better be gone when his mother comes in. I know why King Alfred burned the cakes. Now I see it. Postle would fix up a tale about his work making him forget, if he thought it would wash. If that old woman had come in a bit sooner, she'd have boxed the brazen thing's ears who made the oblivion, instead of poor Alfred's." She giggled as she scraped the loaf. Even Miriam laughed in spite of herself. Paul mended the fire ruefully. The garden gate was heard to bang. "Quick!" cried Beatrice, giving Paul the scraped loaf. "Wrap it up in a damp towel." Paul disappeared into the scullery. Beatrice hastily blew her scrapings into the fire and sat down innocently. Annie came bursting in. She was an abrupt, quite smart young woman. She blinked in the strong light. "Smell of burning!" she exclaimed. "It's the cigarettes," replied Beatrice demurely. "Where's Paul?" Leonard had followed Annie. He had a long comic face and blue eyes, very sad. "I suppose he's left you to settle it between you," he said. He nodded sympathetically to Miriam, and became gently sarcastic to Beatrice. "No," said Beatrice, "he's gone off with number 9. "I just met number 5 inquiring for him," said Leonard. "Yes, we're going to share him up like Solomon's baby," said Beatrice. Annie laughed. "Oh, aye," said Leonard, "and which bit should you have?" "I don't know," said Beatrice. "I'll let all the others pick first." "And you'd have the leavings, like," said Leonard, twisting up a comic face. Annie was looking in the oven. Miriam sat ignored. Paul entered. "This bread's a fine sight, Paul," said Annie. "Then you should stop and look after it," said Paul. "You mean you should do what you're reckoning to do," replied Annie. "He should, shouldn't he?" cried Beatrice. "I should think he'd got plenty on hand," said Leonard. "You had a nasty walk, didn't you, Miriam?" said Annie. "Yes, but I'd been in all week." "And you wanted a bit of a change, like?" insinuated Leonard kindly. "Well, you can't be stuck in the house for ever, Annie agreed. She was quite amiable. Beatrice pulled on her coat and went out with Leonard and Annie. She would meet her own boy. "Don't forget that bread, our Paul," cried Annie. "Good night, Miriam. I don't think it will rain." When they had all gone, Paul fetched the swathed loaf, unwrapped it, and surveyed it sadly. "It's a mess," he said. "But," answered Miriam impatiently, "what is it after all? Twopence halfpenny?" "Yes, but it's the mater's precious baking, and she'll take it to heart. However, it's no good bothering." He took the loaf back into the scullery. There was a little distance between him and Miriam. He stood balanced opposite her for some moments, considering, thinking of his behaviour with Beatrice. He felt guilty inside himself, and yet glad. For some inscrutable reason it served Miriam right. He was not going to repent. She wondered what he was thinking of as he stood suspended. His thick hair was tumbled over his forehead. Why might she not push it back for him, and remove the marks of Beatrice's comb? Why might she not press his body with her 2 hands? It looked so firm, and every whit living. And he would let other girls. Why not her? Suddenly he started into life. It made her quiver almost with terror, as he quickly pushed the hair off his forehead, and came towards her. "8:30, he said. "We'd better buck up. Where's your French?" Miriam shyly and rather bitterly produced her exercise book. Every week she wrote for him a sort of diary of her inner life, in her own French. He had found this was the only way to get her to do composition. And her diary was mostly a love letter. He would read it now. She felt as if her soul's history were going to be desecrated by him in his present mood. He sat beside her. She watched his hand, firm and warm, rigorously scoring her work. He was reading only the French, ignoring her soul that was there. But gradually his hand forgot its work. He read in silence, motionless. She quivered. "Ce matin les oiseaux m'ont éveillé," he read. "Il faisait encore un crépuscule, mais la petite fenêtre de ma chambre était blême et puis jaune, et tous les oiseaux du bois éclateront dans une chanson vive et résonnante. De l'aube tressaillit, j'avais rêvé de vous. Est-ce que vous voyez assez l'aube? Les oiseaux m'éveillent presque tous les matins, et toujours il y a quelque chose de terreux dans les cris des grives. Il est si clair." Miriam sat tremulous, half ashamed. He remained quite still, trying to understand. He only knew she loved him. He was afraid of her love for him. It was too good for him, and he was inadequate. His own love was at fault, not hers. Ashamed, he corrected her work, humbly writing above her words. "Look," he said quietly, "the last participle conjugated with avoir agrees with the direct object when it precedes." She bent forward, trying to see and to understand. Her free, fine curls tickled his face. He started as if they had been red hot, shuddering. He saw her peering forward at the page, her red lips parted, piteously, the black hair springing in fine strands across her tawny, ruddy cheek. She was coloured like a pomegranate for richness. His breath came short as he watched her. Suddenly she looked up at him. Her dark eyes were naked with their love, afraid and yearning. His eyes too were dark, and they hurt her. They seemed to master her. She lost all her self-control, was exposed in fear. And he knew, before he could kiss her, he must drive something out of himself. And a touch of hate for her crept back again into his heart. He returned to her exercise. Suddenly he flung down the pencil, and was at the oven in a leap, turning the bread. For Miriam he was too quick. She started violently, and it hurt her with real pain. Even the way he crouched before the oven hurt her. There seemed to be something cruel in it, something cruel in the swift way he pitched the bread out of the tins, caught it up again. If only he had been gentle in his movements, she would have felt so rich and warm. As it was, she was hurt. He returned and finished the exercise. "You've done well this week," he said. She saw he was flattered by her diary. It did not repay her entirely. "You really do blossom out sometimes," he said. "You ought to write poetry." She lifted her head with joy, then she shook it mistrustfully. "I don't trust myself," she said. "You should try." Again she shook her head. "Shall we read, or is it too late?" he asked. "It is late, but we can read just a little," she pleaded. She was really getting now the food for her life during the next week. He made her copy Baudelaire's Le Balcon. Then he read it for her. His voice was soft and caressing, but growing almost brutal. He had a way of lifting his lips and showing his teeth, passionately and bitterly when he was much moved. This he did now. It made Miriam feel as if he were trampling on her. She dared not look at him, but sat with her head bowed. She could not understand why he got into such a tumult and fury. It made her wretched. She did not like Baudelaire, on the whole, nor Verlaine. "Behold her singing in the field, yon solitary Highland lass." That nourished her heart. So did Fair Inez, and "It is a beauteous evening, calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun." These were like herself, and there was he, saying in his throat bitterly, "Tu te rappelleras la beauté des caresses." The poem was finished. He took the bread out of the oven, arranging the burnt loaves at the bottom of the panchion, the good ones at the top. The desiccated loaf remained swathed up in the scullery. "Mater needn't know till morning," he said. "It won't upset her so much then as at night." Miriam looked in the bookcase, saw what postcards and letters he had received, saw what books were there. She took one that had interested him. Then he turned down the gas, and they set off. He did not trouble to lock the door. He was not home again until 11:15. His mother was seated in the rocking-chair. Annie, with a rope of hair hanging down her back, remained sitting on a low stool before the fire, her elbows on her knees, gloomily. On the table stood the offending loaf, unswathed. Paul entered rather breathless. No one spoke. His mother was reading the little local newspaper. He took off his coat and went to sit down on the sofa. His mother moved curtly aside to let him pass. No one spoke. He was very uncomfortable. For some minutes he sat pretending to read a piece of paper he found on the table. Then, "I forgot that bread, mother," he said. There was no answer from either woman. "Well," he said, "it's only twopence halfpenny. I can pay you for that." Being angry, he put 3 pennies on the table and slid them towards his mother. She turned away her head. Her mouth was shut tightly. "Yes," said Annie, "you don't know how badly my mother is." The girl sat staring glumly into the fire. "Why is she badly?" asked Paul, in his overbearing way. "Well," said Annie, "she could scarcely get home." He looked closely at his mother. She looked ill. "Why could you scarcely get home?" he asked her, still sharply. She would not answer. "I found her as white as a sheet sitting here," said Annie, with a suggestion of tears in her voice. "Well, why?" insisted Paul. His brows were knitting, his eyes dilating passionately. "It was enough to upset anybody," said Mrs. Morell, "hugging those parcels, meat and greengroceries, and a pair of curtains." "Well, why did you hug them? You needn't have done." "Then who would?" "Let Annie fetch the meat." "Yes, and I would fetch the meat, but how was I to know? You were off with Miriam instead of being in when my mother came." "And what was the matter with you?" asked Paul of his mother. "I suppose it's my heart," she replied. Certainly she looked bluish round the mouth. "And have you felt it before?" "Yes, often enough." "Then why haven't you told me? And why haven't you seen a doctor?" Mrs. Morell shifted in her chair, angry with him for his hectoring. "You'd never notice anything," said Annie. "You're too eager to be off with Miriam." "Oh, am I? And any worse than you with Leonard?" "I was in at 10:15. There was a silence in the room for a time. "I should have thought," said Mrs. Morell bitterly, "that she wouldn't have occupied you so entirely as to burn a whole ovenful of bread. Beatrice was here as well as she." "Very likely. But we know why the bread is spoilt." "Why?" he flashed. "Because you were engrossed with Miriam," replied Mrs. Morell hotly. "Oh, very well. Then it was not," he replied angrily. He was distressed and wretched. Seizing a paper, he began to read. Annie, her blouse unfastened, her long ropes of hair twisted into a plait, went up to bed, bidding him a very curt good night. Paul sat pretending to read. He knew his mother wanted to upbraid him. He also wanted to know what had made her ill, for he was troubled. So instead of running away to bed as he would have liked to do, he sat and waited. There was a tense silence. The clock ticked loudly. "You'd better go to bed before your father comes in," said the mother harshly. "And if you're going to have anything to eat, you'd better get it." "I don't want anything." It was his mother's custom to bring him some trifle for supper on Friday night, the night of luxury for the colliers. He was too angry to go and find it in the pantry this night. This insulted her. "If I wanted you to go to Selby on Friday night, I can imagine the scene," said Mrs. Morell. "But you're never too tired to go if she will come for you. Nay, you neither want to eat nor drink then. I can't let her go alone." "Can't you? And why does she come?" "Not because I ask her. She doesn't come without you want her." "Well, what if I do want her?" he replied. "Why, nothing, if it was sensible or reasonable. But to go traipsing up there miles and miles in the mud, coming home at midnight, and got to go to Nottingham in the morning. If I hadn't, you'd be just the same." "Yes, I should, because there's no sense in it. Is she so fascinating that you must follow her all that way?" Mrs. Morell was bitterly sarcastic. She sat still, with averted face, stroking with a rhythmic, jerked movement the black sateen of her apron. It was a movement that hurt Paul to see. "I do like her," he said, "but—" "Like her!" said Mrs. Morell, in the same biting tones. "It seems to me you like nothing and nobody else. There's neither Annie nor me, nor any one now for you." "What nonsense, mother! You know I don't love her. I tell you I don't love her. She doesn't even walk with my arm, because I don't want her to." "Then why do you fly to her so often?" "I do like to talk to her. I never said I didn't. But I don't love her." "Is there nobody else to talk to?" "Not about the things we talk of. There's lots of things that you're not interested in, that—" "What things?" Mrs. Morell was so intense that Paul began to pant. "Why, painting and books. You don't care about Herbert Spencer." "No," was the sad reply, "and you won't at my age." "Well, but I do now, and Miriam does. And how do you know," Mrs. Morell flashed defiantly, "that I shouldn't? Do you ever try me?" "But you don't, mother. You know you don't care whether a picture's decorative or not. You don't care what manner it is in." "How do you know I don't care? Do you ever try me? Do you ever talk to me about these things, to try?" "But it's not that matters to you, mother. You know it's not." "What is it then? What is it then that matters to me?" she flashed. He knitted his brows with pain. "You're old, mother, and we're young." He only meant that the interests of her age were not the interests of his. But he realised the moment he had spoke that he had said the wrong thing. "Yes, I know it well. I am old. And therefore I may stand aside. I have nothing more to do with you. You only want me to wait on you. The rest is for Miriam." He could not bear it. Instinctively he realised that he was life to her. And, after all, she was the chief thing to him, the only supreme thing. "You know it isn't, mother. You know it isn't." She was moved to pity by his cry. "It looks a great deal like it," she said, half putting aside her despair. "No, mother. I really don't love her. I talk to her, but I want to come home to you." He had taken off his collar and tie, and rose, bare-throated, to go to bed. As he stooped to kiss his mother, she threw her arms round his neck, hid her face on his shoulder, and cried, in a whimpering voice so unlike her own that he writhed in agony. "I can't bear it. I could let another woman, but not her. She'd leave me no room, not a bit of room." And immediately he hated Miriam bitterly. "And I've never, you know, Paul, I've never had a husband. Not really." He stroked his mother's hair, and his mouth was on her throat, She exults so in taking you from me. She's not like ordinary girls." "Well, I don't love her, mother," he murmured, bowing his head and hiding his eyes on her shoulder in misery. His mother kissed him, a long, fervent kiss. "My boy," she said, in a voice trembling with passionate love. Without knowing, he gently stroked her face. "There," said his mother, "now go to bed. You'll be so tired in the morning." As she was speaking she heard her husband coming. "There's your father. Now go." Suddenly she looked at him almost as if in fear. "Perhaps I'm selfish. If you want her, take her, my boy." His mother looked so strange. Paul kissed her, trembling. "Ha! Mother," he said softly. Morel came in, walking unevenly. His hat was over one corner of his eye. He balanced in the doorway. "At your mischief again?" he said venomously. Mrs. Morel's emotion turned into sudden hate of the drunkard who had come in thus upon her. "At any rate, it is sober," she said. "Hm! Hm! Hm! Hm!" he sneered. He went into the passage, hung up his hat and coat. Then they heard him go down 3 steps to the pantry. He returned with a piece of pork pie in his fist. It was what Mrs. Morel had bought for her son. "Nor was that bought for you. If you can give me no more than 25 shillings, I'm sure I'm not going to buy you pork pie to stuff, after you've swilled a bellyful of beer." "What? What?" snarled Morel, toppling in his balance. "What? Not for me?" He looked at the piece of meat and crust, and suddenly, in a vicious spurt of temper, flung it into the fire. Paul started to his feet. "Waste your own stuff!" he cried. "What? What?" suddenly shouted Morel, jumping up and clenching his fist. "I'll show you, you young jockey." "All right," said Paul viciously, putting his head on one side. "Show me." He would at that moment dearly have loved to have a smack at something. Morel was half crouching, fists up, ready to spring. The young man stood, smiling with his lips. "Usher!" hissed the father, swiping round with a great stroke just past his son's face. He dared not, even though so close, really touch the young man, but swerved an inch away. "Right!" said Paul, his eyes upon the side of his father's mouth, where in another instant his fist would have hit. He ached for that stroke. But he heard a faint moan from behind. His mother was deadly pale, dark at the mouth. Morel was dancing up to deliver another blow. "Father!" said Paul, so that the word rang. Morel started, and stood to attention. "Mother!" moaned the boy. "Mother!" She began to struggle with herself. Her open eyes watched him, although she could not move. Gradually she was coming to herself. He laid her down on the sofa, and ran upstairs for a little whisky, which at last she could sip. The tears were hopping down his face. As he kneeled in front of her he did not cry, but the tears ran down his face quickly. Morel, on the opposite side of the room, sat with his elbows on his knees, glaring across. "What's the matter with you?" he asked. "Faint," replied Paul. "Hmm." The elderly man began to unlace his boots. He stumbled off to bed. His last fight was fought in that home. Paul kneeled there, stroking his mother's hand. "Don't be poorly, mother. Don't be poorly," he said time after time. "It's nothing, my boy," she murmured. At last he rose, fetched in a large piece of coal, and raked the fire. Then he cleared the room, put everything straight, laid the things for breakfast, and brought his mother's candle. "Can you go to bed, mother?" "Yes, I'll come." "Sleep with Annie, mother, not with him." "No, I'll sleep in my own bed." "Don't sleep with him, mother." "I'll sleep in my own bed." She rose, and he turned out the gas, then followed her closely upstairs, carrying her candle. On the landing he kissed her close. "Good night, mother." "Good night," she said. He pressed his face upon the pillow in a fury of misery. And yet, somewhere in his soul, he was at peace, because he still loved his mother best. It was the bitter peace of resignation. The efforts of his father to conciliate him next day were a great humiliation to him. Everybody tried to forget the scene. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Defeat of Miriam. Paul was dissatisfied with himself and with everything. The deepest of his love belonged to his mother. When he felt he had hurt her, or wounded his love for her, he could not bear it. Now it was spring, and there was battle between him and Miriam. This year he had a good deal against her. She was vaguely aware of it. The old feeling that she was to be a sacrifice to this love, which she had had when she prayed, was mingled in all her emotions. She did not at the bottom believe she ever would have him. She did not believe in herself primarily, doubted whether she could ever be what he would demand of her. Certainly she never saw herself living happily through a lifetime with him. She saw tragedy, sorrow, and sacrifice ahead. And in sacrifice she was proud, in renunciation she was strong, for she did not trust herself to support everyday life. She was prepared for the big things and the deep things, like tragedy. It was the sufficiency of the small day life she could not trust. The Easter holidays began happily. Paul was his own frank self. Yet she felt it would go wrong. On the Sunday afternoon she stood at her bedroom window, looking across at the oak trees of the wood, in whose branches a twilight was tangled below the bright sky of the afternoon. Grey-green rosettes of honeysuckle leaves hung before the window, some already, she fancied, showing bud. It was spring, which she loved and dreaded. Hearing the clack of the gate she stood in suspense. It was a bright grey day. Paul came into the yard with his bicycle, which glittered as he walked. Usually he rang his bell and laughed towards the house. To-day he walked with shut lips and cold, cruel bearing, that had something of a slouch and a sneer in it. She knew him well by now, and could tell from that keen-looking, aloof young body of his what was happening inside him. There was a cold correctness in the way he put his bicycle in its place that made her heart sink. She came downstairs nervously. She was wearing a new net blouse that she thought became her. It had a high collar with a tiny ruff, reminding her of Mary, Queen of Scots, and making her, she thought, look wonderfully a woman and dignified. At 20 she was full-breasted and luxuriously formed. Her face was still like a soft rich mask, unchangeable, but her eyes, once lifted, were wonderful. She was afraid of him. He would notice her new blouse. He, being in a hard, ironical mood, was entertaining the family to a description of a service given in the Primitive Methodist Chapel, conducted by one of the well-known preachers of the sect. He sat at the head of the table, his mobile face, with the eyes that could be so beautiful, shining with tenderness or dancing with laughter, now taking on one expression, then another, in imitation of various people he was mocking. His mockery always hurt her. It was too near the reality. He was too clever and cruel. She felt that when his eyes were like this, hard with mocking hate, he would spare neither himself nor anybody else. But Mrs. Lavers was wiping her eyes with laughter, and Mr. Lavers, just awake from his Sunday nap, was rubbing his head in amusement. The three brothers sat with ruffled, sleepy appearances in their shirt sleeves, giving a guffaw from time to time. The whole family loved a take-off more than anything. He took no notice of Miriam. Later she saw him remark her new blouse, saw that the artist approved, but it won from him not a spark of warmth. She was nervous, could hardly reach the teacups from the shelves. When the men went out to milk, she ventured to address him personally. "You were late," she said. "Was I?" he answered. There was silence for a while. "Was it rough riding?" she asked. "I didn't notice it." She continued quickly to lay the table. When she had finished, "Tea won't be for a few minutes. Will you come and look at the daffodils?" she said. He rose without answering. They went out into the back garden, under the budding damson trees. The hills and the sky were clean and cold. Everything looked washed, rather hard. Miriam glanced at Paul. He was pale and impassive. It seemed cruel to her that his eyes and brows, which she loved, could look so hurting. "Has the wind made you tired?" she asked. She detected an underneath feeling of weariness about him. "No, I think not," he answered. "It must be rough on the road. The wood moans so." "You can see by the clouds it's a south-west wind. That helps me here." "You see, I don't cycle, so I don't understand," she murmured. "Is there need to cycle to know that?" he said. She thought his sarcasms were unnecessary. They went forward in silence. Round the wild, tussocky lawn at the back of the house was a thorn hedge, under which daffodils were craning forward from among their sheaves of grey-green blades. The cheeks of the flowers were greenish with cold, but still some had burst, and their gold ruffled and glowed. Miriam went on her knees before one cluster, took a wild-looking daffodil between her hands, turned up its face of gold to her, and bowed down, caressing it with her mouth and cheeks and brow. He stood aside, with his hands in his pockets, watching her. One after another she turned up to him the faces of the yellow, bursten flowers appealingly, fondling them lavishly all the while. "Aren't they magnificent?" she murmured. "Magnificent? It's a bit thick. They're pretty." She bowed again to her flowers at his censure of her praise. He watched her crouching, sipping the flowers with fervid kisses. "Why must you always be fondling things?" he said irritably. "But I love to touch them," she replied, hurt. "Can you never like things without clutching them as if you wanted to pull the heart out of them? Why don't you have a bit more restraint, or reserve, or something?" She looked up at him, full of pain, then continued slowly to stroke her lips against a ruffled flower. Their scent, as she smelled it, was so much kinder than he. It almost made her cry. "You wheedle the soul out of things," he said. "I would never wheedle. At any rate, I'd go straight." He scarcely knew what he was saying. These things came from him mechanically. She looked at him. His body seemed one weapon, firm and hard against her. "You're always begging things to love you," he said, "as if you were a beggar for love. Even the flowers, you have to fawn on them." Rhythmically Miriam was swaying and stroking the flower with her mouth, inhaling the scent, which ever after made her shudder as it came to her nostrils. "You don't want to love. Your eternal and abnormal craving is to be loved. You aren't positive, you're negative. You absorb. Absorb as if you must fill yourself up with love, because you've got a shortage somewhere." She was stunned by his cruelty, and did not hear. He had not the faintest notion of what he was saying. It was as if his fretted, tortured soul, run hot by thwarted passion, jetted off these sayings like sparks from electricity. She did not grasp anything he said. She only sat, crouched beneath his cruelty and his hatred of her. She never realised in a flash. Over everything she brooded and brooded. After tea he stayed with Edgar and the brothers, taking no notice of Miriam. She, extremely unhappy on this looked-for holiday, waited for him. And at last he yielded and came to her. She was determined to track this mood of his to its origin. She counted it not much more than a mood. "Shall we go through the wood a little way?" she asked him, knowing he never refused a direct request. They went down to the warren. On the middle path they passed a trap, a narrow horseshoe hedge of small fir boughs, baited with the guts of a rabbit. Paul glanced at it, frowning. She caught his eye. "Isn't it dreadful?" she asked. "I don't know. Is it worse than a weasel with its teeth in a rabbit's throat? One weasel or many rabbits? One or the other must go." He was taking the bitterness of life badly. She was rather sorry for him. "We'll go back to the house," he said. "I don't want to walk out." They went past the lilac tree, whose bronze leaf buds were coming unfastened. Just a fragment remained of the haystack, a monument squared and brown, like a pillar of stone. There was a little bed of hay from the last cutting. "Let us sit here a minute," said Miriam. He sat down against his will, resting his back against the hard wall of hay. They faced the amphitheatre of round hills, that glowed with sunset, tiny white farms standing out, the meadows golden, the woods dark and yet luminous, tree-tops folded over tree-tops, distinct in the distance. The evening had cleared, and the east was tender with a magenta flush under which the land lay, still and rich. "Isn't it beautiful?" she pleaded. But he only scowled. He would rather have had it ugly just then. At that moment a big bull-terrier came rushing up, open-mouthed, pranced his 2 paws on the youth's shoulders, licking his face. Paul drew back, laughing. Bill was a great relief to him. He pushed the dog aside, but it came leaping back. "Get out," said the lad, "or I'll dot thee one." But the dog was not to be pushed away, so Paul had a little battle with the creature, pitching poor Bill away from him, who, however, only floundered tumultuously back again, wild with joy. The two fought together, the man laughing grudgingly, the dog grinning all over. Miriam watched them. There was something pathetic about the man. He wanted so badly to love, to be tender. The rough way he bowled the dog over was really loving. Bill got up, panting with happiness, his brown eyes rolling in his white face, and lumbered back again. He adored Paul. The lad frowned. "Bill, I've had enough of thee," he said. But the dog only stood with 2 heavy paws, that quivered with love, upon his thigh, and flickered a red tongue at him. He drew back. "No," he said. "No, I've had enough." And in a minute the dog trotted off happily, to vary the fun. He remained staring miserably across at the hills, whose still beauty he begrudged. He wanted to go and cycle with Edgar, yet he had not the courage to leave Miriam. "Why are you so sad?" she asked humbly. "I'm not sad. Why should I be?" he answered. "I'm only normal." She wondered why he always claimed to be normal when he was disagreeable. "But what is the matter?" she pleaded, coaxing him soothingly. "Nothing." "Nay," she murmured. He picked up a stick and began to stab the earth with it. "You'd far better not talk," he said. "But I wish to know," she replied. He laughed resentfully. "You always do," he said. "It's not fair to me," she murmured. He thrust at the ground with the pointed stick, digging up little clods of earth, as if he were in a fever of irritation. She gently and firmly laid her hand on his wrist. "Don't," she said. "Put it away." He flung the stick into the currant bushes, and leaned back. Now he was bottled up. "What is it?" she pleaded softly. He lay perfectly still, only his eyes alive, and they full of torment. "You know," he said at length, rather wearily, "you know, we'd better break off." It was what she dreaded. Swiftly everything seemed to darken before her eyes. "Why?" she murmured. "What has happened?" "Nothing has happened. We only realise where we are. It's no good." She waited in silence, sadly, patiently. It was no good being impatient with him. At any rate, he would tell her now what ailed him. "We agreed on friendship," he went on in a dull, monotonous voice. "How often have we agreed for friendship? And yet, it neither stops there, nor gets anywhere else." He was silent again. She brooded. What did he mean? He was so wearying. There was something he would not yield. Yet she must be patient with him. I can only give friendship. It's all I'm capable of. It's a flaw in my make-up. The thing overbalances to one side. I hate a toppling balance. Let us have done." There was warmth of fury in his last phrases. He meant she loved him more than he her. Perhaps he could not love her. Perhaps she had not in herself that which he wanted. It was the deepest motive of her soul, this self-mistrust. It was so deep she dared neither realise nor acknowledge it. Perhaps she was sufficient. Like an infinitely subtle shame, it kept her always back. If it was so, she would do without him. She would never let herself want him. She would merely see. "But what has happened?" she said. "Nothing. It's all in myself. It only comes out just now. We're always like this towards Easter time." He grovelled so helplessly she pitied him. At least she never floundered in such a pitiable way. After all, it was he who was chiefly humiliated. "What do you want?" she asked him. "Why, I mustn't come often, that's all. Why should I monopolise you when I'm not? You see, I'm deficient in something with regard to you." He was telling her he did not love her, and so ought to leave her a chance with another man. How foolish and blind and shamefully clumsy he was! What were other men to her? What were men to her at all? But he, she loved his soul. Was he deficient in something? Perhaps he was. "But I don't understand," she said huskily. "Yesterday—" The night was turning jangled and hateful to him as the twilight faded, and she bowed under her suffering. "I know," he cried. "You never will. You'll never believe that I can't physically, any more than I can fly up like a skylark." "What?" she murmured. Now she dreaded. "Love you." He hated her bitterly at that moment, because he had made her suffer. Love her! She knew he loved her. He really belonged to her. This about not loving her physically, bodily, was a mere perversity on his part, because he knew she loved him. He was stupid like a child. He belonged to her. His soul wanted her. She guessed somebody had been influencing him. She felt upon him the hardness, the foreignness of another influence. "What have they been saying at home?" she asked. "It's not that," he answered. And then she knew it was. She despised them for their commonness, his people. They did not know what things were really worth. He and she talked very little more that night. After all, he left her to cycle with Edgar. He had come back to his mother. Hers was the strongest tie in his life. When he thought round, Miriam shrank away. There was a vague, unreal feel about her, and nobody else mattered. There was one place in the world that stood solid and did not melt into unreality, the place where his mother was. Everybody else could grow shadowy, almost non-existent to him, but she could not. It was as if the pivot and pole of his life, from which he could not escape, was his mother. And in the same way she waited for him. In him was established her life now. After all, the life beyond offered very little to Mrs. Morell. She saw that our chance for doing is here, and doing counted with her. Paul was going to prove that she had been right. He was going to make a man whom nothing should shift off his feet. He was going to alter the face of the earth in some way which mattered. Wherever he went she felt her soul went with him. Whatever he did she felt her soul stood by him, ready, as it were, to hand him his tools. She could not bear it when he was with Miriam. William was dead. She would fight to keep Paul. And he came back to her, and in his soul was a feeling of the satisfaction of self-sacrifice because he was faithful to her. She loved him first, he loved her first. And yet it was not enough. His new young life, so strong and imperious, was urged towards something else. It made him mad with restlessness. She saw this, and wished bitterly that Miriam had been a woman, Who could take this new life of his and leave her the roots? He fought against his mother, almost as he fought against Miriam. It was a week before he went again to Willey Farm. Miriam had suffered a great deal, and was afraid to see him again. Was she now to endure the ignominy of his abandoning her? That would only be superficial and temporary. He would come back. She held the keys to his soul. But meanwhile, how he would torture her with his battle against her. She shrank from it. However, the Sunday after Easter he came to tea. Mrs. Lavers was glad to see him. She gathered something was fretting him, that he found things hard. He seemed to drift to her for comfort, and she was good to him. She did him that great kindness of treating him almost with reverence. He met her with the young children in the front garden. "I'm glad you've come," said the mother, looking at him with her great appealing brown eyes. "It is such a sunny day. I was just going down the fields for the first time this year." He felt she would like him to come. That soothed him. They went, talking simply, he gentle and humble. He could have wept with gratitude that she was deferential to him. He was feeling humiliated. At the bottom of the Mow Close they found a thrush's nest. "Shall I show you the eggs?" he said. "Do," replied Mrs. Lavers. "They seem such a sign of spring, and so hopeful." He put aside the thorns and took out the eggs, holding them in the palm of his hand. "They are quite hot. I think we frightened her off them," he said. "Ay, poor thing," said Mrs. Lavers. Miriam could not help touching the eggs, and his hand, which, it seemed to her, cradled them so well. "Isn't it a strange warmth?" she murmured, to get near him. "Blood heat," he answered. She watched him putting them back, his body pressed against the hedge, his arm reaching slowly through the thorns, his hand folded carefully over the eggs. He was concentrated on the act. Seeing him so, she loved him. He seemed so simple and sufficient to himself, and she could not get to him. After tea she stood hesitating at the bookshelf. He took Tartarin de Tarascon. Again they sat on the bank of hay at the foot of the stack. He read a couple of pages, but without any heart for it. Again the dog came racing up to repeat the fun of the other day. He shoved his muzzle in the man's chest. Paul fingered his ear for a moment, then he pushed him away. "Go away, Bill," he said. "I don't want you." Bill slunk off, and Miriam wondered and dreaded what was coming. There was a silence about the youth that made her still with apprehension. It was not his furies, but his quiet resolutions that she feared. Turning his face a little to one side so that she could not see him, he began, speaking slowly and painfully. "Do you think, if I didn't come up so much, you might get to like somebody else? Another man?" So this was what he was still harping on. "But I don't know any other men. Why do you ask?" she replied, in a low tone that should have been a reproach to him. "Why," he blurted, "because they say I've no right to come up like this, without we mean to marry." Miriam was indignant at anybody's forcing the issues between them. She had been furious with her own father for suggesting to Paul, laughingly, that he knew why he came so much. "Who says?" she asked, wondering if her people had anything to do with it. They had not. "Mother, and the others. They say at this rate everybody will consider me engaged, and I ought to consider myself so, because it's not fair to you. And I've tried to find out, and I don't think I love you as a man ought to love his wife. What do you think about it?" Miriam bowed her head moodily. She was angry at having this struggle. People should leave him and her alone. "I don't know," she murmured. "Do you think we love each other enough to marry?" he asked definitely. It made her tremble. "No," she answered truthfully. "I don't think so. We're too young." "I thought perhaps," he went on miserably, "that you, with your intensity in things, might have given me more than I could ever make up to you. And even now, if you think it better, we'll be engaged." Now Miriam wanted to cry, and she was angry too. He was always such a child for people to do as they liked with. "No, I don't think so," she said firmly. He pondered a minute. "You see," he said, "with me, I don't think one person would ever monopolize me, be everything to me. I think never." This she did not consider. "No," she murmured. Then after a pause she looked at him, and her dark eyes flashed. "This is your mother," she said. "I know she never liked me." "No, no, it isn't," he said hastily. "It was for your sake she spoke this time. She only said if I was going on I ought to consider myself engaged." There was a silence. "And if I ask you to come down any time you won't stop away, will you?" She did not answer. By this time she was very angry. "Well, what shall we do?" she said shortly. "I suppose I'd better drop French. I was just beginning to get on with it. But I suppose I can go on alone." "I don't see that we need," he said. "I can give you a French lesson, surely." "Well, and there are Sunday nights. I shan't stop coming to chapel, because I enjoy it, and it's all the social life I get. But you've no need to come home with me. I can go alone." "All right," he answered, rather taken aback. "But if I ask Edgar, he'll always come with us, and then they can say nothing." There was silence. After all, then, she would not lose much. For all their talk down at his home, there would not be much difference. She wished they would mind their own business. "And you won't think about it, and let it trouble you, will you?" he asked. "Oh, no," replied Miriam, without looking at him. He was silent. She thought him unstable. He had no fixity of purpose, no anchor of righteousness that held him. "Because," he continued, "a man gets across his bicycle, and goes to work, and does all sorts of things, but a woman broods." "No, I shan't bother," said Miriam, and she meant it. It had gone rather chilly. They went indoors. "How white Paul looks!" Mrs. Lavers exclaimed. "Miriam, you shouldn't have let him sit out of doors. Do you think you've taken cold, Paul?" "Oh, no," he laughed. But he felt done up. It wore him out, the conflict in himself. Miriam pitied him now. But quite early, before 9 o'clock, he rose to go. "You're not going home, are you?" asked Mrs. Lavers, anxiously. "Yes," he replied. "I said I'd be early." He was very awkward. "But this is early," said Mr. Lavers. Miriam sat in the rocking chair, and did not speak. He hesitated, expecting her to rise and go with him to the barn as usual for his bicycle. She remained as she was. He was at a loss. "Well, good night, all," he faltered. She spoke a good night, along with all the others. But as he went past the window, he looked in. She saw him, pale, his brows knit slightly in a way that had become constant with him, his eyes dark with pain. She rose and went to the doorway to wave good-bye to him as he passed through the gate. He rode slowly under the pine trees, feeling a cur and a miserable wretch. His bicycle went tilting down the hills at random. He thought it would be a relief to break one's neck. 2 days later he sent her up a book and a little note, urging her to read and be busy. At this time he gave all his friendship to Edgar. He loved the family so much, he loved the farm so much, it was the dearest place on earth to him. His home was not so lovable. It was his mother. But then he would have been just as happy with his mother anywhere. Whereas Willey Farm he loved passionately. He loved the little poky kitchen, where men's boots tramped, and the dogs slept with one eye open for fear of being trodden on, where the lamp hung over the table at night, and everything was so silent. He loved Miriam's long, low parlour, with its atmosphere of romance, its flowers, its books, its high rosewood piano. He loved the gardens and the buildings that stood with their scarlet roofs on the naked edges of the fields, crept towards the wood as if for coziness, the wild country scooping down a valley and up the uncultured hills of the other side. Only to be there was an exhilaration and a joy to him. He loved Mrs. Lavers, with her unworldliness and her quaint cynicism. He loved Mr. Lavers, so warm and young and lovable. He loved Edgar, who lit up when he came, and the boys, and the children, and Bill, even the sow, Circe, and the Indian gamecock called Tippoo. All this besides Miriam. He could not give it up. So he went as often, but he was usually with Edgar. Only all the family, including the father, joined in charades and games at evening. And later Miriam drew them together, and they read Macbeth out of penny books, taking parts. It was great excitement. Miriam was glad, and Mrs. Lavers was glad, and Mr. Lavers enjoyed it. Then they all learned songs together from tonic sol fa, singing in a circle round the fire. But now Paul was very rarely alone with Miriam. She waited. When she and Edgar and he walked home together from chapel, or from the literary society in Bestwood, she knew his talk, so passionate and so unorthodox nowadays, was for her. She did envy Edgar, however, his cycling with Paul, his Friday nights, his days working in the fields. For her Friday nights and her French lessons were gone. She was nearly always alone, walking, pondering in the wood, reading, studying, dreaming, waiting. And Chapter 9, Part 2 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One Sunday evening they attained to their old rare harmony. Edgar had stayed to communion, he wondered what it was like, with Mrs. Morell. So Paul came on alone with Miriam to his home. He was more or less under her spell again. As usual, they were discussing the sermon. He was setting now full sail towards agnosticism, but such a religious agnosticism that Miriam did not suffer so badly. They were at the Renan Vieille de Jesus stage. Miriam was the threshing floor on which he threshed out all his beliefs. While he trampled his ideas upon her soul, the truth came out for him. She alone was his threshing floor. She alone helped him towards realization. Almost impassive, she submitted to his argument and expounding. And somehow, because of her, he gradually realized where he was wrong. And what he realized, she realized. She felt he could not do without her. They came to the silent house. He took the key out of the scullery window, and they entered. All the time he went on with his discussion. He lit the gas, mended the fire, and brought her some cakes from the pantry. She sat on the sofa, quietly, with a plate on her knee. She wore a large white hat with some pinkish flowers. It was a cheap hat, but he liked it. Her face beneath was still and pensive, golden brown and ruddy. Always her ears were hid in her short curls. She watched him. She liked him on Sundays. Then he wore a dark suit that showed the lithe movement of his body. There was a clean, clear-cut look about him. He went on with his thinking to her. Suddenly he reached for a Bible. Miriam liked the way he reached up, so sharp, straight to the mark. He turned the pages quickly, and read her a chapter of St. John. As he sat in the armchair reading, intent, his voice only thinking, she felt as if he were using her, unconsciously, as a man uses his tools at some work he is bent on. She loved it, and the wistfulness of his voice was like a reaching to something, and it was as if she were what he reached with. She sat back on the sofa away from him, and yet feeling herself the very instrument his hand grasped. It gave her great pleasure. Then he began to falter, and to get self-conscious. And then he came to the verse, "A woman, when she is in travail, hath sorrow because her hour is come." He missed it out. Miriam had felt him growing uncomfortable. She shrank when the well-known words did not follow. He went on reading, but she did not hear. A grief and shame made her bend her head. 6 months ago he would have read it simply. Now there was a scotch in his running with her. Now she felt there was really something hostile between them, something of which they were ashamed. She ate her cake mechanically. He tried to go on with his argument, but could not get back the right note. Soon Edgar came in. Mrs. Morell had gone to her friends. The three set off to Willey Farm. Miriam brooded over his split with her. There was something else he wanted. He could not be satisfied. He could give her no peace. There was between them now always a ground for strife. She wanted to prove him. She believed that his chief need in life was herself. If she could prove it, both to herself and to him, the rest might go. She could simply trust to the future. So in May she asked him to come to Willey Farm and meet Mrs. Dawes. There was something he hankered after. She saw him, whenever they spoke of Clara Dawes, rouse and get slightly angry. He said he did not like her, yet he was keen to know about her. Well, he should put himself to the test. She believed that there were in him desires for higher things, and desires for lower, and that the desires for the higher would conquer. At any rate, he should try. She forgot that her higher and lower were arbitrary. He was rather excited at the idea of meeting Clara at Willey Farm. Mrs. Dawes came for the day. Her heavy, dun-coloured hair was coiled on top of her head. She wore a white blouse and navy skirt, and somehow, wherever she was, seemed to make things look paltry and insignificant. When she was in the room, the kitchen seemed too small and mean altogether. Miriam's beautiful, twilighty parlour looked stiff and stupid. All the labours were eclipsed like candles. They found her rather hard to put up with. Yet she was perfectly amiable, but indifferent, and rather hard. Paul did not come till afternoon. He was early. As he swung off his bicycle, Miriam saw him look round at the house eagerly. He would be disappointed if the visitor had not come. Miriam went out to meet him, bowing her head because of the sunshine. Nasturtiums were coming out crimson under the cool green shadow of their leaves. The girl stood, dark-haired, glad to see him. "Hasn't Clara come?" he asked. "Yes," replied Miriam in her musical tone. "She's reading." He wheeled his bicycle into the barn. He had put on a handsome tie, of which he was rather proud, and socks to match. "She came this morning?" he asked. "Yes," replied Miriam, as she walked at his side. "You said you'd bring me that letter from the man at Liberty's. Have you remembered?" "Oh, dash, no," he said. "But nag at me till you get it." "I don't like to nag at you." "Do it whether or not. And is she any more agreeable?" he continued. "You know I always think she is quite agreeable." He was silent. Evidently his eagerness to be early to-day had been the newcomer. Miriam already began to suffer. They went together towards the house. He took the clips off his trousers, but was too lazy to brush the dust from his shoes, in spite of the socks and tie. Clara sat in the cool parlour, reading. He saw the nape of her white neck, and the fine hair lifted from it. She rose, looking at him indifferently. To shake hands she lifted her arms straight, in a manner that seemed at once to keep him at a distance, and yet to fling something to him. He noticed how her breasts swelled inside her blouse, and how her shoulder curved handsomely under the thin muslin at the top of her arm. "You've chosen a fine day," he said. "It happens so," she said. "Yes," he said, "I am glad." She sat down, not thanking him for his politeness. "What have you been doing all morning?" asked Paul of Miriam. "Well, you see," said Miriam, coughing huskily, "Clara only came with father, and so she's not been here very long." Clara sat leaning on the table, holding aloof. He noticed her hands were large, but well kept, and the skin on them seemed almost coarse, opaque, and white, with fine golden hairs. She did not mind if he observed her hands. She intended to scorn him. Her heavy arm lay negligently on the table. Her mouth was closed as if she were offended, and she kept her face slightly averted. "You were at Margaret Bonford's meeting the other evening," he said to her. Miriam did not know this courteous Paul. Clara glanced at him. "Yes," she said. "Why?" asked Miriam. "How do you know?" "I went in for a few minutes before the train came," he answered. Clara turned away again rather disdainfully. "I think she's a lovable little woman," said Paul. "Margaret Bonford!" exclaimed Clara. "She's a great deal cleverer than most men." "Well, I didn't say she wasn't," he said, deprecating. "She's lovable for all that." "And of course that is all that matters," said Clara, witheringly. He rubbed his head, rather perplexed, rather annoyed. "I suppose it matters more than her cleverness," he said, "which after all would never get her to heaven." "It's not heaven she wants to get, it's her fair share on earth," retorted Clara. She spoke as if he were responsible for some deprivation which Miss Bonford suffered. "Well," he said, "I thought she was warm, and awfully nice, only too frail. I wished she was sitting comfortably in peace." "Darning her husband's stockings," said Clara, scathingly. "I'm sure she wouldn't mind darning even my stockings," he said, "and I'm sure she'd do them well, just as I wouldn't mind blacking her boots if she wanted me to." But Clara refused to answer this sally of his. He talked to Miriam for a little while. The other woman held aloof. "Well," he said, "I think I'll go and see Edgar. Is he on the land?" "I believe," said Miriam, "he's gone for a load of coal. He should be back directly." "Then," he said, "I'll go and meet him." Miriam dared not propose anything for the three of them. He rose and left them. On the top road where the gorse was out he saw Edgar walking lazily beside the mare, who nodded her white-starred forehead as she dragged the clanking load of coal. The young farmer's face lighted up as he saw his friend. Edgar was good-looking, with dark, warm eyes. His clothes were old and rather disreputable, and he walked with considerable pride. "Hello," he said, seeing Paul bareheaded. "Where are you going?" "Came to meet you. Can't stand Nevermore." Edgar's teeth flashed in a laugh of amusement. "Who is Nevermore?" he asked. "The lady, Mrs. Dawes. It ought to be Mrs. the Raven that quaffed Nevermore." Edgar laughed with glee. "Don't you like her?" he said. "Not a fat lot," said Paul. "Why, do you?" "No." The answer came with a deep ring of conviction. "No." Edgar pursed up his lips. "I can't say she's much in my line." He mused a little. Then, "But why do you call her Nevermore?" he asked. "Well," said Paul, "if she looks at a man, she says haughtily, 'Nevermore,' and if she looks at herself in the looking-glass, she says disdainfully, 'Nevermore.' And if she thinks back, she says it in disgust, and if she looks forward, she says it cynically." Edgar considered this speech, failed to make much out of it, and said, laughing, "You think she's a man-hater?" "She thinks she is," replied Paul. "But you don't think so?" "No," replied Paul. "Wasn't she nice with you then?" "Could you imagine her nice with anybody?" asked the young man. Edgar laughed. Together they unloaded the coal in the yard. Paul was rather self-conscious, because he knew Clara could see if she looked out of the window. She didn't look. On Saturday afternoons the horses were brushed down and groomed. Paul and Edgar worked together, sneezing with the dust that came from the pelts of Jimmy and Flower. "Do you know a new song to teach me?" said Edgar. He continued to work all the time. The back of his neck was sun-red, when he bent down, and his fingers that held the brush were thick. Paul watched him sometimes. "Mary Morrison?" suggested the younger. Edgar agreed. He had a good tenor voice, and he loved to learn all the songs his friend could teach him, so that he could sing whilst he was carting. Paul had a very indifferent baritone voice, but a good ear. However, he sang softly, for fear of Clara. Edgar repeated the line in a clear tenor. At times they both broke off to sneeze, and first one, then the other, abused his horse. Miriam was impatient of men. It took so little to amuse them, even Paul. She thought it anomalous in him that he could be so thoroughly absorbed in a triviality. It was tea time when they had finished. "What song was that?" asked Miriam. Edgar told her. The conversation turned to singing. "We have such jolly times," Miriam said to Clara. Mrs. Dawes ate her meal in a slow, dignified way. Whenever the men were present she grew distant. "Do you like singing?" Miriam asked her. "If it is good," she said. Paul, of course, coloured. "You mean if it is high class and trained?" he said. "I think a voice needs training before the singing is anything," she said. "You might as well insist on having people's voices trained before you allow them to talk," he replied. "Really, people sing for their own pleasure as a rule. And it may be for other people's discomfort." "Then the other people should have flaps to their ears," he replied. The boys laughed. There was silence. He flushed deeply, and ate in silence. After tea, when all the men had gone but Paul, Mrs. Lavers said to Clara, "And you find life happier now?" "Infinitely." "And you're satisfied?" "So long as I can be free and independent." "And you don't miss anything in your life?" asked Mrs. Lavers gently. "I've put all that behind me." Paul had been feeling uncomfortable during this discourse. He got up. "You'll find you're always tumbling over the things you've put behind you," he said. Then he took his departure to the cowsheds. He felt he had been very witty, and his manly pride was high. He whistled as he went down the brick track. Miriam came for him a little later to know if he would go with Clara and her for a walk. They set off, down to Strelley Mill Farm. As they were going beside the brook, on the Willey waterside, looking through the break at the edge of the wood, where pink campions glowed under a few sunbeams, they saw, beyond the tree trunks and the thin hazel bushes, a man leading a great bay horse through the gullies. The big red beast seemed to dance romantically through that dimness of green hazel drift, away there where the air was shadowy, as if it were in the past, among the fading bluebells that might have bloomed for Deirdre of Iseult. The three stood charmed. "What a treat to be a knight," he said, "and to have a pavilion here." "And to have us shut up safely," replied Clara. "Yes," he answered, "singing with your maids at your broidery. I would carry your banner of white and green and heliotrope. I would have WSPU emblazoned on my shield, beneath a woman rampant." "I have no doubt," said Clara, "that you would much rather fight for a woman than let her fight for herself." "I would. When she fights for herself, she seems like a dog before a looking-glass, gone into a mad fury with its own shadow." "And you are the looking-glass?" she asked, with a curl of the lip. "Or the shadow," he replied. "I am afraid," she said, "that you are too clever." "Well, I leave it to you to be good," he retorted, laughing. "Be good, sweet maid, and just let me be clever." But Clara wearied of this flippancy. Suddenly, looking at her, he saw that the upward lifting of her face was misery and not scorn. His heart grew tender for everybody. He turned and was gentle with Miriam, whom he had neglected till then. At the wood's edge they met Lim, a thin, swarthy man of 40, tenant of Strelley Mill, which he ran as a cattle-raising farm. He held the halter of the powerful stallion indifferently, as if he were tired. The three stood to let him pass over the stepping-stones of the first brook. Paul admired that so large an animal should walk on such springy toes, with an endless excess of vigour. Lim pulled up before them. "Tell your father, Miss Lavers," he said, in a peculiar piping voice, "that his young beeses has broke that bottom fence 3 days and running." "Which?" asked Miriam, tremulous. The great horse breathed heavily, shifting round its red flanks and looking suspiciously, with its wonderful big eyes, upwards from under its lowered head and falling mane. "Come along a bit," replied Lim, "and I'll show you." The man and the stallion went forward. It danced sideways, shaking its white fetlocks, and looking frightened, as if it felt itself in the brook. "No hanky-pankying," said the man affectionately to the beast. It went up the bank in little leaps, then splashed finely through the second brook. Clara, walking with a kind of sulky abandon, watched it, half fascinated, half contemptuous. Lim stopped and pointed to the fence under some willows. "There, you see where they got through," he said. "My man's druv 'em back 3 times." "Yes," answered Miriam, colouring as if she were at fault. "Are you coming in?" asked the man. "No, thanks, but we should like to go by the pond." "Well, just as you've a mind," he said. The horse gave little whinnies of pleasure at being so near home. "He is glad to be back," said Clara, who was interested in the creature. "Yes, he's been a tidy step to-day." They went through the gate, and saw approaching them from the big farmhouse a smallish, dark, excitable-looking woman of about 35. Her hair was touched with grey. Her dark eyes looked wild. She walked with her hands behind her back. Her brother went forward. As it saw her, the big bay stallion whinnied again. She came up excitedly. "Are you home again, my boy?" she said tenderly to the horse, not to the man. The great beast shifted round to her, ducking his head. She smuggled into his mouth the wrinkled yellow apple she had been hiding behind her back, then she kissed him near the eyes. He gave a big sigh of pleasure. She held his head in her arms against her breast. "Isn't he splendid?" said Miriam to her. Miss Lim looked up. Her dark eyes glanced straight at Paul. "Oh, good evening, Miss Lavers," she said. "It's ages since you've been down." Miriam introduced her friends. "Your horse is a fine fellow," said Clara. "Isn't he?" Again she kissed him. "As loving as any man." "More loving than most men, I should think," replied Clara. "He's a nice boy," cried the woman again, embracing the horse. Clara, fascinated by the big beast, went up to stroke his neck. "He's quite gentle," said Miss Lim. "Don't you think big fellows are?" "He's a beauty," replied Clara. She wanted to look in his eyes. She wanted him to look at her. "It's a pity he can't talk," she said. "Oh, but he can, all but," replied the other woman. Then her brother moved on with the horse. "Are you coming in? Do come in, Mr. I didn't catch it." "Morel," said Miriam. "No, we won't come in, but we should like to go by the mill pond." "Yes, yes, do. Do you fish, Mr. Morel?" "No," said Paul. "Because if you do, you might come and fish any time," said Miss Lim. "We scarcely see a soul from week's end to week's end. I should be thankful." "What fish are there in the pond?" he asked. They went through the front garden, over the sluice and up the steep bank to the pond, which lay in shadow, with its 2 wooded islets. Paul walked with Miss Lim. "I shouldn't mind swimming here," he said. "Do," she replied. "Come when you like. My brother will be awfully pleased to talk with you. He is so quiet, because there's no one to talk to. Do come and swim." Clara came up. "It's a fine depth," she said, "and so clear." "Yes," said Miss Lim. "Do you swim?" said Paul. "Miss Lim was just saying we could come when we liked." "Of course there's the farm hands," said Miss Lim. They talked a few moments, then went up the wild hill, leaving the lonely, haggard-eyed woman on the bank. The hillside was all ripe with sunshine. It was wild and tussocky, given over to rabbits. The 3 walked in silence. Then, "She makes me feel uncomfortable," said Paul. "You mean Miss Lim?" asked Miriam. "Yes." "What's the matter with her? Is she going dotty with being too lonely?" "Yes," said Miriam. "It's not the right sort of life for her. I think it's cruel to bury her there. I really ought to go and see her more. But she upsets me." "She makes me feel sorry for her. Yes, and she bothers me," he said. "I suppose," blurted Clara suddenly, "she wants a man." The other 2 were silent for a few moments. "But it's the loneliness sends her cracked," said Paul. Clara did not answer, but strode on uphill. She was walking with her head hanging, her legs swinging as she kicked through the dead thistles and the tussocky grass, her arms hanging loose. Rather than walking, her handsome body seemed to be blundering up the hill. A hot wave went over Paul. He was curious about her. Perhaps life had been cruel to her. He forgot Miriam, who was walking beside him talking to him. She glanced at him, finding he did not answer her. His eyes were fixed ahead on Clara. "Do you still think she is disagreeable?" she asked. He did not notice that the question was sudden. It ran with his thoughts. "Something's the matter with her," he said. "Yes," answered Miriam. They found at the top of the hill a hidden wild field, 2 sides of which were backed by the wood, the other sides by high loose hedges of hawthorn and elder bushes. Between these overgrown bushes were gaps that the cattle might have walked through, had there been any cattle now. There the turf was smooth as velveteen, padded and holed by the rabbits. The field itself was coarse and crowded with tall, big cowslips that had never been cut. Clusters of strong flowers rose everywhere above the coarse tussocks of bent. It was like a roadstead crowded with tall, fairy shipping. "Ah!" cried Miriam, and she looked at Paul, her dark eyes dilating. He smiled. Together they enjoyed the field of flowers. Clara, a little way off, was looking at the cowslips disconsolately. Paul and Miriam stayed close together, talking in subdued tones. He kneeled on one knee, quickly gathering the best blossoms, moving from tuft to tuft, restlessly, talking softly all the time. Miriam plucked the flowers lovingly, lingering over them. He always seemed to her too quick and almost scientific. Yet his bunches had a natural beauty more than hers. He loved them, but as if they were his and he had a right to them. She had more reverence for them. They held something she had not. The flowers were very fresh and sweet. He wanted to drink them. As he gathered them, he ate the little yellow trumpets. Clara was still wandering about disconsolately. Going towards her, he said, "Why don't you get some? I don't believe in it. They look better growing. But you'd like some. They want to be left. I don't believe they do. I don't want the corpses of flowers about me," she said. "That's a stiff, artificial notion," he said. "They don't die any quicker in water than on their roots. And beside they look nice in a bowl. They look jolly. And you only call a thing a corpse because it looks corpse-like. Whether it is one or not," she argued. "It isn't one to me. A dead flower isn't a corpse of a flower." Clara now ignored him. "And even so, what right have you to pull them?" she asked. "Because I like them, and want them. And there's plenty of them." "And that is sufficient." "Yes, why not? I'm sure they'd smell nice in your room in Nottingham. And I should have the pleasure of watching them die. But then, it does not matter if they do die." Whereupon he left her, and went stooping over the clumps of tangled flowers which thickly sprinkled the field like pale, luminous foam clots. Miriam had come close. Clara was kneeling, breathing some scent from the cowslips. "I think," said Miriam, "if you treat them with reverence, you don't do them any harm. It is the spirit you pluck them in that matters." "Yes," he said, "but no, you get 'em because you want 'em, and that's all." He held out his bunch. Miriam was silent. He picked some more. "Look at these," he continued. "Sturdy and lusty, like little trees." Chapter 9, Part 3, of Sons and Lovers, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clara's hat lay on the grass not far off. She was kneeling, bending forward still to smell the flowers. Her neck gave him a sharp pang. Such a beautiful thing, yet not proud of itself just now. Her breast swung slightly in her blouse. The arching curve of her back was beautiful and strong. She wore no stays. Suddenly, without knowing, he was scattering a handful of cowslips over her hair and neck, saying, "Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. If the Lord won't have you, the devil must." The chill flowers fell on her neck. She looked up at him with almost pitiful, scared grey eyes, wondering what he was doing. Flowers fell on her face, and she shut her eyes. Suddenly, standing there above her, he felt awkward. "I thought you wanted a funeral," he said, ill at ease. Clara laughed strangely and rose, picking the cowslips from her hair. She took up her hat and pinned it on. One flower had remained tangled in her hair. He saw, but would not tell her. He gathered up the flowers he had sprinkled over her. At the edge of the wood the bluebells had flowed over into the field and stood there like flood water. But they were fading now. Clara strayed up to them. He wandered after her. The bluebells pleased him. "Look how they've come out of the wood," he said. Then she turned with a flash of warmth and of gratitude. "Yes," she smiled. His blood beat up. "It makes me think of the wild men of the woods, how terrified they would be when they got breast to breast with the open space." "Do you think they were?" she asked. "I wonder which was more frightened among old tribes, those bursting out of their darkness of woods upon all the space of light, or those from the open, tiptoeing into the forests." "I should think the second," she answered. "Yes, you do feel like one of the open space sort, trying to force yourself into the dark, don't you?" "How should I know?" she answered queerly. The conversation ended there. The evening was deepening over the earth. Already the valley was full of shadow. One tiny square of light stood opposite at Crossley Bank Farm. Brightness was swimming on the tops of the hills. Miriam came up slowly, her face in her big, loose bunch of flowers, walking ankle-deep through the scattered froth of the cowslips. Beyond her the trees were coming into shape, all shadow. "Shall we go?" she asked. And the three turned away. They were all silent. Going down the path they could see the light of home right across, and on the ridge of the hill a thin dark outline with little lights, where the colliery village touched the sky. "It has been nice, hasn't it?" he asked. Miriam murmured assent. Clara was silent. "Don't you think so?" he persisted. But she walked with her head up, and still did not answer. He could tell by the way she moved, as if she didn't care, that she suffered. At this time Paul took his mother to Lincoln. She was bright and enthusiastic as ever, but as he sat opposite her in the railway carriage, she seemed to look frail. He had a momentary sensation, as if she were slipping away from him. Then he wanted to get hold of her, to fasten her, almost to chain her. He felt he must keep hold of her with his hand. They drew near to the city. Both were at the window looking for the cathedral. "There she is, mother!" he cried. They saw the great cathedral lying couchant above the plain. "Ah!" she exclaimed, "so she is!" He looked at his mother. Her blue eyes were watching the cathedral quietly. She seemed again to be beyond him. Something in the eternal repose of the uplifted cathedral, blue and noble against the sky, was reflected in her, something of the fatality. What was, was. With all his young will he could not alter it. He saw her face, the skin still fresh and pink and downy, but crow's feet near her eyes, her eyelids steady, sinking a little, her mouth always closed with disillusion. And there was on her the same eternal look, as if she knew fate at last. He beat against it with all the strength of his soul. "Look, mother, how big she is above the town! Think, there are streets and streets below her. She looks bigger than the city altogether." "So she does!" exclaimed his mother, breaking bright into life again. But he had seen her sitting, looking steady out of the window at the cathedral, her face and eyes fixed, reflecting the relentlessness of life. And the crow's feet near her eyes, and her mouth shut so hard, made him feel he would go mad. They ate a meal that she considered wildly extravagant. "Don't imagine I like it," she said, as she ate her cutlet. "I don't like it. I really don't. Just think of your money wasted." "You never mind my money," he said. "You forget I'm a fellow taking his girl for an outing." And he bought her some blue violets. "Stop it at once, sir," she commanded. "How can I do it? You've got nothing to do. Stand still." And in the middle of High Street he stuck the flowers in her coat. "An old thing like me," she said, sniffing. "You see," he said, "I want people to think we're awful swells. So look ikey." "I'll jowl your head," she laughed. "Strut," he commanded. "Be a fantail pigeon." It took him an hour to get her through the street. She stood above Glory Hole. She stood before Stone Bow. She stood everywhere, and exclaimed. A man came up, took off his hat, and bowed to her. "Can I show you the town, madam?" "No, thank you," she answered. "I've got my son." Then Paul was cross with her for not answering with more dignity. "You go away with you," she exclaimed. "Ha! That's the Jew's house. Now, do you remember that lecture, Paul?" But she could scarcely climb the cathedral hill. He did not notice. Then suddenly he found her unable to speak. He took her into a little public house, where she rested. "It's nothing," she said. "My heart is only a bit old. One must expect it." He did not answer, but looked at her. Again his heart was crushed in a hot grip. He wanted to cry. He wanted to smash things in fury. They set off again, pace by pace, so slowly. And every step seemed like a weight on his chest. He felt as if his heart would burst. At last they came to the top. She stood enchanted, looking at the castle gate, looking at the cathedral front. She had quite forgotten herself. "Now this is better than I thought it could be," she cried. But he hated it. Everywhere he followed her, brooding. They sat together in the cathedral. They attended a little service in the choir. She was timid. "I suppose it is open to anybody?" she asked him. "Yes," he replied. "Do you think they'd have the damned cheek to send us away?" "Well, I'm sure," she exclaimed, "they would if they heard your language." Her face seemed to shine again with joy and peace during the service. And all the time he was wanting to rage and smash things and cry. Afterwards, when they were leaning over the wall, looking at the town below, he blurted suddenly, "Why can't a man have a young mother? What is she old for?" "Well," his mother laughed, "she can scarcely help it." "And why wasn't I the oldest son? Look, they say the young ones have the advantage, but look, they had the young mother. You should have had me for your eldest son." "I didn't arrange it," she remonstrated. "Come to consider, you're as much to blame as me." He turned on her, white, his eyes furious. "What are you old for?" he said, mad with his impotence. "Why can't you walk? Why can't you come with me to places?" "At one time," she replied, "I could have run up that hill a good deal better than you." "What's the good of that to me?" he cried, hitting his fist on the wall. Then he became plaintive. "It's too bad of you to be ill. Little, it is." "Ill!" she cried. "I'm a bit old, and you'll have to put up with it, that's all." They were quiet, but it was as much as they could bear. They got jolly again over tea. As they sat by Brayford, watching the boats, he told her about Clara. His mother asked him innumerable questions. "Then who does she live with?" "With her mother, on Bluebell Hill." "And have they enough to keep them?" "I don't think so. I think they do lace work." "And wherein lies her charm, my boy?" "I don't know that she's charming, mother, but she's nice. And she seems straight, you know, not a bit deep, not a bit. But she's a good deal older than you." "She's 30. I'm going of 23. "You haven't told me what you like her for." "Because I don't know. A sort of defiant way she's got. A sort of angry way." Mrs. Morell considered. She would have been glad now for her son to fall in love with some woman who would, she did not know what. But he fretted so, got so furious suddenly, and again was melancholic. She wished he knew some nice woman. She did not know what she wished, but left it vague. At any rate, she was not hostile to the idea of Clara. Annie, too, was getting married. Leonard had gone away to work in Birmingham. One weekend, when he was home, she had said to him, "You don't look very well, my lad." "I don't know," he said. "I feel anyhow or nohow, ma." He called her ma already in his boyish fashion. "Are you sure they're good lodgings?" she asked. "Yes, yes, only it's a wonder when you have to pour your own tea out, and nobody to grouse if you team it in your saucer and sup it up. It somehow takes the taste out of it." Mrs. Morell laughed. "And so it knocks you up," she said. "I dunno. I want to get married," he blurted, twisting his fingers and looking down at his boots. There was a silence. "But," she exclaimed, "I thought you said you'd wait another year." "Yes, I did say so," he replied stubbornly. Again she considered. "And you know," she said, "Annie's a bit of a spendthrift. She's saved no more than £11. And I know, lad, you haven't had much chance." He coloured up to the ears. "I've got 33 quid, he said. "It doesn't go far," she answered. He said nothing, but twisted his fingers. "And you know," she said, "I've nothing." "I didn't want, ma," he cried, very red, suffering and remonstrating. "No, my lad, I know. I was only wishing I had. And take away £5 for the wedding and things, it leaves £29. You won't do much on that." He twisted still, impotent, stubborn, not looking up. "But do you really want to get married?" she asked. "Do you feel as if you ought?" He gave her one straight look from his blue eyes. "Yes," he said. "Then," she replied, "we must all do the best we can for it, lad." The next time he looked up there were tears in his eyes. "I don't want Annie to feel handicapped," he said, struggling. "My lad," she said, "you're steady. You've got a decent place. If a man had needed me, I'd have married him on his last week's wages. She may find it a bit hard to start humbly. Young girls are like that. They look forward to the fine home they think they'll have. But I had expensive furniture. It's not everything." So the wedding took place almost immediately. Arthur came home and was splendid in uniform. Annie looked nice in a dove grey dress that she could take for Sundays. Morell called her a fool for getting married, and was cool with his son-in-law. Mrs. Morell had white tips in her bonnet, and some white on her blouse, and was teased by both her sons for fancying herself so grand. Leonard was jolly and cordial, and felt a fearful fool. Paul could not quite see what Annie wanted to get married for. He was fond of her, and she of him. Still, he hoped rather lugubriously that it would turn out all right. Arthur was astonishingly handsome in his scarlet and yellow, and he knew it well, but was secretly ashamed of the uniform. Annie cried her eyes up in the kitchen, on leaving her mother. Mrs. Morell cried a little, then patted her on the back, and said, "But don't cry, child. He'll be good to you." Morell stamped and said she was a fool to go and tie herself up. Leonard looked white and overwrought. Mrs. Morell said to him, "I shall trust her to you, my lad, and hold you responsible for her." "You can," he said, nearly dead with the ordeal, and it was all over. When Morell and Arthur were in bed, Paul sat talking, as he often did, with his mother. "You're not sorry she's married, mother, are you?" he asked. "I'm not sorry she's married, but it seems strange that she should go from me. It even seems to me hard that she can prefer to go with her Leonard. That's how mothers are. I know it's silly." "And shall you be miserable about her?" "When I think of my own wedding day," his mother answered, "I can only hope her life will be different." "But you can trust him to be good to her?" "Yes, yes. They say he's not good enough for her, but I say if a man is genuine, as he is, and a girl is fond of him, then it should be all right. He's as good as she. So you don't mind? I would never have let a daughter of mine marry a man I didn't feel to be genuine through and through. And yet, there's the gap now she's gone." They were both miserable, and wanted her back again. It seemed to Paul his mother looked lonely, in her new black silk blouse with its bit of white trimming. "At any rate, mother, I shall never marry," he said. "Ay, they all say that, my lad. You've not met the one yet. Only wait a year or two." "But I shan't marry, mother. I shall live with you, and we'll have a servant." "Ay, my lad, it's easy to talk. We'll see when the time comes." "What time? I'm nearly 23. "Yes, you're not one that would marry young. But in 3 years' time, I shall be with you just the same. We'll see, my boy, we'll see." "But you don't want me to marry?" "I shouldn't like to think of you going through your life without anybody to care for and do, no." "And you think I ought to marry?" "Sooner or later every man ought." "But you'd rather it were later?" "It would be hard, and very hard. It's as they say, a son's my son till he takes him a wife, but my daughter's my daughter the whole of her life." "And you think I'd let a wife take me from you?" "Well, you wouldn't ask her to marry your mother as well as you." Mrs. Morell smiled. "She could do what she liked. She wouldn't have to interfere." "She wouldn't, till she'd got you. And then you'd see." "I never will see. I'll never marry while I've got you. I won't." "But I shouldn't like to leave you with nobody, my boy," she cried. "You're not going to leave me. What are you, 53? I'll give you till 75. There you are, I'm fat and 44. Then I'll marry a staid body. See?" His mother sat and laughed. "Go to bed," she said. "Go to bed. And we'll have a pretty house, you and me, and a servant, and it'll be just all right. I shall perhaps be rich with my painting." "Will you go to bed?" "And then you shall have a pony carriage. See yourself, a little Queen Victoria trotting around." "I tell you to go to bed," she laughed. He kissed her and went. His plans for the future were always the same. Mrs. Morell sat brooding, about her daughter, about Paul, about Arthur. She fretted at losing Annie. The family was very closely bound, and she felt she must live now to be with her children. Life was so rich for her. Paul wanted her, and so did Arthur. Arthur never knew how deeply he loved her. He was a creature of the moment. Never yet had he been forced to realise himself. The army had disciplined his body, but not his soul. He was in perfect health and very handsome. His dark, vigorous hair sat close to his smallish head. There was something childish about his nose, something almost girlish about his dark blue eyes. But he had the full red mouth of a man under his brown moustache, and his jaw was strong. It was his father's mouth. It was the nose and eyes of her own mother's people. Good-looking, weak-principled folk. Mrs. Morell was anxious about him. Once he had really run the rig, he was safe, but how far would he go? The army had really not done him any good. He resented bitterly the authority of the petty officers. He hated having to obey as if he were an animal. But he had too much sense to kick. So he turned his attention to getting the best out of it. He could sing. He was a boon companion. Often he got into scrapes, but they were the manly scrapes that are easily condoned. So he made a good time out of it, whilst his self-respect was in suppression. He trusted to his good looks and handsome figure, his refinement, his decent education to get him most of what he wanted. And he was not disappointed. Yet he was restless. Something seemed to gnaw him inside. He was never still. He was never alone. With his mother he was rather humble. Paul he admired and loved and despised slightly. And Paul admired and loved and despised him slightly. Mrs. Morell had had a few pounds left to her by her father, and she decided to buy her son out of the army. He was wild with joy. Now he was like a lad taking a holiday. He had always been fond of Beatrice Wilde, and during his furlough he picked up with her again. She was stronger and better in health. The two often went long walks together, Arthur taking her arm in soldier's fashion, rather stiffly, and she came to play the piano whilst he sang. Then Arthur would unhook his tunic collar. He grew flushed, his eyes were bright. He sang in a manly tenor. Afterwards they sat together on the sofa. He seemed to flaunt his body. She was aware of him so, the strong chest, the sides, the thighs in their close-fitting trousers. He liked to lapse into the dialect when he talked to her. She would sometimes smoke with him. Occasionally she would only take a few whiffs of his cigarette. "Nay," he said to her one evening when she reached for his cigarette. "Nay, that doesna. I'll gie thee a smoke kiss if 'tis a mind." "I wanted a whiff, no kiss at all," she answered. "Well, and tha's I a whiff," he said, "along with kiss." "I want to draw at thy fag," she cried, snatching for the cigarette between his lips. He was sitting with his shoulder touching her. She was small and quick as lightning. He just escaped. "I'll gie thee a smoke kiss," he said. "That a knivey nuisance, Artie Morell," she said, sitting back. "I a smoke kiss." The soldier leaned forward to her, smiling. His face was near hers. "Shonna," she replied, turning away her head. He took a draw at his cigarette, and pursed up his mouth, and put his lips close to her. His dark brown cropped moustache stood out like a brush. She looked at the puckered crimson lips, then suddenly snatched the cigarette from his fingers and darted away. He, leaping after her, seized the comb from her back hair. She turned, threw the cigarette at him. He picked it up, put it in his mouth, and sat down. "Nuisance!" she cried. "Give me my comb." She was afraid that her hair, specially done for him, would come down. She stood with her hands to her head. He hid the comb between his knees. "I've none got it," he said. The cigarette trembled between his lips with laughter as he spoke. "Liar!" she said. "'S true as I'm here," he laughed, showing his hands. "You brazen imp!" she exclaimed, rushing and scuffling for the comb, which he had under his knees. As she wrestled with him, pulling at his smooth, tight-covered knees, he laughed till he lay back on the sofa, shaking with laughter. The cigarette fell from his mouth, almost singeing his throat. Under his delicate tan the blood flushed up, and he laughed till his blue eyes were blinded, his throat swollen almost to choking. Then he sat up. Beatrice was putting in her comb. "That tickled me, Pete," he said thickly. Like a flash her small white hand went out and smacked his face. He started up, glaring at her. They stared at each other. Slowly the flush mounted her cheek. She dropped her eyes, then her head. He sat down sulkily. She went into the scullery to adjust her hair. In private there she shed a few tears. She did not know what for. When she returned she was pursed up close, but it was only a film over her fire. He, with ruffled hair, was sulking upon the sofa. She sat down opposite, in the armchair, and neither spoke. The clock ticked in the silence like blows. "You are a little cat, Pete," he said at length, half apologetically. "Well, you shouldn't be brazen," she replied. There was again a long silence. He whistled to himself, like a man much agitated but defiant. Suddenly she went across to him and kissed him. "Did it? Poor thing," she mocked. He lifted her face, smiling curiously. "Kiss?" he invited her. "Daren't I?" she asked. "Go on," he challenged, his mouth lifted to her. Deliberately, and with a peculiar quivering smile that seemed to overspread her whole body, she put her mouth on his. Immediately his arms folded round her. As soon as the long kiss was finished, she drew back her head from him, put her delicate fingers on his neck through the open collar. Then she closed her eyes, giving herself up again in a kiss. She acted of her own free will. What she would do she did, and made nobody responsible. Paul felt life changing around him. The conditions of youth were gone. Now it was a home of grown-up people. Annie was a married woman. Arthur was following his own pleasure in a way unknown to his folk. For so long they had all lived at home, and gone out to pass their time. But now, for Annie and Arthur, life lay outside their mother's house. They came home for holiday and for rest. So there was that strange, half-empty feeling about the house, as if the birds had flown. Paul became more and more unsettled. Annie and Arthur had gone. He was restless to follow. Yet home was for him beside his mother. And still there was something else, something outside, something he wanted. He grew more and more restless. Miriam did not satisfy him. His old mad desire to be with her grew weaker. Sometimes he met Clara in Nottingham. Sometimes he went to meetings with her. Sometimes he saw her at Willey Farm. But on these last occasions the situation became strained. There was a triangle of antagonism between Paul and Clara and Miriam. With Clara he took on a smart, worldly, mocking tone, very antagonistic to Miriam. It did not matter what went before. She might be intimate and sad with him. Then as soon as Clara appeared, it all vanished, and he played to the newcomer. Miriam had one beautiful evening with him in the hay. He had been on the horse-rake, and, having finished, came to help her to put the hay in cocks. Then he talked to her of his hopes and despairs, and his whole soul seemed to lie bare before her. She felt as if she watched the very quivering stuff of life in him. The moon came out. They walked home together. He seemed to have come to her because he needed her so badly, and she listened to him, gave him all her love and her faith. It seemed to her he brought her the best of himself to keep, and that she would guard it all her life. Nay, the sky did not cherish the stars more surely and eternally than she would guard the good in the soul of Paul Morell. She went on home alone, feeling exalted, glad in her faith. And then, the next day, Clara came. They were to have tea in the hayfield. Miriam watched the evening drawing to gold and shadow. And all the time Paul was sporting with Clara. He made higher and higher heaps of hay that they were jumping over. Miriam did not care for the game, and stood aside. Edgar and Geoffrey and Maurice and Clara and Paul jumped. Paul won because he was light. Clara's blood was roused. She could run like an Amazon. Paul loved the determined way she rushed at the haycock and leaped, landing on the other side, her breasts shaken, her thick hair coming undone. "You touched!" he cried. "You touched!" "No," she flashed, turning to Edgar. "I didn't touch, did I? Wasn't I clear?" "I couldn't say," laughed Edgar. None of them could say. "But you touched," said Paul. "You're beaten." "I did not touch," she cried. "As plain as anything," said Paul. "Box his ears for me," she cried to Edgar. "Nay," Edgar laughed, "I daren't. You must do it yourself." "And nothing can alter the fact that you touched," laughed Paul. She was furious with him. Her little triumph before these lads and men was gone. She had forgotten herself in the game. Now he was to humble her. "I think you are despicable," she said. And again he laughed, in a way that tortured Miriam. "And I knew you couldn't jump that heap," he teased. She turned her back on him. Yet everybody could see that the only person she listened to, or was conscious of, was he, and he of her. It pleased the men to see this battle between them, but Miriam was tortured. Paul could choose the lesser in place of the higher, she saw. He could be unfaithful to himself, unfaithful to the real, deep Paul Morell. There was a danger of his becoming frivolous, of his running after his satisfactions like any Arthur, or like his father. It made Miriam bitter to think that he should throw away his soul for this flippant traffic of triviality with Clara. She walked in bitterness and silence, while the other two rallied each other, and Paul sported. And afterwards he would not own it, but he was rather ashamed of himself, and protested himself before Miriam. Then again he rebelled. "It's not religious to be religious," he said. "I reckon a crow is religious when it sails across the sky. But it only does it because it feels itself carried to where it's going, not because it thinks it is being eternal. But Miriam knew that one should be religious in everything, have God, whatever God might be, present in everything. "I don't believe God knows such a lot about himself," he cried. "God doesn't know things, he is things. And I'm sure he's not soulful." And then it seemed to her that Paul was arguing God onto his own side because he wanted his own way and his own pleasure. There was a long battle between him and her. He was utterly unfaithful to her, even in her own presence. Then he was ashamed, then repentant, then he hated her, and went off again. Those were the ever-recurring conditions. She fretted him to the bottom of his soul. There she remained, sad, pensive, a worshipper, and he caused her sorrow. Half the time he grieved for her, half the time he hated her. She was his conscience, and he felt, somehow, he had got a conscience that was too much for him. He could not leave her, because in one way she did hold the best of him. He could not stay with her because she did not take the rest of him, which was 3/4. So he chafed himself into rawness over her. When she was 21, he wrote her a letter which could only have been written to her. "May I speak of our old worn love this last time? It too is changing, is it not? Say, has not the body of that love died and left you its invulnerable soul? You see, I can give you a spirit love. I have given it you this long, long time, but not embodied passion. See, you are a nun. I have given you what I would give a holy nun, as a mystic monk to a mystic nun. Surely you esteem it best. Yet you regret, no, have regretted, the other. In all our relations no body enters. I do not talk to you through the senses, rather through the spirit. That is why we cannot love in the common sense. Ours is not an everyday affection. As yet we are mortal, and to live side by side with one another would be dreadful, for somehow with you I cannot long be trivial. And, you know, to be always beyond this mortal state would be to lose it. If people marry, they must live together as affectionate humans, who may be commonplace with each other, without feeling awkward, not as two souls. So I feel it. Ought I to send this letter? I doubt it. But there, it is best to understand. Au revoir." Miriam read this letter twice, after which she sealed it up. A year later she broke the seal to show her mother the letter. "You are a nun, you are a nun." The words went into her heart, again and again. Nothing he ever had said had gone into her so deeply, fixedly, like a mortal wound. She answered 2 days after the party. "Our intimacy would have been all beautiful but for one little mistake," she quoted. "Was the mistake mine?" Almost immediately he replied to her from Nottingham, sending her at the same time a little Omar Khayyam. "I am glad you answered. You are so calm and natural you put me to shame. What a ranter I am! We are often out of sympathy, but in fundamentals we may always be together, I think. I must thank you for your sympathy with my painting and drawing. Many a sketch is dedicated to you. I do look forward to your criticisms, which, to my shame and glory, are always grand appreciations. It is a lovely joke, that. Au revoir." This was the end of the first phase of Paul's love affair. He was now about 23 years old, and though still virgin, the sex instinct that Miriam had over-refined for so long now grew particularly strong. Often, as he talked to Clara Dawes, came that thickening and quickening of his blood, that peculiar concentration in the breast, as if something were alive there, a new self, or a new centre of consciousness, warning him that sooner or later he would have to ask one woman or another. But he belonged to Miriam. Of that she was so fixedly sure that he allowed her right. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clara. When he was 23 years old, Paul sent in a landscape to the winter exhibition at Nottingham Castle. Miss Jordan had taken a good deal of interest in him, had invited him to her house, where he met other artists. He was beginning to grow ambitious. One morning the postman came just as he was washing in the scullery. Suddenly he heard a wild noise from his mother. Rushing into the kitchen, he found her standing on the hearthrug, wildly waving a letter and crying, "Hurrah!" as if she had gone mad. He was shocked and frightened. "Why, mother!" he exclaimed. She flew to him, flung her arms round him for a moment, then waved the letter, crying, "Hurrah, my boy! I knew we should do it." He was afraid of her, the small, severe woman with greying hair, suddenly bursting out in such frenzy. The postman came running back, afraid something had happened. They saw his tipped cap over the short curtain. Mrs. Morell rushed to the door. "His picture's got first prize, Fred," she cried, "and is sold for 20 guineas. "My word, that's something like," said the young postman, whom they had known all his life. "And Major Morton has bought it," she cried. "It looks like meaning something, that does, Mrs. Morell," said the postman, his blue eyes bright. He was glad to have brought such a lucky letter. Mrs. Morell went indoors and sat down trembling. Paul was afraid lest she might have misread the letter, and might be disappointed after all. He scrutinized it once, twice. Yes, he became convinced it was true. Then he sat down, his heart beating with joy. "Mother!" he exclaimed. "Didn't I say we should do it?" she said, pretending she was not crying. He took the kettle off the fire and mashed the tea. "You didn't think, mother," he began tentatively. "No, my son, not so much, but I expected a good deal." "But not so much," he said. "No, no, but I knew we should do it." And then she recovered her composure, apparently at least. He sat with his shirt turned back, showing his young throat almost like a girl's, and the towel in his hand, his hair sticking up wet. 20 guineas, mother! That's just what you wanted to buy Arthur out. Now you needn't borrow any. It'll just do." "Indeed I shan't take it all," she said. "But why?" "Because I shan't." "Well, you have £12, I'll have 9. They cavilled about sharing the 20 guineas. She wanted to take only the £5 she needed. He would not hear of it, so they got over the stress of emotion by quarrelling. Morell came home at night from the pit, saying, "They tell me Paul's got first prize for his picture, and sold it to Lord Henry Bentley for £50. "Oh, what stories people do tell!" she cried. "Ha!" he answered. "I said I was sure it were a lie, but they said I'd told Fred Hodgkisson." "As if I would tell him such stuff." "Ha!" assented the miner, but he was disappointed nevertheless. "It's true he has got the first prize," said Mrs. Morell. The miner sat heavily in his chair. "Has he, beguy!" he exclaimed. He stared across the room fixedly. "But as for £50, such nonsense!" She was silent a while. "Major Morton bought it for 20 guineas. That's true." 20 guineas! Thou never says!" exclaimed Morell. "Yes, and it was worth it." "Ay," he said, "I don't misdoubt it, but 20 guineas for a bit of a painting as he knocked off in an hour or two." He was silent with conceit of his son. Mrs. Morell sniffed, as if it were nothing. "And when does he handle th' money?" asked the collier. "That I couldn't tell you. When the picture is sent home, I suppose." There was silence. Morell stared at the sugar basin instead of eating his dinner. His black arm, with the hand all gnarled with work, lay on the table. His wife pretended not to see him rub the back of his hand across his eyes, nor the smear in the coal dust on his black face. "Yes, and that other lad 'ud ha' done as much if they hadna ha' killed him," he said quietly. The thought of William went through Mrs. Morell like a cold blade. It left her feeling she was tired, and wanted rest. Paul was invited to dinner at Mr. Jordan's. Afterwards he said, "Mother, I want an evening suit." "Yes, I was afraid you would," she said. She was glad. There was a moment or two of silence. "There's that one of William's," she continued, "that I know cost £4.10, and which he'd only worn 3 times. "Should you like me to wear it, mother?" he asked. "Yes, I think it would fit you, at least the coat. The trousers would want shortening." He went upstairs and put on the coat and vest. Coming down, he looked strange in a flannel collar and a flannel shirt front, with an evening coat and vest. It was rather large. "The tailor can make it right," she said, smoothing her hand over his shoulder. "It's beautiful stuff. I never could find it in my heart to let your father wear the trousers, and very glad I am now." And as she smoothed her hand over the silk collar, she thought of her eldest son. But this son was living enough inside the clothes. She passed her hand down his back to feel him. He was alive and hers. The other was dead. He went out to dinner several times in his evening suit that had been William's. Each time his mother's heart was firm with pride and joy. He was started now. The studs she and the children had bought for William were in his shirt front. He wore one of William's dress shirts. But he had an elegant figure. His face was rough, but warm-looking and rather pleasing. He did not look particularly a gentleman, but she thought he looked quite a man. He told her everything that took place, everything that was said. It was as if she had been there. And he was dying to introduce her to these new friends, who had dinner at 7:30 in the evening. "Go along with you," she said. "What do they want to know me for?" "They do," he cried indignantly. "If they want to know me, and they say they do, then they want to know you, because you are quite as clever as I am." "Go along with you, child," she laughed. But she began to spare her hands. They too were work-gnarled now. The skin was shiny with so much hot water, the knuckles rather swollen. But she began to be careful to keep them out of soda. She regretted what they had been, so small and exquisite. And when Annie insisted on her having more stylish blouses to suit her age, she submitted. She even went so far as to allow a black velvet bow to be placed on her hair. Then she sniffed in her sarcastic manner, and was sure she looked a sight. But she looked a lady, Paul declared, as much as Mrs. Major Morton, and far, far nicer. The family was coming on. Only Morell remained unchanged, or rather lapsed slowly. Paul and his mother now had long discussions about life. Religion was fading into the background. He had shovelled away all the beliefs that would hamper him, had cleared the ground, and come more or less to the bedrock of belief that one should feel inside oneself for right and wrong, and should have the patience to gradually realise one's God. Now life interested him more. "You know," he said to his mother, "I don't want to belong to the well-to-do middle class. I like my common people best. I belong to the common people." "But if anyone else said so, my son, wouldn't you be in a tear? You know you consider yourself equal to any gentleman." "In myself," he answered. "Not in my class, or my education, or my manners, but in myself I am." "Very well, then. Then why talk about the common people?" "Because the difference between people isn't in their class, but in themselves. Only from the middle classes one gets ideas, and from the common people, life itself, warmth. You feel their hates and loves." "It's all very well, my boy, but then why don't you go and talk to your father's pals?" "But they're rather different." "Not at all. They're the common people. After all, whom do you mix with now, among the common people? Those that exchange ideas, like the middle classes. The rest don't interest you." "But there's the life." "I don't believe there's a jot more life from Miriam than you could get from any educated girl. Say Miss Morton. It is you who are snobbish about class." She frankly wanted him to climb into the middle classes, a thing not very difficult, she knew. And she wanted him in the end to marry a lady. Now she began to combat him in his restless fretting. He still kept up his connection with Miriam, could neither break free nor go the whole length of engagement, and this indecision seemed to bleed him of his energy. Moreover, his mother suspected him of an unrecognised leaning towards Clara, and since the latter was a married woman, she wished he would fall in love with one of the girls in a better station of life. But he was stupid, and would refuse to love or even to admire a girl much, just because she was his social superior. "My boy," said his mother to him, "all your cleverness, your breaking away from old things, and taking life in your own hands, doesn't seem to bring you much happiness." "What is happiness?" he cried. "It's nothing to me. How am I to be happy?" The plump question disturbed her. "That's for you to judge, my lad. But if you could meet some good woman who would make you happy, and you began to think of settling your life, when you have the means, so that you could work without all this fretting, it would be much better for you." He frowned. His mother caught him on the raw of his wound of Miriam. He pushed the tumbled hair off his forehead, his eyes full of pain and fire. "You mean easy, mother," he cried. "That's a woman's whole doctrine for life. Ease of soul and physical comfort, and I do despise it." "Oh, do you?" replied his mother. "And do you call yours a divine discontent?" "Yes, I don't care about its divinity, but damn your happiness. So long as life's full, it doesn't matter whether it's happy or not. I'm afraid your happiness would bore me." "You never give it a chance," she said. Then suddenly all her passion of grief over him broke out. "But it does matter," she cried, "and you ought to be happy. You ought to try to be happy, to live to be happy. How could I bear to think your life wouldn't be a happy one?" "Your own's been bad enough, mater, but it hasn't left you so much worse off than the folk who've been happier. I reckon you've done well, and I am the same. Aren't I well enough off?" "You're not, my son. Battle, battle, and suffer. It's about all you do, as far as I can see." "But why not, my dear? I tell you, it's the best." "It isn't. And one ought to be happy. One ought." By this time Mrs. Morell was trembling violently. Struggles of this kind often took place between her and her son, when she seemed to fight for his very life against his own will to die. He took her in his arms. She was ill and pitiful. "Never mind, little," he murmured. "So long as you don't feel life's paltry and a miserable business, the rest doesn't matter, happiness or unhappiness." She pressed him to her. "But I want you to be happy," she said pathetically. My dear, say rather you want me to live." Mrs. Morell felt as if her heart would break for him. At this rate she knew he would not live. He had that poignant carelessness about himself, his own suffering, his own life, which is a form of slow suicide. It almost broke her heart. With all the passion of her strong nature, she hated Miriam for having in this subtle way undermined his joy. It did not matter to her that Miriam could not help it. Miriam did it, and she hated her. She wished so much he would fall in love with a girl equal to be his mate, educated and strong. But he would not look at anybody above him in station. He seemed to like Mrs. Dawes. At any rate that feeling was wholesome. His mother prayed and prayed for him, that he might not be wasted. That was all her prayer, not for his soul, or his righteousness, but that he might not be wasted. And while he slept, for hours and hours, she thought and prayed for him. He drifted away from Miriam imperceptibly, without knowing he was going. Arthur only left the army to be married. The baby was born 6 months after his wedding. Mrs. Morell got him a job under the firm again, at 21 shillings a week. She furnished for him, with the help of Beatrice's mother, a little cottage of 2 rooms. He was caught now. It did not matter how he kicked and struggled, he was fast. For a time he chafed, was irritable with his young wife, who loved him. He went almost distracted when the baby, which was delicate, cried or gave trouble. He grumbled for hours to his mother. She only said, "Well, my lad, you did it yourself, now you must make the best of it." And then the grit came out in him. He buckled to work, undertook his responsibilities, acknowledged that he belonged to his wife and child, and did make a good best of it. He had never been very closely inbound into the family. Now he was gone altogether. The months went slowly along. Paul had more or less got into connection with the socialist, suffragette, Unitarian people in Nottingham, owing to his acquaintance with Clara. One day a friend of his and of Clara's in Bestwood asked him to take a message to Mrs. Dawes. He went in the evening across Snainton Market to Bluebell Hill. He found the house in a mean little street, paved with granite cobbles, and having causeways of dark blue, grooved bricks. The front door went up a step from off this rough pavement, where the feet of the passers-by rasped and clattered. The brown paint on the door was so old that the naked wood showed between the rents. He stood on the street below and knocked. There came a heavy footstep. A large, stout woman of about 60 towered above him. He looked up at her from the pavement. She had a rather severe face. She admitted him into the parlour, which opened on to the street. It was a small, stuffy, defunct room, of mahogany, and deftly enlargements of photographs of departed people, done in carbon. Mrs. Radford left him. She was stately, almost martial. In a moment Clara appeared. She flushed deeply, and he was covered with confusion. It seemed as if she did not like being discovered in her home circumstances. "I thought it couldn't be your voice," she said. But she might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. She invited him out of the mausoleum of a parlour into the kitchen. That was a little darkish room too, but it was smothered in white lace. The mother had seated herself again by the cupboard, and was drawing thread from a vast web of lace. A clump of fluff and ravelled cotton was at her right hand. A heap of 3/4-inch lace lay on her left, whilst in front of her was the mountain of the lace web, piling the hearth-rug. Threads of curly cotton, pulled out from between the lengths of lace, strewed over the fender and the fireplace. Paul dared not go forward, for fear of treading on piles of white stuff. On the table was a jenny for carding the lace. There were a pack of brown cardboard squares, a pack of cards of lace, a little box of pins, and on the sofa lay a heap of drawn lace. The room was all lace, and it was so dark and warm that the white snowy stuff seemed the more distinct. "If you're coming in, you won't have to mind the work," said Mrs. Radford. "I know we're about blocked up, but sit you down." Clara, much embarrassed, gave him a chair against the wall, opposite the white heaps. Then she herself took her place on the sofa, shamedly. "Will you drink a bottle of stout?" Mrs. Radford asked. "Clara, get him a bottle of stout." He protested, but Mrs. Radford insisted. "You look as if you could do with it," she said. "Haven't you never any more colour than that?" "It's only a thick skin I've got that doesn't show the blood through," he answered. Clara, ashamed and chagrined, brought him a bottle of stout and a glass. He poured out some of the black stuff. "Well," he said, lifting the glass, "here's health." "And thank you," said Mrs. Radford. He took a drink of stout. "And light yourself a cigarette, as long as you don't set the house on fire," said Mrs. Radford. "Thank you," he replied. "Nay, you needn't thank me," she answered. "I shall be glad to smell a bit of smoke in th' house again. A house of women is as dead as a house with no fire, to my thinking. I'm not a spider as likes a corner to myself. I like a man about, if he's only something to snap at." Clara began to work. Her jenny spun with a subdued buzz. The white lace hopped from between her fingers on to the card. It was filled. She snipped off the length, and pinned the end down to the banded place. Then she put a new card in her jenny. Paul watched her. She sat square and magnificent. Her throat and arms were bare. The blood still mantled below her ears. She bent her head in shame of her humility. Her face was set on her work. Her arms were creamy and full of life beside the white lace. Her large, well-kept hands worked with a balanced movement, as if nothing would hurry them. He, not knowing, watched her all the time. He saw the arch of her neck from the shoulder, as she bent her head. He saw the coil of dun hair. He watched her moving, gleaming arms. "I've heard a bit about you from Clara," continued the mother. "You're in Jordan's, aren't you?" She drew her lace unceasing. "Yes." "Ay, well, and I can remember when Thomas Jordan used to ask me for one of my toffees." "Did he?" laughed Paul. "And did he get it?" "Sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't, which was latterly. For he's the sort that takes all and gives nought. He is, or used to be." "I think he's very decent," said Paul. "Yes. Well, I'm glad to hear it." Mrs. Radford looked across at him steadily. There was something determined about her that he liked. Her face was falling loose, but her eyes were calm, and there was something strong in her that made it seem she was not old. Merely her wrinkles and loose cheeks were an anachronism. She had the strength and sang-froid of a woman in the prime of life. She continued drawing the lace with slow, dignified movements. The big web came up inevitably over her apron. The length of lace fell away at her side. Her arms were finely shapen, but glossy and yellow as old ivory. They had not the peculiar dull gleam that made Clara's so fascinating to him. "And you've been going with Miriam Lavers?" the mother asked him. "Well," he answered. "Yes, she's a nice girl," she continued. "She's very nice, but she's a bit too much above this world to suit my fancy." "She is a bit like that," he agreed. "She'll never be satisfied till she's got wings and can fly over everybody's head, she won't," she said. Clara broke in and told her his message. She spoke humbly to him. He had surprised her in her drudgery. To have her humble made him feel as if he were lifting his head in expectation. "Do you like jennying?" he asked. "What can a woman do?" she replied bitterly. "Is it sweated?" "More or less. Isn't all woman's work? That's another trick the men have played, since we force ourselves into the labour market." "Now then, you shut up about the men," said her mother. "If the women wasn't fools, the men wouldn't be bad uns. That's what I say. No man was ever that bad wi' me, but what he got it back again. Not but what they're a lousy lot, there's no denying it." "But they're all right really, aren't they?" he asked. "Well, they're a bit different from women," she answered. "Would you care to be back at Jordan's?" he asked Clara. "I don't think so," she replied. "Yes, she would," cried her mother. "Thank her stars if she could get back. Don't you listen to her. She's for ever on that high horse of hers, and it's back that's thin and starved it'll cut her i' two one of these days." Clara suffered badly from her mother. Paul felt as if his eyes were coming very wide open. Wasn't he to take Clara's fulminations so seriously after all? She spun steadily at her work. He experienced a thrill of joy, thinking she might need his help. She seemed denied and deprived of so much, and her arm moved mechanically, that should never have been subdued to a mechanism, and her head was bowed to the lace that never should have been bowed. She seemed to be stranded there among the refuse that life has thrown away, doing her jennying. It was a bitter thing to her to be put aside by life, as if it had no use for her. No wonder she protested. She came with him to the door. He stood below in the mean street, looking up at her. So fine she was in her stature and her bearing, she reminded him of Juno dethroned. As she stood in the doorway, she winced from the street, from her surroundings. "And you will go with Mrs. Hodgkinson to Hucknall?" He was talking quite meaninglessly, only watching her. Her grey eyes at last met his. They looked dumb with humiliation, pleading with a kind of captive misery. He was shaken and at a loss. He had thought her high and mighty. When he left her he wanted to run. He went to the station in a sort of dream, and was at home without realising he had moved out of her street. He had an idea that Susan, the overseer of the Spiral girls, was about to be married. He asked her the next day. "I say, Susan, I heard a whisper of your getting married. What about it?" Susan flushed red. "Who's been talking to you?" she replied. "Nobody. I merely heard a whisper that you were thinking." "Well, I am, though you needn't tell anybody. What's more, I wish I wasn't." "Nay, Susan, you won't make me believe that." "Shan't I? You can believe it, though. I'd rather stop here 1,000 times." Paul was perturbed. Why, Susan?" The girl's colour was high, and her eyes flashed. "That's why." "And must you?" For answer she looked at him. There was about him a candour and gentleness which made the women trust him. He understood. "Ah, I'm sorry," he said. Tears came to her eyes. "But you'll see it'll turn out all right. You'll make the best of it," he continued, rather wistfully. "There's nothing else for it." There's making the worst of it. Try and make it all right." He soon made occasion to call again on Clara. "Would you," he said, "care to come back to Jordan's?" She put down her work, laid her beautiful arms on the table, and looked at him for some moments without answering. Gradually the flush mounted her cheek. "Why?" she asked. Paul felt rather awkward. "Well, because Susan is thinking of leaving," he said. Clara went on with her jennying. The white lace leaped in little jumps and bounds on to the card. He waited for her. Without raising her head, she said at last, in a peculiar low voice, "Have you said anything about it?" "Except to you, not a word." There was again a long silence. "I will apply when the advertisement is out," she said. "You will apply before that. I'll let you know exactly when." She went on spinning her little machine, and did not contradict him. Clara came to Jordan's. Some of the older hands, Fanny among them, remembered her earlier rule, and cordially disliked the memory. Clara had always been iky, reserved and superior. She had never mixed with the girls as one of themselves. If she had occasion to find fault, she did it coolly and with perfect politeness, which the defaulter felt to be a bigger insult than crossness. Towards Fanny, the poor overstrung hunchback, Clara was unfailingly compassionate and gentle, as a result of which Fanny shed more bitter tears than ever the rough tongues of the other overseers had caused her. There was something in Clara that Paul disliked, and much that piqued him. If she were about, he always watched her strong throat, or her neck, upon which the blonde hair grew low and fluffy. There was a fine down, almost invisible, upon the skin of her face and arms, and when once he had perceived it, he saw it always. When he was at his work, painting in the afternoon, she would come and stand near to him, perfectly motionless. Then he felt her, though she neither spoke nor touched him. Although she stood a yard away, he felt as if he were in contact with her. Then he could paint no more. He flung down the brushes, and turned to talk to her. Sometimes she praised his work, sometimes she was critical and cold. "You are affected in that piece," she would say, and as there was an element of truth in her condemnations, his blood boiled with anger. Again, "What of this?" he would ask enthusiastically. She made a small, doubtful sound. "It doesn't interest me much." "Because you don't understand it," he retorted. "Then why ask me about it?" "Because I thought you would understand." She would shrug her shoulders in scorn of his work. She maddened him. He was furious. Then he abused her, and went into passionate exposition of his stuff. This amused and stimulated her, but she never owned that she